Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. She wanted to speak again, but finally nodded. Alright then, but you have to come back to accompany me when you're done with this. Looking at her pitiful and aggrieved appearance, Ma-Yang smiled and assured her, don't worry. I'll double compensate you then. After that, he turned to Mr. Popo and said, let's go. Since he would be traveling with Mr. Popo, he didn't choose to use dancing sky art. Instead, he got on Mr. Popo's flying carpet and enjoyed the rare treat of having an exclusive driver back. Mixia watched in silence until she couldn't see Ma-Yang's shadow anymore. She then nuzzled her mouth and flew off in the direction of the Superpower Academy. This time, her senior brother wouldn't let her tag along. It must be because her strength was too weak. If she raised her superpowers, her senior brother wouldn't be able to stop her. Mixia secretly made up her mind to work even harder on her superpowers when she went back. The lookout. Ma-Yang and Sun Gohan came along with Mr. Popo. Kami. Ma-Yang greeted, then stood aside. You already know about the matter. There is a demon realm gate on Earth that was broken. I will send Mr. Popo to the demon realm gate later to investigate and see if we can patch the gate back on. Kami nodded and went over the following in detail. In the end, he said, I've called you here because I want you to enter the Earth Demon Realm and investigate what's going on inside along the edge of it. Although the Earth Demon Realm is connected to the Greater Demon Realm, there aren't many powerful demons race in it. So you don't have to worry about any danger. Ma Yang felt a little surprised at what he heard. How could the gate of the Dark Demon Realm open? And for the Greater Demon Realm, according to Mr. Popo and Kami, it should be a corner of the Dark Demon Realm controlled by the Demon King Deborah. If this incident was not handled well and the Dark Demon Realm's demon race entered the Earth, the consequences would be unthinkable. Why don't we just go inside the Greater Demon Realm and take a look? Ma Yang asked. Kami thought about it and shook his head seriously. There are dangers in the Greater Demon Realm. Do your best, just investigate the edges, don't go deeper. Okay. I understand. Ma Yang and Sun Gohan shrugged their shoulders. After seeing the two nodded, Kami's aged face revealed a smile. He then half-crouched on the ground and placed his palm on the stone slab of the ground. With a buzzing fluctuation, a power inherited from Kami began to work. The entire sky became solemnly silent, and the clouds in the distance seemed to become illusory. Beneath the lookout's red building, the power pole that connected Karin Tower and the lookout rapidly retracted. At this time, Ma Yang and the others suddenly felt a tremor. Then, an acceleration acted on their bodies. The lookout actually resembled an airborne carrier, rapidly moving up through the clouds. Phew. The lookout moved at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 2 majestic mountain ranges. There was a yellow-orange pasture below. This is it. Below is the Greater Demon Realm entrance. Mr. Popo, I'll leave it to you then. Don't let anyone from the Demon Realm walk out the gate. Kami fixed his face as a seriousness showed on his pale face. If you can, try to close the gates or annihilate them. Mr. Popo nodded with a flat expression. He looked at Ma Yang and Sun Gohan and directly jumped down from the lookout with his hands behind his back. At the same time, a flying carpet urgently followed, carrying Mr. Popo towards the gate of the Greater Demon Realm. Looking away from Mr. Popo, Kami once again controlled the lookout to shift its location. Next, I'll send you to another gate, which is the entrance to the Earth Demon Realm. After saying that, Kami shifted the lookout again to 2,000 kilometers away. Almost in just an instant, they arrived at their destination. Here we are. Ma Yang was very surprised at the speed of the lookout. It was much faster than the flying Nimbus. Ma Yang, Gohan, the gate to the Earth Demon Realm is inside the valley below. It was just sealed not long ago. You can enter through that gate. Remember to pay attention to your own safety. If you encounter an accident, just exit and don't hold back inside, got it? Kami wanted them to return safely more than investigating out what was going on inside. After all, Ma Yang and Sun Gohan were the ones he saw with the potential to surpass himself. Sun Gohan was now standing at the edge of the lookout. He was looking at the white clouds floating below. The dense clouds stretched at times, yet they couldn't see the ground at a glance, indicating they were extremely high. Do we really have to go down from here? If you jumped straight down, you would fall and get hurt if you didn't die. Don't dawdle, just jump straight down. Ma Yang stood behind Sun Gohan and pushed his shoulder. Sun Gohan screamed wow and fell right off the lookout. Ah, that feeling comes again. The miserable echoes became more and more blurred, as it gradually became inaudible. Nodding his head towards Kami, Ma Yang also jumped down from the lookout. With the dancing sky art, he then launched and swooped like a blinding bolt of lightning. He quickly caught up with Sun Gohan, who was descending in the air. I think it's time for you to learn a dancing sky art. Ma Yang faintly said to the descending Sun Gohan. But that's Crane School's technique. Ma Yang scoffed. Mute Ido has passed on his secret techniques to you, and you still care about this? If you don't learn from the sea and the world, your path will end here. Sun Gohan thought carefully, and it seemed to be true. He then sincerely said, I understand. Thank you. You are my true friend. Okay, I'll meet you down there. Hey, don't you care about me? Sun Gohan came back to his senses. Ma Yang showed his white teeth and gave him a thumbs up. You were fine when you jumped off the Karin Tower. So, as your friend, I'm sure this little difficulty won't be too difficult for you. After saying that, Ma Yang no longer cared about Sun Gohan. With a burst of acceleration, he disappeared from Sun Gohan's sight. Chapter 99. MMP. The last time Sun Gohan jumped off of Karin Tower, it seemed like he didn't do it willingly. Just like this time, he was pushed off by someone. Sun Gohan's face was a little green. His fingers shivered and pointed at Ma Yang's back. It was true, this was only a superficial friendship. This was the first time Ma Yang had pitied himself. Sometimes Sun Gohan thought that it was really his misfortune to meet him. The speed of falling became increasingly faster. The towering mountains gradually became clearer, and Sun Gohan had no choice but to gather his hands together as he was about to land. Kamehameha. An azure-colored ki wave impacted out from between his palms, and with this impact, Sun Gohan stabilized his descent. "Ma-Yang, don't fool me again in the future. Sooner or later, you'll fool me to death." Ma-Yang stopped. He looked at Sun Gohan up and down. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to him thoughtfully, "Actually, I think it's good for you to die. You'll have a beautiful woman by your side in the future." "What are you talking about?" Sun Gohan was at a loss for words. Was he cursed me to die early? "You'll understand later." Ma-Yang hitched up and continued walking towards Sinsun Mountain. In the original story, Sun Gohan entered the Mount 5 element after his death. He lived with a beautiful woman named Anin to manage the passage to the other world. But unfortunately, at that time, Sun Gohan was already a rotten old man, otherwise, an incredible story might have been born. In the densely vegetated forest, Ma-Yang and Sun Gohan kept going further until a valley finally appeared in front of them. "The gate to the demon realm is nearby, right?" Sun Gohan looked around and muttered on his lips. Ma-Yang observed the surroundings and pointed to a small path. "There's only this one path here. So, it should be around here, let's split up and look for it." They separated and searched in different directions. Soon, they found a stone door in a canyon. It was a huge stone door about 4 meters high, with 2 outward opening panels, covered with strange and bizarre patterns. One door panel was locked tightly, and the other door panel was open a little bit. However, it was stuck at an angle by a sharp sword. "This is the gate to the Earth Demon Realm." Sun Gohan took a few big steps forward and squatted down to observe the sword stuck in the ground. The hilt of the sword was golden, and the blade was all inserted into the soil. Ma-Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the scene in front of him. His mind suddenly thought of the animated image of Son Goku encountering Shula when he entered the demon realm. From all the circumstances, this seemed to be the place where Son Goku entered the demon realm. "Let's go in and take a look," Ma-Yang said, directly pulled out the sword and opened the door to the demon realm a little bit. An evil, dark, and blood-smelling smell came out. "It smells awful." Ma-Yang frowned and walked into the demon realm with Son Gohan. The demonic key in the demon realm made them feel uncomfortable. No matter how powerful the character died in the Dragon Ball world, their souls would go to the other world to repatriate. Only those who were killed by demons would have their souls tormented for eternity and unable to transcend. However, with Ma-Yang and Son Gohan's strength, there was no need to worry about safety in this small Earth demon realm. Then, through a narrow tunnel, Ma-Yang and Son Gohan gradually entered the small Earth demon realm area. Their vision became wider. What came into view was a very desolate landscape, just like the desert on Earth. The sky of the demon realm was reddish-brown, and the ground was barren. Although there were hills, there was no plantation at all. It was filled with intense black smoke, and the ground was cracked. Son Gohan, who saw such a scene for the first time, said unexpectedly, "Is this the demon realm? The conditions are callous. This small demon realm is attached to the Earth's vicinity. It's actually a bitterly cold land." Upon taking stock of the surroundings, Ma-Yang's eyes glanced around. The ki he felt were weak, so he could roughly judge the strength of the area. The Dragon Ball world was a world with an extensive system. Not to mention the Grand Minister of Zeno, the Angels, and other administrators of 18 universes led by Dragon God Zalama and others who strayed from the Zeno system and the world they founded. It was within the Universe 7, under the framework of the Gods of Destruction and Sacred World of the K, which also contained the Other World, Hell, Heaven, Kai's Planet, and many more. The Dark Demon Realm was another system of worlds relative to the God system. Strictly speaking, it also belonged to the scope of Universe 7 and should be under the jurisdiction of the Gods of Destruction and the Sacred World of the Kai. However, because of the different levels and energy properties, it had considerable independence, led by the Demon King Deborah, with countless strong demons. The God of Destruction was too lazy to care, and the Sacred World of the Kai was powerless to care. Hence, creating an almost independent system in the Dark Demon Realm. To put it simply, it was like the Emperor ignoring the imperial government. The ministers hugging the group couldn't control the imperial government. The local power grew bigger and ignored the imperial court completely. The lesser demon realm near Earth was connected to the greater demon realm, while the great demon realm was another corner of the dark demon realm. This was similar to a hierarchical relationship of Kami, K, and Grand Kai. Ma-Yang could ignore the powerful demons inside the Earth demon realm. Still, he had to be careful with the powerful demons inside the greater demon realm and even the dark demon realm. Especially the Demon King Deborah, who was almost comparable to the Super Saiyan 2 level. Even the Supreme Kai had to be careful with him. Mr. Pato is now repairing the gate to the greater demon realm. Let's be careful to detour through the Earth demon realm and not alert the powerful demons inside. Ma-Yang was clear that his and Son Gohan's priority was to investigate the demon realm situation. Of course, He didn't want to attract the powerful demon's attention in the greater demon realm. Understood. Sun Gohan nodded solemnly, unable to agree more. His power level was only 180, and entering the greater demon realm would be life-threatening. In the demon realm, the sun was high, and the blazing vision was scorching the earth. Maang and Sun Gohan took a glance towards the distant hillock, as it was their first time entering the demon realm. They were unfamiliar with the place. They needed to find someone who knew the location if they wanted to find the gate to enter the greater demon realm. Now, Maang closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. The invisible sense of ki spread out, and he quickly caught the scent of life nearby. The demons among this earth demon realm were weak. The strongest kind of ki reaction in it didn't reach Sun Gohan's intensity. A while later, Maang opened his eyes and had confirmed the general location. He pointed in a direction and said, "More than 100 kilometers in this direction, there is a relatively strong ki source. There is also some quite strong ki, which should be the ruler of this area. Let's go over and take a look, we might get some useful information." Sun Gohan nodded and followed Maang towards the location of that ki reaction. Chapter 100. 100 kilometers away, there was a dim and gloomy palace in a gloomy valley. At the moment, the palace was filled with warblers and dancers. The ruler of the area, King Shula, was sitting on a chair covered in animal skins. One of his arms wrapped around a barely dressed female demon, the other tilted towards a wine glass as he watched the dancers in the center of the palace. Offstage, the dancers were dressed in beautiful costumes and danced gracefully, while countless subordinates on either side drank freely and laughed non-stop. These subordinates, just like King Shula, they had wandered to Earth Lesser Demon Realm because they couldn't make it in the Greater Demon Realm. Compared to the Greater Demon Realm, the Earth Demon Realm was even more remote. A truly bitter and cold place. Because of this, there were no real strong demons who would come here. There were no tigers on the mountain, and monkeys were called kings, so King Shula, as the ruler of this place, usually had a pretty comfortable life. "Your Majesty, recently King Gurum's group hasn't been very settled. They won't be hitting us here, right?" A pig-headed demon tore off a piece of meat and said as he chewed, "But they are really useless. I heard that a beast ran out of nowhere in their territory some time ago. The loss is not small." King Shula, who had purple hair, took a sip of wine and said contemptuously, "Don't bother with those jumping clowns. If they dare to mess with us, we will definitely make them pay for it. Hee, as the king said, if they dare to provoke us, let them pay the price. Who dares to provoke us in the demon realm? Even the Yaksha king of northern part wouldn't dare to provoke us casually." Ha ha ha. The countless demons underneath laughed loudly and gorged on meat. They seemed to be very comfortable. The gate over on Earth seemed to have opened some time ago. How is it now? King Shula swept the crowd of subordinates present with grace and dignity and asked about the Earth Gate. One of his subordinates sighed, "We didn't find out early enough. That gate has been sealed. I don't know who did it. Damn it. I was hoping to take a stroll on Earth. They say the sky is blue there, and the water is sweet, unlike here. It would be nice to rule the Earth." Some of the demons had regrets and shook their heads as if they had missed a golden opportunity. Looking at his subordinates, one by one, secretly chagrined and regretting that they hadn't discovered the gate earlier. King Shula shook the wine cup in his hand and sighed. "Oh Earth! Would their lives have been this difficult if they had been able to enter Earth through that gate?" But then, King Shula shook his head. "Well, there were many masters on Earth, too. Everyone is staying safe and sound here. Have you forgotten what happened to the great Demon King Piccolo and Demon King Meliokojo from over 200 years ago?" King Shula said grudgingly, suddenly setting his glass on the case. "They didn't come back." Hearing the great Demon King Piccolo and Demon King Meliokojo, these demon subordinates all shuddered. Their faces were suddenly turning a bit pale. They had forgotten that the masters on Earth were also very powerful. The great Demon King Piccolo and Demon King Meliokojo, who were considered powerful in the greater demon realm, also wanted to rule the Earth. But they never returned in the end. It was feared that they had all perished on Earth. Looking at the reactions of his subordinates, King Shula shook his head helplessly. "Forget about it. Don't think about the supremacy. The Earth Demon Realm environment was a little harsher, but at least it was still safe." King Shula drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. In the end, they were still too weak. Suddenly, King Shula felt a slight chill for some reason and raised his head to see two silhouettes appearing in the palace at some point. A penetrating gaze swept over. A strong sense of oppression made his body feel uncomfortable. King Shula's face changed suddenly, as his heart trembled wildly. This master is an Earthling. How did a master from Earth came to the demon realm? Did he come to annihilate this place? King Shula instinctively felt a thrill of horror as he remembered the gate to Earth from before. Earthlings? Many demons lost their voices, and then chaotic arguments echoed in the main hall. There were still big differences in the looks of humans and demons. The demons present instantly recognized Naiyang and Sun Goen's identity. "I come to ask you, which of you knows the gate to the great demon realm?" Naiyang was condescendingly floating in the air, a shining ball of ki condensing in his hand. The ball of ki was azure in color and incredibly splendid. However, once it exploded, it was enough to wipe out all the demons present. King Shula stared straight at the ki ball. His liver and guts cracked, his sweat shed rainwater, as he quickly came to a decision. "Master, the gate to the demon realm you are looking for is near the Blood River in southwest." King Shula lowered his stance and spoke carefully. He was afraid that the ki ball in his opponent's hand might accidentally fall. The subordinate demons were all taken aback at the King Shula's reception of such a low stance. At that moment, after carefully examining the two earthlings who appeared in front of them, they suddenly felt an unexpected threat of death. These demons immediately, as frightened as their king, sweating like rain. Taking a faint glance at King Shula, Naiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This guy was probably the demon king that Son Goku had encountered when he entered the demon realm. TSK, listen to the names, King Shula and King Gurums, each one of them was incredibly weak. It was only their names that were very impressive. He was looking at the surrounding palaces. It was quite impressive that such a magnificent building had been built in a bitterly cold place like Earth Demon Realm. So, of course, he would enjoy it. Soon, Naiyang hid his astonishment and said, "Tell me the detail. If you dare to deceive anything, you and these subordinates of yours will all be killed." "Yes, yes." King Shula responded in succession and told Naiyang about the gate to the great demon realm in detail. After hearing this, Naiyang exchanged glances with Sun Goen. He then withdrew the ki ball in his hand and was about to leave. "No one should reveal the news that the two of us are here, or you know the consequences," he said as an incomparably strong pressure crushed over. King Shula and his subordinates turned pale in fear and nodded their heads in response. "No, it won't, please don't worry, masters." Naiyang glanced at them, he didn't want to cause any complications here. Then he no longer paid attention to these wimps and signaled Sun Goen that they would leave as soon as possible. So, in the blink of an eye, they became a shadow and disappeared. Chapter 101. Has he gone already? The moment Naiyang and Sun Goen left, King Shula gasped for breath. He felt exhausted as if he was about to collapse. These two earthlings are too powerful. Why on earth are they entering the demon realm for? Hopefully, they won't attract the dark demon realm's attention. Otherwise, there will be no peace here. The pressure Naiyang gave him was too great. With Naiyang merely standing still, it was as if he was facing a superior demon. It made him break out in cold sweat, unaware that his back was already wet. Compared to the dark demon realm, the earth demon realm's strength was not great enough. The iron cavalry of the remote greater demon realm alone could easily trample on this place. Obviously, King Shula didn't want his stable life to be broken. Therefore, he hoped even more than Naiyang and Sun Goen to keep this matter from becoming a big issue. Thus, he prayed that these two people wouldn't go to the greater demon realm to stir up trouble before him. After they received the gate's location to the greater demon realm from King Shula, Naiyang and Sun Goen rushed towards the Blood River in the southwest as described by King Shula. After all, Naiyang and Sun Goen were earthlings, and their looks were very different from the demons of the demon realm, so they had to hurry up and find out what was going on in the greater demon realm. It would be best if there were no demons on the demon realm who knew that the gate had been opened. However, if the news had already spread, then they would have to inform Mr. Popo to close the gate as soon as possible. Closing the gate to the demon realm wouldn't be that easy. It would inevitably require a battle. On the other side, as Naiyang and Sun Goen rushed to the greater demon realm gate, Mr. Popo was sitting crouched at the demon realm gate, repairing the gate with clay. Right at this time, a figure arrived near the hole in the gate. When he saw the pitch-black Mr. Popo repairing the hole in the gate with clay, the figure sneered and walked out. "Hey, where's this idiot come from? Do you want to mend the gate of the demon realm with just some clay?" The person who came from the hole was none other than Kanglu. He was the one who had discovered the gate leading from the demon realm to Earth. He and his companion, Buddy, had discovered the gateway together. Buddy had returned to the demon realm to inform their superiors, while Kanglu stayed near the gate and waited. He wasn't expecting that someone would be patching up the gate when he had only been away for a short while. If someone patched the hole, how could he get credit for it? Maybe even be charged with the cardinal sin of lying about military intelligence. How could this be tolerated? Mr. Popo looked up. He saw Kanglu with rippling eyes, glanced lightly at it, and turned back to his work. "Hey, fat black man, are you defying Master Kanglu?" Mr. Popo's disregard caused Kanglu to jump violently. "Demons, you are not welcome on Earth, so do not disturb Popo's work." The flat tone of the voice was so fiery that veins appeared on King Lu's forehead. Damn it, the fat black man in front of him who looked brain-dead dared to speak to Master King Lu in such a tone. King Lu's face was ugly. Although he wasn't the top master in the demon realm, he was still considered a demon king level. Today, he actually got ignored by the weak earthlings. If he were to go back, wouldn't he be mocked by other demon masters? After he smirked, he walked up to Mr. Popo's side and raised his palm-contained demonic key to slash out. Foolish earthling. You will pay the price for being ignorant. However, at that moment, Mr. Popo, who had just been working with the clay, suddenly disappeared. It made King Lu's attack pounced. Before he realized what was going on, Mr. Popo's faint voice sounded in his ears. Popo has a very important job right now and doesn't like to be disturbed. After saying that, an attack casually hit King Lu in the stomach with a thud. His eyeballs popped out as he bowed up. His mouth spitting out sour water, he knelt and almost sprawling on the ground. How is this possible? I'm actually isn't a match for him. King Lu's eyes were bloodshot, and he was holding his stomach in disbelief. Against Mr. Popo's emotionless eyes, cold air rushed from the soles of his feet through his spine straight to his brain as he could faintly hear the pounding of his heart. In the next second, King Lu lost consciousness as he saw Mr. Popo slash his neck with a hand blade, cutting his head off. Looking at the head that rolled on the ground with a grunt, Mr. Popo was stunned, as if he hadn't expected the opponent to be so expressive. Well, regardless of what just happened, he turned around and looked at the pitch-black demonic key emanating from the demon realm gate. Mr. Popo calmly said, I need to speed up. The demons inside may have already discovered the gate. If the news spreads, it will be too late. With that in mind, Mr. Popo crouched down on the ground again, combining several formulas and stirring his clay. Truthfully, King Lu's strength was actually not inferior to Great Demon King Piccolo. Even when he was considered a master in the Greater Demon Realm, he, unfortunately, ran into Mr. Popo. It should be known that even Son Goku, who had defeated Great Demon King Piccolo, couldn't make a single move in Mr. Popo's hands, so he decided to kneel down. The Greater Demon Realm, which belongs to the Dark Demon Realm. Although it was called the Greater Demon Realm, it was actually just the edge of the real Demon Realm. There was an extremely high tower-shaped building on the fertile earth. The tower was built from pale white bones. The white bones of Senbai radiated a demonic aura that sent shivers down the spine. Now in the Great Hall, a blue figure opened his cloak and rose from his seat. Your name is Buddy, right? Yes, Lord Garlic. Buddy half kneeled in the Great Hall, and humbly answered. The old voice sounded again in the Great Hall. You just said that you and your companions found a gate to Earth at the Demon Realm's edge. Buddy said respectfully, indeed. It was a doorway to the outside world. The front door broke open naturally, and a hole appeared, which my companion and I happened to discover. It was definitely the gate to Earth that my lord had been looking for. Garlic's pale face showed a smile. His attitude changed as he said, his eyes flashed cold and stern, you didn't reveal this information to anyone, did you? Buddy immediately replied, absolutely not. This subordinate knows how much the Earth matters in Lord Garlic's heart. So without telling anyone, I rushed over to inform you. Garlic nodded his head in satisfaction, good. Earth can only belong to me, no one can change that. You did a good job, just confirmed the truth of your information, and I will reward you heavily. At that, Garlic thought for a moment, my son is now training in the demon realm with Lord Deborah. If I rule the Earth in the future, I can recommend you to my son. Buddy's face now showed surprise when he heard that. He knew that Lord Garlic was a great figure in the demon realm. However, he never thought that Lord Garlic's son would follow the great demon king, Lord Deborah. If he could join Lord Garlic's son's command, he could also leave this lesser demon realm's edge and enter the even wider stage of the demon realm. Thank you, Lord Garlic, for considering me. I will do my best to assist you in controlling the Earth. Go. Garlic waved his hand and told Buddy to go down. Buddy bowed respectfully and then retreated with his buttocks. He was ready to return and tell King Lu the good news. After Buddy left, Garlic's tense face finally loosened. He laid back on his throne, half-lidded. His cloudy eyes were suddenly revealing a brilliant light that didn't belong to his age. Chapter 102. The southwest corner of Earth Lesser Demon Realm was even more desolate and hot compared to where King Shula's palace was located. The air was filled with faint smoke, emitting a smell similar to that of a volcanic crater. It was burning hot and intense, already reaching the limit of what life could endure. At this time, two silhouettes swooshed and quickly swept over the barren mountains. They already clearly felt that the number of demons here was dwindling drastically. It seemed that the harsh environment here was unbearable to even those demons who had adapted to a hard life. Look, that big red river ahead should be the Blood River. Son Gohan suddenly shouted at the red river that appeared in his vision. As the surrounding scenery changed instantly, Maayang and Sun Gohan finally arrived at the blood river that King Shula was talking about. By the way, the blood river in the demon realm was somewhat full of magical colors. It resembled an unfinished severed road. From its unknown origin, the turbulent river took on a deep blood-red color. At the southwest corner of the Earth Demon Realm, the river water gathered into a huge whirlpool, through which endless river water flowed and was swallowed by the whirlpool. This was causing the Earth Demon Realm to be arid and low in the water. The two of them arrived above the vortex. Maayang looked down at the vortex and said to Sun Gohan, "Behind that vortex is the greater demon realm. Be careful." Sun Gohan nodded. The two leaped into the whirlpool. The turbulent river water carried them around, swaying and colliding as if they were riding a roller coaster. They could no longer tell which was left and which was right. The two immediately used their ki to stabilize their bodies, and the swaying gradually became steady. They didn't know how long had passed, but the tremors around them didn't seem so strong anymore. A beam of light shone down from the water's surface, and the two of them quickly floated up. What they saw was a completely different world. Compared to the Earth Demon Realm's barren and arid landscape, this place was much more prosperous. Mountains and trees surrounded it, the hues were different from Earth's, but the scenery was not far off. From this, it could be seen that King Shula and the others simply couldn't hang around in the greater demon realm anymore. That was why they went to a bitterly cold place like the Earth Demon Realm. Tick, tick, tick. The scouter in his arms emitted a series of rapid beeps. It was like a system of high-speed calculations finding one flaw after another, as the alarm sounded numbingly loud. At the same time, Maayang also felt the powerful scent transmitted from the surroundings. 157, 169, 195, 257, 135. Hundreds and thousands of key sources. Although most of them weren't as powerful as the key on Sun Gohan's body, there were just too many of them. This was still just the most marginal and unnoticed part of the Dark Demon Realm. The number of masters on this side of the world had far exceeded Earth. Compared to them, the so-called giants and masters on Earth whose power level was just over 100, they were a joke. Hiss. There are too many experts here. Sun Gohan sucked in a breath of cold air, and his voice was trembling. There are indeed too many of them. Maayang was also surprised, but he had seen the world before. He was fully prepared for the reality that there were so many masters like dogs in the Dragon Ball world. Nevertheless, he thought of a severe problem. If the Demon Realm gate could not be closed in time, and the demons surged out, it would be an absolute disaster for the Earth. When that happened, perhaps the sight he saw in the illusionary world would have to be played out for real. Hurry up and converge your ki. Maayang reminded, then converged his ki to the minimum. Although it wasn't certain if there were creatures in the Demon Realm who could sense ki, it was always wise to be cautious. Sun Gohan also converged his ki after hearing that. We are traveling directly through the Earth Lesser Demon Realm, which means that this space is the closest to Earth among the different dimensions. Let's look around and find out whether or not the gate to the Demon Realm has been discovered, and then we must hurry back and inform Mr. Popo. Nodding curtly, Sun Gohan and Maayang chose a direction to fly in. Everywhere they passed, they saw a demon race in full gear. They began to assemble towards a certain place as if they had already received some orders. Maayang's heart gradually sank. From the current situation, it seemed that the demon gate had been discovered. It was just that these demons' speed was too fast. It had only been a short time since the army had started to assemble. Flying past several demon camps, he found that most of the situation was the same below. Why don't we grab one of the demons and ask them first? Maybe they're not aiming for the Earth? Sun Gohan's face was a bit ugly. Maayang looked at him and nodded. They then landed near a small camp. The demons in this camp weren't very strong, and Maayang was confident in dealing with them. Swoosh. The critical situation was right in front of him. Maayang's actions were very swift and quickly captured a not-so-weak demon race with about 100 power levels. Tell me, what are you planning to do with so many demons assembled? Maayang lowered his voice. His fingers were pinching that demon's neck. The fierce demon looked as if the opponent had plans to kill him once he disobeyed. The demon had a terrified look on his face, squeaking and struggling. Master, don't kill me. Maayang said in a cold voice, answer my question. The demon was afraid. I'm not really sure. We received orders from the commander. It seems like we're going to attack somewhere. What about the others? No. I don't know. The demon's face was pale. He was struggling with fear. Humphrey, what's the use of keeping you then? With a flash of killing intent in his dark eyes, Maayang's palm flew out a key wave directly from his hand, burning that demon into ash. Sun Gohan gulped. What do we do now? These small demons don't know the specifics, but their superiors definitely know. Let's go grab a higher level demon race and see. Yang pondered for a while and decided to capture the leader of the demon race directly. Sun Gohan said, "Be careful, this isn't Earth." "Understood." Yang looked at him and gave him an encouraging look. He patted Sun Gohan's shoulder and said, "We have to move fast. We'll return as soon as we find out what's going on." "I hope so." In fact, Sun Gohan was already a little scared. The countless chaotic mix of the demon realm made his scalp numb. He knew full well that his little body was too in danger here. It was just a matter of the Earth's safety, so he had to scalp it. The two searched and targeted a demon with a power level of 230. "Yang, it's up to you now, I can't help." Sun Gohan's face was somewhat complicated. He was annoyed at his lack of strength. "Leave it to me." Faintly saying, Yang's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Yang's current power level was around 320. It was very simple to kill someone with a power level of over 200. However, it would be challenging to capture him alive without attracting the attention of others. Sure enough, shortly after Yang's figure disappeared, there was a noise in the distance. It then grew louder as Sun Gohan was worried for Yang's safety. He had flashed over while Yang was carrying a half-dead tiger-headed demon race. "Human." The tiger-headed demon was out of breath and his voice was frail. Yang thumped a direct punch, grabbed his neck, and asked, "You demons, what do you want to do by gathering together?" "Ahem. So you guys want to know this? Hey. You. Don't expect me to tell you. It won't be long before your world falls to our demon race." The tiger-headed demo was lustful. He spoke with a lot of courage. Little did he know that he had already said all the information that Yang and Sun Gohan wanted to know with a great deal of courage. Yang's heart gradually sank as he decisively annihilated the demon. Chapter 103. It looks like the gate to Earth has been discovered. Yang was silent for a moment. The information he received was not so pleasant as he learned about that tiger-headed demon's straightforwardness just now. "What should we do now? Should we go back immediately?" Sun Gohan asked. "Let's go back and inform Mr. Popo that the demon realm is already gathering forces." Yang thought about it and decided to immediately go back and tell Mr. Popo what was happening on the demon realm. At this point, Yang looked stunned. "This is not good." "What's wrong?" Sun Gohan was stunned. "You're too naive for thinking you can leave." A cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. As it rang, both Yang and Sun Gohan's entire body went cold. They looked in one direction in horror and saw that a green-skinned, dry, and skinny demon had arrived more than 100 meters away from them. Sun Gohan was horrified. "When did he come?" Yang said, "What a quick move. His ki is far beyond us." A hint of horror appeared on Yang and Sun Gohan's faces as they carefully observed each other. They were shocked by the coldness of the opponent's ki. He was highly skilled. A high-level demon. Yang and Sun Gohan looked at each other. Their faces were somewhat pale. They didn't even notice that such a powerful demon was close at hand. Either the opponent also knew how to hide his ki, or the opponent was too fast. Before they could even sense the opponent's ki, the opponent was already approaching them. Obviously, for the demon in front of them, it would be the second possibility. Tick. 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 The scouter screeched. If Yang had time to look at the scouter, he would have seen the data displayed on top of the lens, 502. This had far exceeded Yang and Sun Gohan's power level. They had to escape. Without making a second choice, Yang and Sun Gohan reacted immediately. They instantly moved the ki on their bodies and rushed towards the direction they came from. However, the green demon on the opposite side didn't give them such an opportunity. With a thud, the green demon figure suddenly flashed and blocked their way. His body leaned forward, and an attack containing tremendous power fell. Poof! A spray of blood flew out of Sun Gohan's mouth. His body flew straight backward out of control, landing on top of a hill not far away, immediately smashing into a large hole. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. "Sun Gohan!" Yang shouted in alarm, but then the opponent targeted him. The electric silhouette suddenly disappeared and then appeared in front of Yang. His eyes tightened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly rested his arm on his chest as the attack came. A heavy blow landed, and Yang's arm went numb. His bones took a massive hit, and his body flew uncontrollably fast towards Sun Gohan. "Humphrey, insignificant human. Are you trying to escape in front of Lord Nefer's eyes? It's truly outrageous." The demon named Nefer snorted arrogantly. However, in his heart, he was screaming his luck. "If Lord Garlic hadn't asked me to patrol the territory, I wouldn't have known that a few little ants had sneaked in." "Ha!" Yang muttered with a pale face. This enemy was his strongest enemy so far. He even took out a senzubin and put it in his mouth, as he looked at the equally miserable Sun Gohan, who was busy stuffing a senzubin towards his mouth. "Yang, this guy is so strong, we're no match for him." Son Gohan said in a low voice. After recovering his strength and feigning severe injury, he looked at the opponent with eyes full of scruples. This guy must be much more powerful than the great demon King Piccolo from back then. Don't act rashly for a while. Let's find a way to escape from here. Ma Yang frowned as his brain quickly functioned. The demon realm was not a place to stay for long. There were too many powerful demons here. Even if it was just the edge of the dark demon realm, countless demons were stronger than them. Also, since they already knew that the demons had discovered the gate to Earth, they had to leave here quickly. In response to Ma Yang and Son Gohan's whispers, Demon Nefer sneered. These two weak cats actually tried to escape from him. That won't be easy. Immediately, Nefer circulated his ki, and black demonic ki wrapped around the surface of his body. An icy cold chill shocked Ma Yang and Son Gohan's spirit. They snorted in unison as their faces turned pale under the intense pressure. Listen to my instructions later. When I call out to you, follow my lead immediately. Got it? Son Gohan nodded vigorously. There was a flash of hostility in Ma Yang's eyes. He then flipped over, stepped on his toes as a few pieces of soil splashed, and rushed towards the demon Nefer. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Ma Yang and Nefer gradually became close, and in a flash, Ma Yang was right in front of him. Nefer sneered, and his lips hooked up a cruel smile. Facing Ma Yang, who was coming towards him, he only took it as a mockery of his opponent's stupidity. With a cold snort on his mouth, Nefer's hand didn't let go. With a bang, Nefer's palm poked out, and terrifying power erupted from above his fist. The gale whistled, the sky seemed to be split in half, and along with the storm swirling around, Ma Yang's chest took a solid blow. Blood tumbled and spread from between his lips and teeth. A salty taste surged up his throat, which stirred up the hostility in his heart. Cracking his teeth, Ma Yang bit through the senzuban in his mouth. In an instant, his condition returned to its peak. Immediately afterward, he raised his hands to his forehead and grinned and shouted. Solar flare. With a shout, it was as if a second sun appeared in the sky. The strong sunlight irritated the eyes. The demon realm's sky that was originally blood-red and dim suddenly turned bright as a white light source appeared high, simultaneously blinding all the demon's eyes. This went mostly for Nefer, who was attracted by Ma Yang's previous actions. He then looked straight at Ma Yang, who was flying in the air. At this time, the solar flare was displayed, and he cried out in pain, inevitably closing his eyes. At this moment, Ma Yang also threw out several heavenly sky beam. He then blocked the opponent's movements with the thundershock surprise. Son Gohan, hurry up and follow me. The voice shouted urgently. Ma Yang had to hurry away before his opponent's vision returned, so there was no intention of paying attention to whether or not Nefer was injured by the heavenly sky beam he cast afterward. Son Gohan also knew that this was his last chance. So, he immediately followed Ma Yang's footsteps. Chapter 104. No, that's too slow. After sensing Nefer's side, he felt that the opponent was gradually regaining his movement. Ma Yang was anxious. He quickly pulled Son Gohan and brought him across the sky. The solar flare was a secret technique of Crane School, based on the principle of using a high amount of ki to produce intense light. All of Ma Yang's previous attacks were feints. So, he plotted to make the opponent lose his guard and think that they would die. That way, the solar flare would be the most effective. It was obvious that Ma Yang's plan had worked. However, they didn't have much time. They had to stay away from each other and hide their ki in this brief period. The light from the solar flare gradually dissipated, and Nefer's vision slowly returned. When he saw that he had lost sight of the opponent in front of his eyes, Nefer shouted angrily as he vowed to shred them into pieces. Damn it! How dare a little ant trick this lord! With his hand, he waved out a ball of ki wave, which whistled out. A huge mushroom cloud rose around him. After venting for a while, Nefer still hadn't found out where Ma Yang and Son Gohan was. He could only roar angrily and fly off in one direction with the face of birds of prey. Ma Yang, the opponent has already flown away. Can we go back now? Son Gohan didn't dare to breathe, his eyes scanning the opponent's distant back. Wait a little longer. We have to watch out for deception. Ma Yang refused Son Gohan's suggestion. Sure enough, within a few seconds, Nefer's figure appeared once again. He was looking around, still missing the two humans' sight. After a while, he left with a cold snort and a disgruntled look on his face. Damn it! It looks like they really escaped. Son Gohan, who witnessed the scene, sucked in a breath of cold air. His emotions finally stabilized, and said gratefully, that was close. Thanks to you, otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. Ma Yang shook his head. Let's go. Let's leave here immediately. The demon realm is too dangerous. In the demon realm, his and Son Gohan's human identities were too conspicuous. Almost every demon would be able to recognize them when they saw them. There were also so many powerful demons here. It really wasn't a place to stay for long. To be fair, this greater demon realm where Maiyang was now was still just the dark demon realm's edge. This wasn't a high level, but it was still too dangerous for Maiyang and Sun Gohan, who had 200 or 300 power levels. After carefully hiding their key to the lowest level, Maiyang and Sun Gohan preferred to slow down their speed. They didn't dare to rampage recklessly. After almost a full day, they returned next to the blood river that led to the Earth's demon realm. Let's go back quickly. With a mouthful of words, Maiyang and Sun Gohan jumped off the blood river. The road back was much harder than when they came. Because the whirlpool in the blood river was flowing from the Earth demon realm, going back was going against the current, so it was hard to stabilize their bodies without a little preparation. It didn't take long for the two of them to be hit by the turbulent current and become internally injured. However, the good thing was that they both had senzu bins, and the power of the senzu bins repaired their bodies. Two figures came out of the vortex in a mess on the Earth demon realm side with a clatter. They were panting as they came up. Ho-oh, coming from the greater demon realm, is simply deadly. The turbulence here is terrible. Sun Gohan braced his hands on the ground as his arms were trembling slightly. Maiyang's face wasn't much better. Come on. Luckily, this passage is countercurrent. It may be easy to get in, but it's difficult to get out, otherwise, the greater demon realm's demon armies would have invaded Earth directly through the Earth demon realm. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Sun Gohan was startled. That's right. There were far more gates at the Earth demon realm than there were in the greater demon realm. If the demons could invade Earth through the Earth demon realm, it would be too bad. Fortunately, the Earth demon realm was a nook and cranny that other demons looked down on. Not too many demons knew it led to Earth. Because of the channel countercurrent, a situation like this didn't happen for the time being. The two did not stay in the Earth demon realm for long. They brought up their speed and rushed towards the exit of the demon realm quickly. They swept past countless barren hills along the way, with no grass growing on top of the bare hills. The rivers and canals were drying up and cracking. No wonder the demons in the greater demon realm didn't look up to the place. The conditions were really too bad. Only demons like King Shula, King Galaru, and Yaksha King, who couldn't hang around in the greater demon realm, would come here. After all, they could dominate the mountains. Although the conditions were a little bit tougher, at least they were having a good time. Besides, the occasional opening of the Earth's gate could give them a glimmer of hope. Wow! The two silhouettes traveled quickly through the territory ruled by King Shula. They moved forward again, reaching the gate to the demon realm in the blink of an eye. It was at this moment a shiny golden object caught Maiyang's attention. What is that thing? Sun Gohan saw Maiyang drop his speed. He looked at his view and saw something like a gourd. Hey, that's a golden gourd. What's it for? As he opened the lid of the gourd, a choking smell came out. At the same time, a great attraction gushed out from the gourd's small opening. Sun Gohan stumbled as he threw the golden gourd to the ground in shock. What the hell, what a strong attraction! Sun Gohan looked terrified. His experience in the greater demon realm had left a deep impact on him. How could this gourd have this kind of attraction? Maiyang picked up the golden gourd that had fallen on the ground and looked strangely pale. In his mind, he was pondering what this gourd was. Suddenly a spiritual light flashed in his brain. He recalled the experience when Son Goku was practicing alone after meeting Fortunatiller Bubba. At that time, it seemed that Son Goku had also encountered a gourd that could suck people in and turn them into a puddle of wine. Could it be this gourd? It was just that the gourd should be on Earth, and this was the Earth demon realm. Oh right, it dawned on Maiyang, this wasn't far from the gate to the demon realm. The gate had just opened, so there was no guarantee that it wouldn't open again. Hey, is anyone around? A pleasant female voice suddenly sounded from the gourd. Maiyang frowned and flipped the gourd. Who was talking? Oh, there really are people. Are you Earthlings? Hey, you guys have the Heavenly Realm's key. One of you has Noah's power. Why are you in the demon realm? The female voice looked surprised at first, then continued, I would appreciate it if you would be so kind as to help me bring this gourd back to Earth. Who the hell are you? Me? My name is Anan of Mount 5 Element. I lost this gourd. If you are kind enough, can you bring it to the Mount 5 Element? After the woman said that, she stopped speaking. Chapter 105. When these two words entered Maiyang's ears, relevant information immediately surfaced in his mind. The Mount 5 Element was the place where the Earth connected to the other world. There was an incomparably large furnace of 8 divisions there, and Anan was the god of 8 divisions turnage. Her status wasn't inferior to Kami in the Lookout. Anan herself was also gorgeous, possessing the ability to control the size of her body freely. She wore a red robe and shawl. Because the fog generated by the furnace of 8 divisions could open the gate to the other world, once it was extinguished, the dead's souls couldn't go to the other world. The souls of those who returned to the other world for some reason couldn't go back either, so Anin could never leave the Mount 5 element. There was a scene in the original story about a crack in Anin's furnace of 8 divisions because the burning flames engulfed the Ox King's fire mountain. It required Son Goku to get the flamingo's eggshell, and the octagonal Inaspi's honey then went down to the bottom of the furnace of 8 divisions to mend the hole. Are you the Anin of the Mount 5 element? Exactly. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of white mist drifted out of the gourd mouth. It condensed into the image of Anin. With her black hair down to his waist, a red flower plume on his head, and a tightly wound robe and shawl that was even more valiant. This image was indeed Anin. Since I can't leave the Mount 5 element anytime, I need you to deliver this gourd to the Mount 5 element. If you can do that, I will be grateful to you. How can we do it? Son Gohan poked Ma Yang's back with his hand and asked in a small voice. After seeing Anin's pure and elegant appearance, both of his eyes looked straight. Well, first, bring this gourd with you. Ma Yang replied, thinking that this would be an excellent opportunity to broaden his connections. It was a simple matter, anyway. He then said to Anin, Anin, we can grant your request, but now we are facing urgent matters. I'm afraid we will have to send the gourd over a little later. It doesn't matter if it's a little late, you just need to send it over. Anin was able to distinguish the priorities and was understanding. Okay, then, when our business here is over, we'll send it over to you right away. After agreeing to Anin's request, Ma Yang and Son Gohan put on the golden gordlet and continued to head towards the narrow passage at the gate to the Earth Demon Realm. After entering the passage, Son Gohan still had doubts. He couldn't help but ask, Ma Yang, who was that beautiful woman just now? She's not dangerous, right? Although Anin was a beautiful woman and Son Gohan himself was very fond of her, he didn't feel settled until he knew who she was. Ma Yang glanced at Son Gohan. Wasn't he quite happy to see Anin a while ago? Why, he even remembered to ask whether she was dangerous or not. He laughed and said indifferently, that beautiful woman named Anin. She lives in the Mount 5 element. She is the god that guards the channel against the earth to the other world. Her status is comparable to the lookout's Kami. She is a god? Son Gohan shrieked. When he thought of Anin's stunningly beautiful face, he understood in his heart why his teacher, Master Roshi, was so fond of looking at beautiful women. A beautiful woman was truly pleasing to the eye when he admired it, making his heart beat faster. She is truly a beauty. Ma Yang took a look at Son Gohan. Not only Anin was beautiful, but she was also strong. She could even fight against Son Goku, who had defeated Piccolo in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Gohan stood in place for a while and caught up. Hey, can you tell me where the Mount 5 element is? How about I go and send this gourd after the gate of the demon realm is closed? Of course, we will. Didn't we already promise her? As they walked and chatted, Son Gohan kept droning on and on, prying for Anin's information. The narrow passage soon came to an end. Ma Yang and Son Gohan came out from the Earth Demon Realm Gate. Upon looking back at the Demon Realm Gate made of ancient stone, Ma Yang pushed the stone gate and then used the long golden sword to jam the door shut. Of course, such a method could only ensure that the gate would not be opened for the time being. Once the demon race of Greater Demon Realm passed through the Blood River's whirlpool and attacked Earth through the Earth Demon Realm, the sword would not be able to stop them. So, to really close the gate, it would require Mr. Popo or Kami to exert their divine power. Sweeping his eyes over the Demon Realm Gate that had already been closed, Ma Yang was worried about the other gate's situation. The one that connected to the Greater Demon Realm was the one that truly dangerous. As he thought of this, he pulled up Son Gohan and flew towards the sky. In the high altitude, a red lookout was still stranded in the sky. He met Kami. As he told Kami about the information he had found out from the Greater Demon Realm, Kami's pale cheeks became even more solemn. Kami sighed. It seems that the Greater Demon Realm's demons have discovered the gate here. We must repair the gate as soon as possible and put multiple seals to close it. Otherwise, with the ambition they have shown, the Earth will be in danger. How is the situation at Mr. Popo's place? He's still repairing the gate. Let's go over and help him. Kami was very decisive in his actions. He immediately struck his crutch and controlling the lookout to move towards Mr. Popo's location. The lookout moved extremely fast and soon reached the sky above Mr. Popo's location. Kami, Ma Yang, and Son Gohan leaped down from the lookout together and arrived in front of Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, who was squatting on the ground modulating the clay, blinked his copper-like eyes when he saw Kami and others coming. Kami, the clay to mend the gate will take some time to modulate. A demon just came out of the gate, but I have already taken care of it, he said, gesturing down to Kanglu, whose body was separated not far away. He had died miserably. Kami's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. He leaned on his crutch and approached the gate of the demon realm. According to the news that Ma Yang and Son Gohan have received, the Greater Demon Realm's demons have begun to gather, leaving us with little time left. There is still time. In half an hour, The clay will be ready to be concocted. Maayang, help me put it to the hole where the gate is cracked. Mr. Popo's faint voice didn't seem to have much concern. He then concentrated on mixing the various clays. Son Gohan was looking a bit dumbfounded at the side. We'll use this clay to repair the gate in a while? Isn't it reliable? Kami smiled. Don't worry. Mr. Popo is an expert in this field. Mr. Popo made all the ceiling gates on Earth. This was a secret. Mr. Popo actually made all the gates of the demon realm. Maayang's eyes flashed with surprise. He then thought of the Shenron model in glassware, the small green Shenron, which was also made by Mr. Popo. So, it seems that Mr. Popo was a master of handcrafted things. Chapter 106. Time passed as they waited anxiously. Maayang and the others focused on staring at the gaping hole. They were terrified that the demons inside might kill them when they came out. Half an hour later, the demons hadn't shown up. Mr. Popo finally concocted the clay. He then put all the completed clay into a large jar and then took out a pair of rollers with a beautiful pattern on them. Maayang, Son Gohan, you will apply this clay to the top of the ruptured gate, and then stamp the pattern on it when you are done. Mr. Popo said, handing over the jar roller with the pretty patterns printed on it to Maayang. Aren't you the one who's supposed to repair the demon realm gate? Why did you give this to me? With a confused face, Maayang looked at the large jar of green clay while holding the roller in his hand. Mr. Popo shook his head. No, because it takes a day to dry after smearing the clay. During this time, Popo is going to enter the demon world to block those demons. What? Wouldn't it be dangerous for Mr. Popo to go in alone? Son Gohan was taken aback by the news. He thought of the demon race he had encountered in the demon realm before, which almost prevented him and Maayang from returning. Then he said urgently, Mr. Popo, don't go in. We've encountered the demons inside before, they're too powerful. It doesn't matter whether you go in alone or not. It's okay, Popo's strong. Mr. Popo refuses with an apparent attitude, but his voice still so flat. Son Gohan said, but let Mr. Popo go. At this time, Kami said beside him, Mr. Popo is the strongest person on Earth. If he enters the greater demon realm, those demons shouldn't be a match for Mr. Popo. At the moment, he can buy us some time. How strong Mr. Popo was, as a Kami, he knew best. Maybe he wasn't as strong as the Demon King in the greater demon realm, but the average demon masters were no match for him. On Earth, Mr. Popo's abilities were already surpassed those past generations of Kamis. Maayang looked at Mr. Popo curiously as if he wanted to see how strong Mr. Popo really was from his rippling eyes. To be honest, Maayang never knew how strong Mr. Popo really was. The scouter seemed to be useless on Mr. Popo's body, and every time he fought Mr. Popo, he ended up losing. Therefore, after watching Mr. Popo for a long time, he gave up. Not only did Mr. Popo have a long lifespan, but his strength exceeded all the previous Kamis. He was also proficient in various crafts. Such a god character sometimes made people wonder if there was anything that Mr. Popo couldn't do. Since Mr. Popo was planning to enter the demon realm to buy time for Earth personally, Maayang told him what he had learned about the demon realm situation. Although there wasn't much useful information, it was better than nothing after all. Popo, after the gate here is repaired, you will only be able to return to Earth through the Earth Demon Realm Sides Passage. There is a huge whirlpool on the Blood River where the Greater Demon Realm and the Earth Demon Realm connect. You will be able to enter the Earth Demon Realm through there. Maayang elaborated carefully, fearing that Mr. Popo would end up unable to find his way back. Okay, Popo knows. After hearing this, Mr. Popo nodded and entered through the broken hole in the door's opening, quickly disappearing. I hope Mr. Popo will have a safe trip. The old Kami silently recited. Well, let's get to work, too. After Mr. Popo's figure disappeared, Maayang and Son Gohan also came back to their senses. They hurriedly fetched a handful of clay from the large jar beside them. They wiped it towards the place where the gate of the demon realm had shattered. They didn't know what kind of clay was made by Mr. Popo, but as soon as the clay touched the demon realm gate, it stuck together perfectly without any problem. Maayang and Son Gohan applied the clay to the gate, and soon the holes above the gate were gradually repaired and closed. They mended very carefully, not missing a single place. After finishing these, they also picked up the roller that Mr. Popo gave them and stamped on the top of the clay with patterns such as grass, trees, fish, and insects. As they stamped, Maayang complained that it was just a matter of mending. Stamping the patterns was nothing, and it felt a little obsessive. However, Maayang was still very serious about completing all the processes. After completing the gate's mending, Kami personally went to the side of the gate to check and make sure there were no flaws. It's done, you've mended it well. You didn't miss any cracks. The old Kami smiled. The next step was to wait for the clay to solidify completely. It was a process that would take about a day, which was the most challenging and most dangerous time the Earth had ever faced. In the greater demon realm, near the entrance to the Earth, the black figure of Mr. Popo appeared there. He looked around at the space filled with black demonic ki and took a few steps back, finding a place to sit down on top of a stone post, quite like a Buddha meditating on sutras. A little while later, some demons began to gather towards the entrance. The number of them gradually increased. They were so black that they couldn't be seen at first glance. Mr. Popo stood up. He put his hands behind his back and stood across the inevitable road. Popo is here to block the way. You won't be able to get through. Mr. Popo blocked these demons in front of him and said calmly. A brief silence. Haha, a guy who thinks he's strong enough to stop our army all by himself. Yeah. Is there something wrong with his brain? The ki in this human is so repulsive. General Nefer, what do you think we should do now? The demons swept their eyes towards their commander, who had intercepted Maiyang and Sun Gohan before. At this time, the bloodthirsty cold light flashed in his eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he coldly said, those two humans were your companions. TSK, you humans really aren't afraid of death. Little ones, kill him and take the Earth into your pockets with this lord. Yes. We can't wait any longer. Wouldn't it be a little too easy to kill him alone? The demons present laughed. When they thought of how many weak humans there were on Earth, they instantly felt like they could kill them in no time. You can't beat Popo. Mr. Popo still said faintly. Chapter 107 On Earth. As time flew by, the sun rose in the east and set in the west. A day finally passed. The clay on top of the demon realm gate had solidified and formed. You guys back off a bit. When Kami saw that the time was up, he was no longer delayed. Maiyang listened and withdrew a few meters away with Sun Gohan, as Kami raised his finger. A golden glow flickered like an arc of electricity at his fingertips. With a crackle, the flash jumped in the air and whizzed over towards the demon realm gate. Suddenly the entire demon realm gate shone with golden light, as the overall structure was being strengthened. After about 20 seconds, the golden light dissipated. Kami looked solemnly at the repaired gate and breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. This gate has been completely sealed, and the greater demon realm's demons are no longer able to enter the Earth. Great! Sun Gohan shouted out. He looked so relieved that he couldn't help but jump up high from the ground. Another earth stone was used to hide the entire gate. After completing all of this, Maiyang looked at Kami and said worriedly, I wonder how Mr. Popo is doing in the demon realm. There are too many powerful demons there. Kami pondered and said, let's go to the entrance of Earth Demon Realm and wait for him. When Mr. Popo returns, that gate will be closed as well. Kami moved the lookout to fly back over the valley more than 2,000 kilometers away after saying that. At this time, there wasn't a single person in the quiet valley. There was only a lone gate backed against the ridge, with a golden sword stuck in the front door. Kami pulled that sword out and walked with Maiyang and Sun Gohan through the Earth Demon Realm entrance. After about 2 hours of waiting, a wisp of yellow sand and dust suddenly rose from the distant ground plane. A black dot flew in the sky, followed by a large group of silhouettes. The one flying in the forefront was precisely Mr. Popo. Maiyang's eyes were sharp, and he immediately recognized Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo's here. Sun Gohan said, there are a lot of demons following behind. Come on. Let's hurry back to Earth and close the gate as soon as Mr. Popo comes out. Good. The other nodded and immediately retreated to Earth through the narrow tunnel. Then with a swoosh, the silhouette of Mr. Popo flew out of the tunnel. Close the gate. After Mr. Popo flew out, Kami shouted. With a shout, Maiyang and Sun Gohan pushed the gate up with all their strength. Then Kami also hurriedly unleashed his divine power. His fingertips were flashing with divine light, completely sealing the demon realm gate. After doing all this, they looked at each other, and all breathed a sigh of relief. The Earth was now considered safe. Demon Realm, Garlic's white bone tower. With a snap, the old Garlic angrily threw the ornaments on the ground. The glassware shattered all over the floor. Upon learning the news that the Demon Realm gate had been reclosed, Garlic was furious. Stupid, useless thing. You can't even get the job done and missed such a good opportunity. Nefer's face was pale as he kneeled, not daring to breathe. After Garlic's anger had calmed down a bit, he carefully said, My lord, these humans are too cunning. They rushed to close the portals between the demon realm and the Earth before us. Especially that black and shady guy, this subordinate is no match for him. Black and shady? Is this the guy from Earth? What does it look like? Nefer sniffed and quickly described Mr. Popo's image. Garlic was startled by Nefer's description. He held onto the white bone seat and kept flicking his fingers. That guy, is that Mr. Popo? If it's really him, there is some trouble indeed. Well, although those demon realm gates are closed, there will always be fish that leak out. So, if you look carefully, You might still find them. However, if you can't, then you'll have to break through violently. When he thought of this, Garlic's cloudy eyes suddenly burst with brilliant light. He ordered Nefer, you go to the continent's central region right now and visit my son. He serves under the great Lord Deborah and has a few men by his side. Go over there and borrow some men. Lord Garlic's son? Nefer was taken aback by the order. It should be known that although the area they belonged to now was called the Greater Demon Realm, it was actually a self-policing, as opposed to those remote affiliated demon realms. In the real Dark Demon Realm, it was only a fringe area. Nefer might still consider a big deal over here, but over there, he was nothing. Lord Garlic's son, however, was following the Great Demon Realm King, Lord Deborah. He was serving Lord Deborah, which was the real deal. At this time, Lord Garlic wanted him to enter the central region, which was such a rare opportunity. Of course, Nefer would not miss it. So he immediately responded loudly, please don't worry, Lord Garlic, this subordinate will immediately set out and invite masters for you. Garlic waved his hand, go, and don't fail again. Yes. Nefer answered excitedly. After Nefer stepped back, Garlic's old face became somewhat grim. My junior, you were lucky this time, but the next time, you won't be so lucky. Definitely. The meaning of Earth had been a nightmare in Garlic's mind. It was a place that haunted him, and he didn't want to give that place up. Chapter 108 There was a rising plateau in the southwest of the Earth, called the Unzabat Heights. It was more than 4,000 meters above sea level, desolate with little water and few people. Somewhere in the highlands, there was a large canyon hundreds of kilometers long lying on the Unzabat Highlands side. Overlooking it from above, it looked like a long dragon separating the continents. In the distance, a stone pestle converged to bulge the bald mountains. At that moment, a white silhouette suddenly appeared on top of the mountain range. It then looked around for a while and flew straight in another direction. It had been several days since Maiyang had arrived at the Unzabat Heights. When Kami moved the lookout back to the top of Karin Tower in the clear blue sky after closing the Demon Realm Gate, this matter was considered an outcome. However, shortly afterward, that guy Sun Gohan muffled the Mount 5 element location to Kami and then went to deliver a gourd to Anin on his own. Sun Gohan had already seen that Maiyang's heart wasn't so pure, so he didn't even discuss going to the Mount 5 element with him. TSK, was the temptation of a beautiful woman really that great? Although it was confirmed that Anin is a rare beauty, he was acting too eager. Or perhaps Sun Gohan thought he wasn't as handsome or as good at martial arts as Maiyang was. So, he was afraid that his limelight would be stolen by going with Maiyang? Maiyang stroked his chin, feeling that this could be the possibility. No way, he was indeed too good. Since the gourd had already been taken by Sun Gohan, of course, Maiyang wouldn't go along and join him. He already had Mixia as his cute little sister and wouldn't care for Anin. When he thought of Mixia, that elegant and delicate appearance came to mind. As he remembered his last unfinished date, Maiyang's heart was burning, so he flew towards Mixia's location. While flying quickly through the sky, Maiyang rushed to see Mixia once again. After satisfying Mixia properly, Maiyang took her to the southern capital for a few days of fun before sending her back to the Superpower Academy. Mixia, I might be leaving Earth for the next period. Maiyang pondered repeatedly and told Mixia about his plan. Mixia tilted her head. She seemed to be still confused. Maiyang said, here's the thing, you know about the Demon Realm Gate incident, right? Although we got through it safely, who knows if there will be the next time. Compared to the demons, Earthlings are still too weak, so I'm going to go out and seize the time to improve my strength. By the way, the Dragon Ball world was pretty safe these past few decades. However, when Son Goku arrived on Earth, all kinds of monsters and demons gathered on Earth. Mixia was silent for a while after hearing that. How long does senior brother plan to go out? 2 years. Mixia nodded her head without saying a word. Maiyang was scratching his head, not knowing how to persuade her. At this time, Mixia said, 2 years from now. I should be graduating as well. Also, that will be just when the next World Martial Arts Tournament is held. I will definitely impress you then. As she said, she waved her fist. The tip of her fist rising a cloud of emerald flames. Maiyang smiled, I'll wait. Shall we make another wager? Mixia blushed with shame, are you trying to bully me again? Do you want to compete again? Let's compete then. Mixia didn't lose the battle, anyway. She has been unlocked by Maiyang in numerous positions and wasn't ashamed to unlock a few more. Even in Maiyang's many teachings. Underneath that body's cold exterior, Mixia gradually developed a filthy heart. So the two made a pact to meet again 2 years later in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After the sunset and unforgettable goodbye, Maiyang came to the Unzabat Heights by himself. It should be right around here now. Maiyang searched for several days in the Unzabat Heights. His target was the Namkian spaceship. According to the original story's parsing, the only existing spaceship on Earth was the spaceship that the Namkian had taken when they fled to Earth as children. That spaceship had a breakneck flight speed. It could even go to Jupiter outside of Earth in a blink of an eye. Most importantly, that spaceship was intact. This meant that if he could find that spaceship, he could leave Earth and enter outer space. As he had told Mixia, many more great events would happen on Earth in the future. So, Maiyang felt deeply that his power was too weak. He needed harsher training, yet on Earth, he was already close to unbeatable. That was why he set his eyes on the outer planets, where countless powerful creatures existed. As he flew along the fractured canyon all the way, Maiyang's eyes kept scanning the bottom. Yunzabit Highlands was the place where the Namkian people lived when they descended to Earth. The climate here was cold, and the wind was blowing fiercely. The whistling cold wind was blowing from canyon to canyon. The canyon cliffs compressed it into a powerful superstorm. It blew in the face as if it were a knife. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in Maiyang's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He knew he had found what he was looking for. Slowly landing on the hillock, a beetle-shaped spaceship rested quietly on the flat ground. The aesthetics of the Namkian people were indeed different from those of the Earthlings. The entire shape of the spaceship was like an insect waiting to break out of its cocoon. The four legs of the ship stuck into the rock. The three dark green lenses in front of the ship were the observation deck. One was big and two small. The back and the tail had decorative shapes like insect horns, and because of the ups and downs over the years, the surface of the white sandstone ship had been covered with moss. There were several spots with mottled traces. However, Maiyang knew that the ship was intact. Open the hatch. Maiyang gave commands to the carapace spaceship in the language of the Namkian. In the past few years in the lookout, Maiyang had learned the basic Namkian language apart from practicing with Mr. Popo, so controlling the spaceship wasn't a big problem for him. Sure enough, the carapace responded as Maiyang gave a command. Between the four pillars, the location of the beetle's abdomen, landing down a disc-shaped platform. Maiyang smiled and stepped onto the landing platform to enter the interior of the spaceship. The interior of the spaceship wasn't particularly spacious. The 20-flat cabin's largest occupancy was a huge sandstone seat with a raised console in front of it. The console was liftable and could be hidden automatically with a command. To him, the Namkian spaceship was a vehicle, and there was no need for him to worry about comfort. After Bulma got the spaceship in the original story, she remodeled it together with her father, Dr. Brief. They made full use of the space area, separating several rooms in the spaceship. Maiyang was not as delicate as Bulma, so there was no need to decorate the rooms. He stepped in front of the console and gave orders to it. Proceed to Jupiter. After the order was given, the console buzzed and floated with Namkian's text. Then it automatically searched the area of space near Earth to locate Jupiter's position. With a swoosh, the carapace spaceship rose straight up. The huge gravitational acceleration affected Maiyang's body, causing him to smack the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the scenery outside the observation deck changed drastically. Through the observatory lens, a huge planet covered with large red spots appeared in Maiyang's eyes. Jupiter was right in front of him. Although this Jupiter wasn't the one from the solar system in his previous life or even the original story solar system, the Jupiter in the Dragon Ball world was clearly shaped according to his previous life template. It had a remarkable similarity to it. Chapter 109. Inside the spaceship, Maiyang was surprised to see Jupiter's huge silhouette. This was the first time he had seen a planet up close. The massive size of the planet gives him an indescribable shock, causing a real sense of joy and sadness in his heart. How did this spaceship manage to locate Jupiter? It's not like I've entered the coordinates of Jupiter's location. Could the entire galaxy be scanned when it arrived in the solar system hundreds of years ago? Or did it monitor the brain waves at the moment the order was given? How else would it know which planet he was referring to by Jupiter? The other issue was the spaceship's energy source. Was it automatically gaining energy just like the Namkian photosynthesis? Shaking his head, none of these questions was something that Maiyang could figure out. He wasn't a scientist and had no interest in researching this. He would just assume that the technology of the Namkian had reached a level beyond his mind. I wonder if there are any coordinates for Namkian? The thought that planet Namek had even more powerful Dragon Balls there made his heart heat up. He couldn't gather all the Dragon Balls on Earth right now, so let's look for planet Namek's Dragon Balls. Proceed to planet Namek. Maiyang gave instructions to the spaceship. But half a day passed without the spaceship providing any feedback. Was it impossible? It seems that for planets where the spaceship cannot search for its location, detailed coordinates need to be entered. Maiyang scratched his head with a look of certainty in his eyes. In the original story, Bulma got the planet Namek coordinates from North Kai. But then again, If you could reach your destination by direct voice control, wouldn't that mean Namkian just have to say go home when he landed on Earth in the first place? His father Kita sent him to Earth to take refuge, and would definitely not let him return so easily. After figuring this out, Maayang shook his head. He could only scrap the plan to travel to the planet Namek. Let's just search all nearby inhabited planets. As soon as his voice fell, the console buzzed, the radar range on display expanded. Soon, an astromap appeared. There were about 120 inhabited planets. Each planet had a different code, and the planet in the center was Earth. This was the maximum range that the Namkian spaceship could search. Maayang wrote down the Earth's code to return. He then ordered the ship to fly towards a nearby inhabited planet. With a whoosh, a white flash of light crossed Jupiter's surface and drifted away towards the deep outer space. It was quickly disappearing into the vast sea of stars. The astromap scope that the Namkian spaceship could search was about a 7-day voyage, which was already quite advanced technology. It should be noted that the spaceship would only need to travel for a month from Earth to planet Namek. A 7-day voyage, the range of planets encompassed was already incredibly vast. Maayang saw that the nearest inhabited planet to Earth was about a day's voyage away. If it were to be the aviation technology of Earth's previous life, even if he flew for 1,000 years, he might not be able to reach it. In order not to expose the Earth's location, Maayang didn't choose the closest planet to Earth in the astromap. Instead, he chose a planet with a 5-day voyage. The surrounding outside the spaceship was pitch black. In the vast darkness, the stars emitted a charming pale white light. Then with a swoosh, a few planets crossed in front of his eyes. Those were all uninhabited planets. On a large scale, the inhabited planets must be far apart from each other. However, thanks to advanced science and technology, interstellar crossing in the Dragon Ball world was obviously much more convenient. People could cross several star fields in a few days or even a few months. A small solar system came into view at a distance of 5 days' voyage from Earth. That was Maayang's destination. Near the solar system's habitable zone, a red-colored planet floated leisurely. The Carapace spaceship aimed at that planet and flew over. As the huge red planet came into view. Was that the first planet I'm going to set foot on? Maayang looked at the reddish-red giant planet in amazement, and excitement flashing in his eyes. He didn't know what the name of the planet in front of him was. However, compared to the Earth's azure blue color, the crimson color of the planet in front of him looked different, which meant that it was rich in iron and copper elements. But as an inhabited planet, Maayang still had to be careful. That was why before the spaceship landed, he was ready to order the spaceship to leave at any time. He believed that it would be relatively easy to escape with the Namkian spaceship. Whirring, the spaceship approached the atmosphere. The violent roar of the spaceship suddenly broke the silence of the place. Boom. The spaceship landed on an exposed rock on the top of a mountain. After a while, Maayang, who was wearing a scouter lens, came out of the spaceship and breathed the air with a small breath, and his whole spirit became very alert. After prior inspection, the air did not contain any harmful substances to the human body. Maayang then observed the surroundings and found that the place where the spaceship landed was above a waterfall. The lake in front of it was plunging, splashing white water. In the distance, there was a primeval forest that could not be seen from a distance. It was filled with life everywhere. The plant leaves on this planet were not green, just like the sky, they had a reddish hue. Suddenly, a powerful energy atmosphere approached Maayang. It made his face pale. He was about to take a defensive stance when he saw a huge bird with a wingspan of about 10 meters sweeping through the sky, creating a chaotic whirlwind. It was a giant bird. The scouter in front of it reacted simultaneously, indicating the data, 248. Maayang was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, a bird actually contains such powerful ki. He then closed his eyes and felt the ki fluctuations nearby. Soon, a cloud of scent not weaker than what he had just experienced kept appearing in Maayang's senses. Opening his eyes, Maayang was startled to find no less than 50 powerful ki reactions in a radius of over 100 kilometers from his location alone. This is a powerful primitive planet, isn't it? Although according to the standard of the universe, the planet in front of him should be a low-level planet like Earth, meaning that there were no creatures with a power level of more than 1,000. For Maayang, there were too many powerful creatures here. 354, 268, 495, 311. Within his sensing range alone, there were several creatures whose power level exceeded his. But that was good, they were, after all, just an animal with powerful ki and didn't have the complex thinking skills of humans, which served as a perfect accompaniment to improve his strength. It was simply the perfect training planet. When he thought of this, Maayang revealed a smile. He then calmed down and took the spaceship into the acceleration space. Since he had never stored such a huge object before, he operated it carefully, And poof, after a while, the entire spaceship entered the acceleration space. After storing the spaceship well, Maayang had no worries and could wholeheartedly practice on this planet. Whoosh! Maayang rose from the sky and landed at a rocky cliffside with a relatively tranquil environment. He then set up a temporary camp there by hand. This kind of thing was very easy for Maayang. Soon a short dwelling was completed, followed by finding food. After everything was in place, Maayang began to think about his training. Maayang named the planet beneath his feet Red Planet. On Red Planet, there were countless powerful creatures as his companions, so he didn't have to worry about having no opponents. Instead, he would be afraid that the aftermath of the battle would attract even more powerful creatures because his opponents were too strong, which wasn't an impossible situation. So he had to be completely prepared and observe his surroundings when looking for an opponent. Chapter 110 Red Planet was a primitive planet. The land area only occupied about 39% of the total area, and the rest was all oceans. The distribution of land and sea was somewhat similar to Earth. However, the gravity was about 1.2 times higher than Earth. According to Maayang's previous detection of the key reaction on the Red Planet, he judged that the Red Planet was just a low-level planet. There was no life reaction on it with a power level of over 1000. But this was normal. It would be abnormal if he walked out of the Earth and could just run into a medium or high-level planet. It was only right to say that the vast majority of planets in the entire universe are low-level planets. However, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Even if it was a low-level planet, many creatures living here had a higher power level than Maayang. On top of this planet, there were many primitive fierce beasts with a power level of over 100, making it the ideal place for training. Next, Maayang prepared lunch with the food he found. After casually eating, Maayang officially started his training. His entire mental state suddenly changed. Closing his eyes and starting to sense the ki around him, an invisible sensation spread out. He then identified his first opponent. 30 kilometers away from him, there was a 335 power level energy source. There was no other high energy reaction in the large surrounding area other than that. It was chosen. Now that he had chosen his target, Maayang then began to move. With a whoosh sound, his body sliced through the air. Maayang's figure suddenly disappeared from the temporary stronghold. 30 kilometers away from where he was just now, Maayang's figure appeared on the branches of a large tree. Through the dense foliage, he saw his opponent. It was a reptile with 3 horns on its head and a large buffalo-like physique. Not far ahead was the 3-horned ferocious beast's nest, surrounded by thick white bones, indicating that it had the habit of dragging its prey back to enjoy. The beast was dangerous. The images of the fierce beasts tearing at each other in the animal world came to Maayang's mind. The 3-horned ferocious beast's keen sense of hearing also discovered him as Maayang gradually approached. Roar! The 3-horned ferocious beast let out a ferocious roar. Then, it defended its territory with practical actions, only to see its hooves stomp the ground. It scraped up a large area of soil, its huge body swiftly and violently pounced towards Maayang. The mouth grunted and roared like a small mountain. What a ferocious beast! As he faced the 3-horned ferocious beast that pounced on him, a fierce color flashed in Maayang's eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up, his body flashed and dodged. He then shook his fist and smashed heavily against the fierce beast's abdomen. So hard. The rough, hard texture made Maayang a little frightened. The 3-horned ferocious beast staggered and was knocked out of 4 or 5 positions. It shook its head as if it was somewhat blinded. But soon, the 3-horned ferocious beast reacted. In order to defend its position as the lord of the forest, it exuded trembling ki. The beast's approach was simple and brutal upon facing the intruder, which was to tear the intruder apart completely. Roar! The 3-horned ferocious beast raised its head and roared. The entire forest trembled in the sound waves. Suddenly, the beast calmed down. Its bloodshot eyes were staring at Maayang as if to memorize his appearance. However, its mouth suddenly spat out a ball of a crimson fireball. Rather than a fireball, it was more like a ball of pure ki attacking. A beast that can send out ki waves? Maayang was shocked at the sight of the fireball. He was busy wrapping the ki of the Thundershock surprise around his hand and slapping it down at the fireball. Boom! The 2 waves of ki cancelled each other out. It generated a blast that instantly destroyed all the trees within a 10-meter radius, and a large hole appeared on the ground. Maayang's face was ugly. He naturally wouldn't unilaterally defend himself. Stomp footsteps sounded in the forest. He swiftly stepped forward before the smoke disappeared and attacked the 3-horned ferocious beast. The 3-horned ferocious beast repeatedly roared in pain. Its angular tail fiercely flicked towards Maayang. Maayang stared with cold eyes. When the tail was about to attack, he shifted his position, instantly, appearing at the back of the triangular fierce beast's head. Watch out! Maayang sent several strong strikes in succession at the 3-horned ferocious beast's head, roared due to the massive blow to the head. The three-horned ferocious beast roared furiously. It opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth to bite at Maang. The move was very fast, but Maang was prepared. His body moved slightly to the side, cleverly avoiding the mouth. One foot landed on the ground, instantly opened up a distance of tens of meters. The three-horned ferocious beast shook its body and howled a few times. Then it lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud. At this time, Maang seized the opportunity and leaped high. A cloud of azure ki already condensed in his hand. Heavenly Sky Beam. The thin ki cut through the air and pounced towards the three-horned ferocious beast at a breakneck speed. Dang! As if sparks came out when metal collided, the fierce beast shook its head. However, it was as if nothing had happened. This three-horned ferocious beast's skin was so thick that even the cutting ki blade could not cut through its defenses. This beast's skin is so tough. Surprisingly, even the heavenly sky beam cannot cut through its defenses. Maang was taken aback at sight. With the frightening defensive abilities alone, this three-horned ferocious could be invincible. It was so vicious, with no sense at all. If he were facing an intelligent creature with the ability to think, Maang wouldn't say a word. He would just bugger off and repeat it. But now, he was only facing a beast with empty brute strength and defense. As an intelligent being of the primate class, how could Maang choose to back down? However, a beast was a beast. What it was lacking was wisdom. Looks like we need to go all out. Looking at the three-horned ferocious beast that was still roaring, Maang's face became serious. His whole body's muscles tensed up at this moment. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. A force came from his waist. He swooshed like a flying arrow pierced through the air. The moment he hit the three-horned ferocious beast's head, his toe touched its skin lightly. The tremendous force penetrated through the leather into the beast's body. The three-horned ferocious beast was in pain and was opening its bloody mouth to bite down. Maang bounced upwards to avoid the dangerous area, while both palms kept pointing up in the air. Swoosh! Phew! Phew! A line of azure ki rays fell from the sky, like dense drops of rain pattering down. Took took took, the numerous small holes suddenly appeared on the ground. These attacks actually couldn't affect the three-horned ferocious. However, as the ki continues to hit its body skin in the same location for a long time, it began to generate heat to withstand more than one round of bombardment. The three-horned ferocious beast's skin began to turn red as a wisp of smoke with an unpleasant burning smell spread out. Whoops! The beast opened its mouth wide to let out a low and angry roar. Just then, Maang looked at the right moment. Heavenly Sky Beam. Extremely penetrating ki was suddenly generated. The azure light was specifically aimed at the three-horned ferocious beast's gaping mouth. With a puff of blood, the three-horned ferocious beast spat blood from its mouth, roaring in pain as blood continued to gush out from the wound in its mouth. Finally, it worked. The series of attacks just now had consumed too much of his ki. If it still didn't work, he might as well retreated earlier. But the result was good. The three-horned ferocious beast was already injured. Then again, Maang's dark eyes flashed with a fierce color. His body rushed down from the air. When he was about to approach the three-horned ferocious beast, he suddenly turned in the air, guiding the three-horned ferocious beast's hate-filled eyes to look at his position. Both hands gradually moved to the front of his forehead. Solar flare. A brand new blazing sun appeared in the air, blinding the eyes with its bright colors. Although the solar flare move did not have any offensive power, it was repeatedly used in combat. It could play a critical role in both escape and strategic shifts. For example, now, Maang grasped the opportunity. Dry Beam. Thunder Shock Surprise. Several of the strongest attack moves worked together, all targeting the three-horned ferocious beast, attacking the places he had been injured before. All the ki was swung away without a reservation. Boom. Boom. The violent ki exploded, the dense smoke obscured the vision, the wind swept in all directions, like a nuclear bomb explosion. A circle of shock waves uprooted the trees in a 100-meter radius. Chapter 111. It took a while for the remnants of such a powerful attack to dissipate. Maang was looking down from high in the sky. The circular explosion crater was gradually revealed in the smoke. The three-horned ferocious beast was lying in the center of the explosion crater, the sand and gravel buried half of its body. After enduring several of Maang's attacks, this three-horned ferocious beast finally drank his hatred and was killed. At last, it's dead. Maang breathed a sigh of relief and gazed to make a confirmation. His face was somewhat pale from the intense ki consumption. This three-horned ferocious beast was actually comparable to Maang in terms of power level. Also, with its superior defensive and offensive abilities, seriously speaking, Maang didn't have much of an advantage. However, the difference between humans and beasts was there. Humans could use their intelligence to think, but beasts acted out of instinct. The final result was that Maang was victorious, while the three-horned ferocious beast fell in a blood pool. Approaching and observing the three-horned ferocious beast that had died, Ma Yang shook his head. The skin is too hard, or else this beast could have been a meal for days. Slightly expressing his feelings, Ma Yang chose a secluded place far away from here. He entered the acceleration space and sat on the ground to start recovering his strength. About half an hour had passed, and his stamina gradually recovered. He then slowly got up from the ground, then found a new target and attacked once more. Ma Yang's way to search for opponents was quiet throughout. He wouldn't look for beasts whose power level exceeded his by a lot. Instead, he would pick targets that were comparable to him and could hone his skills. The original ferocious beast's animal nature made him feel a different kind of excitement when he fought against them. The type of swift and unafraid wildness that he couldn't experience when he fought against humans. Of course, there could be accidents in everything. So every time he fought, he would also have a senzubin in his mouth beforehand just in case. After all, this wasn't an illusionary world like in the Lookout, where you could start over after death. So, if he died here, it would be a real death, and no one would use the Dragon Ball to revive him. Ma Yang didn't have the arrogant personality of a Saiyan. He would fight if he could and run if he couldn't beat his opponent. It had always been his motto, and there was no shame. Before declaring victory, or assuming defeat, it could even be said that Ma Yang was ready to run away at any given moment. A few months passed. Apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, Ma Yang was fighting with the Red Planet's beasts every day. During the frequent battles, Ma Yang frequently raised the power level in his body. He felt that he was growing and getting stronger every day. This feeling of abundance made him satisfied. With a crackled, his bones continued to emit crunching sounds. Every cell of his body was glowing with a brand new life. Time had passed. After using up more than a dozen senzubins, gradually, a quarter of the Red Planet's area was swept away by him. During this time, Ma Yang suffered several severe injuries and encountered several situations where he couldn't defeat the fierce beasts and had to escape. However, he eventually overcame every one of them. At this time, Ma Yang's power level had also broken through to 450. A full 120 power level increased from when he left Earth. Indeed, fighting was better for growth. Covering people's heads to practice was not an option. Besides, apart from choosing the right target to fight daily, there was another thing that had caught Ma Yang's attention. That was that the acceleration space in his body had changed again. After breaking the first limit of his body on top of Karin Tower initially, the acceleration space had risen and become more vast, which brought him many conveniences. However, after so many years passed, he recently discovered that the layer of clouds over the acceleration space had started to accumulate again gradually. Although there was still a long time before the clouds formed, such a phenomenon already indicated that his second limit was approaching. Based on his previous experience, when the clouds officially formed and pressed down, it meant his body reached its limit, and he was unable to break through that limit. But he'd make sure that his strength would not stop at nothing. In fact, the existence of acceleration space had given him an infinite advantage. Ma Yang's aptitude should be considered good among the Earthlings. However, he was still quite far from the great geniuses like Sun Gohan and Jen Shinhan. If people encounter bottlenecks, they could make the breakthrough only with some kind of sudden enlightenment or a battle of life and death. However, he could use physical methods, brutal and straightforward growth. As long as the clouds representing the limit were blown through, he could still grow. It is a lot easier and without danger at all. However, as an Earthling, Ma Yang still had his worries about the future. After all, the starting point of an Earthling was too low. The intrinsic factors decided that if he wanted to be comparable to the late Saiyans and Frieza, he might need to break through several limits. Exactly how many limits he could break through, to be honest, Ma Yang didn't even know. Frankly speaking, the concept of limit wasn't the same thing as the potential that was usually talked about. The limit represented an upper limit that a person's body could carry. Basically, it was predetermined at birth. Suppose a person's physical limit was 1000 power level, then he had a potential limit of 1000 power level. So, suppose he had already explored 100 power levels. In that case, the remaining 900 power levels could be grown through the body or explored through continuous efforts. However, once the upper limit was reached, it was unlikely that the person could continue to break through the 1000 power level. For example, Vegeta's Saiyan should generally be considered a middle-level race, and 10,000 power level was actually a limit for most Saiyans. There were actually very few of them who broke through 10,000 power levels like Son Goku and Vegeta. They even frequently surpassed the limit to reach Super Saiyans. There were actually very few Super Saiyans. For common Saiyans, more than 10,000 power level was already incredible. Of course, for the legendary Super Saiyans, they could almost be considered a different race. The Namkian's Grand Elder could develop a person's potential, but he could only awakening a person's dormant power, not pushing the limits. Throughout the entire Dragon Ball world, the one who really could make people go beyond their limits was the old K, whose superpowers could really raise someone's limitations. However, that person could only develop them once in a lifetime. After thinking so much, Aizen ended up shaking his head. He felt a bit sentimental, then shook these worries out of his brain. Let's hurry up with the training and lay a solid foundation when the second limit comes. Aizen believed that with a solid foundation, the bottom line would be profound. The same amount of ki would be able to exert even more powerful and sustained power. That was why he would have significant benefits to blast through his limits in the future. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Next to the lake that was thick and filled with rain and mist, Aizen faced a group of vicious wolves with blue eyes. Each one of these wolves was over 5 meters long, with greenish blonde hair all over its body. Every single hair was standing up like steel needles, making people shudder. At this time, upon facing these wolves, Aizen was smiling coldly. His palm waved out a large group of keyblades. The keyblades rotated in the air, like radar guidance, accurately hitting the back of this group of vicious wolves, sending out blue 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 sounds. The giant wolf's back became flesh as blood from the key beam attack, emitting the smell of meat being roasted. Ow! The wolves became agitated. These giant wolves stared at Aizen with fierce eyes, then rushed quickly towards Aizen's position as the Wolf King roared. All of you die. Aizen's eyes were flickering with a cold luster. He raised his palms, and a massive ball of ki bloomed with brilliant colors. Boom! The massive ball of ki crushed down. Suddenly a vast mushroom cloud rose in a loud explosion. The entire pack of giant wolves in the center of the mushroom cloud's ki-covered range was crushed into pieces by the terrifying ki. The aftershocks spread out, the lake's surface exploded directly, and countless lake water began to flooding the woods at the edges. The thick fog became even thicker for a moment. Power level 480. Aizen detected it with the scouter, and a faint smile was appearing on his lips. The 480 power level was already considered powerful in the entire Red Planet. Chapter 112. It had only been a few months since he came to the Red Planet, and to be able to make such progress was already an outstanding result. Moreover, Aizen believed that the Red Planet's training effects were far from finished. As long as he continued to stay here and keep fighting various high-power level fierce beasts, his power level would easily break the 600 marks. With 600 power levels, in the low-level planets, he already belonged to a small group of people who had achieved a great deal of success and could basically ascend to the throne. Even when compared to those medium-level races, they were only slightly inferior. It was important to know that the most fragile life period was undoubtedly when you were still weak. As long as you got past the weakness, the growth that followed would be much smoother. Aizen was confident that he could definitely complete a magnificent transformation as long as he was given one more year. By then, he would be considered a relatively strong among the weak. Aizen truly felt that his luck was great. He had just left the Earth, and the first planet he chose was so perfect. Even the heavens blessed him. Keep up the excellent work, he couldn't afford to waste time. So he was full of motivation to find a new target. Aizen didn't know that while he was scraping away at his training, there was a plain more than 10,000 kilometers away from him. The ground was slightly raised and surrounded by ravines of bare rock, the surface was covered with cracks, and the wind would peel off the top of the stone walls when the weathered stones blew. Suddenly, a fiery red mass of ki rose, accompanied by violent tremors and belated shockwaves, and as if the heavens had opened up. A wall of air made of sand and dust spread out in all directions. The entire land was bombarded beyond recognition. Gradually, the smoke composed of sand and soil dissipated, and what was in front of the eyes was a desolate land that had become entirely different. A wisp of smoke floated on the ground's hot surface, and in the middle of the pungent smoke, a thin figure gradually emerged. It was a teenager who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. His hair was spiky and flushed upwards. His eyes were hollow, and he was wearing a brown battle armor. If Aizen were here, he would have discovered that this teenager was wearing the most popular battle armor in the universe. Ahem, it's too weak and not interesting. If that's all it is, I think I'll be able to finish this soon. The teenager cocked his head up arrogantly. A pair of vacant eyes looking forward. It was especially noticeable that the teenager had a brown furry tail on his waist. This teenager's name was Bazida, a Saiyan from planet Vegeta, who appeared on the Red Planet this time precisely to take over the planet Vegeta Task Assignment Division's mission to come and conquer the Red Planet. The Saiyans were one of the few warrior races in the universe. The vast majority of their lives were spent as mercenaries. The entire race, regardless of gender or age, were all born warriors. Even newborn babies would be assigned to the corresponding planets to carry out missions after preliminary qualification tests. The Saiyans were currently like mercenaries taking on commissions from some of the major cosmic powers, carrying out planet cleaning missions for them. The Saiyans didn't have a good reputation in the universe because of their systematic slaughter missions that resulted in many killings. But the Saiyans' character wouldn't care about the reputation. To them, fame and even missions were secondary. As long as they could enjoy the battle, that was enough. Everything else didn't mean much to them. It had been over a month since Bazeta had entered the Red Planet. This time, his mission was to eradicate the beings on top of the Red Planet with power level higher than 400 and then transfer it to his employer to be used as a training ground for the new generation. Strictly speaking, this mission was not very difficult. It was only a low to a medium-level personal mission. As the Red Planet itself was located at the edge of the southern region of the Northern Galaxy, not to mention its remote location, the planet didn't have any other resources besides water and life. So it wasn't among Vegeta's key targets, plus it was just a small low-level planet, so it was enough to send a child over. This Bazeta, despite his young age, was one of the more famous elite warrior on planet Vegeta. He had been tested at birth and had a power level of 80. According to the power level at birth, the Saiyans divided their people into low-class warrior, mid-class warrior, and elite warrior. Since his arrival on Red Planet in just 1 month, he had already cleared nearly 1/7 of Red Planet's area. With his current efficiency, it wouldn't take him long to complete the task. At that moment, a fish that had slipped through the net appeared in Bazeta's line of sight, a squirrel-like rodent creature. With an indifferent smirk on his lips, Bazeta shot out a beam of ki light without thinking. A loud boom sounded, blasting the squirrel-like rodent creature in front of him to smithereens in a matter of seconds. Boring, the task assignment division placed me on top of such a low-level planet. Humphrey, let's finish the mission early, then go on a more challenging mission. Bazeta mumbled quietly and pressed the scouter in her ear. Beep. 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 Different data kept popping up in the frame, showing the key intensity and location of the target creature. It was then that a sudden climb in data caught Bazeta's attention. Hey, is it malfunctioning? Bazeta saw that data constantly flickering, jumping from 100 to 400 at one moment, and then back down from 400 to 200 and 300 at another. It was a strange phenomenon that immediately piqued Bazeta's interest. 12,000 kilometers from here, but it's a bit far. There was hesitation on Bazeta's face as he stood there. He wondered if it was worth running that far. But after all, he was just a kid, and his curiosity still made him want to go over there to have a look. So with a whoosh sound, Bazeta turned into a black dot and landed in front of his spaceship. It was a spherical spaceship, small in size but fast in speed. It was the most common piece of equipment the Saiyans were equipped with. Since the distant range of over 10,000 kilometers was quite far. Although he didn't have to run to the other side of the planet, Bazeta would need to use the spaceship's abilities if he wanted to get there as soon as possible. Buzz. The spherical spaceship's hatch opened. Bazeta got in and then controlled the spaceship to fly towards the key source. In the blink of an eye, the spherical spaceship emerged with white light and directly rose into the sky and disappeared. On the other side of the Red Planet, Maiyang had just finished his morning training and was lying on top of giant tree branches, exhaling. Suddenly, a near-piercing sound came from the sky. Maiyang opened his eyes. He saw a brightly glowing spherical object falling from high in the sky. Boom. There was a loud bang. The violent impact shook the surrounding area all at once. The branches shook, and Maiyang came fully awake, realizing that something had fallen nearby. That thing that fell just now, it seems to be a spaceship? Maiyang looked around, somewhat confused. Because of the impact, many trees had been uprooted, and now his weariness was all gone. His face had become slightly serious. That scene just now gave him an extreme sense of vested vision. With a brightly glowing fireball, the spherical spaceship was descending from the sky. What a scene of déjà vu. Wasn't this exactly the same image when Raditz came to Earth? It was still so rude. Wait, was it Raditz? Suddenly struck, Maiyang, who just lay down, had woken up. Wasn't the spherical spaceship had the symbol of the Saiyans and Frieza Force? Was the planet he was now on being targeted by the Saiyans or Frieza? Chapter 113. Thinking that he might face the Saiyans or the alien relating to the Frieza Force, Maiyang's face became ugly later on. He knew that this paradise-like training planet was about to become less peaceful. Quietly, he spread out his sense of ki. As expected, powerful ki appeared in his perception range. This ki was very cold. Although it wasn't as bloody as the great demon King Piccolo, the cold, bone-chilling aura was still uncomfortable. The only thing that relieved Maiyang was that the opponent's power level didn't exceed 1,000. It's only the first time I've stepped out of the earth, and I've run into someone from Frieza. Does God think he's given me too much good luck? While dwelling in his heart, Maiyang was adjusting his condition to the best. His muscles tensed up, ready to fight at any time. Although from the ki sense, the opponent would not be too much more powerful than him, There was no guarantee that this was not a trap set by the opponent so that he could take it lightly. This was no longer Earth, it's better to be careful in all things. Here it comes. Ma-Yang suddenly looked pale and sighed quietly. Soon, a black silhouette appeared in Ma-Yang's line of sight. A few minutes ago, the location where the spaceship had landed. Vazita flew up from the half-soil-covered spaceship and pressed the scouter in her ear. However, for a while, there was nothing on the scouter reacting. He could no longer find the key source from earlier. Damn. Impatiently, he tapped twice on the scouter, but still, nothing happened. What's up this stupid thing? It's so unreliable. I'll make sure those aliens get a good refurbishment when I get back. Giving up on his plan to use the scouter to find the opponent, Vazita put away the scouter with an unhappy face. He then used his naked eye to look for traces of his target. The Saiyans had excellent eyesight and excellent visual abilities. So, he quickly discovered Ma-Yang's whereabouts through the grove. When he saw Ma-Yang's appearance clearly, Vazita opened his mouth. Hey, look, there's actually a race in the universe that looks so much like Saiyans. After being slightly surprised, Vazita's appearance became arrogant again. No matter what race the opponent was, it was impossible to compare to their Saiyans. Even the fact that the opponent looked exactly like the Saiyans was an insult to them. No matter what he is, he definitely doesn't look like a native of this planet. So if we can get the location of his home planet and conquer that planet, it would be a great achievement. This was an excellent opportunity to give himself credit. When he thought of this, Vazita's heart was secretly happy, as if he had already won. With a hail, Vazita had flown in front of Ma-Yang, and looking at him condescendingly. That guy who looks like me, tell me the location of your planet, maybe this Lord Vazita will be pleased and spare your life. A little kid? Ma-Yang looked at the person who was looking at him condescendingly with some surprise. He unhappily raised his eyebrows, a hint of a different color flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that the guy he was trying to watch out for just now would be a kid who looked like an 11 or 12-year-old. However, this kid was arrogant. Also, his power was strong. There was nothing to say about that. His power level had surpassed his. This universe really was full of masters. This was crazy, even kids could be so powerful. Ma-Yang sighed grudgingly. His opponent also said that the potential of the Earthlings was indeed weak. He had been training hard for many years, but he was still not as good as a child who was only half his age. Then he looked at that child's clothing. The brown and black battle armor was a popular style in the universe. The tail that was coiled around the waist, there was no mistaking it, the opponent's identity was already self-evident. Saiyans. Ma-Yang chanted in his heart. This was the first time he had seen a legendary race. In the Dragon Ball world, the Saiyans were a group that needed to be described in strong words and an enormous paragraph. Surprisingly, he had run into them here. Seeing that his opponent didn't answer his question for a long time, Vazita couldn't hang up his face. His voice became indifferent. Bastard, you actually dare to ignore me. I'm not going to ask you anything, you'd better go to hell. After all, it was a child's mind, and being ignored was something he couldn't stand the most. Vazita was about to kill Ma-Yang if he didn't speak up. His energy surged up, chilling ki centered on Vazita and spread out in all directions. Go to hell. In Vazita's palm, fiery ki appeared. It suddenly descended from the sky and swooshed across the sky in a radiant trail. However, facing Vazita's sudden attack, Ma-Yang was already prepared. What a barbaric kid. Ma-Yang had nothing to say about the Saiyans. They were known for their savagery and stubbornness. At the same time, both palms struck forward. The same blazing wave of ki fired out from between the palms. The two waves of radiant ki met in the air and exploded with a loud sound. As long as the power level exceeded 300, each attack was like a nuclear bomb blast, with the ability to move a mountain. In a moment, dazzling light flooded the earth, and the winds began to whistle. The battle between Ma-Yang and Vazita had begun. After the first attack missed, and Vazita's face became even colder. Vigorous murderous ki was released from his body. Vazita moved forward. His figure suddenly became hollow, producing a zippy cracking sound at an extremely high speed. No matter who you are, you can't be a match for me, Vazita. Vazita's face was full of confidence. His icy eyes were filled with a murderous aura. His body then tensed, and an even more powerful attack followed. Ma-Yang could not hesitate in the slightest. He was busy raising his arm to rest in front of him. With a thud, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open like a spider's web. The two unloaded the force of each other's impact, each taking a few steps backward before stabilizing themselves. Ma-Yang blocked the opponent's attack, but his arms were also a little numb. What a terrifying force! A moment of horror appeared in his eyes. Ma-Yang looked more squarely at the young man in front of him. After the real encounter, Ma-Yang found that he had underestimated the opponent. Even if it was just a small child, the Saiyans were so powerful that the opponent possessed more power than him. Such an infuriating. How could he wasn't even a match to a Saiyan child? Tri-beam. In the triangular area where the two hands met, a tremendous amount of ki struck out straightforwardly. The radiant light was as powerful as a bamboo, flooding the air. Chapter 114. Just looking at the straight ki beam, unlike Maiyang's determination, Saiyan Bazata squealed a bit. A trace of disdain surfaced on his immature face. He even squeezed his fist towards the tri-beam and smashed it. Bang! There was a dull sound. As Bazata's fist smashed in hard, Maiyang's tri-beam was shifted in a row direction, crashing towards the mountain at the other end. Rumble. The mountains crumbled, debris splattered, and thick smoke rose as if the sky was falling apart in front of them. I can't believe he blocked it. Maiyang couldn't help but draw in his breath. His expression was somewhat incredulous. The tri-beam was already one of the most powerful moves he had ever mastered. Its savage domination could be said to be rivaled by few other moves. Even strong fighters whose power level surpassed his by a lot would find it difficult to retreat from the tri-beam's blast. And now, it was such a move that could display his full strength to the fullest. However, it was blocked by the Saiyans in front of him. His heart couldn't help but sink. Right now, his heart was born with a heavy feeling that Piccolo had when he faced Nappa during the Saiyans' invasion of Earth. No matter what attacks were ineffective, all of it was easily bounced off. Such different levels of crushing really make people feel hopeless and powerless. Snap. After blocking the tri-beam, Bazata looked even more aggressive, with seemingly inexhaustible ki on his body. Sometimes when you thought about it, the Saiyan's physique was a bit unreasonable. Seeing Bazata instantly leap forward, his entire body was like a raging rhinoceros. The violent foot force brought up shock waves and air friction, making whooshing sounds. Bang! Bazata kicked out and targeted Maiyang's chest. PFFT. Maiyang couldn't dodge. His hands patted on its feet backs, and his body was blown away by Bazata's attack. The tremendous force that entered Maiyang's body caused his face to turn white. A mouthful of blood spurted out, leaving 2 deep gullies under his feet. Seeing that his target had been severely injured, Bazata, who had struck a blow, laughed arrogantly. He then moved his body continuously, appearing in front of Maiyang once again. A young face appeared in front of him with a coldness that was not appropriate for his age. I don't know what race you are, but since you look so much like Saiyan, I'll let you die a quick death. No, that would be boring, let's just kill you slowly. What do you think? Should I break your leg first, or your arm? Bazata's mouth curled in a faint smile. A grimace flashed across his face. Afterward, he raised his hand, and the fierce attack descended again. Bang! Bang! Maiyang's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. Bazata's vicious attack caused his expression to stagnate and his face to turn a little paler. However, Maiyang was considered to be a veteran of 100 battles. Although he had suffered a significant loss, his reflexes were still there. After taking several heavy blows from his opponent, he used the techniques he had learned from Mr. Popo to avoid the body's vitality temporarily. Don't think you've necessarily won. Maiyang covered the wounds on his body with a calmness on his face that was extremely inconsistent with the situation. In front of him, the young Saiyan might be a bit stronger, but he wasn't in a desperate situation yet. If the skill that the Earthlings were best at was concealing their ki, then another characteristic couldn't be left out. That was their use of every trace of ki on their bodies to the point where they were outclassed. Compared to the plutocratic Saiyans, Maiyang still had his most significant advantage. Oops, I can't believe I dodged that. Bazata barred his mouth. He was a little surprised, but the disdain in his eyes was evident. He was confident in his strength. Bazata looked at Maiyang and said indifferently, so what if you dodge it now? It's just for a moment, let's see what other tricks you can play. Then, please open your eyes and take a good look. Maiyang looked at Bazata with a pale face. He smiled grudgingly and suddenly took a deep breath. He then gradually moved every bit of ki in his body. No matter how much it is, I'll move all the ki in my body. Ah! With a painful shout, a vein protruded from Maiyang's forehead. All the muscles of his body followed suit, coiling up. In this instant, the ki on Maiyang's body rose by a large amount, reaching its maximum destructive power. The intense burst of ki was not a small burden on the body, but now Maiyang had no choice. Tick, tick, tick. The scouter Bazata wore in her ear chirped rapidly. The data displayed above the frame began to rise steadily. 480, 490, 512, 540. The ki reaction kept increasing and finally stayed at the value of 540 power level. What's going on? He should have used his full strength just now, but why has his power level gone up by a large amount? Bazata had never encountered a situation like this before. His eyes couldn't help but flicker with confusion. Although the Saiyan's power level was also divided into base form and angry state. From the battle just now, the opponent should have already exhausted his full strength. However, now the opponent's power level had actually increased by so much. It didn't make sense, it really didn't make sense. This was too confusing for Vegeta. Soon, a disdain look crept back into his cheeks. Vegeta's lips curled up, and laughed presumptuously. Ha ha ha, I don't know how you improved your power level, but do you think you could escape death that way? No, 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 you don't stand a chance. Vegeta shook his head. To tell you the truth, my power level has already reached 730, and even if you raised it to 540, you wouldn't be a match for me. After saying that, as if showing off his power, Vegeta released the restrictions on his body. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure of oppressive ki made the vegetation shiver. Miang's body had also trembled as if 1,000 weights had been pressed down on him. A match for you or not, aren't we going to know after the fight? His dark eyes flickered with cold light. Miang sank and tried his best to resist Vegeta's pressure. I wonder if you know what you're talking about. Seeing that the opponent was still acting like a tough talker even after he had released all of his ki, Vegeta's killing intent rose once again. His eyes were bloodshot. His face was slightly fierce, and his body exuded a dark and terrifying yet chaotic aura. The light wind blew the sand and dust. Vegeta and Miang looked at each other, looking for the right moment to strike. Phew. Suddenly, the two figures flashed at the same time, appearing together in the next moment. Miang's attack was very decisive, as he had already used his power to maximum effect. If he was not decisive enough to strike and unable to defeat his opponent, he could only retreat as soon as possible. One hand stretched forward, the other hand clenched his fist, ready to make up for the blow. Just like what Miang had always said, his attacks never exhausted his strength, he always kept a share as a preparation. Fearlessly, the air caved in, and the fierce attack exploded with terrifying ki. Upon facing Miang's violent attack, Vegeta seemed to be much more at ease. However, because Miang's fighting skills were far superior to Vegeta's, it made each of Vegeta's attacks feel like hitting cotton, with a feeling of vain. This feeling infuriates Vegeta. Why couldn't you kill the 540 power levels guy in one hit, even when you have 730 power levels? Thud. A violent impact, like a yellow bell, the lingering shockwave spread in all directions. It bent the trees within thousands of meters. Miang's strength was ultimately not as strong as some of Vegeta's. After the protracted battle, Miang's face became more and more ugly. Beating iron still relied on oneself, even with his rich skills, he was still not a match for Vegeta. Chapter 115 540 versus 730, it was already almost a 50% difference, which had basically reached the limit of what skill could compensate. Alas, my power level is never as good as my opponent's. After a few rounds of attacks, seeing that his attacks were never able to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent, Miang sighed in his heart. He had already come up with the idea of retreating. After a few more rounds of fighting, Miang's body was already in tatters. He knew he couldn't drag it out any longer. If he delayed, something would happen. Even with the Senzubins as an aid, he is afraid there was no guarantee that an accident wouldn't happen. So after venting the last ki in his body, he routinely chose to use the solar flare to escape. Solar flare? What the hell? The blinding light illuminated the entire sky. Vegeta's expression was startled as the sudden bright light blinded him. The attacks on his hand stopped, and his arms reflexively blocking in front of his eyes. After a while, by the time the bright light disappeared, Miang's figure was long gone from his sight. Bastard, he got away. Already realizing what had happened, Vegeta roared in annoyance. He then busied launched the scouter to search but found nothing. Unable to hold back his anger any longer, Vegeta kept releasing ki waves towards the surroundings to vent his anger. Rumble. There were fireballs everywhere. The raging fire turned the vast primeval forest into a purgatory. The next time I see him, I'll be sure to break him into pieces and let him know how miserable the consequences of teasing Lord Vegeta are. After venting his anger, Vegeta cursed fiercely and gloomily. He then continued his mission. On the other side, Miang, who had escaped from the range of Vegeta's attack, had relieved his power-up stage. He was now slumped on the ground. His face turned pale, constantly gasping for air, and his forehead covered in beads of sweat. At this time, Miang was severely injured. His bones were broken in several places, especially in his chest. Because of the many times he had endured the opponent's attacks. The terrifying power had already permeated his body, causing his internal organs to be severely injured. Ahem. Saiyans really can't be underestimated. Even a small child possesses such terrifying power. Smiling bitterly, Miang shook his head. A slight movement was jerking the wound on his body, causing him to grimace and twitch. Carefully taking out a Senzubin from the acceleration space, he used the Senzubin's power to recover from injuries. Instantly, the wounds on his body recovered at speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, Maiyang became alive again. Phew, the red planet has been discovered by the Saiyans. It means that the universe's outer forces have already noticed this place. Should I leave this planet as soon as possible? Maiyang didn't know when the Saiyans had joined Frieza, but that didn't matter to him at all. All that mattered was that the Saiyans had arrived here. The Saiyan who fought before was still a child. He must have been sent out on a mission just like Son Goku. No, that Saiyan should be different from Son Goku, who was sent out by his father Bardock and mother Jine as a refugee. He was called the Son of Exile, but he was the one who escaped. That Saiyan was much more powerful than Son Goku, so he should not be the Son of Exile. He was probably given a task to do after some training. Either way, the red planet was no longer safe now. At this point, Maiyang was incomparably glad that he had placed the armored spaceship in the acceleration space. Otherwise, with an aircraft near him, he wouldn't have been able to leave the battlefield so spontaneously. It was just on the question of whether or not he should leave the red planet immediately. Maiyang was a little hesitant. He had actually lost to a child today. For the first time in his life, he was full of humiliation. If he just fled in ashes, his heart would definitely be unsettling. But then again, Red Planet was such an excellent place to train, it would be a pity to give it up. Maiyang was a man who was most particular about having his mind accessible. Now that his mind was clouded, he wouldn't be happy if he didn't get this place back. Anyway, the Red Planet was also huge. The opponent couldn't find him for the time being, so he should stay and slowly practice first. Having silently made this decision, Maiyang no longer hesitated and searched for a place far away from the Saiyans to practice cultivation. Because of that Saiyans called Bazita, Maiyang felt a spur every time he trained, which made him train more seriously. Buzz. On a plateau, Maiyang was chasing a dinosaur with a power level of over 500. Boing boing. Several ki waves swung out, blocking the running routes on either side of the dinosaur. After releasing the ki waves, Maiyang's figure flickered and appeared right in front of the dinosaur. He once again pushing out a large ball of ki waves with both palms united. Heavenly Sky Beam. Boom. Bright white waves of ki condensed together and attacked that dinosaur like a hungry wolf snarling. The high purity ki instantly devoured everything. The dinosaur didn't have time to break free before the heat burned it up with a miserable howl. Boom. The red fire rose, accompanied by a secondary explosion. A powerful shockwave sliced through the uneven ground, creating a hissing sound. Many scattered ki spread out to a radius of hundreds of meters, burning the ground in an instant. This heavenly sky beam was a technique that Maiyang had comprehended after a while from the trip beam and the thunder shock surprise. Combined with the key connotations of the heavenly sky beam, it had an even more powerful power. Pussin pussin. The ground emitted hot smoke, and the scattered ki drifted in the air. Maiyang looked at the dinosaur with only a charred black bone left and nodded his head in satisfaction. Now that he had gone through a training period, his strength had risen by a large margin. Suddenly, Maiyang noticed that powerful ki was approaching him. It was that Saiyan's ki. That Saiyan is at it again. It looks like he's done with the creatures on the red planet. With a glint in his eyes, Maiyang smiled coldly. As time went on, the powerful scent on the red planet gradually grew less. It was clear that it had been disposed of by that Saiyan. This also caused Maiyang to meet up with the Saiyan more often. Even now, he's still not a match for that Saiyan kid. It was still too early for a head-on crash. As he thought of this, Maiyang's body flashed and entered the acceleration space once again. Shortly after Maiyang disappeared, a black figure flew over the plains. The Saiyan Bazita stayed in the sky, looking at the charred dinosaur corpses below. A few exasperations were appearing on his face. Damn, one step too late again. It must be that annoying guy again. After saying that, Bazita grunted grimly and once again looked for his next target. After Bazita left, Maiyang's figure reappeared. Looking at Bazita's distant back, Maiyang suddenly revealed a wry smile, then his figure turned into an illusion and appeared near an impact crater. In that impact crater was buried a white orb-shaped spaceship. It was the spaceship the Saiyans used to travel to the planets. If I destroy this spaceship, let's see how that Saiyans will go back. With that in mind, Maiyang stretched out his finger. A sharp ray flew out from his fingertip, blasting the spherical spaceship to pieces. Chapter 116. Of course, to cut off the opponent's back way, Maiyang knew that just destroying the spaceship wasn't enough. The scouter worn next to the Saiyan's ear could also be used as a communicator. That was why to really stop the opponent from leaving, he had to destroy that scouter too. However, this wasn't urgent. He could wait until the next battle to do it. Soon, half a month passed. Just like what Maiyang guessed before, The powerful creatures on the red planet were getting fewer. In a short time, Saiyan's mission should be complete. This wasn't okay. Maiyang didn't intend to let the opponent leave until he got his place back. Therefore, let's find a chance to destroy the opponent's scouter as well. Maiyang blamed that Saiyan for being careless. He didn't even check to see if his spaceship was still intact after landing on Red Planet for so long. But who told you to mess with me first? Maiyang's eyes flashed harshly, then searched for Bazita's location based on his ki. After determining his opponent's location, Maiyang lowered the ki on his body and slowly lurked over. Maiyang never considered himself to be any kind of righteous person, nor did he have the idea of punishing evil. However, he felt that he had one advantage, and that was a strong principle: anyone who bullied him would never have a good time. About 3,000 kilometers away, the Saiyan Bazita was resting with his legs crossed on top of a large tree with a campfire lit underneath it. The carcasses of the beasts he had hunted and killed discarded beside him. Little did he know that someone with great malice towards him was lurking while he was resting comfortably. This was a common problem with most aliens. They had no significant sense of ki except with the aid of scouter. Of course, you couldn't say that they had no sense at all. They could still sense great ki, but they had no way to sense it for some weak or deliberately restrained ki. However, just as Maiyang was approaching the 10-meter range of Bazita, the warrior race's alertness still allowed him to discover something. Yet it was already too late. With a few swooshes, several ki rays had swept towards him. Someone's attacking. Bazita broke out in a cold sweat. His sleepiness was vanishing all at once. Boo. Boo. There were several sounds through the trees. Multiple ki rays sliced through Bazita's side as one hit him in the arm. Bazita took a pain, but the Saiyan flesh's strength only left a scorch mark on his arm. It's you. When he saw the face of the person who attacked him clearly, Bazita gritted his teeth. His dark eyes flashed with killing intent and hated. It's you again. This time you actually came over to die. You're mistaken. Maiyang shook his head. He looked calmly at Bazita, and said, I'm not here to die. Did you think you could defeat me? As if he had heard the best joke, Bazita was filled with disdain. He was the elite warrior of the Saiyan warrior race. How could an unknown race defeat him? Look at your scouter. Maiyang pointed to the scouter in Bazita's ear. With confusion, Bazita touched the scouter and found that a small hole had been punched through the side of his scouter's core processor. Did the ki beam from earlier cause it? Bazita hadn't realized why Maiyang did this, so he laughed. Ha 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 ha, you're here just to destroy a useless machine? Does that make you proud? I can shoot thousands of attacks of this intensity with a casual wave of my hand. Idiot. Maiyang shook his head. He actually lost to such a simple-minded guy. It's good that you're happy. Just wait until you cry later. Anyway, everything he had to do now had been done. Without the scouter and spaceship, the Saiyan in front of him could no longer leave the red planet and find his location. So releasing a solar flare, Maiyang left with great relief. A little while later, with his sight restored, Bazita cursed unhappily, damn, that nasty trick again. Where's that man? Upon looking around the vast and immaculate sky, only a few white clouds were floating in the reddish sky. Where was Maiyang's figure? Humphrey, let's see how far you can run. Bazita spat. Habitually, he reached his hand to the scouter at his ear. However, after a few presses, Bazita's expression stiffened, and he realized that his opponent had destroyed his scouter. So this is what that guy had in mind, huh? He thought I only had one scouter. Idiot, I'll be able to find him soon enough. Bazita furiously burned an entire forest and then flew towards where his spaceship had landed. However, what stepped into his eyes was a chaotic sight. White debris scattered among the ring-shaped impact craters. His spaceship had utterly fallen apart. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. Bastard, who destroyed my spaceship? After that, a vast mushroom cloud soared into the sky. With a heart-rending roar, its brilliant light shone like the blazing sun in all directions. Several kilometers in radius were all engulfed by the terrifying ki. Maiyang quietly looked at the vast ki reaction in the distance. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A Saiyans, without the scouter and spaceship, let's see how you could still leave this planet? They would have something to play with next. For the rest of the time, Maiyang would be able to practice on top of the red planet at ease. He knew very well that he would need to continue to improve his power level if he wanted to defeat that Saiyan. Based on that previous battle, Maiyang was clear that the opponent's power level was around 730. After all this training time, his own power level had probably increased to a value of 510 without power-up. However, these weren't enough. Even if he counted the power-up, the power level was far less than the opponent. Frankly speaking, the power-up wasn't perfect, and Earth's power-up was a bit like a weaker version of Kaioken. The body would be under tremendous pressure as it boosted its ki output. This pressure would inevitably cause a decrease in strike speed and reflexes in the later stages of the battle. That was why the power-up only worked for a brief battle. It wasn't a lasting method of combat. Ma Yang believed that he had to raise his combat power close to 600 if he wanted to defeat that Saiyan. That was when he would have a chance to win with his skills. Of course, that still didn't count the growth of the opponent in the next battle. Chapter 117. At the other end of the starry sky, a huge modern spaceship port was brightly lit. A strange-looking tower stood in the center of the spaceship port. The open space around the tower building was dotted with depressions made of rubber material, each of which was a spaceship landing site. In just a short while, there were several spaceships constantly taking off and landing. This port station of the Frieza Force 9th Star Territory governed all spaceship communications within the 9th Star Territory. The busy communications hall. An alien with several arms had been staring at the monitor in front of the console, constantly sending various commands. These multi-tentacled aliens were called Dividoyan, are the most developed civilized race of Frieza. They manage the air communication work of the Frieza Force all year round. At this moment, a dot of light representing the spaceship's signal disappeared from the display. An Dividoyan adjusted the display's data and said to his companion, "A spaceship signal just disappeared from the monitor." Which signal was it? That Dividoyan pulled up the signal message from earlier and said, "Number 684,214. The place of disappearance is on a planet on the 9th Star Territory southeast. It's a remote planet. I know that there is an abandoned planet, with only water and beasts on it. It's not much to explore." After a pause, he continued, "What I'm curious about is, which unlucky man is on a mission there? Let me see. I found it. It's a hired mercenary, Saiyan Bazita, a mere brat." The Dividoyan tentacles toggled the console, bringing up the owner of the spaceship number 684,214. "Hey, a few of the contacts under his name have lost their signals, too. It looks like he's getting killed." "Oh, a Saiyan brat is just a Saiyan brat. If he's dead, he's dead. Don't bother with him, just do the failure treatment and report it to the Task Assignment Division." The Dividoyan companions had no affection for those rude Saiyans of planet Vegeta. He clearly had no desire to send a rescue team. Moreover, the Saiyans were still just a mercenary from outside the system. There was no need to go to that much effort to rescue them. Okay. The Dividoyan nodded and treated it as a mission failure. Usually, those abandoned planets on the fringes were worthless places. Only the exiled sons of Saiyans were sent there to die with nothing to lose. Even if the planet Veg knew about it, they wouldn't do anything to them. So under various coincidences, Bazito was classified as a mission failure. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed since Ma Yang had left Earth. During the year he had been here, Ma Yang had worked hard to train on the Red Planet. As his strength rose, Ma Yang had sought to settle scores with that Saiyan several times. However, the Saiyan's physique was, after all, more than Earthlings. Even if Ma Yang had the acceleration space multiplied, he was still quite behind compared to Saiyan's Bazita. It should be known that this was still a situation where the Saiyans had not entered physical development, and their strength had not reached the golden time for improvement. Returning from another battle with that Saiyan, Ma Yang sat on top of the acceleration space ground to heal his injuries. After a long time, he opened his eyes, a ray of brilliant light appeared in his deep eyes. He stood up. His body was exploding with overpowering ki. A few muffled sounds pierced through the air sounded in his ears as Ma Yang's state returned to its peak. "My power level has finally reached 660. Upon letting out a long breath from his mouth, a smile appeared on Ma Yang's face. In the absence of bottleneck restrictions, Ma Yang's strength increase was as fast as the Saiyan's. He already had the strength to fight that Saiyan. However, that Saiyan wasn't simple either. In just over a year, Saiyan's power level had risen to 810. But it didn't matter. That guy only knew how to fight with savagery. If they really fought, Ma Yang wouldn't be afraid of him. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the clouds in the sky. Compared to a year ago, black clouds had gradually become lower. The color had also become darker. It had changed from white to ebony, which meant that Ma Yang was getting closer to the second limit. "Don't bother about the limit, let's defeat that Saiyan first." Ma Yang shook his head and threw all these worries out. Now his goal was to defeat that Saiyan, let's not worry about anything else. Once a person had a goal, the more influential the struggle would be, which could be seen from the effects of his training over this period. 3 days later, Ma Yang adjusted his state to its best. Then he swooshed out of the acceleration space. He determined the location of the opponent and quickly flew towards the Saiyan Bazita. A year later, the Bazita was a lot more robust than before. His eyes had also become a lot colder. When he saw Ma Yang's hateful figure appear in front of him again, Bazita emitted violent ki all over his body. "Damn you! Because of you, I can't even go back to planet Vegeta. I'm going to kill you. After more than a year on the Red Planet, Vegeta had come to terms with the fact that he would never leave this primitive planet without a companion to rescue him. The one who caused all of this was the man in front of him. So when facing Yang, Vegeta's eyes were filled with hatred. Yang glanced at Vegeta. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and said flatly, "Since you want to kill me, let's end this today. I've also been on top of this planet long enough." After saying that, Yang's frosty face became even colder. The blood in his body suddenly boiled. The eyes that looked at Vegeta were also filled with killing intent. Today, he intended to kill the Saiyans in front of him. Instantly, the temperature of the air seemed to drop by 10 degrees. The entire air condensed, and a strong sense of oppression swept over him. Vegeta, on the other side, took the brunt of the impact and lowered his eyelids in an ugly manner as this momentum struck him. When he raised them again, Vegeta leaped forward and flew towards Yang. He even left an afterimage on the spot due to his speed. Dang! Yang swung his fist, blocking Vegeta's attack. The ground beneath his feet was hardened and sunk by half a meter. The rock strata couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure and were shattering and cracking, forming countless deep cracks. When Vegeta saw that he couldn't make a move, he was busy reversing her body. The brown tail behind him was like a whip flung towards Yang. "I've been waiting for this." Yang smirked and grabbed the tail that was smoothly flicked towards him. The tail was a Saiyan weakness. The vast majority of Saiyans would have their tails coiled around their waists to avoid exposing their weaknesses. Many Saiyans will also take various methods of exercising their tails to overcome this weakness. Vegeta's exercise of the tail was certainly adequate for this purpose. Chapter 118. You actually knew that the tail would be a weakness of our Saiyans. I'm really getting curious about your identity. Vegeta's face flashed with surprise as Yang grasped the tail. However, instead of panicking, he flaunted his bravado, but unfortunately, your strategy failed. This weakness doesn't hold in my body. You're overthinking it, Yang responded with a sullen, expressionless face. His purpose in grabbing Vegeta's tail wasn't because the tail might be the opponent's weakness. He was trying to prevent the opponent from his great ape transformation. In addition to being a weakness, the Saiyan tail was a time bomb. After the Saiyan's tail received the full moon's light, the intense stimulation would induce a body mutation. It would transform them into a powerful great ape form. The Saiyans in their great ape form would increase their power level to 10 times their original strength. It was a too terrifying and perverted increase. Yang's purpose in grabbing his tail was to prevent the possibility that his opponent might be harboring an artificial moon or something like that on his body, just in case. Click. Yang yanked his hand hard. Vegeta's tail was ripped right off with the same tremendous force that flung Vegeta away. Now, you can't do the great ape transformation. After dropping that half-severed tail, Yang could finally fight with his whole heart. Vegeta, who had his tail cut off, stayed in the air. He was dumbfoundedly looking at the half-severed tail on the ground. The sore and painful feeling came along his nerves as if his pride had been greatly insulted. His two eyes suddenly turned blood red. Bastard, he ripped off my tail. With a shaky voice, Vegeta's face turned grim. As he became furiously violent, Vegeta lost his mind and attacked recklessly. Yang responded with a solemn face. As Vegeta's attack reached him, his body sank slightly. He allowed the attack to pass over his head, then twisted his waist. A force erupted from the soles of his feet through his waist. With a thud, the attack landed on Vegeta's body. Although Yang had lost from Vegeta by quite a bit in terms of power level and speed. But, in terms of skill, Yang was more than a step above Vegeta. The more the opponent lost his mind, the lighter and more ornamental Yang's movements became. The opponent is fast enough, but his movements are too reckless, and his efficiency is greatly reduced. Such an attack didn't affect me. Both of his eyes saw through all of Vegeta's attacks. Even though Vegeta's power level was quite a bit higher than his own, Vegeta was still no match for himself in actual combat application. With those thoughts, Yang's confidence grew. As he saw through Vegeta's movements, his body suddenly flashed quickly and appeared again already in front of his opponent. What fast speed! Vegeta bit her lower lip. Suddenly with cold indifference, he pressed over with a terrifying mass of ki in his palm. Humphrey, to be able to do this with a power level lower than his own, it was already awe-inspiring. However, no matter how bluff the sheep were, it wouldn't become a vicious wolf. There's a flaw. With a smirk on his lips, Vegeta stormed off with his hands clasped behind his back. Go to hell. A giant force flowed through it. However, he didn't expect that his ki went through the middle of Yang's figure. Afterimage technique. What's going on? Where's that guy? The afterimage technique was an image left by an extraordinary manipulation of ki, which was completely different from the afterimage left by high-speed movement. Vegeta didn't know how to use ki, So of course, he couldn't figure out the secrets of the afterimage technique. "Are you looking for me?" The cold, waveless voice sounded. Maiyang's figure strangely appeared a few meters away from Bazita. There were dozens of them as soon as they appeared. The dozens of afterimages were identical. They stepped forward to Bazita with a flat smile on their handsome faces. However, it gave Bazita an intense chill. "This way. This way, no, that way." A slight hint of cold sweat slid down Bazita's forehead, and he looked flustered as he faced such a bizarre move. Maiyang couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. By this time, Maiyang finally began to gain the upper hand. With a gust of wind whistling, Maiyang's figure flashed once again. An afterimage was spreading across the sky, dazzling Bazita. Pendulum punch, straight punch, uppercuts. Dang. Boom. Maiyang's set of punches were placed just right. The real and the fake attacked together, directly blinding Bazita. "Even if your power level is higher than mine, so what? Power level only calculates the destructive power of ki, yet you can't distinguish your opponent. If you can't hit them, so what's the use of more ki? A really effective attack will be enough with just one hit." With that, Maiyang quickly stepped forward, and his fist landed on Bazita's abdomen. Wow, a mouthful of acid dribbled out of the mouth from the hollow cavity. Bazita ripped his body and looked very weak. Crush. A smooth crush. Looking at Bazita, who was being beaten and screaming in pain, Maiyang felt a genuine sense of relief. "How?" Bazita screamed. 810 versus 660. Why did he get beaten up everywhere when he should be fighting better than the opponent? He couldn't believe it. Boom. 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 Bazita was frantically releasing his ki in all directions. He had no target left at this point and was somewhat panicked as he unleashed his ki aimlessly. A cloud of ki scattered out in all directions, destroying all the scenery along the way. Maiyang saw this and was busy placing a ki shield in front of his body with his ki waves recoil. Although he had attacked Bazita with intention, he was still not as good as Bazita when it came to formidable strength. The way Bazita attacking was too wild. If he attacked him, he would still be damned. When the ki around him diminished a bit, Maiyang knew that Bazita's uncontrolled swagger had finally drained a large amount of his strength. It was now as he took advantage of this gap, Maiyang's afterimage flickered, and rushed in front of Bazita as fast as he could. His icy eyes devoid of any emotion, it was as flat as Mr. Popo's eyes. Heavenly Sky Beam. Thundershock Surprise. Crescent-shaped ki blades floated in the void. Pale golden ki enveloped the entire sky again. Thundershock Surprise was a lightning-style attack that could paralyze an opponent's body from afar, while the Heavenly Sky Beam was extremely penetrating. Its sharp blade was resembling a piece of a crescent moon, each with terrifying cutting power. The two ki combined together and suddenly exploded with even more terrifying power. "Go to hell!" Maiyang shouted out coldly. The power of the Heavenly Sky Beam and Thundershock Surprise mixed together, he rushed towards Bazita's position. Bazita felt a little bitter in his heart and finally began to regret his arrogance. However, there was no time for him to think about it now. He threw his arms out forcefully and shouted angrily, letting all his strength explode out. Boom. The intense light suddenly lit up. A shining bright keyblade spun up as if it had transformed into a thin ribbon. It rounded and lightly moved through the sky, cutting through everything along the way. At this moment, all defenses became futile. Hiss. The sound of brocade tearing. The sky being torn in half, and the entire atmosphere was disturbed. During the loud bang, Bazita was finally defeated. At this time, he collapsed in the middle of the explosion crater, half-lidded. His body charred yellow, and his battle armor shattered into cracks. His pair of bloodshot eyes were still staring at Maiyang as if they wanted to shred him into pieces. Panting slightly and rubbing his fist that was a bit numb, Maiyang's face was pale as well. To be honest, he didn't have much hatred for the Saiyans. Even if this child called Bazita sincerely repented, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him off the hook after ensuring his own safety. However, when he saw Bazita's hate-filled eyes, Maiyang's face was in shock, and a murderous intent came out. He knew that the possibility of letting him go no longer existed. Now he absolutely could not indulge him and let the tiger go just because he looked like a child. Behavior such as Vegeta's to challenge a so-called strong enemy for the sake of being arrogant and getting stronger enemies over and over again was purely brain-dead in Maiyang's opinion. He would never allow such a thing to happen. He was proud, but not arrogant. He knew that the premise of all challenges was to have absolute certainty of ensuring his safety and not to feed the tiger. If a sick tiger would eventually turn on its master, it should be honed early and beheaded. That was why this Saiyan couldn't stay. "Kill you. I must kill you." With vicious words as if they were coming from hell, Bazita, still unwillingly hating Maiyang. He kept mouthing the words. "You won't get a chance," Maiyang said coldly. He looked at Bazita in the air, then clasped his palms together and began to gather strength. He was gradually condensing a radiant white light between his palms. Heavenly Sky Beam. Ki, more powerful than any attack, fell from the sky and directly hit Basta's body. Aizen believed that even a Saiyan wouldn't be able to survive under the impact of this ki. As the bright white ki whizzed by, Vazita's half-open eyes suddenly tightened. He moved his body unwillingly, but the ki above his head had already swallowed him up. No. In a miserable cry, Vazita's body was gradually destroyed by the ki. The sound gradually became lower until it disappeared completely. Chapter 119 I finally killed him. After the battle was over, Aizen was physically and mentally exhausted. He stood in a daze, looking at the few battle armor wreckages left in the ki collision center. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in his heart. It took a while for Aizen to come back to his senses. He actually killed a Saiyan himself. When such thoughts crossed his brain, it felt like a dream afterward. Immediately a chill ran down his back. It turned out that in the previous battle, the sweat had soaked his underwear. After sitting on the ground to recover for a while, he stood up again. Aizen felt that his thoughts were suddenly accessible, and his mood was much smoother. He stopped at the Red Planet for more than a year to kill this Saiyan. It had to be said that this had become part of his obsession. Now that his goal was accomplished, there was nothing worth keeping on the Red Planet. He should also leave. Aizen looked for his next target, and the spaceship rushed into the sky with a swoosh, gradually moving away from the Red Planet. Looking at the Red Planet, which was gradually disappearing from view, Aizen had many emotions. On the Red Planet, his strength had significantly grown. He jumped from 300+ power level when he left Earth to 660 power level. This year, he fought beasts or enemies whose power level was higher than his own almost every day. Now finally, this has some self-preservation ability in the universe. After all, warriors with 1,500 power levels like Raditz could travel to all the major planets in a spaceship and act like they were unstoppable. So it was clear that most of the planets in the universe were very feeble. Ninth star territory of Frieza Force. Aizen's spaceship quickly traveled between the stars. About 3 more days passed, and the spaceship entered a medium-sized solar system. Boom. A cluster of high-powered energy rays grazed past the side of the spaceship, nearly knocking it down. Aizen looked out the window with an unhappy face and saw a cluster of 100-meter-sized spaceships facing off in space. They were about 1,000 in number. Countless meshes were protruding from the bottom and sides of those spaceships, each of them mercilessly emitting ki cannons. From the form of the equipment, both sides were very technologically advanced aliens. Looks like I came at a bad time. There's an interstellar war going on in this solar system. Shaking his head, Aizen didn't intend to get involved. To avoid being mistakenly injured by the opponent's weapons, he came to the spaceship's control console and reselected a new sailing direction. A white light swept across the void. The spaceship quickly left the engagement area and flew away towards its new destination. Speaking of technology, the civilization that just broke out the interstellar war was definitely very advanced. If it weren't for fear of the opponent's artillery injuring his spaceship, Aizen would have wanted to land down and get some advanced technology back. Anyway, he could pick a more technologically advanced planet for your next destination and develop a gravity chamber for him. As long as he had the gravity chamber, Aizen believed that his training would definitely be more efficient. With his mind made up, Aizen began to search for that planet, one at a time. However, the universe's technological planets were not so easy to find. After stepping over several living planets in a row, he did not find any technological civilization traces. Finally, when he arrived at the 6th planet, the silver-white flying object floating on the planet's periphery gave Aizen hope. It was a satellite. If there are satellites, the technology on this planet should always be more advanced. With this thought, Aizen let the spaceship quietly land on a high ground of the planet. Out of the spaceship hatch, Aizen sensed that life's reaction on this planet was very weak. It was generally between 2 and 3 points because the ki was too weak. It was so weak that Aizen almost didn't even perceive it. Individual reactions are very weak. However, only because the individuals are weak that they develop more advanced technology. Often, the stronger the individual was, the more they neglected the development of technology. It wasn't that they didn't understand the importance of technology, rather, their motivation to develop technology was not as strong as those weaker races. Simply speaking, they couldn't produce great scientists. Only those weak, one-touch-and-die races would fight to the death to develop technological creations and make technology mainstream. Aizen's spaceship landed at the foot of a high mountain. After putting the spaceship away, Aizen flew towards the place where the most ki was gathered. In the distant high altitude, only a tiny dot of light was rapidly cutting through the sky, trailing a long stream of the tail as Aizen was gradually getting closer to this planet's cities. A few small villages could already be seen sporadically. The natives on top of this planet had a peculiar shape. They were a meter tall and appeared very short. Their head was round and blue, making them look like plastic dolls. Civilization is so advanced, but the individual looks so strange. They have Zeno style in them. Although casually evaluating the individual form of civilization was a very uncultured thing to do, this appearance of a life form in front of him would truly educate Niang on how to evaluate correctly. It was really refreshing to look like this. However, it was a pity that he didn't have the god force like Zeno. Wow, Niang entered a nearby city. These blue-headed aliens were obviously much frightened by the visit of alien beings. One after another, these blue-headed aliens hid inside their houses, not daring to come out. Am I that scary? Niang touched his chin, still feeling very good about himself. He then walked into a store that sold technological products. The display case had all kinds of technological developments in it. Niang couldn't understand their function and could only make guesses based on the patterns. Hello? Hello? A soft voice sounded. The employee of this store timidly hid behind the counter and squeezed out half its head. Its mouth didn't open and close, but the voice was transmitted to Niang's brain with unparalleled clarity. Spiritual power. Niang quickly reacted that the natives of this planet didn't have strong physical strength, but had a remarkable mental ability. Tell me the name of this planet. Niang calmly said. Okay. The opposite gave Niang a careful glance and got out from behind the counter. Gentlemen, welcome to Planet Domini. I'm an employee of Planet Domini Reed Trading Company. Niang nodded. Tell me about the products here. Yes. Responding evenly, this employee immediately went to work. Gentlemen, this is the most affordable product in our store. The latest product developed by our store's chief scientist. This, you see. This is called a laser gun, and it's very powerful. The reception employee gushed as if he had forgotten his fear once he talked about his product. Niang nodded faintly as he watched. These guns were still somewhat attractive to ordinary Earthlings. However, to Niang, unless they were portable nuclear bombs with a huge equivalent, they wouldn't really catch his eye. After all, as long as a life form's power level exceeded 300, the full force strike's power was already no weaker than a nuclear bomb. Moreover, Niang's power level was over 600 now. Chapter 120. Niang walked around the trade house as he followed the shopkeeper's introduction. He could tell that the technology of this planet Domini was very advanced. It surpassed the current Earth in all aspects by more than a notch. It was even a little more advanced than the Earth at the beginning of the original story to some extent. The display cases were filled with an endless array of odd equipment, which made him dazzled. What do you use for transactions here? Is this okay? Niang took out a piece of gold from the acceleration space. This was what he had scavenged from the treasure chest when he had annihilated the bandit group. Gold was also hard currency on most planets. After all, the heavy metal substance that could only be produced by the moment a planet collapsed was worth much more than diamonds and other substances that could be synthesized artificially. The employees of the Reed Trading Company saw Niang take out the gold, and their round heads kept nodding. Yes, gold has a high application value and can be equated to currency for trading. That's good. Niang nodded his head and chose a more practical device according to his needs. Suddenly, he saw a magnifying glass-like object in the glass display case, with a silver handle underneath the round lens that looked like a child's toy. What is this thing? Niang pointed at the magnifying glass-like object and asked the staff. With the previous successful transaction demonstration, the staff knew that Niang wasn't an evil person and was busy introducing it warmly. Gentlemen, this is a life form scouter that can detect the functions and mental activity of life. The employee removed that magnifying glass from the display case and held the handle to himself. It beeped twice, just like a scouter. Through a series of complex calculations, the life form scouter's lens displayed a long string of data on top of it. -248. The data on it represents the physiological functions of the creature. The higher the value means that the creature is more dynamic and has a longer lifespan. This device can predict the natural lifespan of a creature. It's very popular in our planet Domini. Every household has one. Niang's eyes suddenly lit up. This life form scouter was a life detector. What does this 248 stand for? He watched with interest, pointing to the values on it. The employee said, this represents the next life activity cycle. I still have 248 Domini years to live. Of course, every planet has a different planetary year, so this can be reset. This was a remarkable invention, which Niang's eyes lit up a bit. If such an invention were on Earth, it would easily cause ethical problems. Although everyone wants to know the length of their lifespan in advance, when they know how much time they have left, they will be in a state of panic all day, like a dragon. After all, not everyone was able to face death calmly. Only those creatures with highly developed psychological and civilizational qualities could face all of this calmly. Dominion's ability to build a life-form scouter was a remarkable achievement. "Hurry up and bring it over here for me to see," Maiyang said, taking the life-form scouter from the Dominion's hands and pointing it at himself. Beep. The number displayed was 820. 820 Domini years. Roughly how many Earth years was one Domini year? Maiyang stroked his chin. Then, with the help of the Dominion, he calculated the orbital period based on approximate stellar, planetary distances, and various parameters, setting the life-form scouter to measure the Earth year. Upon taking another shot at himself, the data changed. Minus 205. 205, could this data be wrong? Do you have a problem with that data? Maiyang frowned. He's almost 22 years old now. What the hell did you mean there were 205 years left? Did he have 227 years to live? It was well known that ordinary Earthlings lived for 80 or 90 years were considered to have a long lifespan. Although Maiyang was a martial arts practitioner and his lifespan might be a little longer than that of an ordinary person, he wasn't Master Roshi, who had taken the elixir of immortality and should have lived beyond 100 years. How could he have a lifespan of over 200 years? The Dominion was busy, there is no mistake. This is your physiology, and our planet Domini's technology rarely makes mistakes. Seeing that the other person was still a bit unconvinced, the shopkeeper took out a few other life-form scouter from behind the counter. After retesting them a few times, he got numbers that were not too far off, all of it was around 205. So, I could indeed live for another 200 years? What was going on? He didn't think he was any different from anyone else. In the original story, Krillin's power level was high enough. So, in the original story's late period, the extremely aged posture has also been revealed. So it should have nothing to do with the power level. Was it because of the acceleration space? If there was any difference, it must be this. The speed of time inside the acceleration space was 4 times faster than the outside world. It was reasonable to say that staying inside would rapidly deplete the life expectancy. However, Maiyang had been trained inside for so long, and his life was not depleted. On the contrary, because of the dense ki that filled the space, his body functions had been greatly enhanced. Also, associated with the acceleration space's freshness preservation function, Maiyang thought the problem was mostly in that. However, when you thought about it, it didn't feel right. Although the ki in the acceleration space could enhance his physique, the lifespan should not be something that could be easily changed. Otherwise, like the lookout that had divine water and sacred water, Kami's lifespan should be improved as well, but it looked like Kami's lifespan wasn't much longer than that of the average Namkian. Perhaps it was because he had broken through the limits of the human body. Maiyang secretly pondered. This was plausible to explain for the time being. However, there was no way for him to figure out what the specifics were. He could only wait until he had the chance to do some experiments in the future. Back to business, Maiyang was very interested in the life-form scouter of the Dominion. He decided to purchase 3 or 2 of them and wasn't going to show it to the public. It was enough for him to know some things on his own. Handing over the gold in his hands to the Dominion, Maiyang got 3 life-form scouters as he wished. After putting them into the acceleration space, Maiyang picked up a few more rare-looking items in the trade house. Just as he was about to leave, Maiyang suddenly slapped his head. He almost forgot the purpose of his trip. Dominion, does your chief scientist have a way to create a gravity chamber? Chapter 121. Do you mean a spaceship's gravity engine? This could be found on every ship and is used to make the ship produce artificial gravity. Is your spaceship malfunctioning? We have the best repairman here to make sure we can fix your spaceship. The Dominion took a pause to promote his services. Maiyang shook his head. No. What I want is a device that can change the gravity of space at will, not an engine with a fixed gravity effect. The Dominion stayed for a while. After a moment, he said with difficulty, Sir, we don't have the equipment you mentioned here for the time being, but we can try. Although the Higgs mechanism is abstruse and difficult to understand, please give us some time. I believe we can do it. The gravity of the spaceships were all fixed values, produced uniformly by the merchants. To change this parameter into an active gravity parameter was a reversal of both the materials of construction and the design principle. A complete change needed to be made. This could not be done in a short time. Approximately how long will it take? Well, since we've never built a dedicated gravity chamber before, it'll take a little time. Probably about 3 months, what do you think? The Dominion wiped the sweat from the top of their foreheads. 3 months was already a tight time frame, and they couldn't guarantee that it would be completed. Maiyang pondered for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. Yes, I'll give you 3 months. I also need a few spaceships, so prepare them for me as well. No problem, we have a lot of spaceships here. Please don't worry about it. Also, besides the gravity chamber, I have one more thing I need you guys to look into. After getting a promise from the Dominion about the gravity chamber, Miang remembered about the Dragon Ball radar. The 6-star Dragon Ball from Mixia was still in his acceleration space. What else do we need to look into? The Dominion asked. Miang took the 6-star Dragon Ball out of acceleration space. This is the glass ball. I need you to develop a device that can detect the special signals it emits. The Dominion received the Dragon Ball to measure it and said, as long as it emits signals on its own, we can try to create it based on the principles of a life form scouter. It's not difficult for us. Then, it's all in your hands. Once the deal was settled, Miang gestured towards the shopkeeper and walked out of the re-trading company. For the next 3 months, Miang would stay on top of Planet Domini. During this time, he would also have to prepare enough gold. Since the Dominion was open for business, he would have to follow the deal. Miang wasn't a dooming person, as long as they didn't offend his taboos, he was always amiable. With a swoosh, Miang rose into the air. He swept across the void, only to become a black dot growing smaller and smaller in the distance, gradually disappearing into the boundless sky. In a flat prairie with turquoise grass bending down like waves in the breeze, surrounded by several water pools and a herd of creatures like wild horses gathered beside it. Just pick them. Miang smiled faintly and lowered the altitude of his flight. Before getting the lifeform scouter, Miang hadn't been aware of the change in his lifespan. However, now that he knew, he needed to get to the bottom of things. It was a good thing that his own lifespan was so much longer than that of an ordinary earthling. Still, if he could know the reason for his extended lifespan, he could be more focused on it. In fact, a lifespan of over 200 years was still not enough in his opinion. It was better to be able to extend it all the time. So, to figure out these reasons, Miang chose these animals in front of him to test. When the wild animals on the grasslands that were eating grass with their heads down saw the silhouette of a man descending from the sky, they immediately seemed frightened. They began to stir, fleeing everywhere in groups. However, even if they could run, how could they possibly outrun Miang? A black shadow quickly flashed in the sky, like a ghostly apparition moving among the wild animals. With a few low bangs, the wild animals howled and collapsed on the ground, in the blink of an eye. The lifespans of these wild animals are between 20 and 25 years. Using the life form scouter to test it, Miang carved the corresponding data on each wild animal's body. He then silently opened the acceleration space and prepared to bring these wild animals into the acceleration space. This was the first time Miang had brought a life other than his own into the acceleration space. The fish he got for Karin was all dead, so the operation was severe. With a boing sound, invisible ripples enveloped the group of beasts, ingesting them all into the acceleration space. In the vast, empty, accelerated space. Space was glowing with some life due to wild animals' addition. With the arrival of the wild animals, the surrounding vitality gathered together. The air flowed into the wild animals' bodies like filaments of air. These wild animals lived in the acceleration space for 4 years. Their lifespan loss was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. It doesn't look like it's because of the acceleration space. Miang shook his head. He still hadn't found the reason for the change in his lifespan. Those outside life forms could also enter his acceleration space, but the vitality inside only equalizes the time they consume, and will not increase their lifespan. For example, if a person lived in the acceleration space for 1 year, the loss on the body was the same, reducing 1 year's lifespan. Of course, if a person lived in the acceleration space all the time, their lifespan would indeed be tripled. This was what Miang thought at first. However, after he left the acceleration space and came back to find that all the wild animals had died for no apparent reason, he realized that this method was not suitable. After all, acceleration space wasn't a real world or planet. Miang's spiritual power was the one that opened it. When Miang left the acceleration space, the life of the entire space would be sealed. Only dead things could continue to stay inside the acceleration space. If someone stayed in the acceleration space at this time, then the only thing that would be waiting for that person was dead. This also meant that Miang's idea of having people live in the acceleration space was shattered. Frankly speaking, Miang still didn't understand the true meaning of the acceleration space. Did he really cross over by himself, or was it just one of his superpowers? All sorts of questions, which even Miang himself couldn't explain. However, the good thing was that the existence of the acceleration space brought Miang endless hope. Chapter 122. 3 months later, the sky was clear and white clouds were floating. The bright sun shone directly, and the vast grasslands were suddenly warm. According to the agreement, it was the day that Miang came to the branch of the Planet Domini Retrading Company. The one who welcomed him was still the same Dominion from before. The individual power level of the Dominions was deficient. Their short stature made them look like they couldn't even compare to Earthlings. However, because of this, the Dominion had developed very advanced technology. Perhaps the Dominion were naturally weak because they didn't actively invade other planets, and their technology was mostly practical equipment. "Sir, your gravity device has been built, please follow me." The Dominion led the way, with Maiyang following behind. The two of them passed through a long corridor full of technological significance. They soon arrived in front of an extensive docking shed about 100 meters high. It was filled with floor scaffolding and equipped with robots that were consigning equipment back and forth for assembly. The Dominion led Maiyang into the docking shed and to a corner where a spherical gravity chamber stood. About 50 meters in height, this gravity chamber was large, with 8 sturdy brackets sticking out around the bottom of the sphere, firmly anchoring the gravity chamber to the ground. The entire gravity chamber was painted with a black metal coating on top and bottom, looking solemn and oppressive. "Tell me about it." Looking at the giant gravity chamber in front of him, Maiyang was quite eager. "Yes, sir." The Dominion smiled politely and pointed at the gravity chamber, then introduced it according to the parameter diagram in his hand. "As you can see, sir, this gravity chamber is 50 meters in diameter on the outside and 45 meters on the inside. It's divided into 3 levels, it is fully equipped and can also be used as a spaceship. The speed is definitely as good as any other spaceship. The first layer of the gravity chamber is the operating space. Using 2 control technologies, an electromagnetic wave and voice control, the gravity chamber can be controlled to fly in the cosmic space. The second layer is the gravity chamber. According to your request, our scientists spent a lot of effort to design it. The redesigned gravity engine can change the gravity size according to the parameters. The maximum gravity can be adjusted to 50 times the gravity that you need." Maiyang nodded lightly as he listened. 50 times the gravity, it'd be enough for him at the moment. The third floor is the living space, which is divided into 3 rooms with all sorts of equipment for daily life. After describing the gravity chamber structure and layout, the Dominion solicited Maiyang's opinion and asked, "I wonder if you are satisfied with this design?" Although he was asking whether Maiyang was full of satisfaction, it was clear from his expression that he was filled with pride in the gravity chamber that his scientists had designed and built. "You guys are very thoughtful. I am delighted with this gravity chamber." Without much thought, Maiyang looked at the ebony and shiny spherical gravity chamber with satisfaction and said without stinting his praise. This massive object in front of him was said to be a gravity chamber, but it would be more appropriate to say it was a gravity spaceship. After Maiyang circling the gravity spaceship and tapping his fingers on the metal shell outside the spaceship, a clanging sound was heard. The surface of this gravity spaceship was still very sturdy. To be able to design and build such a perfect device in just 3 months, the technology of the Dominion was indeed amazing. "Not bad, it looks excellent too. Thank you for the compliment. Let's go back inside and take a look." The Dominion smiled and sent a mental command to the gravity spaceship. Soon, the bottom of the spherical gravity spaceship lowered an elevator. Maiyang's 2 eyes grew brighter and brighter. This function was somewhat similar to the Namkian's shell spaceship. Next, the 2 boarded the elevator into the gravity spaceship. The first floor was the control center. The interior space was very spacious, surrounded by a transparent observation deck. A voice-activated and mind-controlled double operation platform in the center, with the very sci-fi feel of the shape, immediately showed the class. Along the corridor upwards, there was the second level of the spaceship. The second level had a circle of corridors around the periphery. Through the transparent toughened material, it was possible to see the inside of the gravity chamber. The layout inside the gravity chamber was much more straightforward. The floor was made of an ultra-hard alloy that could withstand dozens of times the gravity without deforming. This structure was a big ball inside a small ball. The entire gravity chamber and the spaceship shell was a separate casing, with complex alloys and piping filling the space between them, providing excellent shock absorption and buffering effect. The third level of the spaceship was smaller than the first 2 levels. It had 3 simple rooms inside, just like a hotel room, with all the necessary equipment. After a general tour of the entire spaceship's layout, Maiyang had a new understanding of the Dominion's technology and pragmatism. He now just wanted to go in immediately to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. At that moment, a researcher came next to the Dominion, holding something like a pocket watch in his hand. The researcher said a few words in the Dominion's ear and handed over the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball radar to the Dominion. "Sir, this is the detection radar you need. It can extend its detection range up to the size of a star." The Dragon Ball radar in the Dominion's hands was only the size of a pocket watch. On the front of the radar was a grid-like coordinate screen, with a red heart in the middle representing the radar's location. Behind it was a finely drawn pattern with 3 buttons, the zoom in, zoom out, and the power button, with a silver-white chain strung at the top. It was extremely well done. Let me take a look. Yang took the Dragon Ball radar from the Dominion. After pressing the power button on top of the radar, tick, 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 a bright orange-red spot was displayed on top of the green screen. As the screen kept zooming in, he could see that bright spot was at the central red dot. With this Dragon Ball radar, finding the Dragon Balls became very convenient. By the way, are the other spaceships I ordered ready? Yang looked away from the Dragon Ball radar and asked the Dominion. The Dominion said, several other spaceships are in stock. Would you like to go over there and see if there is anything that needs to be adjusted so that we can change it immediately? Yang waved his hand, no need. I'm very confident about your products, and the adjustments are not necessary. In fact, Yang didn't plan to use those spaceships. He wanted to put them in the acceleration space. After all, drifting in the universe all year round, he needed to make two-handed preparations. In case one of the spaceships crashed, he wouldn't even be able to return to Earth. That Saiyan Bazata and the planet to command Melyokojo were both examples of what had come before. After a short visit to the dock of Reed Trading Company, Yang found that the spaceships in the dock were multifarious. There were ball-shaped, disc-shaped, and even teardrop-shaped spaceships. After seeing all kinds of spaceships, Yang's eyes were opened. As he was about to leave, he suddenly turned to the Dominion next to him. By the way, do you have the latest astro map of the universe here? Please enter the latest astro map for each spaceship, and then arrange the spaceship to a grassland 300 kilometers away. I will give you the specific coordinates. Sir, you can rest assured that the astro maps will all be equipped automatically. However, our planet Domini has limited strength, and the astro map covers an area only 1/4 the size of the northern galaxy. It doesn't matter, as long as it has astro maps. Yang was very generous, he didn't care about the size of the astro map. For a poor man, giving him 1 billion was no different than giving him 10 billion. Yes, it will definitely satisfy you, sir. The Dominion cared about honesty, and they cared more about that in business. After a little inspection of the gravity spaceship, the next step was to settle the bill. The cost of so much advanced equipment was not small, but the good thing was that these 3 months were not an idle time for Yang. During this time, he could instead get many rare precious metals from the surrounding planets, and settling the bill was no longer a problem. Chapter 123. Before leaving, Yang also bought some basic technology books in the Reed Trading Company, which he prepared for April. Since that little one was determined to become a scientist, he, as a brother, would try his best to help her out and expose her to some advanced technology. It was like the rippling grasslands. 7 spaceships were arranged in a neat and orderly manner. On each side were 3 small 10-meter-long spaceships on display. With silvery white paint, they looked tiny. A black, shiny, polished, spherical spaceship was particularly noticeable in the middle. Its 50-meter-plus size was as oppressive as a behemoth. This gravity spaceship and the 6 small spaceships on either side were what Yang had purchased from the Dominion. Including the crustacean spaceships in the acceleration space, there were a total of 8 spaceships in Yang's hands. Now there was no need to worry about damage to the spaceships. Putting the gravity spaceships and the 6 small spaceships all into the acceleration space, Yang went along. As he looked up, Yang stood only in front of the gravity spaceship. His lips moved, and gave the order to the gravity spaceship, open the hatch. A pallet descended from the bottom of the ship. Yang stepped onto the tray and slowly entered the interior of the spaceship. He then came directly to the outside of the second level of the gravity chamber. The sound of an electronic door opening with a click, and Yang walked through the metal door. System, activate 2x gravity. Yang looked around and gave orders to the spaceship's central system. The 2x gravity was set according to the gravity of the Earth. 2x gravity, on. A substantial downward force was exerted as the electronically unique synth sounded. For a moment, the gravity chamber buzzed with massive downward pressure. Yang's body sank, feeling quite stiff. The uncomfortable feeling only gradually disappeared as he raised the chi in his body. Because whether it was the previous red planet or the current Domini planet, the gravity conditions were similar to Earth. Which caused Yang, who had never experienced a gravity environment before, need some time to adapt to even the small 2x gravity conditions. The effect of gravity was all-encompassing, unlike weight-bearing, which only acted on bones and some muscles. Now Yang felt that every organ and cell in his body was under double the pressure. However, Yang's physical limits hadn't been broken for nothing. In addition to his lifespan somehow increasing, his physical qualities had also surpassed those of ordinary people. Moreover, in the acceleration space, the dense ki around him was always replenishing his body's consumption. After a few minutes, Yang adapted to 2x the Earth's gravity and gradually adjusted the gravity. When he reached 6x gravity, Maiyang found that he was already struggling to walk. It was very difficult for him to move around in such a gravity environment, let alone practice. Helplessly he adjusted the gravity back to 5 times, and the pressure on his body was suddenly lighter. Although he was still carrying weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds, he could still overcome it by gritting his teeth. By the time he walked out of the gravity room, Maiyang was sweating profusely, and every muscle on his body was sore. Still, his heart was filled with unprecedented excitement. Just a moment ago, he felt that his fighting strength had increased a little. Although it was only a few points in the single digits, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Accumulating a few points was also a considerable number. Maiyang had stayed in Planet Domini for a total of 4 months. He left Planet Domini on a sunny morning in a rather pocket-sized spaceship. The silvery white spaceship penetrated the atmosphere. It turned into a white light and flew towards the universe. The spaceship looked small. It was actually not much smaller than the Namkian's shell spaceship at over 10 meters in length. Space inside was very tightly arranged, making effective use of all the space. After setting up the next destination for the spaceship, Maiyang entered a small room alone to practice his spiritual aspect. The spiritual aspect was one of the foundations of the lookout. However, the lookout's training of spirituality was more directed towards the mind, and what evolved from this was consciousness fighting. After the experiment's failure against animals on Planet Domini, Maiyang had ruled out the acceleration of space's effect on lifespan. So his situation was most likely because of breaking the limit. He remembered that when he broke through the first limit on top of Karin Tower, the moment the barrier that represented the limit was breached, countless stardust-like fragments of matter entered his body. He hadn't felt anything at that time, but now he thought about it. The problem might have been caused by that. It was also straightforward to verify this speculation. Just one more breakthrough of the limit would be enough. However, this was not easy. As Maiyang's strength continued to grow, thick clouds were once again dense over the acceleration space. Compared to the first time, he felt that the barrier that had been reaccumulated this time would be even more substantial, which would be even more challenging to break through. By the time the limit was reached, the power would reach a constant value and never grow again. At that time, if he wanted to blast through it, he would have to use that limited power to its maximum effect. The spirit and the realm, and even the skill of luck, were all things he had to fathom carefully. The spaceship sailed through space, just as Maiyang was deep into spiritual practice. Outside, a radar built on top of a deserted planet detects the spaceship's signal and sent that signal to a command center far away. 9th Star Territory, Headquarters. This was the Frieza Force's 9th territory under the Frieza Force's control and housed the 9th Army of the Frieza Legion. At this time, in the headquarters port station, the Avadoyans were monitoring the course of all the nearby planets. Suddenly, an alarm sounded violent, signaling that a small spaceship was skimming the 9th Star Territory's outer star system. There's an unknown spaceship flying close to the command. The Avadoyans were a little surprised. What an ignorant fellow, he surely doesn't know that this is a territory under the jurisdiction of Sir Sorbet. Sir Sorbet is a senior officer of the great Emperor Frieza. Speaking of Emperor Frieza, all of the Avadoyans showed reverence. There was still a trace of fear in their pupils. Do we need to inform Sorbet, Commander? Sir Sorbet is now accompanying Sir Dodoria to the headquarters. If you're interrupting. The Avadoyan next to him was trying to stop it. A senior leader glanced at him and smirked. Just report it. The spaceship is flying close to 9th headquarters. This is already a provocation. I think Sir Sorbet would be more than happy to deal with such a matter, especially in front of Sir Dodoria. A few of the subordinates listened and nodded in sudden realization. Yes, Sir Dodoria was a famous person besides Emperor Frieza. If he could behave properly in front of him, it was likely that Sir Sorbet would be very happy to do so. With that in mind, a few Avadoyans made a sudden decision and reported the spaceship's discovery to Sir Sorbet. Chapter 124. At the same time, in the building of the 9th Star Territory headquarters, Sorby, who was dressed in a blue coat, respectfully led the way with a humble smile. He turned back from time to time as he led the way. Next to him was a chubby alien covered in fleshy spines, Dodoria. Dodoria was Frieza's right-hand man. Together with Zarbon, he was the popular man next to Frieza. The two are highly powerful and have always represented Frieza's face to the outside world. It could be said that they had accumulated a lot of prestige in Frieza's power. They were second only to Captain Jinyu Yu. At this time, Dodoria came to the 9th Star Territory for routine inspection. At the same time, he brought an order from Emperor Frieza. Sir Dodoria, up ahead is the command center of the 9th headquarters. All orders for the 9th Star Territory come from here. Sorbet bent over, his already not-so-tall frame becoming even lower. Dodoria swaggered along, his soft pink flesh was bobbing around as if he were a water balloon. Very well, you have conquered many planets for Emperor Frieza in your 9-star territory this time. The king was so pleased that he asked me to come and offer my condolences to you. Not at all. It's all thanks to the Frieza's 9th Legion. It's an honor to serve Emperor Frieza. Sorbet was busy answering, putting himself in a shallow position. In front of Dodoria, a commander like Sorbet had little dignity. Dodoria laughed and nodded with great satisfaction. Just then, a skinny alien came running with a communicator. Sir Sorbet, Sir Dodoria, there is a message from the port station. Can't you see I'm making my rounds with Sir Dodoria? Sorbet looked unhappy at the sight of a small interruption to his conversation with Dodoria. This. The alien looked around with difficulty. Dodoria took a glance at the alien and smiled generously. Tell me what it is, it might be interesting news. Aren't you listening to Sir Dodoria? Sorbet glared at him, then compensated by smiling at Dodoria. The alien gulped a bit and said, yes, my lords. According to the port station's information, they detected an unidentified spaceship traveling through the solar system on a headquarters outskirts. The supervisor ordered me to ask my lords what needs to be done and whether to shoot it down. Are you asking me for this little matter? Sorbet glared down. A small spaceship was just a small spaceship. Yet, it was reported to the commander and ruined the atmosphere he had managed to build up in front of Sir Dodoria. Ha ha ha, Sorbet, isn't his fun? Dodoria laughed suddenly. Upon seeing Sorbet's confused face, Dodoria stroked his chin and lightly smiled. Why don't you take me to enjoy the space fireworks of your 9th-star territory? The dazzling beauty that bloomed in the darkness of the night, how enchanting it was. When he was with Frieza, Dodoria loved to see the brilliant light that bloomed when a planet collapsed. The firework-like spectacle that made his blood boil every time he thought about it. Sorbet's eyes rolled, immediately comprehending Dodoria's meaning. Don't worry, Sir Dodoria, let's enjoy that beautiful sight together later. MMHMM, ha ha ha. Dodoria was in a joyful mood and laughed loudly while Sorbet laughed at the sight. In the deep starry sky, Maayang's silvery white spaceship was flying close to the solar system. Suddenly a beam of energy emerged from within the solar system. A ticking alarm instantly sounded, detecting that a high amount of energy was approaching. The silvery white spaceship quickly changed its flight path. The vast inertia disrupted the cockpit's original force field, causing Maayang to wake up from his training. What's going on here? Maayang was suddenly thrown against one side of the wall, rubbing his shoulder that hurt from the fall. A wave of anger flashed in the corner of his eyes. Report, the ship is under attack by an unknown force. Emergency evacuation is underway, please be prepared. The spaceship was under attack? Maayang was astonished. Without caring about his annoyance, he ordered to fly towards the safe area. Dominion's technology was amazing, indeed. Simultaneously, as Maayang gave the order, the spaceship had already changed its course and flew away from the dangerous area. However, the pursuers behind him remained intact, and several more attacks came towards the spaceship. After the beeping sound, an energy ray sliced through the sides of the spaceship. Maayang's face turned gloomy, and he immediately looked through the observation deck. He found a brown disc-shaped spaceship following behind him. A black cannon barrel was sticking out around that disc spaceship, spitting out sparks from time to time. Maayang's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth to squeeze out a few words, a spaceship of the Frieza forces. This kind of disc-shaped armed spaceship within the northern galaxy was the exclusive possession of the Frieza race. No other forces would have such a spaceship. He was being targeted by a spaceship of the Frieza forces. An energy ray hit one corner of the spaceship. An emergency alarm sounded immediately inside the spaceship, while the pungent smell of burning spread through the spaceship. Warning, the spaceship has suffered an unknown energy attack and is 15% damaged. Please leave the current area as soon as possible. Dark red lights flickered in the spaceship. The spaceship's central main brain issued a warning accompanied by a rapid alarm and a report on the spaceship's overall performance. After watching with cold eyes, 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. A while later, Maayang sighed, knowing that this small spaceship of his would not be able to escape the opponent's pursuit. Thinking of this, without saying a word, Maayang directly opened the acceleration space. After about a few seconds, Maayang's figure disappeared from the spaceship. As Maayang shifted into the acceleration space, Dodoria gazed at the starry sky with an enchanted face inside the disc-shaped armed spaceship. A burst of strange laughter was emitted from his mouth. Ha 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 ha, wonderful, it's wonderful. Sorbet, take it slow, don't destroy the opponent all at once. Take it slow. I want the opponent to experience fear before death slowly. Sorbet smiled heedlessly, it's good that Sir Dodoria is happy. So, the disc-shaped armed spaceship followed closely behind the Dominion spaceship. After about half an hour, the Dominion spaceship was in shambles. Only then did Dodoria contentedly order the spaceship to be destroyed. The silvery white spaceship turned into a ball of flame with a splendid explosion and gradually annihilated into space. Not bad, I'm kind of happy about this trip. Sorbet, you take things seriously for Frieza, I can assure you won't be mistreated. Yes. Sorbet nodded with a compensatory smile. Dodoria smiled. With a big wave of his hand, he ordered his spaceship and returned to the 9-star territory headquarters. In the acceleration space, Ma-Yang sat quietly with a gloomy face as he boarded one of the silvery white spaceships. She pulled up the nearby astro map, only to discover that he had actually strayed into the 9-star territory ruled by Frieza Force. The Frieza forces, they're everywhere. The astro map had a single red dot, each red dot representing a planet controlled by Frieza's forces. The spaceship should have sailed to avoid places where large forces were entrenched. However, Ma-Yang was new here and was unclear about the division of universe forces, which was why he almost crashed into one of Frieza's base camp. Chapter 125 The Frieza race was the largest force entrenched in the northern area. Among them, Frieza alone, his power spreads over about a quarter of the northern area. The astro map of the Dominion spaceship was inherently incomplete, so most of the astro map range was Frieza's force. Frieza. When he thought of this character from the Dragon Ball Z story's early days, Ma-Yang couldn't help but shake his head. This big boss was a hurdle that northern area could never get around. It was just that his strength was not good right now, so Ma-Yang could only avoid the attack for the time being. However, he was keeping in mind what happened today. No matter who attacked him, Frieza's subordinates were always wrong anyway. They made me lose a spaceship. This debt will have to be settled sooner or later. If it wasn't for a powerful weapon like the acceleration space, he might have been buried with the spaceship by now. Ma-Yang decided in his heart, then waited quietly in the acceleration space. About 10 hours had passed, and 2.5 hours in the outside world. Roughly estimating that the opponent's spaceship had already left, Ma-Yang then boarded one of the spaceships arrayed in the acceleration space. He set the destination and moved the spaceship into the cosmic starry sky. Swoosh! The silvery white spaceship suddenly appeared from the void, shining white at first glance. It flew towards the outside of the solar system at a breakneck speed. The headquarters port station once again spotted the strange spaceship's signal, but it was too late to stop it. Earth, the Great Azure Mountain. The sky in April had a relaxed spring feeling, but the sun was shining, and the sunny areas were beginning to get hot. It was the most relaxing time of the year. The Great Azure Mountain was filled with birdsong and vibrant life, with flowers of different colors competing to bloom at this time. At the foot of the mountain, all the students of the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo were training in an orderly manner as usual. April wore a fitted white martial arts uniform with a red-colored belt tied around her waist. A curtain of slightly curly brown hair down to her waist, tied into a ponytail with a ribbon. At this time, April was being taught by her senior sister Ness to fight back and forth with her. Puff. Snap. Ness's slender palm marked a half moon, bringing April's body up in a smooth motion, only to have a force shoot out from between her palms. April stumbled backward several steps with an ouch. Ness approached and said with a smile, "April, you've improved a lot recently. You've become proficient in the foundation of the Heavenly Sky School. Next, the more profound things need to be taught by the teacher." Ness was a woman with red hair. She ranked among the top in strength between the female disciples of the Heavenly Sky School. At this point in her early 20s, her body was sturdy yet supple and full of seductive power. April stuck out her tongue playfully. Her young face smiling as she clasped her hands together and bowed to her senior sister. "It's all because senior sister Ness taught me well." "Oh my, you have a sweet little mouth." Ness joked happily. It had been 5 years since April had come to Heavenly Sky School. In those 5 years, April had been open-minded, polite, and well-behaved. She was well-liked by everyone. April, who was already 10 years old, had come out of the haze of losing her family and had made this her new home. 5 years have passed. Now, the only official students who remain in the Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Dojo were April and Ness, while Yia and also had returned to the mountain to practice with their teacher. Even the students in the dojo had changed. The time was nearing noon. Just as April and Ness were finishing their training and preparing for lunch, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the martial arts dojo. Along with a few painful cries, a rough voice rang out in the martial arts dojo. "Hey, is this the strength of a Heavenly Sky School martial arts practitioner? It's simply impossible to withstand for this world fighter, Oman." The sound of a gong clanging to the ground and a rough voice sounded again. "What kind is Heavenly Sky School? It's just a name in vain. So whoever is it, let your dojo master, or that person called Ma-Yang, come out." Ness turned pale and reached out to pull April. She glared at April, who was about to walk out of the room. Shaking her head, they walked out together. Walking outdoors from the indoor martial arts arena, they saw a man with his upper body exposed. Their bronzed skin was seen standing strutting on the open-air martial arts stage. There were 7 or 8 other people with the same attire behind him, clearly from the same school. Finally, there is a person in charge. Oh, it's actually a little girl. Seeing that the person who came was a woman in her early 20s, the fighter named Oman shook his head in disappointment. Sister Ness, this guy came to pick a fight, and he has injured several of our students. An instructor came over and whispered in Ness's ear. A hint of shame on his face. Ness nodded faintly, her cold eyes scanning the fighter Oman, then sighed. Another guy who wanted to prove his strength. She couldn't remember how many waves of such people this was ever since senior brother Ma Yang won the World Martial Arts Tournament 5 years ago. There were always people challenging their martial arts dojo, wanting to prove their strength in this way. At first, the ones who came were some famous martial arts practitioners who treated each other with courtesy, which was quite harmonious. But strangely enough, in the last few years, the real martial arts schools came less often. The ones that came over were all unimpressive guys. At one time, they were fighters, at another, they were boxers, at yet another, they were Hercules. Since when did they become so famous? To put it in perspective, Ness knew the reason for this. It was all because of the reform of the World Martial Arts Tournament. She heard that starting with the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament, the organizers will change from the traditional martial arts schools to official government co-sponsorship. Under the official propaganda, the World Martial Arts Tournament had caught fire. It was said that the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament would be huge. Like the school of the previous champion, the challenges Heavenly Sky School faced suddenly increased. What a bunch of cats and dogs, all were trying to express themselves. They didn't know what they were capable of. We are a martial arts dojo, teaching martial arts techniques, not a place where you fighters should be. Ness's voice was tepid and icy. She would have thrown a man out if she hadn't been trying to maintain Heavenly Sky School's manners. The fighter Oman craned his neck. He bounced up and down to move his muscles and scoffed at Ness's words. Martial arts or not, it's all just fancy stuff. Look at your disciples, they can't even stop my fists. But you can't blame them. After all, I once won 3rd place in the world fighting competition, and I'm much stronger than them. Today, I want to tell all of you that martial arts and everything else are just a muddle. Forcing any connotation onto the technique is a trick. Saying that the accompanying brothers and sisters behind him had already begun to applaud, Oman pressed his hand. He smiled and faced everyone present with his right fist raised high in the air. Only a hard fist is the true way. Reckless. Ness's voice went cold. Was a martial art intended to be a competition? This kind of guy who only talked about fists, she didn't even want to talk to him. If you don't believe me, ask around about Oman's reputation in the fighting world. Not that I'm bragging, but this time when the government is holding that World Martial Arts Tournament, I'll definitely participate in it. As long as I participate, I will take the top few places with absolute ease. Right, Mr. Oman is right. It's time for our world fighters to turn the table and show our strength. A group of bare-armed fighters echoed loudly, each of them was confident. In the past, the World Martial Arts Tournament was only a tournament for a small group of those who thought they were the best in the martial arts school. Without the fighting circle elite, how could they call it the World Martial Arts Tournament? Just watch this session and sweep them off their feet. Let's show them what power was. Well, that was it was all about power. The students of the martial dojo were all filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to go up and slap them a few times. Sister Ness, do you want me to teach those guys a lesson? April couldn't listen anymore. Her azure eyes flashed a stream of light as she clenched her small fist tightly. Ness patted her on the shoulder and shook her head. They're just a jumper. The fighter, Oman, cocked his head proudly and looked at Ness and the others. How about you bow down and admit defeat? Ness sighed and swept Oman off his feet. If you want to humiliate yourself, then let's get started, she said, shaking her head and walking in front of him. The two of them stood together. By contrast, Ness was only over 6 feet tall, just like a child. Chapter 126 Go, Senior Sister Ness. April put her hand to her mouth in the shape of a trumpet to cheer up her senior sister. Her round eyes were glancing to the side at Oman in discontent. Oman looked down at the little girl in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Don't blame me for beating up girls if you lose. You talk a little too much. Humphrey. Oman couldn't hang on to his face and grunt. He secretly said in his mind, he would have to show the opponent later. Well, but he had to take it in stride. After a sinking breath, Oman loosened the cloth tied around his fist. He then shouted, and with all his strength, an iron fist slammed hard into Ness. Phew, the extreme fist brought up the wind. It was clear that Oman had some power. It was just a pity that he was facing Heavenly Sky School's official disciple. Swiftly, the moment Oman's fist landed, Ness's body flashed. A realistic afterimage suddenly appeared in place. With a boom, Oman's fist ran through Ness's body, only to suddenly blink before his eyes. His attack was apparently falling short. What was going on? Oman looked at the remnant in front of him in confusion, but there was no fleshy touch. Afterimage technique. April was watching proudly with her little mouth cocked at the side. This was the first technique taught to them by their senior brother Maayang. Without a certain amount of eyesight, it was impossible to see through. The fight was over. Oman tensed his body. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, but he couldn't see Ness's movements at all, so he could only swing his fists haphazardly. Soon, Oman began to sweat, losing most of his energy. Bastard, if you can fight me upright, what's the point of dodging all the time? Hey! After a sigh, Ness's subtle figure appeared. It wasn't that she wanted to dodge, but the opponent couldn't even figure out the most basic pattern. How was this teaching her a lesson? She was a fatal shot. Humphrey, finally you stop hiding. Seeing Ness appear, Oman gasped and rubbed his fists, thinking that his chance had come. Who knew that in the next second, he saw that the girl from earlier was gone again. Where's the girl? Bang! As if struck by a heavy object in the abdomen, Oman bowed up, 1 foot off the ground, his eyes bloodshot, both eyes rolled back, and he passed out. With a snap, Oman's sturdy body leaned forward. His neck craned, saliva was drooling from the corners of his mouth. At his feet, Ness's clear face was filled with fury. Silence. The entire martial arts dojo became silent. So what if you won 3rd place on the world fighting competition? How could a punch strand you from a woman in her early 20s? The situation was very awkward for a moment. Ness was frosty. Who else wants to challenge me? I don't dare. The fighters present brushed back a few steps and shook their heads in embarrassment. All frightened by Ness' fury. All kidding aside, how could they have the guts to go up and challenge someone who had defeated a world fighter as powerful as Oman with just 1 blow? Maybe it really was because they were lonely, but it seemed like the martial arts community couldn't be messed with. Ness said coldly, "Take the man away, and don't appear in front of me again. We will go now." 7 or 8 fighters stepped forward and carried Oman wretchedly out of the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo. They vowed in their hearts never to mess with the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo again. After seeing Oman's tragic end, some of the previous challengers who were eager to try out were all chilled to the bone and left in ashes. Senior Sister Ness, you were so awesome just now. After everyone had left, April smiled and shook Ness's arm. Ness laughed, "You don't have to be nice with those guys." Pa. Just then, a burst of applause sounded. A tall man walked out of the crowd in front of the martial arts dojo. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, both Ness and April were stunned for a moment. Their nimble eyes showed surprise, and they even walked forward in front of the man. The man was none other than Maayang, who had returned from outer space. Since the student in martial dojo has changed, no one recognizes him. "Senior brother Maayang, you're finally back." "Senior brother." April's face was a little red, and very excitedly pulling Maayang's hand. Pressing his hand on top of April's tiny head, after several years of not seeing her, April's height was already at his shoulders. Maayang swept the backs of those fighters. Did that group of people come here frequently? He remembered that the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo side was still very stable in the past, and there had never been any such distractions. Yeah, every now and then, a group of people would came to challenge, causing the martial arts dojo always have extra fights for these things, Ness said, deeply disturbed. Then, Ness roughly explained the reason to Maayang. After hearing it, Maayang suddenly realized that it was the World Martial Arts Tournament reform that was causing the trouble. By the way, the time he left Earth, Great Azure Mountain, had changed quite a bit. The village roads had been widened, the houses renovated, and even the market had expanded. Don't be so polite to such people. They are not the ones who take the initiative to pay homage and ask for advice. Just break their arms and legs and throw them out. Ness, you are still not ruthless enough. Maayang said indifferently. Where was the need to be polite to others since they were provoking first? Ness nodded her head vigorously. Maayang's words were as right as the truth. Brother, isn't that bad? April asked weakly. Not everyone is a criminal, I'm not a criminal. However, if people come to provoke you, there's no need to show them mercy. April, that's the bottom line, otherwise, you'll be mistreated. Maayang treated his junior sister April as his sister. However, she was just a little too weak, which might have something to do with what happened to her as a child. I understand. April nodded her head, remembering Maayang's words. The brother and sisters then left the training ground and headed to the living area behind the dojo. After leaving Earth for so many years, Maayang learned from them about the Heavenly Sky School changes over the past few years. After the three of them left, the students and instructors of the dojo reacted. The crowd was suddenly talking. Who is that man? Why, senior sister Ness seems to respect him a lot. I remember, he's the senior brother of Heavenly Sky School. Is he Maayang? I met him when I was a kid. Oh my, I've even received instruction from Mr. Maayang, but I didn't even notice it just now. Most of the students who had received Maayang's guidance back then had now left the dojo to find their way out. Those who remained there had been promoted to become teachers. 5 years ago, Maayang's guidance to them had broadened their paths and had been so useful that they could remember it for the rest of their lives. Then during these disciples' discussions, those post-advanced students realized that the young man who had just walked in was the Heavenly Sky School's senior brother. The one who had won the World Martial Arts Tournament champion at a young age. In the dojo's backyard, Maayang listened to Ness's introduction of Heavenly Sky School and the martial arts dojo changes over the past few years. From Ness's words, Maayang learned that the Heavenly Sky School had developed very well over the years. Some of the junior brothers and sisters were skilled in martial arts and could initially stand independently. With society's development, the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo had opened branches in nearby towns and villages. They were all developing very well. Not bad, Ness. You all have become powerful now. Maayang praised with a smile. This is thanks to senior brother's guidance back then, which has opened our eyes. Ness smiled, a hint of redness appearing on her fair face. Maayang smiled faintly. Back then, he had only instructed them for half a year, the real growth depended on them. He slightly sensed that Sister Nessa's current strength was about 50 power levels. It wasn't bad to have this strength at the age of 20. In a few years, she might be able to reach Teacher Isaac's level. One more glance at the well-behaved baby like April, Maayang's eyebrows furrowed. This girl's mind was all on scientific research. Her body was growing solid, but her strength growth wasn't noticeable. It was a bit humiliating, to say the least. However, everyone had their aspirations, and Maayang also supported her thoughts. Chapter 127 April, how are your studies going? Maayang stretched out his hand and stirred the slightly raised hair on April's head. For some reason, the strands of April's brown hair were sticking up one by one, but it was quite comfortable to touch. April said happily, I have learned all the basic subjects. Ness picked up, April's mind is so smart. She can learn much deep knowledge right away. The teachers who teach her say that she was born to be a scientist. We plan to send her to the big city for further studies when she has honed her skills a bit better. Maayang couldn't help but nod at this. He thought to himself that this might be genetic. April's father and mother were researchers, and the daughter she gave birth to seemed to be a scientist's material as well. Of course, Ness said that when she had honed her martial arts well, she would send her to the big city for further studies, which Maayang also felt was very necessary. It was too important to know little martial art when going out. After all, the world was not so peaceful that you wouldn't encounter danger. It was only a miracle that she didn't face any threat to her life when she went out alone and grinning like Bahoma in the original story. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sky School, April's main focus could be science and technology. However, hand and foot skills couldn't fall too far behind, and some necessary self-defense skills always had to be learned. Right, senior brother, where have you been training these past few years? Why haven't you come back to see us? Ness asked with some confusion, as April's white, lovely face turned to him. These years. After calming down a bit, Maayang began to tell about his years. With strength as strong as his, there was no need to hide it, so he openly and honestly told about his experiences. It was a rather long story, starting from leaving the martial arts school and challenging the world's major martial arts schools. Meeting Sun Gohan, the disciple of the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. Then the stories of Fortunatiller Bubba, Karan Tower, and then talking about his ascension to the lookout and his training there. The long story confused Ness and April as if they were listening to a myth. Senior brother, are you saying that the ancestor of our school is a kami? After hearing this, Ness looked at her senior brother, incredulously. Maayang corrected, it's the previous kami. My senior brother saw kami and was practicing on the lookout, and the lookout was floating in the sky. How do you overcome gravity? This is not science. April's intelligent mind was already making calculations, but the lookout's magic was simply not something that science could explain. So her whole head was lost. This was the difference between knowledgeable people and unknowledgeable people. When they see a phenomenon, the unknowledgeable people will say, oh, so. While the knowledgeable people will repeatedly seek the cause of the phenomenon or the mechanism that was happening internally, as they would have physical formulas in their head. Fool, How can science explain Kami? Science hasn't developed to the point where it can explain everything. Ma Yang laughed and flicked April's head, making her cover her head and laugh. Ma Yang earnestly said, the inheritance of the Heavenly Sky School comes from Kami. This is true. I have with me a brand new inheritance that has been transformed by Kami Noa. When I return to school, I will personally pass on the new inheritance to you. This inheritance should be able to enhance your strength greatly. The brand new inheritance of Kami Noa was able to raise the Earthling's level by a step. The Heavenly Sky School was passed down from Noah and possessed a particular foundation in itself. So, if someone learned the more profound Heavenly Sky School martial arts, they would be able to get started faster than ordinary people. At this time, both Ness and April believed in Ma Yang's words. They were incomparably looking forward to the more profound Heavenly Sky School inheritance he spoke of. After sending a message to the Heavenly Sky School and asking Isaac to gather all the Heavenly Sky School disciples who had gone out, Ma Yang and Ness arranged their work in the dojo. They returned together to the Heavenly Sky School's residence in the Great Azure Mountain. In the Great Azure Mountain, where the seasons were evergreen. Ma Yang, you're back. As soon as they stepped into the teacher's residence, from afar, the cheerful voice of Teacher Isaac was heard, followed by Teacher Isaac's wife, Alice. Several years had passed since they had seen each other, and the two were still as loving as they were back then. However, the passage of time had left faint traces on their faces. Madam. Ma Yang strode forward, full of smiles. Well, you've become stronger and stronger. Isaac patted Ma Yang's shoulder, amazed at the strength he had. After a simple family routine, the elders Eula, Scythe, Carl, Clarissa, Bros, and others who were informed by Isaac came. Isaac stopped chattering and returned to the main topic of the day, asking with a serious face, Ma Yang, what's up with the inheritance you mentioned in your previous message? As the Heavenly Sky School headmaster, Isaac knew something about the lookout, so he showed an unusual seriousness after being informed by Ma Yang. Ma Yang smiled. This was a few years ago. Then, he told the story about his meeting with Kami Noa. Kami Noa was still perfecting the martial art of the Heavenly Sky School. Now, the roughly finished product has come out, which I later partially revised and officially named it Kami School. Kami School, muttered Isaac, exchanging glances with a few elders. They all recognized the name. Ma Yang took in Isaac's and the others' expressions. He then smiled slightly and said, the theory of the Kami School is more in line with the Earthling's physique and culture. Its practice significance is as follows. Ma Yang then spelled out the essence of the Heavenly Sky School one by one. The Heavenly Sky School martial art changed to the Kami School, which was a step up in level, indicating that this martial art was already basically formed. Every nation and every race had its unique cultural connotations. Like word translation, even if words with the same meaning were translated into other words, the word's meaning could not be 100% restored. Many words can only be understood but not conveyed, which was the cultural system's connotation. For Earthlings, the Kami School was the most suitable martial art to practice at the moment. Even if aliens were to obtain the same practice technique, it would be impossible for them to accept it 100%. As Ma Yang parsed a little bit, making side-by-side references and comparisons with the previous Heavenly Sky School, Isaac and the others sometimes pondered deeply. They frowned, and after figuring out a few of the joints, their eyes were increasingly bright. They quickly recognized that the Kami School was a more suitable martial art for everyone to practice than the Heavenly Sky School. Wonderful. Isaac laughed openly. With such an inheritance, our Heavenly Sky School can take it to the next level. Also, for the Heavenly Sky School, maybe we'll have to change our name to Kami School in the future. Ancestor Noah's inheritance is truly no small matter. Several elders were discussing, but the joy in their eyes could not be concealed. The sky was blue, and the sun was shining. The verdant trees sprouted new buds. The sun shone down through the leaves, falling a coppery light. Great Azure Mountain, Heavenly Sky School residence. Dang. 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 Along with the sound of the gong, the disciples who had gone out rushed back into the martial arts building. Compared to 5 years ago, the number of disciples in the Heavenly Sky School had increased, reaching around 20. Several unfamiliar faces also had appeared. All of them were fellow disciples who hadn't seen each other for a while. They were all lively and conversing when they met again. Yeah, also. A young man who looked to be about the same age smiled and greeted the two brothers beside him, then asked in a low voice, "Do you know why the teacher gathers us back this time?" Yia shook his head. "I don't know. I was wondering the same thing." "Also, do you know anything?" Also shook his head too, indicating he didn't know anything either. "Strange, even you guys don't know." Neither Yia nor Also, who was stationed on the mountain all year round, didn't know what was happening. Could it have something to do with the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament? Senior brother is the previous champion, and a new one is about to start. Could it be that teacher has gathered us over for this? One of the disciples woke up the dreamers with a word, and everyone reacted. Very likely. Ye nodded his head. It was true, the 5-yearly World Martial Arts Tournament was about to hold its 12th edition, and this conference was heard to have undergone a lot of reforms compared to the previous one. The organizers had been handed over to the official government. Their senior brother was the previous champion. The teacher and elders had recruited them mostly for the World Martial Arts Tournament. A few disciples were already certain in their hearts. Especially when they saw Maayang, who had stepped into the martial arts dojo with the teacher, they were even more certain of their suspicions. Chapter 128 It's senior brother Maayang. I haven't seen senior brother in 5 years. Me too. Even senior brother is back, it seems it's really about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Several disciples whispered and discussed while looking at Maayang with respect. On the other hand, some of the new disciples were a bit confused. Although they had heard rumors about the senior brother, they had never seen Maayang in person. Now that they were facing him, they were shocked by his aura. In their hearts, they couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being a senior brother who had won the World Martial Arts Tournament. He was an existence that could talk and laugh with some of the elders of their sect. Other disciples would inevitably be naturally low and fearful when confronted by their elders, unable to be as relaxed as he was. Ahem. Isaac coughed lightly and looked at these disciples in the martial arts building, his face filled with a red glow. The kami school training technique that Maayang had brought back to his sect had given him hope for the school's rise, and these disciples would be the first lucky ones to benefit from it. There are 2 main things why I've gathered you here today. Next, Isaac spoke briefly about the legacy of the kami school at length. After the introduction of the origin of the kami school, all the disciples present were in shock. The large martial arts building was silent. So there really was a kami in this world. Their ancestor was actually the Lookout's kami. What made them even more excited was that the kami had created a brand new martial technique for them. It had been partially revised by their senior brother and was about to be taught to them today. Oh my. The kami school martial arts, the name alone, was overbearing enough, and they were just so lucky to practice it. At this moment, the disciples of the Heavenly Sky School were all excited. Apart from their excitement, they had more respect for their teacher and admiration for senior brother Maayang. They had heard from teacher Isaac that this kami school martial arts was the one that senior brother Maayang had obtained from their ancestor. It was all thanks to the senior brother that they had access to such martial arts. Also, senior brother had even revised a part of it. What level of strength did it take to have the confidence to adjust the kami's martial arts? They had known before that senior brother was extremely strong and even as strong as their teachers. However, saying that he wanted to revise the kami's martial arts, they still couldn't imagine it. As the disciples below were exchanging their heads and discussing, Isaac and his fellow elders exchanged glances before pressing their hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Isaac looked at all the disciples with a severe expression. From today onwards, Heavenly Sky School officially changed its name to Kami School. You will join me in experiencing the charms of the Kami School martial arts. This is a martial art created by Ancestor Noah for all Earthlings, so I hope you will be able to carry it forward in the future. Please don't worry, teacher, we will definitely learn it seriously. We will certainly carry the teaching of the Kami forward. The following replied in unison. In comparison, the change of the sect's name from the Heavenly Sky School to the Kami School had, on the contrary, set off no discussion. The kernel of the martial arts was changed, so how could a name change be a big deal? Nodding his head in satisfaction, then, as the disciples looked on in eager anticipation, Isaac announced, the martial arts of the Kami School are vast and profound. It may be a bit difficult for the new disciples to learn, but the good news is that you all have the Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Foundation. The Heavenly Sky School and the Kami School are in the same lineage, so you can soon get started comparing each other. In the next few days, you will be taught the specific training of the Kami School martial art by your senior brother. I hope you will study carefully and not slack off. At this point, Isaac's gaze sternly swept over all the disciples. He was aware of the current level of his eldest disciple. It was no exaggeration to say that Maayang's teaching to them was like Kami teaching. This was a great opportunity that couldn't be missed. If you missed it, you would have to regret it for the rest of your life. Please rest assured, teacher, disciples will never be slack. Please rest assured, senior brother. Isaac nodded at the words and looked towards Maayang. Maayang knew that it was time for him to make his appearance, so he took 2 steps toward the front row. He looked at the junior brothers and sisters scene, hailing a circle of familiar and unfamiliar ones, all of them looking at him with blazing eyes. Without saying much, he stood there, and an awe-inspiring chi arose. Under this powerful chi, all the disciples in front of him turned white, feeling as if a mountain had been pressed down on them, and they could hardly breathe. At this time, all of them revealed a look of horror. Even those elders behind Maiyang, who was under such tremendous pressure for the first time, their faces slightly changed. However, their eyes exploded with a fiery light. In the next few days, it will be me who will personally teach you the Kami School martial arts until the World Martial Arts Tournament begins. Maiyang's majestic gaze swept over the crowd. When he finished making his stand, he collected his chi, and the oppression from earlier dissipated. The second thing that teacher said before, I'm sure you must have guessed it. Yes, it is the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament that will be the stage to test your training results. I will then select 3 of you to participate in the competition. For who these 3 places will go to, it will depend on your efforts in the next few weeks. I want you to be able to make a name for our Kami School in front of the world. There were only less than 2 months left before the start of the World Martial Arts Tournament. After deducting the time spent on the road, the effective time was less than 3 weeks. Of course, Maiyang couldn't make all these disciples master the essence of the Kami School in those 3 weeks, nor did he expect them to be able to do so. However, young people always had to have a fighting spirit, and setting them a goal to strive for was essential. As expected, none of these young people were people who easily conceded defeat. All of them were boiling with blood and bursting with the impassioned fighting spirit after hearing the news. Please rest assured, senior brother. We will definitely achieve good results at the World Martial Arts Tournament. All the disciples almost spoke in unison. Among them, Yia and Aso, who had received instructions from Maiyang, naturally knew what senior brother could do, thus appearing more excited than anyone else after learning that Maiyang would personally teach them. Although April and Ness had already received information about the Kami School from Maiyang, they also had their cheeks flushed red and extremely excited under their many brothers and sisters' warm atmosphere. In the following time, Maiyang began to teach these disciples the martial content of the Kami School. With the Heavenly Sky School as a base, it wasn't much of a challenge for them to formally get started. As Maiyang taught them the training technique, Isaac and other elders would also listen intently at the side. Every time they listened to Maiyang recount the Kami School's main points, they would also gain a new understanding. One day, in the martial arts arena, Maiyang, Isaac, and the others stood calmly. Chuckle. Chuckle. Gently, almost inaudibly. There was unseen chi wrapped around the elders of Isaac, Scythe, and Carl. As they became familiar with the Kami School's convenient ways, their chi on their bodies rose. The Kami School was worthy of being the training technique that Kami Noah had created for the Earthlings. Noah's goal in creating the Kami School was to raise the Earthlings' level, which was said to increase their power level from less than 5 points to 20 points. This certainly wasn't to make every Earthling an excellent martial artist. After all, practicing martial arts also required talent. Not everyone was suitable for the path of martial arts. However, there was no doubt about one thing. For the original martial arts practitioners, the Kami School was an important magic weapon for them to break through their bottlenecks. This magic weapon has more noticeable effects on Isaac and the others who were practicing the Heavenly Sky School. After several days, a certain thread in their bodies holding back their power seemed to have broken. The chi that hadn't advanced for a long time started to come back to life. It began to soar over time. Chapter 129 For the Teacher's Breakthrough. Maiyang was heartily happy for them. Isaac and the others originally had an around 80 power level. After changing to the Kami School, the long-suppressed bottleneck had finally broken down. The decades of heritage burst out suddenly, pushing them directly to around 90 power level, and gradually moving towards 100. This was already similar to the state Maiyang was in before he broke the first restriction. From this, it was evident that the Kami School was indeed excellent for Earthlings to adapt. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Isaac and the others could also break the 100 marks in power level. Congratulations to the teacher. You guys have greatly improved their skills. Maiyang smiled and congratulated. Ha 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 ha. Isaac laughed openly. The joy of the power boost filling his dark cheeks with a smile. It's thanks to you, Maiyang. If it weren't for you, we would never have made this much progress. On the side, the Scythe who had just been able to break through also nodded. The Kami School is worthy of being tailored for us Earthlings. I feel that if I continue to practice it, I can continue to break through. Maiyang smiled. This is not difficult. In my estimation, it should not be a problem to double your strength by practicing the Kami School. By doubling, it would be 167 power levels. Let's not rush this for now. It's better to take it one step at a time in a steady manner. Isaac shook his head, but instead of being overwhelmed by excitement, he decided to stabilize his foundation and break through gradually. I think the same too. Maiyang agreed with this point of view. After all, the effect of the Kami School was already there. They didn't need to rush. The so-called 10,000 feet high, The importance of the foundation had already been highlighted among the Heavenly Sky School's cultivation. As long as Isaac and the others dived into training for more than 10 years, there should be no problem reaching almost 200 power levels in the future. Hey, it's time for dinner. The teacher's wife, Alice, came over with a pot of rice. April followed behind to help, carefully holding a bowl of broth in her hand as well. Even the young blue dinosaur Growly, who hadn't been seen for a long time, came over with several baskets of food around his neck and 2 boxes on both arms. Very funny. Ha ha ha, it's time for dinner. Let's eat first, then we can discuss the matters of training after eating. Several elders were in a state of excitement as if they had suddenly regained their youthfulness and hadn't been educated for many years. After mingling and enjoying their meal, several of them began to sit in silence again, comprehending the wonders of the Kami school. The teacher's wife, Alice, who did not know the wonders of practice, shook her head and walked away when she saw how much her husband was enjoying himself. As she left, Alice waved towards Maayang, and Maayang immediately followed her when she saw him. By a small stream, Alice asked Maayang, "Maayang, have you seen Mixia since you came back from your training?" Maayang looked at his teacher's wife and nodded. The first moment the training ended, I went to the Superpower Academy, but I didn't meet Mixia there. The teacher at the academy said that she had graduated. Mixia has indeed graduated. She just returned a while ago, but she only stayed at the Great Azure Mountain for a few days before she went out for training. She said she wanted to have a good fight with you at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and that she didn't want to lose to you. Alice nodded, grumbling a bit. This girl doesn't know how to stay at home for a while longer. Didn't want to lose to me? Maayang secretly rolled his eyes at the words. Mixia, this girl was getting more brave and duplicitous. Obviously, she was so catering in bed, but she always put on a reluctant face beforehand. Was this considered arrogance? However, it seemed a little wrong. Maayang, Mixia, that child is grown up, you have to care about her a little more. You haven't seen each other for several years, so don't get upset. After saying that, Alice cast a look towards Maayang and said thoughtfully, seemingly understanding his teacher's wife's meaning. Maayang scratched his head apologetically and said, "Madam, there's actually one thing I want to tell you. What is it?" Alice looked at Maayang. Maayang hesitated for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. Actually, my relationship with Mixia. How to put it? 2 years ago, we had an agreement that after participating in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, I would marry her. So, madam, I hope you will be able to give your blessing. After honestly explaining his relationship with Mixia, Maayang's heart calmed down quite a bit. He then quietly waited for Alice's response. After a while, Alice didn't decide, and Maayang's heart gradually raised to his throat. At this time, the teacher's wife, Alice, said, "You guys. I'm a person who has been through this. The last time I saw Mixia, I already saw that her body was no longer pure." After some pressing, Mixia also honestly explained to me what happened between you two. You guys grew up together, you two know that stuff by heart. I'll leave Mixia to you, both your teacher and I are at ease. Are you agreeing to this, madam? Maayang asked excitedly. Alice put up a face. My daughter is in that kind of relationship with you, how can she marry anyone else but you? I heard from Mixia that you tossed her around so much the first time you guys did it, she almost couldn't stand it. Did she even tell you that? She told me everything. Now Maayang was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know how to say the reasons he had prepared before. Oh, this silly girl. Was she really stupid, or she was pretending to be stupid? How could she talk to the elders about things that happened in the room? No matter how much they fooled around in the room and unlocked many poses, it should be the privacy of the two of them. How could she talk to other people? This isn't very pleasant. Mixia also said that you were the one who lured her into the lodge in a daze that time. How innocent my daughter is, and you just took her away. Alice said with a lousy tone. Her daughter was lost in a muddle, she was lost. Ah, forgive me. Maayang was busy apologizing, he was so embarrassed. But it's true that he took Mixia's first time in a muddled manner. However, thinking back about it, he felt that something was wrong. No matter how innocent and pure Mixia was, she couldn't explain everything. As he recalled when we met at Superpower Academy and came to a battle with him in front of all the students, Mixia's heart was not shallow. Wait. Did Mixia, the scamming bitch, say this to Alice on purpose, so that she could beat him up? Ugh. This Mixia, she's getting more and more thoughtful. Next time we see each other, I'll have to pop her so hard that she can't get out of bed. She won't be able to use the senzu bins so that she would be drained. Maayang was making plans in his heart. Over here, however, it was majestic. Madam, please rest assured. You can leave Mixia to me, I will take good care of her. Alice didn't know the deep meaning of Maiyang's words. She nodded in satisfaction to Maiyang as her son-in-law. After this World Martial Arts tournament, we will hold a wedding for you. Your teacher and I are still thinking of hugging our grandchildren early. Maiyang smiled cheerfully and responded. As for the matter of conceiving the next generation, it was still up to Mixia's will. Chapter 130. During the night, Alice had indeed told Isaac about Maiyang and Mixia. Isaac, a rough man, only knew about training in his heart. How could he as exquisite as Alice? He didn't even see the changes in Mixia over the past few years. Now when he heard that Maiyang wanted to marry his daughter, his heart was so happy. Maiyang, marrying Mixia to you can be considered to have fulfilled one of my wishes. Isaac patted Maiyang's shoulder vigorously. There was no barrier between him and his son-in-law at all. It was a pity that his daughter didn't stay by his side for more than 10 years except when she was small. She then went to the Superpower Academy. At this moment, she finally came back from school, but he did not expect her to have grown up and would be married. The good thing was that she would marry his eldest disciple, who also knew his roots. So, she would probably have to live in the Heavenly Sky School in the future. Maiyang grinned in a very cheerful mood. Teacher, you may rest assured, I will take good care of Mixia. Ha ha ha, I'm relieved. Isaac laughed. He was in a good mood for this happy event. He had already encountered several things that made him happy one after another in the past few days. Come, we are teacher and disciple, so let's have a drink. Alice, bring out my stash of wine. Is my brother going to marry Sister Mixia? Should I call her sister-in-law or sister after that? April hugged the blue dinosaur Growly's neck, very curiously. Call it whatever you like. Maiyang touched April's head. April laughed, then it's better to call her sister. It had been 5 years since April joined the Kami School, Heavenly Sky School. She usually lives in Isaac's house when she returns to Great Azure Mountain, except when she was learning the basics at the martial arts dojo at the bottom of the mountain. Isaac and Alice were not only her teacher and madam, they were also her adoptive parents. As for senior sister Mixia, April had been curious for a long time. Although she had only met her a few times in a hurry some time ago, Mixia's relaxed and elegant manners still left a profound impression on her, and April was treating her as her sister. Now that her brother and sister were getting married, April was genuinely happy for them. At that moment, Alice brought out the aged hidden wine from the room. Here's your wine. Would you like some more food to go with it? Wine must, of course, be accompanied by food, so Alice, go and fry up a few small dishes. Thank you, madam. Maiyang smiled. Alice put up her face. You're still calling me madam? Maiyang was startled. Mother. Yes. Alice smiled and responded softly. She then entered the kitchen to cook a small dish. Soon, the fragrant, delicious aromas wafted into the room. Ha ha ha. Isaac laughed as he filled his glass. He squinted his eyes, tasting it pleasantly, and the whole thing was floating. He looked over to April and lifted his glass towards her. Would April like a glass? April ducked and ran towards the kitchen. I'm not going to drink. After having a glass of wine from Isaac a few years ago, she passed out all night and had since vowed never to touch alcohol again. April still liked sweets best, it was her favorite. It's better for a girl not to drink. Maiyang gently lifted her glass and drank it down in one gulp. Right. The teacher and disciple drank with great interest. The night seemed to grow brighter. The following day, a new day began. The sky was hazy, so Maiyang woke up early and came to the courtyard to seriously move his hands and feet. He then practiced the martial arts movements of the Heavenly Sky School. Maiyang's step was slow and didn't feel fierce. In fact, simple movements like this were no longer of much use to him. It was just a habit that he had been raised with it ever since he was a child. It still made his body move involuntarily. After finishing the Heavenly Sky School martial arts, Maiyang calmed down for a while. He then practiced the Kami School Ki Wave, which Kami Noe created and perfected by himself. In terms of understanding this Ki Wave, Maiyang was the one who knew the essence of it best. Completing the entire set of movements, Maiyang let out a long breath, but there wasn't even a trace of sweat on his body. The sun was already quietly peeking out of the treetops. The warm light shining down on the leaves' dewdrops immediately scattered colorful light as if the entire forest was suddenly filled with vitality. After breakfast, many of the disciples of the Kami school had gathered over. Upon seeing Maiyang, they all respectfully called out senior brother. Maiyang smiled when he saw them. All these disciples were very positive. As the days passed, the entire Kami school was dematerializing. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Maiyang gathered all the brothers and sisters together on Isaac's behalf. Senior brother. All the disciples cast eager gazes towards Maiyang. A few female disciples even had blushing cheeks. They acted as if they had seen their dream lover, showing their adoration. In the past few days, all the disciples felt a change in their bodies. A warmth was growing within them. Yang looked at them and said, "Everyone has worked hard these past 2 weeks. First of all, congratulations on entering the gate of the Kami school. There is only 1 month left before the World Martial Arts Tournament. Time is already running out. Now, I will announce the way to select the representative for the World Martial Arts Tournament." At this point, Yang paused. The disciples below all warped and waited, full of competition among themselves. Yang nodded and announced, "The venue of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is located in Meilin City, a satellite city near the eastern capital. You can now head there immediately, but I have one request for you: travel on foot and without the aid of any transportation. The rules of the selection are simple. The first 3 to arrive in Meilin City will represent our Kami school in the competition. Everyone else will be good enough to be the audience." Did you hear everything? Getting to Meilin City on foot? The following crowd of disciples was all shocked after hearing Yang's announcement of the selection requirements. They were busy calculating in their hearts. The Great Azure Mountain was at least 8,000 kilometers away from the eastern city. Even taking transportation would take a lot of time. To arrive within a month, every day, they would have to walk nearly 300 kilometers. To be honest, occasionally walking 300 kilometers a day might not be difficult for martial arts practitioners, but maintaining this kind of condition for a month was not something that an ordinary person could do. Yang was testing their strength by having them walk on foot. He believed that these disciples of the Kami school would make it to the competition venue on time. Lida also looked up at them with a smile on his face and then challenged them, "Let's race to see who reaches Meilin City first." And Lida took charge and shouted, "Okay, let's race. Brother Aso, you can't compare to me in terms of strength." On the side, Ness, with a red head, smiled sweetly. Of course, that's possible. The older disciples all had the strength to compete for the slots. Thus were full of competition and were on the lookout for each other. However, those who were still young, like April, were just purely along for the ride. Haha, it looks like everyone wants to compete for those 3 participating slots. Yang saw that he had managed to cause competition between a few of his younger brothers and sisters. He then looked at the time and continued, "From now on, until the registration deadline for the World Martial Arts Tournament, the first 3 to arrive at the registration point will represent our school. Now, you guys are out." As soon as the words fell, the disciples, looking at each other, disappeared with a swoosh. The speed was as fast as an agile cheetah, leaving only a few young children in place instantly. "Senior brother, what should we do?" April watched as her older siblings all disappeared at once, fluttering her eyes to look at Yang. "You guys, of course, you're coming with teachers and the others." For Isaac and the others who had missed out on the exciting events of the last World Martial Arts Tournament, they wouldn't miss out on the World Martial Arts Tournament this time. They had already heard from Yang, he and Mixia would be competing on the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was definitely a match that would shock the world. That was why all the members of the Kami school would be there to watch. Of course, there was a more important point that, as the sect where the previous champion was from, they would be in charge of the meals as per tradition. "Is brother going along as well?" April tilted her head and asked. Yang shook his head, "No, I have something else." Before attending the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had to go find Mixia first. This girl knew that the World Martial Arts Tournament was approaching, but she didn't wait for him at the Great Azure Mountain. Instead, she was going out to practice alone. It seemed that her heart was still wild, refusing to admit defeat readily. Chapter 131 Sacred Land of Karin. The rolling forest seemed to undulate like the sea. The verdant branches stretched out, full of infinite vitality. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a shadow swept across from the void and soon became a small dot. Behind it, a series of the violent whirlwind was stirred up belatedly. Then a piercing roar broke through the air's sound barrier, and a hazy horizon began to become apparent. When a black line connecting the world appeared in his vision, Yang calmly watched. His sharp eyes had seen every detail of the tower. The direction of speeding suddenly changed, and Yang flew towards the top of Karin Tower. Soon, the flat dome-shaped top of the Karin Tower appeared in front of the eyes. Karin saw a black figure suddenly fly into the Karin Tower and was surprised while looked up at the person. When it became clear that it was Yang, Karin said dumbfoundedly, "So it's you, Yang boy. How come you have the time to come to me?" No one knew the news of Yang's departure from Earth except for Mixia. So, Karin had always thought he was practicing somewhere on Earth. Yang smiled indifferently. After all these years, Karin's life is still so comfortable. "Have you eaten all those seafood?" Karin washed his beard. "There is still a little bit left. Why don't you go get me some more, Yang?" said Karin. His eyes were glowing at Yang. "Sure, trade the senzu bens with me." Karin hesitated. Well, I'd rather not. I don't have many senzu bins here anymore. In the beginning, Karin's inventory of senzu bins was over 15,000. After the 10,000 were taken away by Maayang, there were still over 5,000 left. Maayang was thinking about those remaining senzu bins all the time. However, after becoming clear about the potential function of the senzu bins, Karin hadn't even had time to hide them, so how could he sell them at a low price? Seeing that he couldn't gouge out another senzu bin from Karin's hands, Maayang couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he also knew in his heart that this guy, Jirobe, had no hope of spoiling senzu bins with Karin in the future. How about exchanging a bit of something else? I should have. A bit of something you fancy here, right? Karin had made up his mind that he couldn't sell the senzu bins, but the others should be okay. Maybe there was a treasure on top of Karin Tower that he didn't know about. Karin's throat squirmed at the thought of the delicious taste of seafood. How about selling a little bit more senzu beans? Just a little bit. Karin hesitated in his heart, but in the end, he was determined not to sell it. Maayang said at this point, if you want to get something good, I will exchange it with something else. What is it? Karin's eyes lit up. Was Maayang planning to ask for ultra-divine water? But that stuff was highly poisonous, it wouldn't do anything for him either. Elixir of immortality. Karin frowned after hearing this. What do you need this for? That thing will deplete a person's potential. Maayang said, of course it's not for my use, but for my loved ones. Look at my current state. As he said, Maayang let go of his key. Long and leisurely key came out, and the entire top of Karin Tower was swept away by a whirlwind. This key. Karin leaned on his crutches, he was shocked. Karin was shocked not only because Maayang's key was indeed incredibly strong, but also because there was a sense of depth in the higher dimensions. Upon closer inspection, Karin was even more surprised. When did you raise your dimensional level? Human's dimension was usually less than his own, that was why Karin was surprised. Dimension? Maayang silently memorized the word. He gathered his key, and all the whirlwind dissipated in a whisker at that moment. Remarkable. This is the first time I've seen a human dimension cross its natural life level. I wonder how you did it? Karin looked at Maayang with a puzzled expression, muttering to himself. There was a clear hierarchy for every life in the universe. Dimension was the level that life was at. All human beings and other naturally born beings are in the most common first level. Earth immortal like Karin was at the second level, and Kami was in the third level. This is a relatively low planet level. As the name implies, the influence of beings below the third level was limited to one planet. Higher beings, such as the King Yanma, K, and Grand K, were level 4, level 5, and level 6 dimension, which was at the galaxy level. The highest level would be the universe level, like Supreme Kai Apprentice, Supreme K, God of Destruction, and Angel, which were level 7, level 8, and level 9 dimension. Although the rank of a dimension wasn't indicative of the strength of a being, beings of higher dimensions were in charge of more power in the universe. To high-level dimension God, the low-level mortals were insignificant. Even if they were strong, they had to abide by the rules of the universe. Death was forever equal, and after 1,000 years, even if it doesn't take 100 years, it will be a pinch of Lois. Karin was a secondary dimension, so he could also command a portion of God's rights. However, he never imagined that Maayang, an ordinary earthling, would have no less than his secondary dimensional rank. Karin, what is a dimensional level? This dimension refers to the level of living beings in the universe. Karin lowered his head and contemplated for a while. He then told Maayang what he knew about the concept of the dimension. After listening to it, Maayang chirped. He probably knew that this was a way to divide the gods' rights and that the gods with higher dimensions enjoyed a higher status. If the universe was compared to a computer, then the dimension was the operating authority. Just what was going on in his case, even Maayang himself was muddled. He then took out Dominion's life form scouter and showed it to Karin. It detected that Karin had 800 years to live. 800? This thing is true, accurate. I took 4 elixir of immortality in the first place. One can extend my life by 4 years. This is a miracle elixir only for the immortals guarding the tower. Ordinary first-level beings can only take 1 at most. Karin had originally given the remaining 4 elixir of immortality to Master Roshi because he could only take 4 of them. After flipping the life form scouter like a magnifying glass, it shone its light on Maayang. It detected that he had 205 years of life left. Karin shook his head in puzzlement. This is strange. It's the first time I've seen something like this. In your case, you're obviously a human, yet your dimension and lifespan are out of limits. What's going on? Don't ask me. I'm muddled anyway. Maayang didn't know, but he guessed it had something to do with him breaking his life limit and absorbing those limit fragments. Ever since he knew that his lifespan was far from ordinary earthlings, Aizen was trying to find ways to extend Mixia's lifespan. He didn't want his mate to die of old age in the future. Karin gently spun around. Although the elixir of immortality is something that can extend lifespan, it also depletes people's potential. Are you sure you need it? Aizen said, I'm getting married soon, and this is for my family. Since it wasn't Aizen himself who wanted to take it, Karin was able to tell him liberally. Alright, I'll tell you, making the elixir of immortality requires a very precious herb, which is the paradise herb. It's a magical herb that grows in the Forest of Terror. However, the Forest of Terror is extremely dangerous, and ordinary people can't enter it. Karin then looked at Aizen. With Aizen's strength, he was able to enter the Forest of Terror. After retrieving the paradise herb, it is then ground specially and combed with the divine water from the 3 water tanks I have here. It takes a year of refining before it can be completed. The water tank of the past, present, and future can be seen above the Karin Tower. The divine water inside can be blended to produce highly toxic ultra-divine water. However, it can also be combined with paradise herb to make different formulations to create the elixir of immortality. Chapter 132 Is there a way to eliminate the elixir of immortality? The elixir of immortality would deplete the human body's potential. Still, Aizen didn't want Mixia to be as stagnant in strength as the Master Roshi. Karin shook his head, there's no way. It's a recipe passed down from ancient times, even I couldn't refine it. After all, the lifespan was a natural law of the universe. Even King Yama of Otherworld had no way to change a person's lifespan at will. However, Aizen wouldn't give up. He felt that there must be other ways to circumvent the flaws of the elixir of immortality in this world. I wonder if Shenron has a way? Aizen suddenly remembered Shenron, and his mood suddenly came alive. Aizen had the Dragon Ball radar made by the Dominion in his hands. Collecting the Dragon Balls was no longer difficult. After attending the World Martial Arts Tournament with Mixia, he would search for the Dragon Balls with her. Just like the original Son Goku and Bulma, such a trip could also be considered a kind of honeymoon. Now Aizen's mood turned better. He tossed a booklet containing the Kami school training technique to Karin. Immortal Karin, this is the Kami school that I perfected in combination with Kami Noa inheritance. You can take it for reference. If, in the future, after I collect the materials to make the elixir of immortality, you can make it for me. Don't worry. Karin received the booklet and flipped through it. Karin was instantly captivated, his eyes glowing, praising it incessantly. Awesome, this is awesome. It's the martial arts suitable for Earthlings training. With this, the level of all martial arts practitioners can be raised by a large margin. Seeing that Karin looked obsessed with it, Aizen knew that he wouldn't come back to his senses for a while. He then smiled and directly stepped out of the Karin Tower and flew towards the lookout. The long, turquoise blue sky was clear and flawless. The miles of clear sky was as calm as the sea. On the lookout, the pristinely dressed Mr. Popo was sweeping the ground of the lookout with a broom. Although the ground was spotless, Mr. Popo was still repeating the work as if it had all been integrated into his life. Suddenly, a dark shadow came towards him. It was as fast as a bolt of lightning and was in front of Mr. Popo instantly. Huh? Mr. Popo's lifeless eyes aimed at the shadow and brought the broom up to his chest, blocking the opponent's attack. The wooden broom broke into with a gurgle, and that was when the opponent's attack came again. This person who was attacking Mr. Popo was none other than Aizen. For many years, Aizen had never found out how strong Mr. Popo was. Now that he had returned from outer space, wrapped with an 830 power level, he officially challenged Mr. Popo. Swiftly, just as Aizen's attack was about to land on Mr. Popo, he saw the opponent suddenly turn sideways and flatten his body, dodging it again. At this time, on the flat and open temple square, 2 silhouettes kept flashing. In the air, Mr. Popo floated expressionlessly, stretched out an arm towards Aizen, who was flying towards him. With a bang, Mr. Popo's attack hit Aizen's chest. Aizen's mouth grimaced, and his entire body flew far away. It was continuously flipping several circumlocutions in the air before landing on the ground. Turning his feet apart, Aizen slid on the stone floor for another 10 meters, leaving 2 deep skid marks. Aizen leaned over and pushed his palms on the stone slab. Come again. With a crack, the floor of the lookout suddenly collapsed into place under pressure. The concrete stone slab shattered into countless sinuous cracks, and tiny stones began to burst and splash. With this powerful impact, Aizen's body rushed up, his fist tips bringing forth intense vibrations. Without a hint of fluctuation, Mr. Popo's eyes methodically took Aizen's attack, then lightly threw a punch. Wow! The fist wind broke the air. Aizen felt the pressure on his body multiply, and his body involuntarily retreated out. When he flew 50 meters above the ground, Aizen steadied his body. His palms began to close together, and a brilliant light gradually condensed between his palms. This move was Ma Yang's combination of the Thunder Shock Surprise and Tri-Beam, which created a great technique. Heavenly God, Beam. At this moment, bright white energy rushed in, like a tiger, like a hungry wolf, and like a dragon roaring. The huge energy enveloped the ground, and the strong electric current locked 50 meters below the key wave. Nothing could move under the lock of the force field. At this time, Mr. Popo was also surprised. The plush fibers on his body continued to crackle with electricity as if his body was imprisoned. However, Mr. Popo is Mr. Popo. The countless years of practice had long made him capable of rippling through anything he encountered. Ma Yang only saw him slowly stretch out a hand, flattening it in front of him. Poof! The key of the heavenly god beam fell but stopped a foot away from Mr. Popo's palm. The key that followed gathered together and merged into a bright white ball of key. This key ball continued to spin and squeeze the air in front of it, trying to break through the barrier. Ha ha ha, so that was how strong you are, Popo. Ma Yang's two eyes glowed. His emotions were high as he strengthened his key again. Crackle, puff, puff, puff. The key of heavenly god beam moved forward with an ear-piercing low buzzing almost punctured the eardrums. Just then, Mr. Popo's palm was a grasp, and a huge force actually squeezed all the key of heavenly god beam. Ma Yang looked dumbfounded for a while before he came back to his senses. Awesome, Popo. He couldn't help but praise. Mr. Popo moved his palms. His black skin somewhat burnt. This is the result of many years of training by Popo. Ma Yang, you have almost passed me. No, not even close. Ma Yang humbly laughed. This was the first time he saw Mr. Popo's strength. According to the power level estimation, Mr. Popo's energy had at least 900 power levels. With his inscrutable skills, he could win easily even if he encountered an alien with 1,200 power levels. You haven't been seen on Earth for the past few years, did you leave Earth? Mr. Popo's tone was still so calm as if nothing could break his mind. This level was beyond Ma Yang's reach. That's right. I left Earth. Ma Yang frankly admitted, then told his experience. I see, Kami's house turned out to be a spaceship. Mr. Popo stopped talking after he figured it out. At that moment, Ma Yang asked, Popo, you can see everything in the lower realm here, how about helping me find someone? Who are you looking for? Observing the lower realm can be done by the water tank there in Karin Tower, but it's still up to Mr. Popo here to find someone. Ma Yang said, my fiancée, Mixia. Mr. Popo said, oh, it's her. She came to the lookout 2 days ago. She actually flew right up here without Karin's permission. She was on the lookout for a few days and then left. Mixia came to the lookout. Ma Yang was surprised. Yes, she came to look for you. When she didn't find it, she just left. Mr. Popo told the whole story. Mixia stayed on the lookout for 2 days and left without waiting for Ma Yang. Do you know where she went? Can you help me find her? When he remembered that Mixia, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, had actually flown to the lookout to look for him, Ma Yang felt a little guilty. So he asked Mr. Popo about it. Chapter 133. Wait for a moment. I'll go and find her for you. Upon hearing Ma Yang's request, Mr. Popo walked to the edge of the lookout with his hands behind his back, then looking at the lower realm of clouds rolling in below. Ma Yang stood by the side and watched. The hazy clouds obscuring the view, so Ma Yang squeezed his eyebrows and wondered how Mr. Popo was observing the lower realm. After a while, Mr. Popo turned around and said to the warped Ma Yang, I've found her. Where is it? Ma Yang hurriedly asked. Land of Extreme West, Mount 5 Element. Mount 5 Element. Isn't that Enin's territory? Ma Yang was a little surprised, and said in his heart, that girl, Mixia, why would she go to that place? No matter what, he had to find Mixia first. The longingly nostalgic Ma Yang got the exact address of the Mount 5 Element from Mr. Popo. He then waved his hand at Mr. Popo and was about to jump down from the lookout. Just then, Mr. Popo suddenly asked, Ma Yang, you are the successor of Kami Noa. Have you ever thought of inheriting the position of Kami in the future? Ma Yang was startled at the words and shook his head in refusal without much thought. I think I shouldn't serve as Kami. Reasonably, Ma Yang, the heir of the Kami school, was the most qualified to hold Kami's position. Regardless of his strength or origin, as the inheritor of Kami Noa, he was the perfect candidate. It was just that Ma Yang knew his own business. His heart couldn't calm down, and he couldn't stand the thought of him staying on top of the lookout. This position of the Kami, let's leave it to someone else. There was always someone better than him. Oh. Mr. Popo uttered a loud voice and gave up. If you see Anan, tell Sun Gohan there that Kami wants him to come to the lookout. Since Ma Yang had no intention of inheriting the Kami's position, the candidate fell on Sun Gohan. However, that guy hadn't come back much since he went to the Mount 5 Element. Even when he did, He'd been heading over to the Mount 5 element every 3 days. Also, Mr. Popo didn't think that Sun Gohan was the most suitable candidate, either. I got it. After agreeing to Mr. Popo's request, Maayang leaped down and flew towards the lower realm's Mount 5 element. Not long after Maayang left, a pale figure walked out of the entrance of the lookout. Kami's vicarious face was covered with wrinkles, and sighed. Maayang refused to serve as Kami. He was the most suitable, and apart from him, the only other person left was Sun Gohan. Mr. Popo stood to the side. Sun Gohan seems intent on the Mount 5 element and may not return. Alas, I was fighting with Garlic over the position of Kami. But now Maayang and Sun Gohan actually turning down the position of Kami. This era has become too fast. Kami smiled bitterly and shook his head. 2 people who were qualified to inherit the position of Kami had hardly appeared. Once he found the candidate, they all despised Kami's position. Kami couldn't see the reason for Maayang's rejection, but Sun Gohan. That guy was purely blinded by Anan. Frankly speaking, if Maayang knew what Kami was thinking at this point, he would have sided with Sun Gohan. Knowing that Anan was a great beauty, to be able to spend time with such beauty, Sun Gohan was brain dead to return to the lookout. After leaving the lookout, Maayang traveled alone. Soon, he arrived at the domain of the Mount 5 elements. The Mount 5 elements was located in the extreme west. The entire mountain was covered by a boundary that blocked contact with the outside world. On the Mount 5 elements, there was a huge furnace of 8 divisions. The rising water vapor in the furnace condensed into mist-like clouds. There was a cracked passage in the shadows, which was a passage to the other world. At this time, Mixia was floating in the furnace of 8 divisions. The moist steam dyed her dark green appearance. Mixia was wearing a tight-fitting dress in the clouds and mist, her voluptuous and exquisite body undoubtedly visible. Next to her, there was a gigantic, beautiful woman. This woman was holding a large bowl of ramen in her hand and eating it. She wore a red divine robe and shawl, with 2 long pheasant tail feathers rising upwards on her crown. It was the supreme god of Mount 5 element, Anan. Gohan, the fire doesn't seem to be enough, the ramen isn't even cooked. Anan's clear voice shouted towards Sun Gohan at the bottom of the furnace of 8 divisions. Upon hearing the words, Sun Gohan immediately and passionately released ki waves towards the mouth of the furnace of 8 divisions. The water of the yellow spring boiled and rose with even more ample vapor. How about now? Sun Gohan wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked loudly. Such physical work was a massive drain on energy, but Sun Gohan enjoyed it. Not only could he keep a beautiful woman company, but he could also hone the ki in his body. In the 2 years since he came to Mount 5 elements, Sun Gohan felt like he lived in paradise every day. Master Roshi, I felt like I understand your quest now. Much better. Sun Gohan's efforts allowed Anan to have a stronger fire to cook ramen. Nah, Mixia, isn't the man you're looking for on Earth? Anan asked, holding a huge bowl of ramen noodles. Mixia sat quietly over the furnace of 8 divisions, covered in glistening, flawless green light. He hasn't come back yet, but we're supposed to go to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is this what it's like to be in love? I don't understand. It had been tens of thousands of years since Anan was in charge of the furnace of 8 divisions. Since she never left the Mount 5 elements, Anan's mind was still as pure as a young girl's. Hey, Gohan, do you know what love is? Sun Gohan suddenly smiled stupidly at the words. No, I don't know. Huh? Mixia glanced at Sun Gohan there and snorted. He was relying on the Mount 5 elements to stay. What he had in mind was already obvious. Only Anan, a goddess with a pure and simple heart, would know nothing. Just as Anan was happily fishing for her ramen, suddenly, powerful ki rammed into the boundary outside of the Mount 5 elements. Mixia, Anan, and Sun Gohan soon sensed the ki, and different expressions appeared on their faces. This ki is so strong, and it's already entered the boundary. Anan opened his mouth, her expression seemed surprised. There were actually such powerful earthlings in the outer world. Sun Gohan frowned. This familiar sensation, is it Maayang? Mixia, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Her lips slightly parted and closed in surprise. It's him, he's finally back. A whirlwind swept over, the entire Mount 5 elements was swept away by the intense storm. The mist clouds above the furnace of 8 divisions were stirred violently by that storm. Mixia, I finally found you. Maayang's body flickered. He appeared directly beside Mixia and embraced her whole body in his arms. The warm feeling that came from the other person's chest, making Mixia suddenly felt at ease. Not knowing what to say, her tears flowed down. Senior brother. After floating in the air and embracing for a while, Maayang carefully measured the girl in his arms. Compared to 2 years ago, Mixia was more gentle and mature. Her body should be convex where it should be convex, concave where it should be concave. Her exquisite and voluptuous body became tall and full of charm. She had also grown a lot taller. Humphrey. Miang didn't know why. Mixia suddenly angrily broke away from Miang's embrace. Her proud face was so deep, and she didn't look at Miang happily. Chapter 134 Such an arrogant. Miang smiled faintly at Mixia's profound appearance. He also cooperated with her, so he pulled up her hand and landed at the bottom of the furnace of 8 divisions. At this time, Anan also put a large bowl down. Her body condensed to the size of an average human, and carefully examined them. Wow, you two are hugging each other. Anan's pretty cheeks were a little red as if she never knew about things between men and women. Suddenly she was amazed and saw that Miang's life was different from ordinary people. She then pointed at Miang and shouted, "How can your lifespan be so long when you're obviously an earthling?" Miang then looked back at Anan and nodded slightly towards her. The goddess in front of him was not really strong, but because she managed the passage to the other world for years, she could also tell at a glance how long the others lived. She was true, beautiful. No wonder Sun Gohan refused to leave after sending a gourd once and relied on this place in a deadly manner. With his eyes swept over the Anan's body, Miang greeted Sun Gohan. "Gohan, long time no see, your strength has grown a lot." Miang took a glance at Sun Gohan. In a few years, Sun Gohan's strength had increased to a level close to 300 power levels. It seemed that he hadn't deserted his training in the Mount 5 Elements. In fact, it was the result of continually burning the furnace of 8 divisions. It does growth, but nothing compares to you. Your ki just now scared me. Sun Gohan was in a good mood seeing his old friend. His eyes turned to Mixia and Miang, wondering, what's the relationship between you two? Mixia is my fiancée, and her parents have approved me. The wedding will be in a little while, and you'll have to come. Miang said without flaunting. As he said that, he also took Mixia's soft and delicate slender hand. At this moment, Mixia was also like a good wife who snuggled up to Miang and let him hold her hand. Her cheeks were blushing slightly. Sun Gohan was very surprised and envious. "Congratulations, you two will get married soon. I don't even know how long I have to wait." Saying that, her eyes glanced towards the goddess Anan. Anan was checking the furnace of 8 divisions fire and saw Sun Gohan looking towards her. She gave him an innocent smile. "I see you have a long way to go," Miang said sympathetically. "In a few days, it will be the new World Martial Arts Tournament. Do you want to go there?" Sun Gohan said. "Are you all going?" Miang replied, "Well, Mixia and I have arranged to attend, in addition to those of my younger brothers and sisters." Mixia interjected at this time, "I'm sure I'll beat my senior brother." Just after saying that, she was knocked on her head by Miang and immediately covered her head and stared back. Reasonably, she was an adult now, being knocked on the head in front of others, it felt very humiliating. Seeing that both Mixia and Miang were going to participate, Sun Gohan was a little touched. His eyes hesitantly swept a glance at Anan. Anan Brittle quickly understood and said in a lovely voice, "If you want to go, just go. I can manage the furnace of 8 divisions by myself, and I can also see the scenery outside through the steam on the furnace." Now Sun Gohan had nothing to worry about, and chirped, "In that case, Miang, I'll see you at the World Martial Arts Tournament." "That's right." After making a pact with Sun Gohan, Miang was about to leave. He wrapped an arm around Mixia and picked her up without giving her a chance to resist directly. He then flew towards the outside of the Mount 5 Elements. As they left, he said, "By the way, Mr. Popo asked me to tell you to go to the lookout. I think they want you to inherit the position of Kami." "No, no, no, no." Sun Gohan shook his hand repeatedly. If he inherited the position of Kami, then he would have to stay on the lookout. He wouldn't be free anymore. Miang didn't say much at the news. He then directly hugged Mixia and disappeared into the Mount 5 Elements. Once martial arts practitioners were fighting for the position of Kami. Now that Miang and Sun Gohan were offered the position, both of them actually turned it down and did not want to inherit it. This world has changed. After leaving the Mount 5 Elements, Miang held Mixia in his arms as they traveled through the boundless sky. "Senior brother, you should let go of me. I can fly on my own." Mixia's clear lake-like eyes looked at Miang. Her turquoise starry eyes were as clear as crystal. "I love holding my fiancé." Well. The phrase fiancé suddenly dispersed the energy that Mixia had just mustered up. Her body softly shrank into Miang's embrace. "Senior brother, tell me about the things you've been doing for the past 2 years, Mixia said grudgingly. "These 2 years, ah." Miang as he flew, recalling his experiences in the 2 years since he left Earth. He then landed on a flat upland and narrated to Mixia a little bit. As Miang told the story of his training above the Red Planet, Mixia smiled warmly. When Miang spoke of the Saiyan Bazeta, Mixia's small hands clenched, her emotions rising and falling as he told the story. "Then I kept training above the Red Planet until I defeated that Saiyan." Miang continued, describing his travels in the universe and the gains of the technological planet Domini. Mixia opened his eyes. Senior brother, where are those spaceships you're talking about? Maiyang smiled mysteriously. This is what I want to tell you. After saying that, Maiyang was serene for a moment. Suddenly a mighty spiritual power spread out, and Mixia instinctively tried to resist. As Maiyang's genial voice sounded in her ears, don't resist, I'll take you to a place. The two figures suddenly disappeared from the spot with a clatter, reappearing already in the middle of the acceleration space. 7 ships were on display in a vast area a kilometer in radius, Namkian's shell spaceship, Dominion's gravity spaceship, and 5 silvery white spaceships. Originally there were 6 silvery white spaceships, but a cannonball from the Frieza forces as they roamed the cosmos destroyed one. What is this place? Mixia was so surprised at where they were, even the 6 towering spaceships in front of her did not make her come back to her senses. Maiyang opened up. This is the acceleration space, sort of a space formed by my abilities. The time flow here is 4 times that of the outside world. Senior brother also has that kind of ability? Mixia stared, then took it for granted that her man really was the best. She was so filled with sweetness that she didn't ask any more questions. After staying in the acceleration space for a while, Maiyang took Mixia on a tour of each spaceship. Mixia quickly fell in love with these gorgeous-looking spaceships, so Maiyang immediately decided to give one of them to her. As soon as the gravity spaceship appeared, its huge size and weight crushed the ground, immediately causing the rocks to shatter. Although Mixia was confused about why her senior brother brought out the gravity spaceship, she didn't ask too many questions. It wasn't until Maiyang brought her into the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the gravity spaceship that she felt something was wrong. Senior brother, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Punishing you, of course. Punishment for what? Mixia's face was flushed and a little guilty. Stupid Mixia. Senior brother always thought you were innocent, but when did I let you be so scheming? Maiyang was heartbroken. He pushed Mixia onto the bed. Mixia's bodysuit was torn into strips of cloth with a hiss, quickly revealing her white and delicate skin. Senior brother, I'm just telling the truth, there's no such thing as a... I don't believe you. Ugh, disobedient children need to be punished. This is retribution. Well, I'm not afraid of you, anyway. So if you want to come, then go ahead. Mixia stubbornly raised her head, aiming at Maiyang's magnificent body. Her cheeks flushed, and her turquoise eyes seemed to ripple to the point of dripping. Chapter 135. The next day, the sky was hazy. Outside of a continuous drizzle, a thread of rain connected, silk-like crystal clear. On the 3rd floor of the gravity spaceship. After a night of negative distance contact, Mixia crouched on the soft bed unlovable. Her face was a little white. There was no trace of her body, and her white skin seemed to be exposed in the air. The whole room was filled with an ambiguous breath. In the meantime, Mixia was tiredly curled up into a ball. Her body moved randomly, and a curved eyebrow was knitted up. Last night, Maiyang had fulfilled his promise and made it impossible for Mixia to get out of bed. Senior brother, I'm thirsty. I want to eat senzu beans. Maiyang sat on one side and slapped her ass. No, I just gave you one. Also, your attitude is too arrogant. Every time she ate the senzu beans, she started to ripple. Now she was sickly begging for forgiveness. This woman's skin was really thick. She needed to be disciplined. Mixia said, don't. Please give me the senzu beans. I don't have the strength, I'm going to die. Maiyang rolled his eyes. I see you're still very energetic. Do you want to do it again? Mixia shivered for a while. Her face was pale and sheepish. I dare not. Senior brother, spare me this time. I will definitely listen to you in the future. Humphrey. Maiyang glanced at Mixia, looking at her pitiful appearance. His heart softened, and put a senzu bean into her small mouth. With a crack, she ate the senzu bean. Immediately Mixia was in a full state of resurrection but no longer dared to provoke Maiyang. Last night, she was truly terrifying. Upon looking at a mess of sheets, Mixia's pretty face blushed. She turned over and twisted to lie on Maiyang's body. Her upper body pressed tightly on Maiyang's chest, fair and smooth skin. With a hint of coolness, the restless little hands were playfully paddling in Maiyang's body. Nah, senior brother, how many senzu beans do you still have there? Please give me some. Mixia was petulant. Why? Do you want to get ready early? You'll be dead trying to get it. Mixia was up to something, he could tell by the look in her eyes. No way, I need to keep a little for myself. I will use it in case of danger. Will you give it to me or not? No one wants a woman with a bad mouth. Although he said so with his mouth, Maiyang still separated a small bag of senzu beans and put it in Mixia's arms. Sure enough, after getting the senzu beans, Mixia smiled. Hee, her expression immediately becoming rippled again. Senior brother, come again if you can. Mixia said, very deadly. Idiot, Ma Yang, covered his head. He felt that Mixia could be stupid sometimes. It wasn't like you had any portable space on you. When you were stripped naked, the sensubins would be gone. However, Ma Yang didn't say this out loud. The so-called self-made sins can't be lived. Mixia, who was usually cold and exceptionally open in bed, made him have an unexplainable feeling. Don't look at Mixia's usually cold and holy appearance. Her heart was filthy deep down. The reason for this was because of when she just became an adult, he unlocked the positions in the room and brought her into the dirty girl path. In addition to the fact that he can't indulge her anymore, he must give her a profound lesson. Let her remember it. He turned over and pressed Mixia underneath him. At this time, Mixia seemed to realize that she had made a severe mistake. This lasted for a total of 4 days. After 4 days, the sheets had changed so much, making Mixia felt her legs weak at the sight of the bed. Senior brother, I need to go back to the Superpower Academy. Mixia changed into another black dress with a white plush draped over it. At first glance, she looked like a goddess who was as serene and elegant and graceful as a pavilion. Ma Yang asked, haven't you already graduated from the Superpower Academy? Mixia said, I did graduate, but I still have a lot of stuff I haven't gotten back, so I'm going over there this time to pick it up. I'll come with you. Mixia wryly shook her head and refused, no, I'll go by myself. Senior brother, you can go to the venue in Malan City and wait for me. Ma Yang nodded, not worried about Mixia's safety. Mixia was definitely a genius. Even when the ki on her body seemed to be only 150, her ability was so strong that basically, no one on Earth would be able to hide from her. Then again, even if she put her ability away and didn't use it, Mixia's 150 power level wouldn't be anyone's match. Go early and come back early. I'll be waiting for you at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Alright. With a soft chant, Mixia's body shone with a cluster of glowing green light before flying off into the sky, heading towards the Superpower Academy at the mainland's southern part. Ma Yang also cleaned up his room after Mixia was far away. He then entered the gravity space on the 2nd level and raised the gravity to 7 times Earth gravity. In the few months that he had gotten his gravity spaceship, Ma Yang had overcome many difficulties and could practice in 7 times gravity. Bang! 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 In a more challenging environment than the outside world, Ma Yang practiced his single boards punching techniques. He then raised his level to dodge nimbly in the training room. Swooping, crossing, dodging, Ma Yang's level had been swift. With the rapid movement of his body, his forehead gradually permeated with shimmering sweat. The feeling of waving sweat like rain made him hearty. Every trace of ki growth in his body made him even more intoxicated. After finishing his training, Ma Yang turned off the gravity machine. The entire training room immediately returned to a normal state. After opening the hatch, Ma Yang walked out with a wet towel. 2 days later, a city on the eastern capital edge, there was a city called Malan City. All of the ferry and train tickets to Malan City were sold out during this time, as the World Martial Arts Tournament hosted by Central City was held in this city. The entire city had been preparing for this event for a month. The sharp-eyed merchants had already taken up their stalls and used their best hawking skills to attract tourists' attention. This was the 12th of the 5 annual World Martial Arts Tournament. The first time the right to hold it had been transferred to the government. Early on, the registration point for the World Martial Arts Tournament was already swarming with people. Martial arts practitioners from all over the world converged here. Because of the government side's publicity, some wilderness practitioners who practiced alone also knew about the tournament and rushed over in droves. In addition to that, there were also those from the fighting and wrestling worlds. Even some laymen, relying on their strength, wanted to fight for the first place that day. Compared to previous editions, this year's World Martial Arts Tournament could be described as a mixed bag of fish and dragons with unclear levels. Isaac and his disciples waited under the shade of a tree near the World Martial Arts Tournament's registration point. The registration deadline lasted until the sunset, and it was now more than halfway through the afternoon. Yeah, also, Lida, you 3 represent our kami school in the competition. I wish you good luck. After a lot of competition before the match, yeah, also, and Lida were finally the first 3 to arrive at the match venue. So they would be the ones to represent the kami school. At this time, the 23 people of the kami school, including the 6 elders, were all present. The only 2 missing were Ma Yang and Mixia. Don't worry, teacher. We will definitely not going to let you down. The 3 disciples were fighting with high spirits. Their faces full of confidence, and they couldn't wait to start the competition immediately. We also want to participate in the competition. Ness was secretly annoyed that she was losing at her best extent. Teacher, senior brother, and senior sister Mixia haven't come yet. April stood on her tiptoes and didn't see Maiyang's figure. She felt so lost. Alice smiled and touched April's head and said, "Don't worry, they'll definitely make it in time." Isaac looked at the time. "Let's not wait. Scythe, you take them to the hotel first, and I'll take Ia and the others to register first." Scythe nodded at the words. He led the group towards the hotel, while Isaac led the 3 disciples in line at the registration desk. Chapter 136 Ia, from Kami School. Also, from Kami School. Lida, also from Kami School. At the registration booth, Ia, also, and Lida lined up to check in with the staff. "Are they all disciples of Kami School?" The staff looked at them with some surprise, then fill out the form carefully. The staff handed it to them for confirmation before giving them 3 number tags. "Take them, these are your entry numbers." The 3 of them put the numbers away and were about to leave, but they turned around and bumped with a figure. With a bang, a sudden bounce of ki knocked back at them. Lida, who wasn't prepared for it, was swept up by the ki and stumbled backward a few steps. "Sorry." A young girl bowed in apology with a sweet voice. "It's okay." Lida looked up, and his face flashed in shock. The other girl was a tanned young woman, dressed in a light blue robe. She was beautiful and tall. By now, she had finished apologizing and had gone to the registration booth to register. Melly filled in her name on the list. "Lady, here's your number plate." After confirming the registration information, the staff handed over the number. "Thank you." With a clear thank you, the black girl, Melly, turned around, and her graceful figure disappeared into the middle of the crowd. "Lida, what are you looking at?" Ia saw Lida lagging behind and came over just in time to see him staring at the girl's back from earlier. Lida didn't say a word, and after a moment, he seriously said, "That girl from earlier, she's strong." Although he was a bit negligent just now, it wasn't easy to knock him away like that. It could be imagined that the other person wasn't an idle person either. "No way. We've just arrived, and you've met a master?" "I don't think Lida's judgment was wrong. That girl just now gave me a very dangerous feeling." At this time, Aso also spoke up. Ia was a bit surprised. It seems that this competition is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. "We all have to be careful so that we don't disgrace the school." "You guys have to be careful of what?" At this moment, a calm voice was heard, followed by the sight of Maiyang walking towards them in a casual outfit. His majestic presence causing the people on either side to make a path unconsciously. "Senior brother Maiyang." Ia and the others shouted enthusiastically when they saw Maiyang walking towards them. Maiyang looked at them and nodded. He then wrote his name on the registration, Maiyang, Kami School. "Maiyang. Isn't he the winner of the last World Martial Arts Tournament? He's actually so young." The staff looked towards Maiyang a few times in surprise and carefully collected his information among the folders. "We were just talking about a girl we ran over after she bumped with Lida." Ia walked up to Maiyang's side and described the scene just now. Maiyang nodded. "Is that the girl who just walked away?" "Yes." "Does senior brother Maiyang saw it too?" "No, I only saw her back. It seemed familiar." "What's her name, by the way?" Maiyang had seen the black girl's back from afar and somehow had a sense of familiarity. "She seems to be called Melly." "Melly." Maiyang mouthed the name, while a smile appeared on his face. "Senior brother, do you know the girl from earlier?" Also sensed the smile on Maiyang's face and opened his mouth to ask. Maiyang said, "Probably I have a good idea of who she is. If she really is the person I think, you should be careful when you run into her. She is 9 times out of 10. No, you guys are definitely not her match. If you run into her in the match, it's your bad luck." Ia and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air at the news. Who was that girl who could make their senior brother make such a judgment? It wasn't that they were arrogant. But after practicing the Kami school martial art, even if they looked at the entire martial world, only a few people were their match among the younger generation. So, how could they be inferior to the girl from earlier? Ia was incredulous. "She's not that strong, is she?" Maiyang waved his hand, and squarely said, "She's stronger than you think." If he guessed correctly, that so-called Melly should be Mixia. There was no mistaking with his eyes. That back figure, there was a good chance that it was her. As for why her appearance was different, it should be because she had used a shape-shifting technique. The Transformation Kindergarten was a basic class under the Superpower Academy, so shape-shifting isn't a magical secret technique in the Superpower Academy. Interesting. What was Mixia planning to do? Did she want to scare him? Well, since Mixia wanted to play like this, then he would make it happen for her. Suddenly, the corners of Maiyang's mouth curled up slightly. With a smile on his face, he recalled the image he had seen through the tank of the future at the top of Karin Tower. The image of himself fighting a waist-length woman at the bustling convention. Today would be the day he'd remember. Next, he generously encouraged the 3 junior brothers, Ia, Aso, and Lida, and then walked with them to the hotel. There, Maayang met his elders and his fellow disciples. He then joined them for dinner. Maayang, didn't Mixia come with you? Perhaps worried that he was having trouble with his daughter, Alice spoke to him alone. No, Maayang replied and then told his teacher's wife what happened in the afternoon. I'm pretty sure that the black girl that Lida and the others saw is Mixia. That girl lied to me about going to Superpower Academy to get something. She must have been thinking of surprising me at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Alice crowed. She was a little speechless at her own daughter's expense. This girl. She's becoming more and more nonsense. Hee, since Mixia wants to fool around, then I'll have fun with her. I think it's fun too. Maayang fell in line with Mixia's intentions. With his strength, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament was purely to play around. Also, since his fiancée was so childish, it would be good to play along with her. Alice smiled and looked at Maayang. Do whatever you guys want. Anyway, it was a game between the unmarried couple. So, she, as a mother, would not spoil their fun. It was not harmful to increase the relationship between the couple in this game-like form. The next day, it was already dawn. The 12th World Martial Arts Tournament in Mailin City officially began. Since it was the first time the government held it, this tournament was unusually grand. People from all martial arts schools and world fighters, wrestlers, boxers, and sumo wrestlers participated. This also led to the largest number of participants ever. In this year's event, it reached a staggering 768. The previous selection rounds alone took a long time. When Maayang and the others entered the competition martial hall, they realized that the participants had already filled the venue. The martial arts practitioners worldwide had a strange expression. There were werewolves, giants, and even fierce beasts. At this time, the format of the tournament has been very similar to the future tournament. The spacious martial arts dojo had been set up with 16 stage rings. Because there were so many people, the black crowd made the entire venue became extremely crowded. This has the appearance of the World Martial Arts Tournament that I am somewhat familiar with. Maayang grinned with no pressure at all. Chapter 137. The first thing to come next was the qualifying round. According to the tournament requirements, more than 90% of the contestants would be eliminated in this session, leaving only 16 to advance to the open-air tournament later on. After all, this was the first official World Martial Arts Tournament. Although the model was transplanted from the tradition of the martial arts world, the lack of a ruler for reference led to many participants from all different backgrounds. As a result, there was a mixed field of participants, all of whom thought they had a chance to participate in the tournament. However, those who held such thoughts might not even make it to the top 50. Therefore, it was necessary to hold a qualifying round to select the best of the best. With the organizers putting the pre-drawn World Martial Arts Tournament schedule on the wall, the preliminary rounds will soon begin. The contestants found their zone according to the number plates they had received during registration, corresponding to the wall schedule map. Senior brother Maayang, I'm in the ring number 4. Yia found the corresponding ring based on his number. I'm in ring number 9. I'm in the ring number 11. Aso and Lida said excitedly. The fact that they didn't meet in the preliminaries showed that they were lucky. Maayang took his number plate and smiled. I'm in the ring number 8. We had good luck, we didn't meet in the preliminaries. You guys have a good chance of making it to the top 16 by playing properly. When Yia and the other 3 disciples heard what Maayang said, they were immediately filled with confidence and clenched their fists, looking expectant. Due to the exertion, their entire fists were slightly shaking. Ah, Maayang, you've come so fast. A man in an orange martial arts uniform squeezed out from the crowd and came before Maayang and the others. Sun Goen, you also arrived quite fast. Maayang smiled and looked at the visitor. Sun Goen laughed. It took quite a while to get here from the Mount 5 Elements, but at least I didn't miss the registration. As he said, he showed off his number plate in his hand. Hey, where's that beautiful fiancée of yours? Why isn't she with you? Maayang smiled. Mixia is actually here, but hiding in the crowd and refusing to show herself. Sun Goen was startled and reflected that this could be a game for the unmarried couple. He then shook his head. I wonder what you're up to. At this time, Maayang introduced Sun Goen to his fellow disciples. Yia, Aso, Lida, this is the disciple of the god of martial arts, Madarashi, Sun Goen. He has been training in the lookout with me for some time. Then he said to Sun Goen, these 3 are my junior brothers. They're also going to participate in this World Martial Arts Tournament. Hello, guys. Sun Goen greeted generously. Hello. The 3 junior brothers also returned the greeting politely. However, this young man in front of them, like senior brother Maayang, had received training in the lookout. They had heard their senior brother mention the matter of the lookout training. Those who were qualified to train there must be very remarkable martial arts practitioners. Moreover, The other person was also a disciple of Master Roshi, so several people looked at Sun Gohan with curiosity and surprise. All of you don't need to be polite. By the way, what's your number, Gohan? Ma Yang smiled and asked about Sun Gohan's contest number. 532, ring number 4. Wouldn't that be a collision route with Yia? Ma Yang said in surprise. The 768 contestants were divided into 16 rings, which meant that there were 48 in each ring. Only one person could come out in the end. The purpose of the qualifying round in the World Martial Arts Tournament was to determine the first place, which could be considered a very cruel way. I'm also in ring number 4. It looks like I have bad luck, Yia said, shaking his head with a helpless face. Initially, he thought that he could get out of the line by his strength. However, who knew that the goddess of fortune was so ungrateful to him that she put him in the same ring with Sun Gohan, a senior disciple of Master Roshi, a strong man who had also trained in the lookout. He had a feeling that the hope of getting out of the line was leaving him. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Sun Gohan said in surprise. However, that was how the tournament was. The element of luck was essential in the process. There's no need to be discouraged, it's all about participation. Even if you run into Sun Gohan, it would be a rewarding experience to be able to experience the process of fighting at a high level. Ma Yang patted Yia's shoulder, comforting. Yia adjusted his attitude and cupped his fist to Sun Gohan and said, "Please take care of me when the time comes." Sun Gohan smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't let you down when the time comes." After saying that, he looked at the black crowd and shook his head. There are a lot of people here. Yeah. Ma Yang also nodded his head. There were indeed a bit more people coming to the World Martial Arts Tournament this time. Upon looking at their smug looks, the vast majority of them must have been a champion or high-ranking people. Of course, many people like Yia, also, and Lida had the foresight to participate in the tournament from the very beginning. They never had the extravagant hope of winning the tournament. What Ma Yang and Sun Gohan could do for them was to make sure that they would not leave any regrets in the tournament. At that moment, a gong sounded with a thud. A staff member with a loudspeaker announced there, "All participants, please go to the front of your respective rings, the match will begin soon." "Let's go, the match is about to begin." "I wish you all good luck," Ma Yang said and walked towards ring number 8. "Come on." Sun Gohan and a few others also got serious. They nodded their heads and went to their respective ring. At this time, in front of ring number 8, Ma Yang scanned the black crowd in front of him. Although each group only consisted of 48 people after grouping, one person occupied a large area because some of the contestants' size is particularly huge. That was why it looked particularly crowded. As the referee at the edge of the ring announced the numbers of the two players of the match, Ma Yang saw a gray-haired werewolf and a burly man in animal skins climbing onto the tournament ring. Soon the match began. The gray werewolf roared and snarled, clenching his fist and slamming it into the strong man. The fierce battle drew gasps of surprise from the participants on stage. Ma Yang watched calmly, shaking his head slightly. These two people above were obviously not heirs of the traditional school. Their movements and patterns were very rough. They relied on a body of brute strength. It seemed that with the gradual officialization and expansion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the contestants had begun to lose their standards. What kind of quality would dare to enter the ring? Brute strength is more than enough, but there is no pattern. Those who don't know would think they are two choppers. Ma Yang only glanced at the two and knew roughly the outcome of the match. In fact, for this kind of fight that had no foundation and was very similar in strength, it was the least easy to tell who won and who lost, because anything was possible. But comparatively speaking, that werewolf had a much better chance of winning. Sure enough, soon after the match began, the gray werewolf gradually gained the upper hand with that beastly nature of his. The result is already obvious. That werewolf is going to win. The participants in the arena were shocked and began to comment. Boom. The gray werewolf jumped up and smashed the chest of the strong man with an attack. The man fell to the ground with a violent shudder. As the referee blew his whistle, the gray werewolf roared to victory and advanced to the second round. The match continued. There were 48 contestants in ring number 8, so the first round would require 24 matches. Ma Yang stood in the corner with his hands clasped behind his chest. The boring match was making him look like he was about to fall asleep. Hey, this year's contestants were no good. Ma Yang's eyes were boringly scanning towards everywhere and saw the situation above the next ring. The light blue robe girl called Millie was now climbing into the ring, and her opponent was a shirtless man. When Ma Yang looked at it, he couldn't help but smile on his face. Millie's opponent was Oman, the third-place winner of the so-called World Fighting Competition, who had provoked the Kami School Martial Arts Dojo a few days ago. It's terrible luck. This guy just lost at Ness, and now he's fighting against Mixia. Ma Yang shook his head but wanted to see how Mixia, who disguised as Millie, was going to humiliate that ignorant but arrogant fighter. Little girl, I'll let you make the first move. The fighter named Oman was acting quite generous. He had learned from his pain and reflected on his previous arrogance since Ness put him down with a single punch. However, he would never have thought that a young girl he randomly met in the World Martial Arts Tournament, who looked so slim, was actually a mighty master. Then you're going to lose. The opponent's clear and cold voice came. Huh? Oman's eyelids fluttered as if he sensed a hint of something terrible. His heart was rising when he heard a thud, and his chest took a hit. The violent impact brought his heart to a sudden stop, and Oman's face began to turn blue as his brain fell backward in dizziness. How did this happen? This girl is so powerful too. Is this the best martial arts tournament in the world? Moments before he lost consciousness, Oman's face was filled with incredulity that he had lost again to a 20-year-old girl. Knocked out in just one blow, was he, the fighter's third-place winner, made of mud or water? That was too weak. No, it wasn't that he was too weak, but those martial arts practitioners were too abnormal. Chapter 138 Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Contestant number 312 Melly wins and advances to the next round. After saying that, using a watercolor pencil to sketch on the match list, Melly won and advanced to the next round. Melly's win drew whispers from the crowd in her district. Those amateurs all couldn't believe that a slender young girl could defeat the world fighting competition's third-place winner. Oman actually lost. Is that woman called Melly that strong? Maybe Oman isn't in the form today. It's possible. After all, he was the third-place winner of the world fighting competition. There's no reason why he couldn't beat a woman. But I've heard that the martial arts world is not simple. The people beside them were whispering. Some of them might have realized that they and others had underestimated the martial arts community's strength. However, they didn't rashly say what they thought as they kept those thoughts to themselves under the crowd's tongue. Humphrey. Melly turned her head and snorted. She ignored these ordinary people who hadn't even stepped into the martial arts threshold. When she jumped out of the ring, she happened to meet Ma Yang's smiling eyes. Melly immediately looked away and swept her eyes to the other side. Ma Yang smiled and shook his head, even more sure of Melly's identity. At this time, the ring number 8 had several matches going on, and it was finally Ma Yang's turn to take the stage. He was seen tapping his toes on the ground, his entire body sprinkled and floated on top of the ring. The whole movement was full of unrestrained and riding. Contestant number 337 Ma Yang, from Kami School, is the winner of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. After Ma Yang entered the stage, the referee beside him focused on introducing his identity. As the referee introduced Ma Yang, a shout of surprise rang out from under the ring. The crowd was amazed that Ma Yang had actually won the World Martial Arts Tournament once at such a young age. This made the hearts of the players aspiring for the championship throne feel heavy. Player Ma Yang, your opponent is number 458, Pendant contestant from Boxing Circle. Up on stage were powerful-looking men with a bare head and a body full of gnarled and explosive muscles. Especially when posing in a boxing stance, the muscles on his arms arched into a cluster of small hills. Ho, a young martial arts practitioner, I'll show you what a boxer can do. The boxer named Pendant clashed his fists with a dull boom. His cross-flesh-strewn face filled with unstoppable confidence, clearly confident in his strength. Another Oman-style figure. Ma Yang smiled lightly and sighed. That Oman had at least toned down his attitude after the lesson he got from Ness, but the boxer in front of him was very revealing and arrogant. Let's start the match. Ma Yang didn't bother to talk to him and directly signaled the referee to start the match. The referee was startled for a moment, but this honor still had to be given. He then nodded gently and blew his whistle to announce the start of the match, the 11th match of ring number 8. The match will now begin. Kid, whether you were the winner of the last tournament or not, running into me, Pendant, is your bad luck. The boxer named Pendant moved his wrist in a bullish manner and then prepared to win the match. But at that moment, Ma Yang's figure flashed, and Pendant felt a blur as he lost Ma Yang in his line of sight. Hey, where's the man? Pendant looked to his left and right, but he never found Ma Yang's figure. Wow, that's amazing. He defeated the boxer Pendant with just one blow. My eyes can't see it at all. It's over, lined up with such a strong person, we have no hope at all. The tournament continued. After one match, the number of remaining contestants grew smaller. Some good people did some tallying and discovered to their dismay that most of those who had advanced were martial arts practitioners from all the major schools. The seeded favorable fighters from the fighting circle, boxing circle, wrestling circle had been eliminated, except for a few. After witnessing the strength of those martial arts practitioners with their own eyes, those who had doubted the last World Martial Arts Tournament quality suddenly realized that they were still a long way away from the level of a true martial arts practitioner. This is the real martial arts practitioner. They are too strong. A single blow defeated Oman of Fighting Circle, Palon of Boxing Circle, all of them. You see those players above the ring, I can't even see their moves. I truly can't see it at all. I don't know if it's too late for me to switch to martial arts now. After seeing the strength of martial arts practitioners, many of the participants from other professions could not help but entertain the idea of learning martial arts. However, they were quickly told that learning martial arts required talent. Those without talent would not even be able to get started. Forget it, let's just do our jobs. As long as we didn't get involved with martial arts practitioners, we were considered big in our field. The fighter Oman, on the other hand, was ashamed of himself down below. He was ashamed of his arrogance earlier in the day. When the idea of turning to the martial arts actually came to him, compared to fighting, the martial arts seemed more promising. Even if he couldn't do it, he wanted his child to practice martial arts. Meanwhile, over in ring number 4. Wow! So many shadows. I have no idea which ones are real. There were bursts of exclamations below the ring. On the ring, Son Gohan and Yi were entangled in each other. Countless residual shadows spread throughout the ring. There were images residue caused by excessive speed and the fixed shadow fist caused by the afterimage technique. It isn't easy to distinguish between people. Anyone outside the martial arts community had never seen such an exciting battle, so they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It was clear that Son Gohan did not show his full strength, and thus the battle with Yi looked evenly matched. It was this kind of indistinguishable battle. However, from time to time, it drew constant shouts of surprise from the crowd below. Ma Yang's line of sight went over to ring number 4 and was able to see clearly the battle between Son Gohan and Yi. Son Gohan has already shown mercy. However, this is just right to let Yi know further about the strength of the higher-level martial artists. Ma Yang's eyes were very vicious. He could immediately see what was happening above the ring. With Son Gohan's current power levels of over 300, it would only take one move to defeat Yi, who had less than 100 power levels. The reason he was entangled in the fight for so long, firstly, for the sake of Ma Yang's face, secondly, he wanted to experience the wonders of the Kami school from Yi's body so that he could seize the upper hand in his battle with Ma Yang afterward. I'm impressed by your strength, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. During the battle, Son Gohan smiled at Yi. Yi sank his face. Do your best and let me see the best of the turtle school. Son Gohan's eyes flashed with appreciation and said with a smile, if you want to see it, then I'll do as you wish. After saying that, Son Gohan presented his hands like claws and slowly gathered them together. He then placed his hands on his waist, and suddenly, a radiant azure light condensed between his hands. Chapter 139. With a ball of ki waves condensed in his hands, Son Gohan shouted with a serious face, Junior brother of Ma Yang, my attack is not that easy to take, you have to do what you can. Although he had lowered his ki power to a shallow level, Son Gohan was still worried that his ki wave would hurt his opponent. Yi snorted and slowly raised his finger as well. I don't need you to remind me. I know what to do. Son Gohan sniffed and barred his mouth, reminding himself that he'd already warned Yi, and he wouldn't care if something went wrong. So with a low sigh, the ki wave in Son Gohan's hand launched forward with a great deal of force, and the azure color irritated everyone's eyes. Kamehameha. With a loud splash, a wave of shining bright ki whistled out, stirring the air and creating a huge whirlwind. At this time, Yi had finished saving his strength and pointed his finger in the direction of the whirling Kamehameha. Heavenly SKY beam. The straight beam of light shot out, also azure in color. It was much slimmer than Kamehameha. The two ki waves met halfway, suddenly creating a foggy mass of ki at the point of impact, scattering shockwaves around 90 degrees. Afterward, there was a rumble, and an intense whirlwind blew everyone around. The referee in charge of deciding the winner of the match was closest to the ki center. At this point, he could only hug the pillars around the ring to stabilize himself. What's going on here? Why are their hands glowing? There was a buzz below, and the players who were unaware stared, thinking they had light bulbs in their hands. That's a ki wave. The martial arts participants were silent for a moment and couldn't help but give a reminder even when they had never seen a ki wave before. That person just now used Master Roshi's best technique, Kamehameha. A somewhat knowledgeable contestant said excitedly. He didn't expect that he would see the legendary trick in the qualifiers. Did the one that went up against the Kamehameha was the Heavenly Sky Beam? Right now, he truly felt that even if he didn't come out of the qualifiers round, just seeing these two great moves would already be worth the trip. Kamehameha? What's that? Who's this Master Roshi you're talking about? Master Roshi. People outside of the martial arts community rarely knew about the secret matters. They didn't even know Kamehameha or Master Roshi. Gradually, the key mist dissipated and only then did the two upright figures gradually emerge. Son Gohan was still smiling without a problem, while across from him, Yia, who was wearing a white martial arts uniform, was already panting. His cheeks were slipping with beads of sweat. I lost, Yia said breathlessly, tired. You've been great. Yia shook his head, but it's still a far cry from you, so it seems I'll have to work harder in the future. Because he had mastered the Kami school's training technique, Yia didn't feel demoralized by a momentary defeat. His training time was short, and he believed that he could become even more vital if he were given a few more years. Son Gohan calmly looked at Yia and nodded thoughtfully. This match is won by contestant Son Gohan. The referee's face was pale, and his voice was trembling. Such a pity for Yia. Son Gohan is too strong. After the match ended, Aso and Lita came up to console him. Yia was in a good mood even though he lost the match. He smiled and shook his head. It's my training that's not enough, but it's a pleasant thing to be able to fight with such a great player. You guys should also work hard, so you don't get eliminated. That's true. Aso and Lita saw that Yia wasn't frustrated by losing the match. So, they both put their heads down and laughed at the fun. The latter matches continued one at a time because there were so many participants. By the time the qualifiers round were over, the sky was dark. In the dark, the results of the qualifiers came out. Maayang, Son Gohan, Melly, Aso, and Lita all made it into the top 16. 10 of the other 11 advancing contestants were also from the martial arts school. The participants from other communities were almost completely wiped out. In response to this result, players from all different backgrounds were silent. All the criticisms and accusations against the martial arts community disappeared, and the martial arts practitioners could defend their dignity in front of the world. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. The azure sky was spotless without a single cloud. The blue sky was clear and flawless. The official tournament of the World Martial Arts Tournament would take place on the open-air martial stage. So early in the morning, after saying goodbye to Isaac and the others, Maayang prepared to take his two advancing junior brothers, Aso and Lita, to the back hall of the World Martial Arts Tournament to wait. Don't be stressed. It's already very good for us, the Kami school, to have 3 people advance to the top 16. Before separating, Isaac instructed, his heart was relatively calm. Because of Maayang's existence, basically, the championship position had been locked. As for the other 2 disciples, regardless of their results, it was considered an exercise. Isaac didn't have harsh requirements. It was just that Isaac couldn't see Mixia's figure anywhere, so his heart was slightly unhappy. This daughter of his hadn't shown up so far, it was so shameful. Knowing everything, Alice glanced at the dark-haired woman in a light blue robe, and then pulled Isaac towards the audience. Isaac arrived at the venue with a few elders and a group of disciples, including April. They took up a good spot in the center. From here, they could see the competition more clearly. In the backyard of the tournament hall, a burly man in monk's robes walked over. Maayang, long time no see. Maayang looked back and saw that it was Wuding of the Orin Temple. Several years without seeing him, Wuding's ki had become stronger and stronger. Wuding, congratulations, you have also entered the top 16. Wuding smiled, not only me, Liz of Thousand Cranes School, Arlo of Maple Leaf School, Kane of Barl, Barney of Cross Fist, Booker of Multiform School, and Gillo of Kulai Village, also advanced. That's quite a few acquaintances I've met. Maayang smiled. Upon closer inspection, the top 16 contestants were all familiar faces. After 5 years of not seeing each other, everyone's strength had risen by a considerable amount. These 2 are my junior brothers, Aso and Lita. This is Wuding from the Orin Temple. Maayang introduced them. Aso and Lita nodded towards Wuding and the others properly. Maayang also pointed to Son Gohan and introduced him. This is Son Gohan, a disciple of Master Roshi. Wuding immediately straightened his face and politely said, so he is a disciple of Master Roshi. I'm neglecting you. Son Gohan waved his hand, it's fine, it's fine. Maayang laughed, let's compete on the ring later. Because most of the players who participated in the top 16 were familiar with each other, the next few people got together and chatted. When Maayang glanced at Melly, standing in the corner without saying a word, Maayang directly walked over as he knew her identity. Why don't you go and talk to them? Melly blinked down her eyes and said coldly, do I know you? Maayang was startled and nodded, it's true that we're not familiar with each other, but I think we'll be acquainted in the future. Humphrey, don't accost a pretty woman for nothing. With a cold snort, Melly was covered in cold ki and turned away in an unhappy mood. Junior brother also leaned in and looked at Melly's back. Senior brother, what's wrong with that woman? She can't even say a word, She's also too cold. Wasn't she quite polite when we met her before? Ma Yang looked at him. That's you guys. She'd never want me to accost her. Why? You don't need to know that. Ma Yang directly sent Hasso away. Any other woman would feel uncomfortable seeing her fiancé hitting on other women even when that woman was disguised as herself. It wasn't very sensible to be green with your affairs. Chapter 140. After bumping into a wall with Melly, Ma Yang didn't care too much. His fiancé had some tempers, but it was nothing serious. Anyway, he was confident that he could calm her down and teach her not to be arrogant. While Ma Yang and others were chatting, the staff of the martial arts tournament was busy debugging various instruments. Because it was the first official martial arts tournament, all the work had to be done very meticulously. Soon, the top 16 matches would begin, and there would be a lottery before that. Ma Yang and the others put their hands into the draw box and took out the numbered balls from inside. Soon, the order of the top 16 matchups was determined, and the order was: first match, Aso vs Booker. Second match, Barney vs Jillith. Third match, Liz vs Yayari. Fourth match, Melly vs First. Fifth match, Lida vs Arlo. Sixth match, Son Gohan vs Kane. Seventh match, Ma Yang vs Wooding. Eighth match, Gillo vs Inmundi. In the top 16, only 4 whom Ma Yang had never seen before: Argery, Jorrit, Foss, and Inmundi. All of the remaining contestants had either participated in the last World Martial Arts Tournament or were Ma Yang's acquaintances. After the schedule chart was hung up, Wushan took a glance at it and grinned. My luck isn't very good. I ran into Ma Yang in the first match. I might be eliminated soon. Kane didn't look excellent either, and shook his head depressingly. I ran into Ma Yang in the last tournament, but now, although I didn't run into him again, I met Master Roshi's disciple. I'm sure I'll be eliminated as well. My luck is so bad too. You can't say that. Son Gohan shrugged his shoulders. According to the arrangement of the tournament, I might meet Ma Yang in the semi-finals. Well, at least it's in the semi-finals. Kane looked envious. Ma Yang laughed. You all should stop bad-mouthing. The lottery decided it. You are going to run into each other sooner or later anyway, so you don't need to have such expressions. Son Gohan. Kane. So that meant it was just a matter of time? It always felt sadder somehow. Son Gohan clapped his hands and said, forget it. We joined the World Martial Arts Tournament to train ourselves, not to compete for the championship title. The result of the competition isn't the most important thing, do you agree? If the previous World Martial Arts Tournament was still a competition between the major schools, then with the World Martial Arts Tournament's officialization, this competition was much less of a rivalry and more of a competition between the participants. I guess that's you guys. I feel like as a real person, the title of champion is quite a catchy. Kane leaned aside and envied. Thud, the sound of the yellow bell's gong sounded. The official host of the World Martial Arts Tournament stepped into the ring to announce the tournament rules in front of thousands of audience. As it was a tournament open to the general public, the World Martial Arts Tournament organizers had effectively considered the general public's knowledge of martial arts. That was why they had arranged for the host to explain the matches during the tournament. This would become a standard routine at every future martial arts event. The host didn't need to be powerful, but he had to do his duty and explain the tournament situation clearly. I have kept you all waiting for a long time. The World Martial Arts Tournament has been going on for decades and is now in its 12th year. From this tournament onwards, it will be officially hosted every 5 years, with the venue chosen to be held in a different part of the world. Yesterday, 768 masters from worldwide had been selected after a day's selection, and the top 16 of the tournament had been decided. On the tournament stage, the host held a megaphone and enthusiastically announced. The entire martial arts arena was about 50 meters long and wide. The ground was paved with hard stone slabs, and a green lawn was left between the martial arts stage and the fence, where the staff maintained order for the tournament. The arena faces the audience on 3 sides, with one side leading directly to the competition hall. The entire venue's layout was roughly the same as the World Martial Arts Tournament in the original story. However, since it was officially hosted, a great deal of effort had been put into the venue's layout. There was an elevated platform built over the audience stand, enough to accommodate thousands of audiences watching the match simultaneously without worrying about any crowding. Without further ado, let's proceed to the first match. Aso of the Kami School versus Booker of the Battle Multiform School. Kami School was formerly known as the Heavenly Sky School. It is the same school where the previous tournament's winner, Ma Yang, belongs. The host introduced the information about the 2 participants as he announced the first match. With the host's introduction, the originally lively crowd became even more boisterous and noisy. The audience peeked their heads one by one towards the competition ring. They were all watching such a unique match for the first time. Also, It's your turn to go on stage. Yang patted Aso's shoulder. He then looked to the other side, where the battle multiform school, Booker, was also ready. After that, the two tightened their belts and leaped onto the sides of the martial ring. As the two entered the stage, there were even more loud cheers from the venue. The two fighters looked at each other for a moment, adjusting their status to battle mode. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, the battle began immediately after the two sides showed each other a salute. An overpowering whirlwind swirled above the ring. The two moved quickly, and the crackling sounds of a fight rang out in the venue. The host holding the megaphone was slightly stunned. For him, who had been hosting the fighting competition for years, hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament for the first time was both refreshing and a grind. He didn't expect the fight's pace to be so explosive when it was only the first match. The good news was that his excellent professionalism made him quickly adjust to the situation and provide an excellent commentary for everyone. These commentaries were not necessary, but they brought the atmosphere of the scene on fire. Yang, who do you think will win between the two of them? Wuding looked at the two men in the ring with a smile on his face. Yang said, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. We might as well see how long the match can last. For a short period, Booker will have an advantage, but as time goes on, they'll both increase their consumption, and then Aso will have the advantage. Both the former Heavenly Sky School and the current Kami School had excelled at sustained combat. Their use of ki was longer. With Booker's multiform school that excelled at assault combat, if the winner couldn't be decided in a short period, then Aso's advantage would become more and more apparent. Wuding was surprised. In other words, you're optimistic about Aso? You could say that. As long as he carries it through up front. Yang was very confident. Wuding nodded and continued to watch the two men in the ring. Sure enough, with the inability to affect Aso for a short period, Booker's ki began to get disoriented. Even after making a multiform punch, the scales of victory still tipped towards Aso. Seeing this, Wuding admitted that Yang's eyesight was much better than his. In the audience, Isaac clapped his hands to his chest. A faint smile on his face. As he watched the disciples' performance on stage, his heart was pleased, without a doubt. In addition, the disciples of the Kami school also stood up. They were very excited. Go senior brother Aso. April shook her arms and cheered. Her brown hair was blowing in the wind. Aso's performance hasn't lost its class. This match should be a solid 10. Despite being eliminated in the qualifier round, Yia kept her mind in good shape. He was now sitting on top of the stands with her peers rest, watching intently with one eye. Sure enough, as the match heated up, Aso's advantage became more and more apparent. Even some of the laymen were gradually seeing that he might be winning. Finally, in an airwave sweep, he took the first win. Isaac and several other elders from the sect were grinning from ear to ear. This was another ki wave. The ki wave, which they were proud of before, was now blossoming among the younger generation. Upon looking at the younger generation, it had to be said that the Kami school was developing better and better. They, however, gradually felt that they were getting old. How could they feel this way, when they were only middle-aged? The second match was Barney versus Jillith. Barney was the Crossfist school's descendant, and Jillith, Yang had never heard of him before. He was said to be a perennial champion of the fighting circle. The audience at the scene, on the other hand, consisted of many people who had come for his name. Although this match was not so exciting, it could only be described as moderate. Even though Crossfist, as a martial arts school, had some similarities with fighting techniques, which was initially born from this school, Barney won the match after a tough fight. The atmosphere was surprisingly bizarre for a moment as Jillith's defeat heralded the fighting circle's annihilation and other representatives of regular events. The banners that had been unfurled were taken back. The salutes used to celebrate the victory were no longer necessary. Some of the fanatics even cursed, spouted blackouts and whatnot, then left the arena in anger. Of course, many more people still saw a whole new world through this World Martial Arts Tournament, broadened their horizons, and became interested in martial arts as a result. The third match was Liz versus Yaeri. This one didn't have much suspense. Liz of the Crane School was, after all, a seeded player from the last World Martial Arts Tournament, while Yaeri was only a disciple of a small school. This time she had made it to the top 16 and already belonged to the short ones picking the tall ones, with a few luck elements. In the end, Liz was victorious. In the fourth match, Melly took the stage, and her opponent was the previously unknown Verse. Although the opponent didn't have much of a reputation, Yang still focused on this match. After all, it was his fiancée Melly, Mixia, who participated in the match. So, he also wanted to get a glimpse of how much Mixia had grown. Chapter 141. Next up is the first round of the top 8 contests. The fourth match now begins. As the host announced the match's start, both Melly and the man named First got ready. Thud. As the gong sounded, with a swoosh, both of the two people on the ring actually lost sight of each other at once. There were constant shouts of surprise. Hey, what's going on? Both Melly and First have disappeared? The host wiped his eyes to make sure the arena was indeed empty of people. However, the crackling sounds of fighting and the ever-crumbling floor in his ears told the truth that the two were engaged in an exciting battle. This was surprising. In the previous matches, although there were situations where people couldn't see the exact process, it was the first time that the two players disappeared together in a fistfight. The host's mind was quick. He had done his homework beforehand, so he went to ask someone who knew about it since he wasn't sure about the situation. He took the microphone and went to Maayang and the others who were waiting for their match. He was directly grabbing on to the previous champion. Mr. Maayang, may I ask what exactly happened above the ring? In response to the host's question, Maayang generously said, both Melly and First are fighting at a high level. People can't see them because both sides have increased their speed to the point where it's hard to see with the naked eye. Look over there and there. Maayang pointed at the shattered floor above the ring with Maayang's eyesight. He also accurately predicted the next point of engagement. Sure enough, as he looked in the direction of Maayang's finger, about 0.5 seconds later, the ground did appear to shatter, and countless tiny stones ejected out. It was as if Maayang was the mastermind behind all of this. The stone crumbling was performed according to his script. The audience had never seen such an incredible battle before, and for a moment, they were incredulous. Was it really something that a martial arts practitioner could do, this speed that was unforeseeable to the naked eye? Unbelievable. The host had a fierce glow in his eyes. As he followed Maayang's introduction, he did see a hint of what was going on. Just that alone made him feel that he had no regrets in this life. Just as the audience in the venue all let out a burst of wonder, Maayang also looked at the silhouette of the person in the ring that kept moving quickly and secretly said, Mixia's disguise is really thorough enough. In order to not expose her identity, she didn't even use his superpower. However, Mixia's leg kicks are so good. She's worthy of being my fiancé. After observing, Maayang put a proud expression on his face. On the other side, Isaac and a few elders observed the match. Their expressions were also solemn. Awesome, which school is that person called First? If we didn't have a breakthrough recently, we might not be worthy of being his opponent. Maayang's uncle, Carl, exclaimed. Everyone nodded their heads, having the feeling that they almost missed the times. However, now that they had the Kami school inheritance, their horizons had been broadened. Clarissa frowned and stared at Melly in the field. That girl called Melly, she feels a bit familiar to me. So you feel the same way? Do you see that her pattern resembles our Heavenly Sky School's technique? When you put it that way, it's really kind of like that. Whose disciple is she anyway? Several elders of the Kami school were talking about it. Only Alice, who knew Melly's identity from Maayang, smiled bitterly and shook her head. She couldn't understand any martial arts moves, but she knew that the girl showing off her skills above was her daughter, Mixia. This match is coming to an end. Isaac watched intently. He knew the end was set as the girl on the other side put up her final attack. Tick. As the whistle sounded, Melly punched and knocked her opponent, First, out of the ring with a giant force between her palms. She then claimed the fourth match. The later battles were in full swing. Each one made the audience watch as if they were intoxicated. For the first time, they were able to appreciate the charm of martial arts practitioner battles. It turned out that there was still such a group of people with superior strength hidden among human society. After witnessing these bouts, the fighters and boxers who were previously clamoring for dissent became silent at this time. They silently hid to the side, not daring to make a name for themselves. As for the ones that left the arena earlier due to anger, think of them as a joke. Next up, the fifth match was Lita vs Arlo, the sixth match, Sun Gohan vs Kane, seventh match, Maayang vs Wuding, and the eighth match, Gillo vs Inmundi. Without further ado, these matches ended with victories for Arlo, Sun Gohan, Maayang, and Gillo. Although Wuding had trained hard for 5 years and had even climbed the Karn Tower to receive Karn's guidance, he was doomed when he met Maayang. So far, all of the top 8 contestants were chosen. They were Aso, Barney, Liz, Melly, Arlo, Sun Gohan, Maayang, and Gillo. They would then proceed to confirm the top 4 in the quarterfinals based on the previous draws. The top 4 were Aso, Melly, Sun Gohan, and Maayang. By now, 12 official matches had been played. According to arrangements, as the sun hung overhead, it was time for the noon break with the semi-finals and finals to follow to be played in the afternoon. At noon, Aso, Sun Gohan, Maayang, and the others got together for lunch. Also, to get to one of the top 4, I believe the teachers are already satisfied with your performance. Just do your best in the next match, there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. During the meal, Maiyang was giving Aso thought. Aso looked at Maiyang. Senior brother, are you thinking that I'm going to lose the next match? Maiyang said, definitely, you're going to lose. Sun Gohan said, it's a certain loss. Aso's eyes rolled back, a little bitter. Did the two of them have to be so honest like that? However, achieving the top 4 results of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he was satisfied. Gohan, I think you've seen who that Melly is, haven't you? Sun Gohan nodded and smiled. You said before that your fiancé is hidden among these people. There aren't many female contestants, so where is there to guess? Aso, however, was very puzzled by the conversation between Maiyang and Sun Gohan. Senior brother Maiyang's fiancé, shouldn't that be senior sister Mixia? Could it be that? That Melly, is that Mixia? Aso got out and asked. Maiyang nodded, it's indeed, Mixia. But how are the looks completely different? Aso still couldn't believe it. Senior sister Mixia's hair was dark green, and she had turquoise eyes, while that Melly, her hair was black. Maiyang shook his head and explained, there is a kindergarten under the Supernatural Academy that teaches a skill called shape-shifting technique, which can change a person's appearance to any appearance. Shape-shifting technique couldn't grow the wielder's strength, but it could change its appearance to the extent of faking it. Aso was speechless at the news. Why does senior sister Mixia doing this? Who knows, maybe it's her hobby. That was the game for the strong ones. Aso opened and closed his mouth, somewhat discouraged. If it's senior sister Mixia, I'm sure I'll lose. Not to mention Mixia's superpowers, he might not be a match for Mixia's martial arts strength alone. Hey, he was the weakest among the top 4. He would lose to whoever he met. If it wasn't him, then who would be eliminated? Chapter 142. The semi-finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament were scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was a break after lunch. When the lunch break was over, it was close to the start of the tournament. Maiyang and the others arrived at the venue, only to find that the other side of the arena was already full of people. The black silhouettes of people were crowded together, surrounding the entire competition venue. There were noisy shouts from time to time. Many people had been waiting there since noon to occupy the most favorable viewing position. They came over after eating and had been waiting for more than 2 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, after the fierce competition in the morning, the top 4 contestants have been chosen. They are Aso, Mary, Maiyang, and Sun Gohan. Both Aso and Maiyang are both from the Kami school, while Sun Gohan studies under the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. As for Melly, although her lineage is unknown, she's the only female among the top 4. Her strength is also not to be underestimated. The host held the microphone to narrate the opening remarks, introducing the contestants in brief language. With the host's introduction, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. All the audience cheered in anticipation for the competition to begin. The host saw that the atmosphere had been heated up and no longer held back. He immediately held a microphone and loudly announcing the match, the first match of the semi-finals. Please welcome Aso and Melly to the ring. Among the cheers, Aso ascended the ring. His upright posture was heading there, suddenly giving off an unmatched aura. After a moment, Melly's exquisite figure also appeared on the ring. Her light blue robe wrapped around her graceful posture. Her tight outfit was even more highlighting the dainty and delicate lines. With both sides of the match appearing together, the arena was even more lively. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament had thoroughly touched the audience's hearts due to its stunning performance. Every competitor who debuted was like a star and was sought after by everyone. Some discerning entertainment companies had even decided to launch a related series of programs after the World Martial Arts Tournament. They were preparing to excite the frenzy a bit more. On the ring, Aso looked at the curtain of black hair in front of him. The clear and cold face was not familiar. It's hard to imagine that she could be his senior sister Mixia. I now announce the first semi-final match, officially starting. The host waved his arm and announced the match's start, then retreated nicely to the corner of the ring. Please. Aso cupped his fists according to martial arts etiquette, then took up a fighting stance. Across from him, Melly nodded slightly, also stepping back a short distance. With the breeze blowing and the black hair dancing in the air, no one on either side made a move. Aso was watching Melly's movements, looking for the right moment to make a move. Melly, also known as Mixia, was carefully looking for the timing without preparing to reveal her superpower. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and the air froze. The two figures on the stage attacked at the same time. With a swoosh, they moved at the same time. Bang! Aso and Melly collided in mid-stride. The sudden impact caused Aso's body to go numb and fly backward for more than 10 meters. After landing on the ground, Aso's heart was horrified, worthy of being senior sister Mixia. Her power is far above me. Sighing, he knew that his hope of victory was already very slim. However, they had all reached the top 4. To make him admit defeat, Even if the opponent was Mixia, he would have to show the appropriate strength. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Dazzling afterimages kept appearing in the martial ring. Aso and Melly were extremely fast, their figures were quickly disappearing from the spot after each encounter. There was a crack, the hard marble slab shattered. A few tiny stones ejected under the pressure of great force, then accelerated to the extreme, slicing through the air with a swoosh sound. The audience only felt the air pressure around them change repeatedly. Their ears rang with muffled sounds, and the pleasing battle brought them a feeling of smoothness. Although they couldn't even see the players' strikes in the arena, that didn't prevent them from reveling in the top fighter's duel. Sometimes, the atmosphere reached such a point that people would feel like they were there. As for whether they could see it or not, it was the other way around. In the audience, Isaac looked seriously puzzled. What exactly is the origin of that woman called Melly? Her martial arts are too much like Heavenly Sky School. Just when Isaac's mind was puzzled, there was a boom in the ring. A sharp sound pierced his eardrums, interrupting his thoughts. Looking at the martial stage again, Aso was already at a disadvantage. He retreated to a corner of the arena, panting and tired of defending himself. Although his strength was excellent among the young people, he was still a far cry from facing Melly, whose expression remained unchanged and even so aloof on the other hand. The winner was already determined. Aso leaned close to Melly and whispered, worthy of being senior sister Mixia, just as strong as senior brother. Melly's face changed, and her pretty face sank. How did you know it was me? Senior brother said so. Melly shuddered, her lips parted. He already knew? Well, senior brother said you wanted to play, so he'll play with you. Aso nodded, confirming truthfully. Although he didn't know what game senior brother and senior sister Mixia were playing, it was better for him to stay out of it. Melly sniffed. Her face was suddenly turning blue and white for a while, not expecting her identity to be exposed so early. Thinking of the possible punishment she might receive afterward, she felt disillusioned, and her entire body slumped. It's over. I'm going to be punished by my senior brother. Mixia's heart was chipper, and her legs began to weaken a bit. In her mind, she had already foreseen her downfall. However, the match was still going on. Mixia shrugged off these worries for the time being, and for the sake of being a fellow disciple, Mixia gave Aso a decent step down and fought him for a long time before knocking him down under the ring. Contestant Aso falls to the outside of the ring, and contestant Melly wins. Of course, the ordinary spectators couldn't see that the last few minutes were actually Mixia and Aso acting on stage. So naturally, they were all shocked by the exciting battle scenes. Even though Aso fell out of the ring, they all stretched their necks, then shouted and cheered loudly. Of course, the fight between Mixia and Aso was fascinating. Even a proficient martial arts practitioner couldn't see anything wrong with it. By the side of the competing martial arts hall, seeing Aso decently get off the stage, Maayang lightly laughed. Mixia can distinguish the scene. From this point of view, Mixia's IQ and deck were not low. She was called a perfect woman, but she liked to play scheming in front of him. She needed to be taught. I'd like to invite contestant Maayang of the Kami School and contestant Sun Goen of the Turtle School to come on stage. The host announced loudly. Player Maayang has already achieved the championship of the last World Martial Arts Tournament at a young age, while player Sun Goen is a disciple of the God of Martial Arts. I hope the two of you can bring us a wonderful match. Maayang, Maayang. Sun Goen, Sun Goen. Thousands of people in the bustling martial arts venue chanted the names of Maayang and Sun Goen at the same time. All the audiences were also enthusiastic, driven by the host's fiery emotions. Maayang, it's our turn to go on stage. Sun Goen smiled lightly, moving his wrist and jumping into the ring first. Let's go. Maayang followed and stood opposite Sun Goen. Let me see how much you've improved over the years. Chapter 143. On the 50-meter wide martial arts ring, Maayang and Sun Goen were standing on both sides of the ring. After experiencing a round of training in outer space, Maayang's strength had already far surpassed that of an earthling. His powerful strength gave him the confidence to face all emergencies with ease. On the other hand, Sun Goen had practiced many times in the Lookout and the Mount 5 elements. Even more so because he had been pushing the furnace of 8 divisions for years, his ki was also very pure. As the two of them stood face to face, their hidden ki clashed. The atmosphere was suddenly oppressive to the extreme. Suddenly, 2 strands of fierce ki erupted out like 10,000 horses galloping. The entire venue was like a vast pot cover. The scene suddenly fell silent, and a tense and thrilling feeling of depression was created. The ki of 830 power level and 320 power level collided. Although Maayang had tried his best to suppress his ki and appeared to be comparable to Sun Goen, the surge in ki was still daunting. It didn't suddenly crush a large hole in the ring, but it was no longer something that an ordinary person could endure. Awesome. Isaac, Eula, and Scythe swished to their feet and looked at each other. All of them were shocked by the terrifying ki. The two of them have long surpassed the martial arts practitioners of all generations. Uncle Carl's voice was a bit raw. It was the legendary Great Demon King Piccolo, who was so powerful in the past, and that was all. Clarissa and Bros nodded gravely. The blood in their bodies flowing faster, filled with longing for this mighty power. Mixia observed in the background. When everyone was shocked by Miayang's ki, her lips were slightly curled. She couldn't help showing a trace of pride. It was as if Miayang's strength had brought her eternal glory. Whoosh! Miayang and Sun Gohan looked at each other. They saw in each other's eyes that they were ready and nodded slightly, then they disappeared almost simultaneously. The ground rocks began to cave in one after another. The afterimage flashed, and the crackling sounds of fierce fighting continued to come. The battle between Miayang and Sun Gohan was even more fierce than the one between Mixia and Danzō. Only seconds into the match, the marble-paved ground, which was originally quite flat, became overwhelmed and filled with holes the size of wellheads. Wow! The audience was surprised and delighted. The intensity of this match was unheard of. Miayang and Sun Gohan disappeared as soon as they appeared. The afterimages frequently collided and overlapped. They exchanged blows more than 10 times every second, rumbling, cracking and crashing sounds rang out continuously. The ground and the air shone with dazzling light from time to time. Some silhouettes appeared alternately, in the sky and on the ground. It was astonishing. Swoosh! The gravel splashed like a bullet across the cheek. With tuk-tuk-tuk sound, it left deep holes in one side of the wall. Awesome! The host looked on in stunned silence. He took a deep breath. His entire body was enthusiastic. This is the strength of the martial arts community. Not long after the match started, the ring has already been destroyed like this. The people of this era were not as ignorant as the next generation. Although the martial arts school was not visible, no one thought that the scene happening in front of them was obstructing. Look at the tiny hole, look at the collapse of the potholes, and no one believed it even if they said it was a blind spot. Sun Gohan! Sun Gohan! Miayang! Miayang! The audience's adrenaline ramped up, and everyone was red-faced and shouting. Even if they were risked being shot at and hit by flying stones, they were unwilling to leave the stage. Unbelievable, how on earth did they train and become so powerful? Isaac looked horrified. He thought he understood his disciple's strength before, but now that he looked at it, he couldn't even see how the two sides fought. When Isaac and the others couldn't even see, the other ordinary people were even more unable to see clearly. This level of battle was beyond everyone's imagination. Buzz! As the key shook violently, the air pressure in the center rose gradually. A pressure spread out, and a gust of wind swept through the venue. The tournament seemed to have turned into a disaster. It's too dangerous, let's get out. Some of the cowards finally couldn't bear the pressure of their hearts and wanted to run away. This is no longer the power of humans. If you want to flee, you can flee. I have to keep watching. Idiot, if you don't leave, you'll lose your life. It's not worth throwing your life away just to watch a match. At the critical moment, all sorts of thoughts all popped up. At that moment, Mixia coldly snorted. An emerald green energy spread out, suddenly causing the air pressure and flying stones around the ring to all stabilize. They were showing a serious match, and don't worry about your lives. Her fiancé was competing up there, yet the audience below the ring was still clamoring to leave. She couldn't tolerate that in her eyes. Mixia's martial arts were strong, but her superpower ability was stronger. If she used it with all her might, even Miayang wouldn't be able to break free for a while. Entrapping the entire venue was not a difficult task for her. Looking at the fine stones and dust floating in the air, emitting a glowing green light, the host opened his eyes wide. What he saw today broke his decades-old worldview one after another. This is incredible. The chaos outside the ring has all disappeared. It's the power of player melee. The host looked at the green glow in the sky and couldn't help but be shocked by the magnificent sight. Sun Gohan, now you can go all out. Quickly unloading Sun Gohan's attack, Miayang laughed lightly in the clouds and floated in the air. Sun Gohan grinned and laughed. It just so happens. Miayang, you didn't use your full strength, then let me see how much you have become stronger. Hastily, Sun Gohan's body emitted a slight white light, and his ki soared. His power level was rising from 320 to 390. It exploded. Miayang looked surprised. With a faint smile on his face, he was not frightened. Miayang, take the move. Sun Gohan whistled, all his muscles standing out. With pleasure. Miayang nodded his head and met Sun Gohan's attack. Peng peng. Peng peng peng. Boom. Miayang and Sun Gohan's ki collided, and a huge ball of ki rose. Its brilliant light blinding everyone's eyes, only the sound of loud rumbling could be heard. When the audiences opened their eyes, they were horrified to discover that the ring had disappeared. In its place, there was a pitch-black pit about dozens of meters deep. Because of Mixia's superpower's best efforts to confine it, those outbursts of ki did not spread out into the arena. Instead, what was presented was a cube pit that was 50 meters long and wide. The entire ring disappeared. The audience was jaw-droppingly numb. So this is their true strength. They were actually all just warming up. Isaac looked dumbfounded. He was already speechless. If the previous battle had already made him breathless, then he's stunned now. That's terrifying. They can actually unleash such a powerful destructive force? Sweat seeped out on the foreheads of Scythe and the others. They thought back to when they had talked so freely about how a few decades of Maiyang training could unleash a heavenly sky beam comparable to Isaac's. They couldn't help but feel a little ashamed at this point. What was comparable? They could only make a well-sized pit of destructive power, nothing compared to the scene in front of them. Maiyang, the ring is all gone. Let's decide the winner in one move. Sun Gohan also floated in the air, gasping for breath. As you wish. Maiyang smiled lightly, he didn't consume much ki. Well. Sun Gohan twisted his face earnestly. His palms began to close slowly. As soon as he looked at Sun Gohan's movements, Maiyang knew what he was trying to unleash. Kamehameha, the signature move of the Turtle School. The only drawback was that it took too long to store up ki. At this time, Sun Gohan's Kamehameha was only inherited from Master Roshi. Its energy was not as strong as the Super Kamehameha developed by Son Goku in the original story. However, it was strong enough to fight the enemy. Chapter 144 Master Roshi. Sun Gohan floated in the air and began to gather his ki. An azure glow appeared between his palms. When Maiyang saw it, his eyes narrowed. His palms also glowed with a pale golden light. It was the Thunder Shock Surprise. In the past, Maiyang used the Tri-Beam and Thunder Shock Surprise many times against enemies, and like the Kamehameha, they both required a long time to store ki. However, there was no much time for him to gather ki in real life and death battle, so Maiyang's Tri-Beam and Thunder Shock Surprise had never been able to exert their true power against enemies. At this time, on the World Martial Arts Tournament ring, Maiyang looked calm, waiting for Sun Gohan to complete his ki accumulation. His power level was far greater than Sun Gohan. Even if he didn't save his ki, the moves he made were more powerful than Sun Gohan's. He also chose the Thunder Shock Surprise because it was easier to control the damage range than his other moves. If he used the Tri-Beam to strike over, he's worried about accidentally knocking Sun Gohan into ashes. The Thunder Shock Surprise was a domain-type move, so there were no such concerns. The momentum is quite strong. Maiyang quietly looked at Sun Gohan in the air, the Thunder Shock Surprise in his hand forming before Sun Gohan's Kamehameha. With a crackle and a flicker of light golden arcs, the sky in front of him turned into pale golden color. Kamehameha. Sun Gohan sank in and finished gathering his ki. He then shouted and sent his palm out with an aggressive push. The azure pillars of light whistled, like a dragon roaring, like a fierce tiger descending. At this moment, all the ki that had accumulated in Sun Gohan's body turned into the most vigorous ki attack and swept over towards Maiyang. In the face of Sun Gohan's all-out attack, Maiyang reacted calmly and steadily. He was only raised his hand Thunder Shock Surprise. A faint voice spat out from Maiyang's mouth. A sinuous wave of light greeted across the sky, colliding head-on with the whirling Kamehameha. Wow! At this moment, everything was still. The energy of the Thunder Shock Surprise was much stronger than the Kamehameha. It directly penetrated the Kamehameha and hit Sun Gohan, who was numb and lost his ability to resist. And just like that, the ki from the previous Kamehameha exploded. A spot of light that looked like a nuclear bomb exploding appeared 100 meters off the ground. The sky instantly turned a pale color. The audience on the ground first saw the ball of light, followed by a violent rumbling sound, closely afterward. At this time, the audience did not think about the physics problem of how people fly anymore because they had foreseen that the terrifying ball of ki created by the dreadful ki impact in the sky could threaten their lives. What should we do? Could it kill us? You came to watch a game, how could you expect to be in danger? At this moment, the audience looked up dumbfounded, they were utterly startled and absurd. However, the ki ball in the air seemed to be encroaching with an arc visible to the naked eye. The fiery golden light wrapped around the dense ball of fire and approached the ground bit by bit. The gale swept in all directions. The tyrannical whirlwind was like a razor blade, seemingly tearing everything apart. Crack. As the ki's remnants from Kamehameha and Thunder Shock Surprise reached the ground, Mixia's pressure multiplied, and her pretty face tightened. A vast impact was hitting the protective shield around her, almost breaking free of her superpowers. This is not good. Their ki is too strong. Upon realizing that she had underestimated the explosion's power, Mixia bit her teeth and immediately increased her power. A green flash of light enveloped everyone's heads, imprisoning the terrifying ki and whirlwind. Above the arena, Maiyang, who had witnessed all of this, had a faint smile on his face. He who was prepared to take action, gave up his original plan. This process only happened in an instant. After the violent storm passed, the crowd in the audience looked as if they had experienced a death summons. They looked stunned. How terrifying. It's terrifying, this shocking destructive power. In the face of the nuclear bomb-like power exploding overhead, the vast visual impact continued to stir everyone's nerves. Although the danger had passed, the people in the audience shivered and broke out in cold sweat. This is crazy. World Fighter Oman's face was pale, and his voice was trembling. Gohan, you've lost. In the sky, Maiyang looked at Son Gohan, who was not far away. At this time, Son Gohan's face was pale, his body was twitching, and he was continually flashing with electricity. Son Gohan smiled bitterly. The confrontation just now almost caused a big disaster, but it was good that Maiyang's fiancé had blocked it all. Maiyang, you are truly something. This move of yours, the Thunder Shock Surprise, is so much more powerful than when I used it. Now, my whole body is still numb. The matter had came to this point, so how could Son Gohan not recognize the situation? I admit defeat. Son Gohan also knew the Thunder Shock Surprise, but it was far less powerful than what Maiyang had made. It was evident that in terms of ki base, Maiyang was far superior to him. The match was no longer necessary to continue here, so Son Gohan fell outside the ring and directly admitted defeat. Ah! Player Son Gohan falls outside the ring, and player Maiyang wins this match. The host looked into the deep, dark hole where the original martial arts ring had disappeared. He was stunned for a moment before announcing that Son Gohan had landed outside the arena. Maiyang, Maiyang. Son Gohan, Son Gohan. After the host announced the results of the match, the audience shouted out in forgetfulness. Although Son Gohan had lost the match, it no longer mattered who won or lost at this time. In their eyes, both Maiyang and Son Gohan were like godlike existences. Host, let's go straight to the final match. Originally there was a break after a match, but now Maiyang demanded to go straight to the final. This. The host hesitated for a moment. He looked at the ring that had disappeared and wondered if the following final could still be held. Of course, it wouldn't work without holding the finals. However, now that there wasn't even a ring to compete in, how could the tournament still go on? Why didn't you talk to the organizers about holding the finals at another time? I'll take care of the ring. As the hosts were struggling around, Mixia finally jumped out. Her pavilion was flying in the air, glancing at the large, dark hole at the ring and snorting disdainfully. A sparkling light appeared all over. Then, as Mixia's delicate fingers, like green onions, were gently pointing towards the distant mountain, suddenly a loud click sound was heard. The upper half of the hill floated up from the mountain. Then, as Mixia's fingers gestured, the sharp blades cut the surface of the hill, as if cutting tofu. Cutting out a 50-meter long, 50-meter wide, and 10-meter high cube. Then, the cubic mountain body suddenly fell from the sky towards the martial art ring. It collapsed into the top of the ring. The whole process flowed smoothly, and all the audiences were stunned. Simple, now we can start the match. Mixia clapped her hands and floated down to the corner of the ring like a fairy. Player Maiyang? The moderator asked for pastoral advice. Maiyang shrugged and dropped across to Mixia. Now that the ring is available, let's get started. Yes, yes. The host couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and stammered, Player Melly has just repaired the martial art ring. So, I now announce that the final of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Player Melly vs Player Maiyang, will now officially begin. Afterward, the host ran to the outside of the ring with a megaphone. If he stood in the ring, he worried whether he had the chance to live to witness the end of the match. When the host announced the start of the final, the entire arena was still silent. It took a while for the audience to react from the shock of what they had just witnessed. As they looked at the flat, stone-paved martial ring, their mouths opened and closed, but they were unable to speak. A miracle, this was a miracle. Just by waving her hand, she repaired the entire venue. How was this still something that humans could do? Besides, if it weren't for the help of the woman named Melly earlier, perhaps they would have all died. For a while, everyone looked at Mixia with a bit of adoration in their eyes. Perhaps this woman could be Player Maiyang's opponent. Ha ha ha, let me see how powerful you are. Maiyang laughed lightly. With a flick of her black hair, Mixia still maintained the image of Melly. A round of spring water clear eyes looking towards Maiyang. A few sneers were creeping onto her pretty face, as if she was provoking her fiancé again. Chapter 145. From this familiar action and expression, Maiyang was too familiar with it. So, he couldn't help but shook his head gently. At this moment, there was no sound around. After Mixia and Maiyang stood on top of the brand new ring, the audiences all held their breath. A large venue had quieted down. Maiyang casually stood there. His body was awe-inspiring, elegant, and graceful in its magnificence. There wasn't any movement, but a faint whirlwind swirled around his body, blowing away the dust on the ground. In his opposite, a black hair waist-length Mixia was emitting a different kind of ki. Not to mention, as she transformed into Meli, Mixia also had a different style. With a graceful figure, and a round of clear, spring-like eyes like stars. Swiftly, they confirmed their eyes and suddenly moved. The crackling sound came out towards the surroundings. "Come on, senior brother." In the audience, April stood on her tiptoes and shouted. Isaac looked worried and said to Scythe beside him, "Mayang's strength is powerful, but that Meli is not weak either. I'm afraid this battle will be tough." After hearing that, Scythe nodded and said with a little thought, "However, although her ki is strong, it's still a far cry from Mayang. The only thing to watch out for is her unpredictable ability." He believed that Mayang was capable of facing any opponent. It was just that Meli gave him a rather strange feeling. At this time, Clarissa said, "Did you guys feel that the ability used by Meli just now is very similar to Mixia's superpower? Her main power should be a superpower." Clarissa's words woke up the dreamer, and Isaac was startled. He was suddenly reacting to the green glow that did give him a familiar feeling as he looked closely at Meli with both eyes. Indeed, it's very similar to Mixia. Isaac wondered. If it weren't for the fact that his daughter's hair was dark green, and Meli on stage had black hair, he would have thought that Meli was Mixia. Meli, Mixia. Eula stared at Meli on stage thoughtfully. Mixia has spent several years in the Superpower Academy. That place has many rare and weird abilities. Changing her appearance shouldn't be a difficult task, right? Mixia's mother, Alice, suddenly smiled at this time. "You all don't have to make a wild guess. Mayang told me that Meli is Mixia, who is in disguise." They seemed to have some agreement. "Meli is Mixia?" Isaac's eyes popped open, and he looked incredulously at his wife. "Yes." After receiving confirmation from Alice, Isaac calmed down and then laughed. "It's actually Mixia. As you said, it looks more and more similar." Clarissa, Eula, Bros, and other elders stared blankly, with a feeling of crowing. It turned out that all their worries were unnecessary. As they thought that the two in the ring were both disciples of the Kami school, they looked more and more excited. "That girl, Mixia, what the hell is she doing?" Looking at the two on the stage, Isaac slightly shook his head. His previous dissatisfaction with Mixia for not making it to the World Martial Arts Tournament had dissipated. The two on top of the martial ring were his disciple and his daughter. What else could he be dissatisfied with? "Madam, is that beautiful lady senior sister Mixia?" April asked with a tilt of her head. "Yeah." Alice ruffled April's hair and nodded gently. In the backyard of the competition martial hall, Sun Gohan, who had recovered his stamina, stood at the martial platform's passage entrance. His face still a little pale as he looked at Mayang and Mixia, who kept fighting fiercely. "That guy Mayang, he hasn't used his true strength up to this point. How powerful is he?" Sun Gohan looked at the match with some discouragement. When they first met 4 years ago, the gap between them wasn't huge until 2 years ago when the gap gradually widened. Now, he was actually far from being a match for Mayang. Both of them were practicing in the Karn Tower and the Lookout. Why couldn't he catch up with Mayang? "I can't languish any longer. I need to go back, talk to Anan, and see what she can do to improve my strength." Mayang's strength stimulated Sun Gohan, so he secretly made a decision. He couldn't indulge in tender loveliness anymore, he had to step up his strength. Anan had guarded the furnace of 8 divisions for tens of thousands of years. Although she wasn't powerful herself, she knew many secrets. So perhaps there was some way for him to raise his strength quickly. "Sun Gohan, do you see who wins and who loses in the end between the two of them?" In the competition martial hall, the defeated players such as Wooting and Gillo were also standing on one side of the passage. They looked horrified as they watched the battle between Mayang and Mixia. With their strength, they actually couldn't even see the movements of the two side strikes clearly. "It's hard to tell, I can't see." At first, he wanted to say that Mayang would win. However, when he thought about Meli's weird superpowers, Sun Gohan shook his head. "It's hard to say, but Mayang's chances of winning are a little bigger." Sun Gohan had some contact with Mixia in the Mount 5 Elements. It was clear that Mixia's martial arts strength wasn't powerful, and her greatest strength was her superpowers. As for Mayang, although he didn't have superpowers, Mayang always gave him a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. Mayang's strength is indeed terrifyingly strong. Everyone nodded their heads. This was almost a consensus. Whose disciple is that Meli? To be able to fight with Mayang, it's inevitably too strong. Arlo of the Maple Leaf School lamented. Liz of Thousand Grain School agreed. "Hey, I don't know how they train, but they are ridiculously strong." To say that Sun Gohan was the most powerful among several people was reasonable as he was the disciple of the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. However, who the hell was that Meli? Her strength was higher than Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan watched quietly, not speaking again. While Wooting and the others were shocked, the green light wrapped around Ma Yang's body like a tornado in the ring. Mixia's confinement caused Ma Yang's speed to drop by a large amount. But with a boing sound, Ma Yang broke the confinement of Mixia's superpower and breathed calmly, as if all the previous movements were merely a warm-up. For you and me, this small ring limits our play. You can't display your superpower if you rely on your current play alone. You can't be my opponent. You're right. Mixia suddenly curled her lips. A bright smile flashing, you've already recognized my identity anyway, so it doesn't matter if I win or lose today. There's time for us to have a good contest on other things. However, it's not easy to get me to admit defeat. After saying that, Mixia's entire body glowed brightly. She laid a protective shield over her body, and her terrifying superpowers unfolded once again. Once again, Ma Yang was imprisoned. The corners of her eyes flickered. With that tripling look, Ma Yang was all too familiar with it. Every time Mixia showed such an expression, Ma Yang knew that she had started to drift again. What a to clean up. He cursed in his heart. Ma Yang knew it was time to teach her a little lesson again. However, in full view of the public, Ma Yang wanted to preserve Mixia's pride. So he raised his body's ki a little, showing enough strength to crush Mixia. Suddenly, Ma Yang's strike's speed began to increase, and by this time, Mixia's superpowers were starting to fail to respond. Dang dang dang. Dang dang. Wow. The air shook violently. The green light shattered at once. A small ice crystal slid down like stardust, and Mixia's expression was startled as if she couldn't believe that her superpower was failing. At this moment a handsome face suddenly appeared in her vision. What a speed. Mixia, have a good night's sleep, Ma Yang whispered in a voice that only Mixia could hear in her ear. What? Mixia froze. Then there was a pain in her neck. Mixia didn't know what was happening. Her consciousness began to spin, and her whole body went limp. Ma Yang grabbed Mixia's delicate body and appeared beside the host. You can announce the result. It happened so suddenly that the hosts were stunned and didn't see what was going on. The player named Melly was lying in the arms of player Ma Yang. However, the hosts were still very well educated and quickly reacted. Player Melly fainted and fell for 10 seconds. Melly lost her qualification. I now announce that the winner of the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament is player Ma Yang. Congratulations to player Ma Yang for winning the World Martial Arts Tournament for the second time. As soon as the host's voice fell, deafening cheers immediately erupted in the venue. Ma Yang, Ma Yang. Both participants and audiences who had came to Mailin City to watch the tournament were all in a frenzy, cheering to their heart's content. Brother Isaac, Ma Yang has won again. People from the Kami school was beaming with joy. The runner-up is senior sister Mixia. Even when people don't know that she's also a disciple of our Kami school. April was smiling as well. This session of the tournament was considered to have come to a successful end. Chapter 146. As night fell, the city's light began to shine. Mailin City was only a small city, but with the construction in the last few years tended to develop into a big city. In a separate courtyard not far from the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, the Kami school crowd and the disciples of the various schools that had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament gathered together. They rented a small courtyard that was filled with all kinds of sumptuous food. Ma Yang, Sun Gohan, and the others were holding skewers. They were barbecuing and tasting the deliciousness in a leisurely manner. The aromatic smell permeated the entire small courtyard. Ma Yang, with all this spending, you're giving away all the prize money from the championship? Looking at the mountain of ingredients piled up on the table, Sun Gohan joked as he grilled. Ma Yang laughed lightly. Money means nothing to me. If I want it, I can always get it. Getting rich wasn't difficult for martial arts practitioners. For example, robbing a bandit would be a good choice. Also, martial arts practitioners focused on their training and didn't have any special food and clothing requirements. Sun Gohan didn't react for a moment, but he wasn't someone who lacked money, so he didn't dwell on the issue. But you're amazing. In the end, you knocked out Mixia. It was so fast that I didn't even see it. Sun Gohan still felt a bit surprised when he thought that the match would actually end in this way. Of course, there was still more shock in his heart, which showed that the gap between him and Ma Yang was so large that it was impossible to tell with the naked eye. Ma Yang, after I go back this time, I plan to train well in the Mount 5 Elements. Sun Gohan said seriously. Ma Yang looked at him in surprise and nodded. You are finally willing to work hard, and back to training. After a while, it will be my wedding with Mixia. You should come over by then. About that, I'll definitely come. Sun Gohan smiled. When exactly? 2 months from now. Ma Yang thought about it and said that the marriage should not be rushed. He and Isaac had a lot of work to prepare. At this time, Ma Yang looked at Wooting and the others. This time the older generation of the martial arts practitioners who came were very few. Not only Wuding School, Thousand Crane School, Maple Leaf School, and the other martial arts schools' elders also didn't come. Otherwise, the World Martial Arts Tournament would have been lively. He curiously looked to the side. Wuding, why didn't your teachers come along this time? Since Wuding was a disciple of the Orin Temple, he didn't eat meat like Sun Gohan, he just picked up some vegetables and roasted them there. Hearing Ma Yang's question, Wuding stopped. Teacher said that times had changed now. Since the World Martial Arts Tournament has been handed over to the government, there's no need for them to show up. Besides, the various martial arts schools are used to living in semi-seclusion and don't want to be exposed to the media. Oh. Ma Yang nodded indifferently. Martial arts practitioners were all practitioners who stuck to themselves. However, with the development of the times, general entertainment was very much on the rise. The media's excessive exposure inevitably broke that tranquility in their hearts, which was not conducive to their practice. In the absence of any improvement, they preferred to live in seclusion and did not want to make many appearances. This was the inevitable development of the times, and it was no longer possible for the martial arts practitioners to close their doors and circle a hot land of their own. The transfer of the World Martial Arts Tournament organization to the government was a strategy to cope with the trend. It also reflected the martial arts practitioners' conflicting psychology who wanted to carry forward the martial arts and did not want to attract too much interference from the secular world. The decline of the martial arts in the world was unavoidable. At this time, Wuding looked at Ma Yang with emotion. Ma Yang, I have also received guidance from Immortal Karin on top of the Karin Tower, but the gap between you and me is getting wider. Ma Yang turned and looked at Wuding, Arlo, and the others for a few moments, and said, I think you can get even greater gains by going to Karin Tower again now. What do you mean? Wuding was interested. Ma Yang smiled without saying anything, you'll know when you go there. Karin had now obtained the secret technique of the Kami school. Combined with his 800 years of insight, he had a better way to train martial arts practitioners. The purpose of Kami no creating the Kami school was to improve the Earth's martial arts world's strength. So, Ma Yang wouldn't hide the secret technique of the Kami school because of some portal. Seeing that Ma Yang did not want to say it explicitly, Wuding and the others were curious. Among the people present, Wuding had been instructed by Karin and was most aware of the Karin Tower's wonders. Now that Ma Yang was saying this, he could only assume that there was any martial art that Karin had not taught him. Nodding his head immediately, if you have time, come with me to the sacred land of Karin to take a look. That's right. Ma Yang smiled and noticed Gillo, who was quietly eating a barbecue on the side. This young man from Common Mountain Village had always insisted on studying his own martial arts path. Ma Yang was very impressed with him. Gillo, your qualifications are good, but you haven't improved much in the past 5 years. There's nothing wrong with sticking to your own path, but you should also absorb others' strengths. Karin Tower is the birthplace of Earth's martial arts, you can go over there with Wuding and the others to have a look. Gillo possessed enough willpower and potential, but as the appearance said, it was true that he hadn't improved much in the past 5 years. It was as if he were deserted because he couldn't find the right technique. Ma Yang also felt pity. Gillo stared blankly at Ma Yang and nodded, I understand, thanks. With Ma Yang's current strength, being able to come over and remind him meant that Ma Yang had always valued him. Gillo's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of gratitude. Ma Yang patted the side of Gillo's shoulder and laughed, ha ha ha, everyone eats until you are satisfied. This time I'll treat you, someone, please go ask some more drinks. Senior brother, this is so sweet. I love it, you try it too. With a cheerful shout, Ma Yang saw the brown-haired April with a plate of cake coming over from where Isaac and the others were, offering a small spoonful to Ma Yang like a treasure. It's sweet. Ma Yang took a bite and patted April's head. April narrowed her eyes, she loved dessert. By the way, April, do you still have that candy jar? Senior brother has prepared some candy for you. Candy. April's eyes lit up, and she nodded busily, the candy jar is still there, I always carry it with me. With that, she ran off towards where she had put her bags and pulled out a perfectly preserved candy jar. This was the last gift his father, Claren, left her, and it was also her favorite. Smiling lightly, Ma Yang opened the candy jar in April's expectant gaze and placed various candies in it. Take it. Ma Yang returned the candy jar to April. Thank you, senior brother. She smiled happily and hugged it carefully. Senior brother, it's time for senior sister Mixia to wake up, isn't it? April's eyes twinkled and smirked as she turned the conversation to Mixia. It's time for her to wake up. In the previous match, Ma Yang directly knocked out Mixia. She was placed in a hotel room by Ma Yang after she dropped her melee state. After counting the time, she almost woke up. So after saying goodbye to April, Yang said goodbye to Isaac and the others, then went towards the hotel room. In the small hotel room, Mixia woke up drowsily. When she opened her eyes for a moment, Mixia looked confused, not knowing why she was there. It took a while for her memory to clear up. Yang had knocked her out during the World Martial Arts Tournament. The bad guy actually knocked me right out. Mixia grimaced, hitting the pillow viciously. You awake, little beauty? A slightly flippant voice rang out. Mixia fixed her eyes to see Yang in casual clothes sitting on a chair to one side, with a table full of delicious food. It smelled delicious. Mixia licked her bottom lip, her stomach grumbling. Huh? Mixia looked unhappy and turned her head proudly. Hey, are you mad? Yang smiled and came over with a handful of skewers in his hand and handed them to Mixia. He then said, Here, they taste good. Eat them, and you won't be angry. Was she still mad at me? Yang looked at Mixia with some amusement. Well, I'll feed you. Yang brought the skewer to her mouth. As she smelled the enticing aroma, Mixia bit her lower lip and ate reluctantly. Soon, 7 or 8 skewers were down, and she wasn't hungry anymore. I'm done eating. Eat well, then let's get down to business. Yang looked at Mixia and said, For the fact that you hid from everyone and secretly ran away to join the World Martial Arts Tournament. The teacher and the others were very unhappy. They said that they should find you a disciplinarian, so, in 2 months, I can marry you. For this wedding, you have no right to object. Mixia blinked her eyes. Her mouth slightly curled, but her fair cheeks were flushed. A pair of emerald starry eyes seemed to be intoxicated. Chapter 147 The water bones were tender, the jade mountain rumbled, and the spring breeze was lifted in the affair of the lovebird. It was another night that was hard to describe. The next day, Son Gohan and the others left one after another. After inviting them to his wedding, Yang watched them go. Shortly afterward, Isaac, Alice, and the others were also going to return to the Great Azure Mountain with their disciples. Yang, take advantage of these 2 months for you and Mixia to go outside and have a good stroll. Just leave the wedding to Alice and me, you two should get along after so many years of not seeing each other. For his disciple and daughter, who are about to get married, Isaac only hoped that they could increase their relationship in the coming time. Yang wrapped one hand around Mixia's slender waist and said seriously, Don't worry, teacher, I will take good care of Mixia. Why do I need your care? Mixia spoke softly, appearing embarrassed in front of her elders. Ha 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 ha. Isaac laughed in a happy mood. With a big wave of his hand, he led the 20 or 30 people of the Kami school towards the Great Azure Mountain. Next, he will plan for his daughter's marriage. So, he would have a busy time ahead. Senior brother, goodbye. The junior brothers and sisters said their goodbyes. April also waved, Goodbye, senior brother, senior sister. Alice looked at them and said profoundly, Yang, don't be too hard on Mixia. Mixia's face immediately turned shy at the words. She was now recalling what she had said to her mother and realized she seemed to be digging a hole for herself. It wasn't until everyone had walked away from them that Mixia hugged Yang's arm and asked, Senior brother, where are we going next? She didn't know whether they would stay on Earth or go to some outer planet for fun as they had 2 months to go. But then Yang flipped one hand, and a Dragon Ball's radar appeared in his hand. The next time, we'll go find the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Mixia looked surprised. She then remembered what Yang had told her about the Dragon Balls, and her whole body got excited all of a sudden. Senior brother, let's go find the Dragon Balls now. I haven't got to see Shinron yet. Yang laughed and patted Mixia's shoulder. Don't worry, we have 2 months. With the Dragon Ball's radar instructions, this matter of collecting the Dragon Balls will be simple enough. The search for the Dragon Balls will be treated as a pre-wedding trip. Huh? Mixia nodded. She was especially good when she was well-behaved and not at all subtle when it came to messing up. Before that, I'll go prepare a caravan, and you, Mixia, will go purchase some supplies. Since the Dragon Ball search was treated as a journey, the living aspect couldn't be shortchanged. There wouldn't be the romantic atmosphere of a pre-wedding trip if there were sleeping in the wind. Mixia puffed out her chest, leave all this to me. Yes. Next, the two people split up. Yang had no concern about money at all. He entered the trading ground of Malin City. He soon found a more luxuriously decorated caravan with a 2-story layout. It had a cab and kitchen room on the bottom, a lounge and bedroom on top, and even a bathroom, just like Oolong had in the original story. Unfortunately, with the size of the caravan, and the current state of the infrastructure, many remote places weren't accessible. So, Yang prepared another motorcycle, the kind with 2 seats in front and back. On the same day, Yang drove the caravan to the meeting place. After waited for a while, Mixia hadn't come yet. It took about another hour of waiting before Mixia arrived. He saw her with her hands behind her back, her windbreaker flowing with great aplomb. Above her, a suitcase was suspended in the air, along with various fruits and snacks. "Mixia, you're too slow." Maayang glared at her with discontent. "Girls are slow at buying things," Mixia said rightfully, but her face was a little embarrassed. Maayang asked, "What did you buy?" "Food, clothes, and lots of stuff. The rest of the trip will be interesting." Mixia's lips moved. "By the way, senior brother, do you have a TV in that car? The one that can show broadcast?" "What for?" Mixia cooed and laughed, whispering in Maayang's ear, "I passed by a store and bought a lot of study materials and study props in there that we can use at night." Maayang looked Mixia up and down and gulped. He pulled her ear hard. "Is this how you went in?" "How is that possible?" "I used the shape-shifting technique." Mixia immediately denied. She was such an innocent person, how would she self-deface her image? "Of course, she went in after transforming." At this time, she said seductively in Maayang's ear, "Hee, senior brother, my transformation technique is compelling, I'll let you see it at night." Maayang looked seriously at Mixia and suddenly felt that Mixia had learned the beneficial transformation technique. Maayang then righteously said, "Next time, you can't be so dirty." "Got it." That night, Mixia opened the study materials enthusiastically. She then watched it together with Maayang. It seemed that she had learned a lot. It turned out that her previous self was still too simple. She then took some notes, but Mixia found that she still could not learn the essence in the next practical exercises. She could only lament that her own comprehension was not enough. On the other hand, Muyang had enjoyed a different taste. The proficient transformer Mixia was like 100 changing elves, constantly changing various images. The sun peeked out of the hillock, and the dawnlight shone on the land, reflecting a gorgeous and beautiful scene. On the broad avenue, a caravan moved slowly along. On the side of the cab, Mixia played with the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. Tick-tock. An orange-red dot of light showed on the screen that a signal source was not far from the center. "Senior brother, there's a signal from the Dragon Ball. It's near here." Maayang stepped on the brakes and parked the caravan on the side of the road. They were on the side of the trail where the road wound gracefully down the mountain. On the other side, there were low plants covered with branches like shrubs. "Let's look around." Maayang got out of the car, followed by Mixia. By this time, Mixia had changed out of the tight jumpsuit she always wore. Meanwhile, Maayang was wearing a casual hooded outfit. Tick-tock. The signal from the Dragon Ball radar was getting stronger. The 6-star Dragon Ball in Mixia's hand also flashed from time to time, emitting a buzzing whisper. Maayang saw this and knew that they were very close to another Dragon Ball. "Let me." Mixia jumped forward enthusiastically and opened her hands wide, immediately filling the air with a bright glow. Whoosh! Under the superpower's effect, the low plants in front of them were uprooted and flew into the air. Then as Mixia increased her power, all the shrubs turned into debris. At this time, a crystal-clear glass ball was revealed. Maayang saw this. He then jumped forward and held that glass ball in his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 stars in the glass ball. This was a 5-star Dragon Ball. Putting the Dragon Ball into Mixia's bag, the 6-star Dragon Ball and the 5-star Dragon Ball met together and immediately shone with golden light. Hee, senior brother, it was so easy to find a Dragon Ball. Now, we already have 2 in our hands. If we work harder, we can soon collect 7. Mixia urged. Her fair face filled with a smile. Collecting Dragon Balls was so much fun for her. Chapter 148. A few days later. There was a deserted beach covered with yellow sand. Due to the constant lack of water, the entire area had become a forbidden zone for life, and at this time, the ground suddenly shook. As if hit by a missile in the distance, it exploded into a large expanse of yellow sand. The yellow sand flew and spread everywhere in the swirling winds. The diffuse sand and dust obscured the vision. Mixia, our position is a bit off. 3 or 4 meters further to the left, the signal from the Dragon Ball is there. Maayang commanded Mixia against the signal displayed above the Dragon Ball radar. There were 2 bright spots in the radar center, and a third not too far away. All right. Mixia was also keen to do this kind of havoc. As she activated her superpower ability again, and the yellow sand was coming instantly. However, when the yellow sands flew 1 meter away in front of Maayang, it was all blocked by a wall of air and could not advance at all. It was at this time that the 3rd Dragon Ball finally revealed its original form. It was a 2-star Dragon Ball. In the original story, it ended up staying in Bulma's warehouse. However, now it appeared in the middle of nowhere. Maayang didn't know how it left this deserted area, but there was no need to worry about that now. The Dragon Balls had fallen into Maayang's hands. Let's go to the next location. It's only 300 kilometers from here. They flew up in the air and waited until they were at the caravan before landing. A little bit of time passed. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a month since Maayang and Mixia embarked on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. These days Maayang and Mixia weren't in a hurry. They walked around slowly, stopping to watch for a while when they reached a beautiful spot to study the wonders of the human body. Even so, they had already gathered 4 Dragon Balls in their hands and were not far from 7. They walked around and enjoyed the scenery along the way, living a tasty life. Today, Maayang turned on the Dragon Ball's radar again. However, the place shown was a bit surprising to them. It was the continuous mountain range, which was actually near the Great Azure Mountain location. Maayang smiled. This is interesting. Mixia, you found a 6-star Dragon Ball on one side of the Great Azure Mountain, and now there's one on the other side of the mountain. Yes, 2 of them so close together. It is indeed rare. Mixia was smiling like a child and remembered the time when she had picked up the Dragon Ball. At that time, she had only thought of it as a beautiful crystal ball. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for the Dragon Ball she had picked up, Maayang wouldn't have been able to determine the world he was in, and he might have missed out on a lot of exciting stories. The 2 of them drove the caravan into the mountain range. This mountain range was already connected to the primitive mountain range, and over a few mountains was the Great Azure Mountain. They were in no hurry to go back now that 2 months hadn't yet ended. Continuing to drive the caravan, as the winding mountain road gradually became narrower, the caravan could no longer move forward. Maayang then put the caravan into the acceleration space and rode the motorcycle, letting Mixia hold his waist. Maayang increased the speed, and the motorcycle let out a long, fluffy roar. The noisy sound was incredibly loud in the silent mountain forest, scaring off the beasts that ambushed the forest at once. The mountain road was winding and overgrown with weeds. After passing through a rugged and steep mountain road, a flat mountainous area appeared in front of them. The environment was serene and tranquil. On the mountain's peaks were all kinds of strange pines and rocks. The scenery was breathtaking. Senior brother, the Dragon Ball is near here. Suddenly her starry eyes brightened, and a soft smile crept onto her cheeks as she picked up a glass bead from a ditch and carefully counted the stars on it. There were 4 stars. The 4 stars Dragon Ball was actually here? Maayang was slightly stunned. In the original story, the 4 stars Dragon Ball was found in the ditch by Son Goku's grandfather, Son Gohan. Could it be that this was the Mount Paozu? When he thought of this, Maayang couldn't help but look around. The quiet scene around him was indeed somewhat similar to how Mount Paozu was described in the original story. So this was probably Paozu Mountain. It was no wonder that Son Goku's childhood place had so many beasts for him to enjoy. The 4 stars Dragon Ball has also been obtained. Next, only 2 Dragon Balls are left, one 3 stars Dragon Ball, which is with Master Roshi, and there is one left. Maayang pondered carefully and decided to go and find the remaining one first before going to the East Sea to ask Master Roshi for the last one. Master Roshi's Dragon Ball was picked up over 100 years ago at the beginning of the original story, so Maayang was incomparably sure of the last one's location. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Maayang had collected 6 Dragon Balls as he had wished. The 6th one they had found in a bird's nest. As Mixia spread out her parcels, 6 warm orange-red Dragon Balls were placed together, shining brightly with a golden light. Now all that was left was the Dragon Ball around Master Roshi's neck. Now, Maayang and Mixia were no longer concerned about it. They flew up in the air towards the location of Kame House. Kame House was not very far away from Mount Paozu. With the 2's speed, they arrived in the sky above Kame House a few moments later. In the original story, Bulma had only gotten the Dragon Balls from Master Roshi by seducing him. Of course, Maayang wouldn't do that, he had a better way. A whirlwind swept past, as Maayang landed outside the Kame House with his arms around Mixia. At this time, Master Roshi was doing workout exercises in front of the TV, completely unaware that there was a visitor outside. Maayang knocked on the door. After a while, Master Roshi came over to open the door. Master Roshi. Maayang greeted with a smile. Hey, you're that little brother from the Heavenly Sky School. Master Roshi had a good memory and recognized Maayang with a glance. In fact, with the commotion that Maayang had made at the World Martial Arts Tournament, it would be hard not to recognize him even if he didn't want to. As his eyes turned to Mixia's body, who was cradled in Maayang's arms, Master Roshi's eyes straightened. This beauty is so beautiful. After murmured Master Roshi was coughing dryly. Ahem, may I ask what the 2 of you are doing over here? Maayang pointed at the 3-star Dragon Ball around the Master Roshi's neck. Master Roshi, we came here this time because of this pearl around your neck. Ah, I found it on the beach more than 50 years ago, if you want it. When Master Roshi recounted the Dragon Ball's origin, his eyes began to turn nasty as he spoke. Humphrey. Mixia snorted, looking a little unhappy. Before coming here, she had already heard about the virtues of Master Roshi from Aizen. The god of martial arts was a lustful and dirty old man. The snort fell on Master Roshi's ears. However, shockingly Mixia's spiritual power rammed against Master Roshi nerves, causing him to turn pale. What a terror, this spiritual power! Master Roshi reacted and looked deeper into Mixia's eyes. At this time, there was still a bit of lust in his eyes. Seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, Aizen laughed and adjusted the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Master Roshi, I won't take your glass beads for nothing. I'll make a deal with you. Master Roshi was confused. Make what kind of deal? Aizen leaned over and took out a few unspeakable discs from the package and handed them over to Master Roshi. He looked serious as he said, Master Roshi, this is valuable knowledge related to how the human race will continue. Please make sure you keep it. When Master Roshi looked at it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face changed and immediately became severe as well. Junior brother Aizen, don't worry. Although I'm old, it's about the continuation of humankind. I'll definitely guard it well. I'll leave this glass ball to you. After saying that, Master Roshi greatly and righteously handed over the Dragon Ball around his neck, and then held the disc given to him by Aizen like a baby. Great choice. Aizen raised his thumb and looked at Master Roshi with admiration. Chapter 149 Senior Brother, what did you give that bad old man? Why did he give you the Dragon Ball? On the way back, Mixia still couldn't figure out. No matter how she looked at it, she didn't think Master Roshi was an educated person. Of course, it was illogical to give Dragon Ball so easily. Aizen laughed lightly. Master Roshi is good at everything, but he's just a bit lustful. Mixia's eyebrows raised a bit and continued to listen. She had already heard from Aizen about the lustful Master Roshi and had actually felt it. Aizen said, ahem, this deal. It's a willingness to fight, so I'll take the learning materials you bought. In exchange for this Dragon Ball. When Mixia heard that, she spat and blushed shamefully. Senior brother, that is my stuff. How could you give it away? It was so humiliating. It was something she bought to add fun to her life, and now it was taken by Aizen in exchange for the Dragon Ball. If outsiders knew about it, her image would collapse. Don't worry, no one will know. Seeing Mixia's blushing face, Aizen laughed loudly. In his opinion, trading a few discs for Master Roshi's Dragon Balls was not a bad deal at all. How much were a few discs? It was nothing compared to the Dragon Balls. Frankly speaking, he was still somewhat grateful that Mixia had bought those discs. It's just that Teacher Isaac and the others must not know this. Especially because Mixia was the one who bought those discs. If they knew, they would break her legs. Alright, let's put that aside for now. Let's find a place to summon Shenron. Aizen looked around towards the surroundings, looking for a suitable place to summon Shenron. After hearing this, Mixia stopped pulling at the tropic and searched with Aizen. The two of them swiftly swept across the surface of the sea as the rapid whirlwind trailing behind them, cutting the surface of the sea and forming a long tail current. There were many deserted islands near Kame House. These islands were like chess pieces spread all over the chessboard, showing a black dot in the sea. Of course, in between the black dot, the actual distance was farther away and long out of the area where people went out to sea to fish. At that moment, Mixia brightened up and pointed to a raised black dot that appeared in front of him. Senior brother, look ahead. There is an island where we can summon Shenron. Well, that island is perfect? Aizen nodded, and the two accelerated towards the island ahead. It was a not too big island, with not much vegetation and a circle of blackened reefs around. It was an area that was flooded when the seawater rose at high tide. Aizen took the 7 Dragon Balls out and placed them together. Clang 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 clang. Like a bird's nest of eggs crashing together, issued a brittle sound. The 7 Dragon Balls met and immediately flickered in high frequency. Each flicker gave a low buzzing sound, just like a dragon's roar. Senior brother, how do you summon Shenron? Mixia looked at the Dragon Ball excitedly. Aizen took a deep breath. He looked at the flickering and extinguished Dragon Balls on the ground and said to Mixia, let me do it, you back off a bit. As soon as Mixia heard this, she backed away nicely. At this time, Aizen stared at the Dragon Balls and shouted. This was his first time summoning Shenron, and he was inevitably a little nervous. Also, this shouting was quite shameful. What if there wasn't any reaction? The good thing was that such a thing didn't happen. Come out, Shenron. He shouted the words like an incantation, then stepped back a few steps and waited quietly. Sure enough, shortly after, the 7 Dragon Balls flickered faster in frequency. A large dark cloud soon drifted in from the sky, plunging the surroundings into a terrifying darkness. Senior brother, why has the sky all turned dark? Looking at the eclipse-like scene, Mixia nervously walked behind Aizen's back and pulled on Aizen's arm with her small hand. They couldn't have summoned some kind of demon, right? This is a normal situation. The entire sky will be plunged into darkness when Shinron appears. Maiyang pulled Mixia a few more steps backward as the sky thundered, and the 7 Dragon Balls shone fiercely. Soon, a cluster of intense golden light rose into the sky, echoing the lightning in the sky. Shinron is about to come out. Maiyang lifted his head and stared unblinkingly. Mixia opened her mouth. What an imposing scene for Shinron to appear. Roar. A huge dragon roar resounded through the world, and in the sky, golden light and lightning fused together. It finally gathered a green giant. Shinron had appeared. Just like the legendary dragon totem in the previous world. Its horns were like a deer, its head was like a camel, and eyes like a rabbit. Covered in glittering scales looked mighty and majestic. At this time, the green Shinron kept hovering in the black clouds and finally stared at Maiyang and Mixia with glittering red eyes. Those who have collected the 7 Dragon Balls. Name your wish, and I can grant any of your wishes. Maiyang let go of Mixia's hand and looked seriously at Shinron. Shinron, can you make someone immortal? If so, please let this girl beside me gain the physique of immortality. Maiyang finished quietly, waiting for Shinron's answer. He already possessed a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people and could be expected to live even longer in the future. Now his only worry was whether his fiancée, Mixia, could always accompany him. So raising Mixia's lifespan was his primary purpose in summoning Shinron this time. When Mixia heard Maiyang say his wish, she was immediately moved beyond words. Her pair of watery eyes stared at her fiancé amorous. In the sky, Shinron was silent for a long time, then, its flooding voice echoed in the sky. Human, this wish of yours cannot be granted. Bloodline, soul, and even lifespan are all things that are beyond the authority of Kami. The wish I can grant cannot be beyond the authority of Kami. Kami was a third-dimensional deity. His authority could only work for beings below third-dimensional, and beings whose individual strength could not be too strong. This was applied for living beings, but for those that were not being, such as planets, matter, and the like, Kami's authority would instead be much more lenient. Why is this wish is not possible? Shinron's answer was a bit disappointing to Maiyang, but this was also expected. If Shinron had the ability to replace a person's bloodline and soul, then by wishing to make all beings turn into Majinbuu or Saiyan, the Universe 7 would suddenly become the strongest universe. That would be too much against the rules. The power of Shinron could not exceed the authority of Kami, who was a third-dimensional being. As for bloodline, soul, and even lifespan, things required at least the level of a Supreme Kai level to hold authority over. Shinron couldn't resurrect living beings that died naturally, also because of the lifespan. If you wanted a person to live forever, the Earth Dragon Balls wouldn't work. Neither will the Namkian Dragon Balls. It would take universe-level Super Dragon Balls to do it because the Super Dragon Balls maker was Dragon God Zalama, a universe-level god whose authority was truly powerful. Human, please change your wish, such as to return someone to their youth. A long while later, Shinron took the initiative to say that returning to youth was a wipeout, but it also extended a person's survival time. However, Maiyang shook his head. He pondered for a moment and spoke out loud his prepared wish. Shinron, please tell me how to eliminate the hidden danger of the elixir of immortality so that a person can live longer without affecting their training. After saying that, Maiyang quietly looked at Shinron. If even this wish couldn't be granted, it would be too disappointing. Shinron was silent for a long time, pondering whether this wish was in line with the authority. After a long time, Shinron spoke. This wish can be fulfilled. Do you need this wish fulfilled? Yes. Maiyang cut off the words. He didn't have the extravagant desire to directly get an elixir of immortality from Shinron that didn't have hidden dangers. That was unrealistic. Shinron wouldn't be able to create something that affected the rules. So, it would be better to curve and wish for a way to get rid of the hidden dangers and then let Karin refine it. Upon hearing Maiyang's reply, Shinron's 2 eyes suddenly shone with blood-red light. Very easy. This wish can be granted. As Shinron's eyes glowed blood-red, its power began to work, inquiring about ways to eliminate the elixir of immortality's hidden danger. At that moment, Shinron spoke. To make the elixir of immortality requires the use of the paradise herbs from Forest of Terror, and then blending the divine water representing the past, present, and future on top of Karin Tower. The 3 types of divine water can be hooked together to create a highly poisonous ultra-divine water. When combined with the paradise herb using different ratios, the elixir of immortality can be made. However, the elixir of immortality is at the cost of the human body's potential, which will be greatly depleted after taking it. The solution is to add water from the yellow spring when refining the elixir of immortality. Using the water of the yellow springs can rush away from the hidden defects in the elixir of immortality, replacing the human potential. Shinron said slowly, and Maiyang listened carefully. His eyes couldn't help but shine. The elixir of immortality consumed human potential. However, after adding the yellow spring water, it would consume the yellow spring water instead of the human potential as a replacement. Wonderful. Chapter 150. After getting the method to eliminate the hidden danger of the elixir of immortality from Shinran, Aizen was in a good mood. As long as he knew the method and then refined the elixir of immortality, Mixia, and even the other elders would be able to extend their lifespans. Although a mortal could only take one elixir of immortality in their lifetime, one pill would represent 400 years of life. After 400 years, they would then be able to make a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. Over the years, he believed that he should have the ability to collect Super Dragon Balls. Just as Aizen was rejoicing, Shinran's flooding voice rang out in the sky. Human, your wish has been granted, so goodbye. After saying that, the hovering body of Shinran reshaped into 7 Dragon Balls. It then rose into the sky and spun around a few times, swooshing and scattering towards the world. Seeing the 7 Dragon Balls scattering away and the sky turning bright again, Aizen didn't jump up to catch the Dragon Balls as Son Goku did. Because it was completely unnecessary. For the next year, the Dragon Balls would be in a rocky state, and even if they were collected in his hands, they wouldn't be of any use. Senior brother. After Shinran disappeared, Mixia lightly called out and threw her whole body over. It turned out that the purpose of senior brother collecting the Dragon Balls was to extend her lifespan. After knowing it, Mixia was so moved that she buried her head in Aizen's arm, feeling warm in her heart and looking at Aizen's eyes filled with tenderness for him. Aizen stroked Mixia's head, enjoying the feeling of his floating fragrance in his arms. For a moment, he felt that it was too wonderful. Alright, the wish has been granted, let's figure out how to find the Paradise Herb and Yellow Spring Water. There were already some traces of the Paradise Herb's whereabouts. According to Karan, this plant grew in the Forest of Terror. As for where the Forest of Terror was located, he thought that Karan knew. The problem was the Yellow Spring Water. From the name, that thing should be from the other world, and it might not be easy to get your hands on it. However, it didn't matter, these new things would be an experience for him as well. After telling Mixia his thoughts, she playfully blinked her eyes and said in a clear voice, it's easy. If you want the Yellow Spring Water, just speak to Anin directly, her furnace of 8 division is full of Yellow Spring Water. Aizen was confused. It was only later in Mixia's explanation that he learned the boiling water in the furnace of 8 division of the Mount 5 Elements, which was often used by Anin to cook ramen noodles, was the Yellow Springs water. Anin had lived for tens of thousands of years because she often consumed the Yellow Spring water. Reasonably, the Paradise Herb and the Yellow Spring water also had the effect of prolonging life if taken directly. However, the effect wasn't as obvious as the elixir of immortality. It needed to be taken over a long period. The elixir of immortality was equivalent to concentrating their essence. After all the fuss, it turned out that Anin had so much Yellow Spring water there, and it was used by her to cook ramen noodles. Aizen suddenly had a crowing feeling in his heart. He picked up Mixia, gave her a big kiss on her pink lips, and then flew with her towards the Mount 5 Elements. The bright sunlight shines through the leaf petals of the Chonlan forest, leaving little round spots of light. The Mount 5 Elements was located in the extreme west and was the entrance to the other world. At this time, on top of the huge furnace of 8 divisions, the hazy vapor rose to form white smoke. Son Gohan was sitting and floating in the smoke. The hot vapor condensed on his body and turned back into liquid Yellow Spring water. Gohan, that's right. Bathing in the Yellow Spring water regularly will do wonders for your health. Wearing a red divine robe and shawl, the gigantic-sized Nin sat on top of a rock on the side, holding her chin and watching Son Gohan practice. Next to it, there was a huge empty ceramic bowl. Puff, puff. Son Gohan meditated with his eyes closed, simulating the state of battle in his consciousness. After returning from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Gohan was determined to work hard to train. Of course, his best friend, Anin, was very supportive of him. So, she taught Son Gohan how to train in the way she knew how. At that moment, powerful ki impacted the Mount 5 Elements. Son Gohan and Anin reacted, sensing the identity of the person who came to the mountain from the ki. Son Gohan landed from the air and said, Aizen and Mixia are here. It's their ki. Anin was simple-minded and also very hospitable. She welcomed Aizen and Mixia's visit and shrunk to normal human size. She then ran to the entrance of the Mount 5 Elements to greet them. Mixia, Aizen, you're here. Anin's friendly voice rang out. Yeah, over here. Aizen and Mixia landed beside Anin. Aizen smiled at her and greeted her. Then his gaze fell on Son Gohan's body, and his keen perception made him realize that Son Gohan's ki had risen significantly. Gohan, you've become much stronger after 2 months of not seeing you. Son Gohan smiled, it's no good if I don't get stronger. If I don't work hard to practice, the gap between you and me will get bigger. What are you doing in Mount Five Elements this time? Are you sending invitations? The wedding he knew of was just a few days away. This time when they came, could it be that they were officially informing him of the wedding? Maiyang said, inviting you to the wedding is one thing, but on the other hand, I am here to find Anan. Huh? Are you looking for me? Anan tilted her head, two long pheasant tail feathers rising up from the crown of her head. Mixia came up then and said, we need to get some of the Yellow Springs water from your furnace of 8 divisions. If you want that, you can get it yourself. I don't have much here, just a lot of Yellow Spring water. Anan said indifferently. There was a passage in her furnace of 8 divisions connected to the Yellow Spring in the other world, so there was plenty Yellow Spring water in it. I need the one that you usually use to cook ramen, Mixia emphasized. The usual Yellow Spring water wasn't of high quality, and it was the water from the Yellow Spring, which had been refined by the furnace of 8 divisions to be the essence. Sure. Anan was quite generous. She thudded over and scooped up a large pot of hot boiling water from the furnace of 8 divisions, then handed it to Mixia. Mixia looked towards Maiyang. Maiyang lightly smiled, took the large jug of Yellow Spring water in Anan's hand, and then carefully received it into the container he had prepared. It was done. The main auxiliary ingredient for refining the elixir of immortality was in hand. Maiyang was in a good mood and looked to the side at Sun Goen. Goen, come with me to the Great Azure Mountain. My wedding with Mixia is in the next few days. Okay. Sun Goen nodded cheerfully. I want to go to the wedding too. There was a slightly envied voice. Anan pitifully flashed her ebony eyes. She had been living in Mount Five Elements for tens of thousands of years, and she had never gone down there because of her duties. Maiyang looked at Anan. Why don't you come along too? The furnace of 8 divisions should be fine for a few days. Anan hesitated, but still shook her head. No. Once the furnace of 8 divisions stops burning, there will be a big problem. Earth was indeed a magical place, as there was a direct passage to connect with the other world. The smoke rising from the furnace of 8 divisions was both a guarantee for the dead souls to safely enter the other world and a restriction to eliminate the other world life from entering the Earth. There would never be such an existence on top of any other planet. Since Anan was unwilling to leave the Mount Five Elements, Maiyang had no choice but to take Sun Goen alone. Anan, wait for me here. I'll be back soon after attending Maiyang's wedding. As he left, Sun Goen said seriously to Anan. Anan smiled at him and nodded lightly. Maiyang's eyebrows raised slightly at sight. He stroked his chin and looked at Sun Goen and Anan. These two seemed to be in a good place. Chapter 151 Big Azure Mountain. Since 2 months ago, everyone in the Kami school had begun to prepare for Maiyang and Mixia's wedding. As the school's headmaster, needless to say, that Isaac, whose daughter was getting married to his eldest disciple, was busy as a father and as a teacher. The other elders couldn't be idle either and were making preparations for the wedding. At this time, the Kami school's martial arts building was decorated with lights and festive balls. It's so fast. In the blink of an eye, Maiyang and Mixia are getting married. Isaac ascended the ladder and hung lanterns for the eaves. I had a feeling they'd be together. Senior brother, you just have to wait to be a grandfather. On this side, Scythe and Carl were laughing lightly as they arranged the ceremonial hall for the wedding. Recently, because of Maiyang's performance in the World Martial Arts Tournament, there was a steady stream of people coming to the Great Azure Mountain to pay respects. However, except for a few who joined the Kami School Martial Arts Dojo, most of them were politely rejected by Isaac and the others. Isaac was in high spirits when it came to happy events. He was laughing with a red face. It's still early. I do hope that they will be able to conceive the next generation sooner, but this can't be rushed. How are the preparations for the feast? Seeing that the ceremony hall was almost set up, Scythe asked. By the way, the current Maiyang was indeed different. Whether it was his martial arts or his reputation in the martial arts community, he had become a trademark of the Kami school. On the wedding day, many friends from the martial arts community would come. That was why they couldn't lose their manners in front of their peers. Isaac said, Eula and Clarissa are in charge of that. They found the most famous restaurant in town. The chefs there are of a very high standard, and they can take care of everything. For Maiyang and Mixia's wedding, the entire Kami school was very attentive. Isaac, Scythe, and others were setting up the venue. Eula and Clarissa were arranging the wine and food while Alice led April and other disciples to set up the new room. A few other disciples were in charge of receiving the visiting guests. It could be said that everything had been prepared and was only waiting for the arrival of the two couples, Maiyang and Mixia. Time passed quickly, the days and months changed. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and it was the day that Maiyang and Mixia got married. A 3-level building was covered with festive ribbons on a flat vacant lot at the Great Azure Mountain foot. This small building was the new house prepared for Maayang and Mixia by Isaac and other elders. The decoration of the small building was very avant-garde. With bamboo and pines growing on both sides, the whole building was like a villa, equipped with complete living facilities and divided into a dozen rooms. Looking out from the front balcony, it happened to be overlooking the entire town. The view of the whole town was panoramic. In the city, the price of such a villa was extremely high. For Kami School, the entire Great Azure Mountain was private land, and dividing a portion of it to build houses couldn't be simpler. The mason was also a good worker in the local town, and everyone knew each other well. His son was studying martial arts in the Kami School martial arts dojo. When he heard that this was a new house for Maayang and Mixia, he immediately said that he wanted to show his housekeeping skills. So with almost nothing more than a few cost money, a showy and spacious villa was completed. On the day of the wedding, friends from the martial arts community also came: Wooting, Liz, Gillo, Arlo, and several martial arts seniors invited by Isaac. Today, Mixia wore a beautiful wedding dress and joined Maayang at the door to welcome the guests. "Senior brother, this is for you." On the festive day, April came running cheerfully. The blue dinosaur, Growly, following behind with a basket in her hand. "What is it?" Maayang asked in confusion. It's honey." April smiled and uncovered the basket in Growly's hand, revealing a slab of beehive inside and the dark, clear honey dripping down the side of the hive. "Senior brother, this is what Growly and I picked from the mountains this morning." "Ow!" The little blue dinosaur cocked his head and barked, his little wings puffing out. "Thank you, April." Gently ruffling the little girl's hair, Maayang let Mixia lead April and the little blue dinosaur into the backyard to put the honey away while he continued to greet the guests. At this time, a blue-haired woman from afar came with a man. Marlene and her husband were from the town's restaurant. "Senior sister Marlene." Maayang smiled and greeted her. Marlene smiled. "Congratulations, you've finally made it right with Mixia. Those sisters in the town have been sad for a long time when they knew you were getting married." Maayang was stunned. He then smiled and led Marlene and her husband inside. Marlene's husband used to be a hunter. At first, he had trained in the Kami School martial dojo for a while, then, when he got married to Marlene, he managed the restaurant together with his wife. By the way, Maayang had hired the chef of their restaurant for this wedding. A few years ago, when Marlene and her husband had their wedding, Maayang also attended the event. "It's a nice setting." Marlene scanned the surroundings. "It's all set up by the teacher and the others." Maayang took them on tour. Marlene laughed. "Mixia should be considered your child bride. I see you've been hitting on her since she was a child." Maayang rolled her eyes and denied, "There is no such thing." "By the way, why didn't you bring Landy?" Landy was Marlene and her husband's daughter. A lovely blonde-haired girl with a hair color inherited from her father. It seemed to be genetic that her husband's blonde beat out Marlene's dark blue hair color. Marlene said, "That little one is as wild as a boy, so I let her stay in the restaurant." Maayang laughed and brought Marlene and her husband to some of his junior brothers and sisters. He then let them continue the hospitality while he went to welcome the guests. After the hot and lively wedding began, and the wedding was completed according to the Kami School tradition, tea was served to the elders. The wedding was considered officially completed. Then it was time for the banquet, and everyone enjoyed the sumptuous food to their heart's content. Maayang and Mixia, on the other hand, toasted the guests one by one with their wine cups and quickly drank to their heart's content. "Congratulations. Congratulations." Everyone gave their blessings. Wooting said, "So Maayang's bride is Melly." "It's shocking." Arlo said, "They are arguably the most powerful couple in the martial arts community, but we practice with immortal Karin, so we're not bad." Gillo. The martial arts community ran into each other and talked about the same martial arts stuff. Liz took Mixia's hand and admired it. "The women at her wedding are the prettiest." "Thanks." Mixia soon became overwhelmed with alcohol and went back to her room to rest with April and Nessa's help. She was leaving Maayang alone to continue entertaining the guests. "Maayang, your place is too perfect. The mountains and water are so beautiful, even the air is so fresh." Sun Gohan took a glass of wine and walked to Maayang's side, as he said with some envy. Maayang said, "Then you can also live here. I know there is a place on the other side of the Great Azure Mountain called Mount Payazu. It is quiet and very suitable for living there." The Mount Payazu he was talking about was on the other side of the primitive mountain range. According to the original story, Sun Gohan would end up living in seclusion there, just not right now. Sure enough, after listening to Maayang's words, Sun Gohan shook his head repeatedly. "Forget it. After attending your wedding, I still have to go back to the Mount Five Elements. I think you still have a long way to go if you want to embrace a beautiful woman. Honestly, the environment of Mount Payazu is really nice, and it's close to here." Maayang said, patting Sun Gohan's shoulder. Unknown couldn't leave the Mount 5 Elements, so if Sun Gohan did get his wish, in the end, he wouldn't have to live in the Mount 5 Elements for the rest of his life. Suddenly, he said, Gohan, I don't think there's a solution to Unknown's problem. The main reason why Unknown couldn't leave the Mount 5 Elements was that she had to manage the furnace of 8 divisions, not that she really couldn't leave herself. Suppose Unknown could find other ways to manage the furnace of 8 divisions, such as creating a parting body or something. Then her original body would be able to go out for a walk. To be honest, Unknown was lonely enough after staying in the Mount 5 Elements for tens of thousands of years. Next, he told Son Gohan about the Dragon Balls, and Son Gohan really got on board. He nodded his head. If there is a way, I'm willing to try it. There's no need to rush. It will take at least a year for the Dragon Balls to recover their state. We'll talk about it then. Seeing that Son Gohan was on board, Ma-Yang smiled and patted him on the shoulder before continued to entertain the other guests. Chapter 152 Ma-Yang's wedding lasted from morning to evening. All the guests were arranged to the pre-prepared guest rooms during the night, while Ma-Yang drunkenly walked into his new room. His room with Mixia was on the second floor. After the wedding, their relationship changed from an unmarried couple to an official married couple. In the room, Mixia was sitting on the bed with eager anticipation. When Ma-Yang walked in, she showed a hint of joy on her face and quickly pulled the door shut, dragging Ma-Yang to climb onto the bed. What? You can't wait this long? Ma-Yang teased. Mixia blushed and defended, No, it's not. I saw how tired you were, and wanted you to rest early. He lightly laughed. How could Ma-Yang didn't know what's on Mixia's mind? He then gently removed the girl's beautiful wedding dress, revealing the fair as snow skin inside. Due to the role of alcohol, Mixia's skin was slightly red. Mixia was a very beautiful girl, her white skin was delicate and smooth. Her body was voluptuous and graceful. Every line was just right, not more or less, it was on point. It was full of temptation, especially her 2 long and fair thighs, which could be played with for a long time. Thinking back to all the experiences from childhood, Ma-Yang was somewhat dazed. Mixia, from today onwards, you are my wife. Mixia nodded lightly as a mosquito. She gave him a blank look and fell back into his arms. Ma-Yang laughed loudly and pressed his body directly onto Mixia's delicate body with the alcohol's help. The next morning, warm daylight shone in through the window, dropping a little stardust-like light. Mixia languidly stretched out an arm, then rolled over and lay her entire body on top of Ma-Yang's. Ma-Yang was awakened by her restless sleeping posture and slapped Mixia's body. The sun is on your ass. Get up now. Mixia crawled up with hazy eyes. Her dark green hair falling just to her shoulders. It's too early. Let me sleep a little longer. Ma-Yang said, Get up. The guests haven't left yet, we still have to see them off. You can sleep any way you want when they're gone. Mixia listened and mumbled and reluctantly climbed up. Her green superpower kicked in, and Mixia floated into the bathroom. Soon, there was the sound of pattering water in the bathroom. When Mixia came out of the shower, Ma-Yang had already cleaned up the room, and the blankets were folded neatly. Here, change quickly. Handing over Mixia's clothes, Ma-Yang instructed her to put them on. Mixia sighed slightly and undid her towel directly in front of Ma-Yang, then began to get dressed. After the clothes were put on, the couple walked out of the room and sent off those guests. Ma-Yang, I'm practicing with Arlo, Gillo, Liz, and the others at Karn Tower right now. We will definitely impress you in 5 years. In the courtyard, the tall and sturdy Wuding said confidently. Ma-Yang listened and gently shook his head. Then you guys will have to work hard, but I don't think you have much hope. Huh, you're pretty confident. Arlo looked unconvinced. Ma-Yang offered a faint smile. He wouldn't stand still for the rest of the time. Right, 5 years from now, will you guys still participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Liz asked. Ma-Yang looked at her and shook his head a bit. I don't think so. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament has gotten off to a good start. Although the number of participants in the next tournament won't skyrocket, the quality should improve. It's just that the tournament will eventually become slowly entertaining, which is no longer helpful to me in my training. The martial arts practitioners were competing on stage and performing for the unsuspecting audience below. Although there was an intention to promote martial arts, it looked so awkward. If it wasn't for Mixia's previous agreement, Ma-Yang wouldn't have gone to the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. As time progressed and technology increasingly permeated every aspect of life, it was inevitable that the World Martial Arts Tournament would eventually become slowly entertaining. It wasn't going to be easy unless the general environment changed. Liz looked as if it was true and said, just like we thought. If the general environment doesn't change, we're not going to continue participating. By the way, how about we have a small exchange meeting, just like the World Martial Arts Tournament, once every 5 years? Everyone supported Liz's suggestion. Several people thought about it for a while and agreed. Martial arts exchange was essential. It could promote everyone's growth. After making such an agreement, several of them waved their hands and bid farewell to Maayang and the others, as Maayang also waved them off. Soon the group scattered and went off to various places to practice. At that time, Gillo, who had not spoken for a long time, said thank you to him and followed him down the mountain. After everyone left, Son Gohan also said his goodbyes and rushed towards the Mount 5 Elements. Senior brother, they've all left. What are we going to do next? Mixia snuggled up to Maayang, and the breeze was blowing her green hair. What did you think of last night's food? Mixia was confused by Maayang's clueless question and thought to herself, is senior brother implying that I should go learn how to become a housewife? Considering that they are already married, they really shouldn't be as scattered, and it's time to take charge of the family affairs. So she answered honestly, it's excellent. The chef in senior sister Marlene's restaurant is very good at cooking. It's terrific, indeed. Maayang nodded. What do you say we go learn some cooking? Mixia's eyes were wide open, and she couldn't get around a bit. Wait, senior brother, do you mean we're going to learn how to cook? Shouldn't you be practicing martial arts? You have to practice martial arts and learn how to cook. As the saying goes, more skills aren't overwhelming. Don't you want to eat delicious food every day? I thought about it for a long time last night and suddenly realized that in this world, besides martial arts, the most useful side job is being a chef. Constant practice of martial arts doesn't get you a breakthrough, and life needs a little spice. So Mixia, come with me to learn how to cook. Mixia was stunned, not knowing what was going on with her husband, so she just nodded blankly. Is cooking really that useful? She was very skeptical. Maayang squarely said, I'm sure that in this world, besides martial arts, the most useful thing is cooking skills. On Earth, cooking skills might not be of much use, but top-notch cooking skills could sometimes be life-saving in the vast universe. Martial arts practitioners, chefs, and scientists were the three most useful professions in the Dragon Ball world. Maayang and Mixia were martial arts practitioners themselves, but their current strength could only be claimed on Earth. So Maayang thought about it for a long time and considered it necessary to learn how to cook well before reaching the top. Moreover, to live with their families, they can't always go to restaurants. Mixia had never been in the kitchen since she was a child, so her skills were apparent. It was time to train her, to spice up the fun of life. So in the next few days, Maayang brought Mixia to Marlene's restaurant. Maayang, are you serious? Do you want to learn how to cook with Mixia at my place? Marlene looked at the person in front of her incredulously. An excellent martial arts practitioner actually told her that he wanted to learn how to cook. She wondered if her ears had heard wrong. Maayang said in all seriousness, it's true, Mixia's cooking is too much of a mess. She needs training. Mixia took a glance at Maayang. It was obviously not her who wanted to learn how to cook, so why it all pushed on her? Marlene looked at Mixia and nodded thoughtfully. Her mind made up into Maayang disliked on the fact that Mixia's cooking was awful. She then smiled and said, of course, it's not a problem. My restaurant chef's skills here are known far and wide. Chapter 153. After reaching an agreement with Marlene to learn cooking, in the following days, Maayang and Mixia entered the back kitchen of Marlene's restaurant together to learn about cooking techniques from the chefs there. Although it wasn't full-time learning after all, a martial arts practitioner still had to focus on martial arts. If they were to devote themselves to cooking, it would be putting the cart before the horse. However, even though they only study for a couple of hours in the morning, they, as martial arts practitioners, were able to control each portion's strength better than anyone else and could use it to turn pots and spoons properly. Especially Mixia, after becoming Maayang's wife, she had changed her position and gradually started to learn how to cook. Sincerely, following the example of her mother, Alice. As soon as she entered the back kitchen, she immediately started to work. Her cooking skills had improved so much that even Maayang was surprised. If it were the former Mixia, she would have only eaten secretly in the kitchen. How could she start to cook like this now? Of course, as Maayang had said, learning to cook was just a fun way for them to regulate their lives. Their original job was still a martial arts practitioner. So every night, Maayang would bring Mixia into the acceleration space to practice. Since disclosing the secret of the acceleration space to Mixia, their training was snowballing. Under the acceleration space's 4 times faster time flow, Maayang and Mixia were consulting with each other to enhance their martial arts. When it was said that they were consulting, it was Maayang unilaterally instructing Mixia in martial arts. However, Mixia was also considered a genius, and the Kami school was quickly introduced. With the addition of the dense ki in the acceleration space, Mixia's body was always getting more robust. When the couple practiced together in the acceleration space, the formerly dull days became much more enjoyable. Today, Mixia was floating in the air, exercising her supernatural powers and, from time to time, controlling a small mountain-sized rock in the sky around. With a click, the boulder crumbled open, broken into tens of thousands of fist-sized stones. Then, under the domination of Mixia's supernatural powers, it hovered in the sky like a tornado. The emerald green millimeters of light floated on the surface of Mixia's body. With a flick of the finger towards the void, the broken rocks gathered back together, miraculously reuniting into a small mountain. And so on, Mixia's superpower was continually being exercised. While Mixia was practicing her superpowers, Maiyang had free time. He used this time to enter the ship's gravity chamber and turn the gravity on to the maximum strength that his body could withstand. The super-strong gravity field applied to his body, making every inch of his muscles exerted pressure. With the key from the acceleration space, Maiyang's training reached a stage of rapid growth. Time passed, half a year later. After Maiyang's ongoing efforts, his power level soared, finally reaching the strength of 970 power level. Likewise, Mixia also increased her power level to 240 under the gravity chamber's training, which was tremendous progress. At the same time, compared to half a year ago, in addition to the changes in the strength of both Maiyang and Mixia, the overall environment of the acceleration space was also changing. At this time, the sky of the acceleration space had pressed entirely down. If they raised their head, they could see black clouds as if they were mountains pressing down on your head. They were already only 100 meters off the ground. Maiyang knew that his second limit was right in front of him, and if he couldn't break through it, it would be challenging to grow in strength. That 1000 power level was the second limit of his body. However, there was one thing that made Maiyang feel strange. According to what he had learned, although Mixia and Sun Gohan had a period when they were going through 100 power levels, it didn't seem to be as difficult to break through as Maiyang once thought. It seemed that for them, although 100 power level was a bottleneck, it was not an impossible limit, which was completely different from his situation. Maiyang pondered for a long time. Finally, he concluded that the acceleration space was manifesting the limit and squeezed all of his bottlenecks together, making it a straightforward path after breaking through one limit until the next one was reached. So, he didn't have to think about the bottleneck at all. For example, right now, from 100 power level to 1000 power level, he could easily cross over as long as he was willing to work hard. However, when he got close to 1000 power level, his training would only stagnate. There were pros and cons to this situation. The pros being that Maiyang could grow without restriction and materialize all the unseen and untouchable limits for easy breakthroughs. The cons were that the limits were too sturdy, making breakthroughs more difficult. However, once he broke through, the benefits to him would be immeasurable. However, in general, acceleration space was definitely a super plug-in for Maiyang, an Earthling. After all, as an Earthling, their body was inherently behind the universe. Although Sun Gohan and Mixia were geniuses, it would be difficult for them to reach a certain level in the future. Their practice had been a stumbling block, and no one knew when it would stop. On this day, Maiyang transferred all the items in the acceleration space to the outside world. Then alone, he faced the black sky. He calmed his mind and prepared to launch an attack towards the sky. Oh! The ki around his body turned into a whirlwind that wrapped around his sides. Maiyang shouted, and the ki in his body surged up. As his muscles continued to tremble, he slowly raised his palms, and a mass of ki that shone with a dazzling light gathered between his hands. At this time, the entire acceleration space was illuminated by this light. As he lifted his ki, Maiyang's face was firm. He entered into a state of bursting ki. At this time, his body's ki strengthened once more, and his star-like eyes burst into a brilliant light. Maiyang looked at the sky and launched both palms hard. Heavenly SKY beam. After a long period of saving ki, Aurora whistled out from between the palms. In a sudden flash of electricity, just like a dragon shrieked from the abyss, then soared into the air, trapping the dragon to rise to the heavens. The bright light penetrated straight through the air. The sky was distorted. With the sound of silken explosions, the constant air currents became turbulent, shooting over towards the most central area. This was the moment. At this moment, Maiyang's face was incomparably solemn. With a drag of both palms, he once again increased his output of ki. Rumble. The ki rays with glittering arcs hit the most central area, then exploded violently, erupting with a shocking noise. However, after a long time, the ceiling did not move and was still standing intact. Maiyang saw the situation and sighed heavily. The impact had failed. The second limit was far too sturdy than the first limit. It seemed that this heavy limit wasn't that easy to break through. After a brief sigh, Maiyang then cheered up. Since his current ki hadn't reached a peak yet, there was still room for further improvement. Even if he was indeed near the edge of 1000 power level, the ki intensity couldn't rise any higher. By then, with the aid of subtle techniques, he would definitely be able to blast through that heavy limit. With this in mind, Ma Yang let out a sigh of relief. He turned around to go out of the acceleration space. Outside, Mixia was guarding around the spaceship, warily waiting. Suddenly there was a blur before her eyes, and she saw Ma Yang's figure appear. "How was it? Did you break through?" Mixia asked in a sharp voice. Ma Yang shook his head, but there wasn't much to lose, not yet. The second limit is even stronger than I thought. It looks like it will take a while to hone it. Mixia opened and closed her small mouth and softly said, "Why don't I try it with you? My superpower is mighty. The two of us together will definitely be able to break that dark cloud." After saying that, Mixia waved her fist, her little face was fierce. Ma Yang's heart felt warm to hear how thoughtful Mixia was, but he stopped her. "No, the moment the limit is broken, the entire acceleration space will collapse and remodel. I'll be fine in there by myself, but if you're included, I can't guarantee it." The moment the acceleration space expanded, it was a moment of opening up and reshaping. All ki would turn into chaos. There was no guarantee that anyone else would survive in there except for Ma Yang, the master. "There's no way out then." Mixia barred her mouth. Ma Yang laughed and stretched out his hand to scratch her head. "Don't worry. I will absolutely be able to break through." This was not to comfort his wife, rather, he had just bombarded the ceiling for the first time. Although he had failed, there was some hidden insight, as if, through this time with the ceiling, he had a clear understanding of the limit barrier. This feeling was very mysterious, and Ma Yang felt the need to examine it, which might be some hints. "I believe you." Mixia nodded his head vigorously. At this time, Ma Yang smiled and retrieved the 7 spaceships placed in the outside world back into the acceleration space. With his eyes looking at the beautiful scenery around him, he said, "In a few days, is April going to go to the West City for further training?" "Yes, Father has already received her acceptance letter. She will directly enter the best school in West City." As of April's senior sister, Mixia loved her. More importantly, April had an intelligent brain and could learn everything at once, no matter what knowledge she learned. Now she was even admitted to the most famous school in West City at a young age. Ma Yang laughed lightly. "It seems that she can indeed become a scientist." "It has to be." Mixia smiled. Becoming a scientist and studying the robot designs left to her by her father was one of April's ambitions. Now that she was a little closer to that goal, everyone who knew her was happy for her. At this time, Ma Yang remembered the alien technology purchased from the planet Domini. In the past, he didn't give it to April because it was obscure and difficult to understand. Anyway, Ma Yang himself also studied it and couldn't understand it at all. Now with April's growth, he felt it was time to give it to her. Maybe April would be able to become a great scientist like Bulma or Dr. Brief in the future. Chapter 154. After returning home, Ma Yang had April fetched and then handed April the information disk that recorded the planet Domini's technology. April received the small disk in dismay, somewhat unable to believe that there was alien technology in her brother's hands. "Brother, is there alien technology on this disk?" "Why did my brother have alien technology in his hands?" Ma Yang nodded. "Yes, it's a basic science on a planet called Domini. The science and technology of this planet Domini is very advanced. You can study it when you have time. Of course, the alien science and technology are a little different from Earth's science and technology. It might be a little difficult to learn, but it can be used as a reference." "Wow, is this real?" April guarded the disk carefully. She kept it in her arms as if it were a treasure and cheered excitedly. "Of course, it's real." Ma Yang smiled. "Thank you, brother." When April heard this, both her eyes lit up. She stood on her tiptoes and opened her hands to hug Ma Yang. However, she suddenly remembered that her brother was already married, and her sister-in-law was standing to the side. She narrowed her eyes and smiled at him, then happily ran off to study the technology of planet Domini. Seeing April's eccentric behavior, Ma Yang was slightly stunned and shook his head with a smile. "April, this little girl. She is usually pretty quiet. I didn't think she would actually be so oblivious when she is excited." Mixia blankly looked at Ma Yang like, she's doing this because she is too happy. For a 10-year-old girl like April, there were only a few ways to express affection. It wasn't surprising that she wanted a hug when she opened her hand, and Mixia wasn't jealous of her. This was a reasonable thing for Mixia. In the next few days, Ma Yang and Mixia continued to practice in the acceleration space. The training was a matter of perseverance, and if you didn't progress, you'd fall back. Ma Yang wouldn't waste his potential in vain like Sun Gohan in the original story. Even if he couldn't break through the second limit, for the time being, he planned to take this platform period to hone his skills to exert even more power. As for April, After getting the technology of the planet Domini, she had locked herself in her room all day long, continually absorbing the knowledge inside. Inspired by the alien technology, April had various ideas coming to her and felt herself getting smarter again. Soon, it was time for school to start. On this day, April packed up her supplies and prepared to go to school in West City. In addition to the teacher in charge of transporting her, Aizen and Mixia would be going along with her. After all, when children were out alone, the adults were quite uneasy. Isaac had been thinking about having the disciples in his division go over to take care of her. Still, it happened to be when Aizen and Mixia had learned Marlene's restaurant's craft and were ready to go over to West City to take a look. Hence, they accepted Isaac's commission to go along with April to look after her conveniently. Teacher, senior brother, senior sister, goodbye. I'll be sure to study. April waved goodbye to the people who were seeing her off behind her. She was enrolled in the most famous school in West City and would study there for several years. April's sapphire eyes became blurry at the thought of not being able to return for several years. Let's go. Aizen nodded towards everyone, while Mixia took April's hand and walked together down the mountain. On the other side, just as Aizen and Mixia were heading towards the West City together. The edge of the Dark Demon Realm, the Greater Demon Realm. The fertile ground was piled with white bones, and not far away stood a tower-shaped building with the tired white bones. The entire building emitted a cold demonic aura that was chilling. Today, there were several guests in the White Bone Palace that Garlic, as the ruler of this area, personally came to the palace entrance to greet them. Lord Garlic, these are the masters I brought back from the central mainland. The person kneeling below was a green-skinned demon, and behind this demon were 6 upright figures standing side by side. These 6 figures were ugly and scally. Even when they faced Garlic, they weren't humble, and their eyes looked directly at him. Garlic's pale face was smiling, and he wasn't offended in the least by the disrespectfulness of the others. Nefer, get up, and quickly introduce me to these gentlemen. Garlic stepped forward to allow Nefer to rise. His cloudy eyes looked at the 6 demons, the abundant magical ki that lingered over them, making his eyes light up a little. As you command, Lord Garlic. Below, the green demon immediately got up upon hearing the words. This green demon half kneeling on the ground was none other than Nefer, the demon who had been assigned by Garlic to seek foreign aid in the central region of the Dark Demon Realm. 2 years ago, Nefer went to the central region under Garlic's orders to meet with Garlic Jr., who was serving the Lord Deborah and working on behalf of the Demon King. It was unnecessary to repeat the hardships in the process, but as a father's envoy, Nefer was able to meet Garlic's son, Garlic Jr. in the Demon King's palace. Nefer met Garlic Jr., who was indeed a high-ranking and powerful demon in a white cloak. Just standing beside him, the demonic aura that was casually emitted caused Nefer to fall into an abyss of cold sweat. The arrogance that was nurtured in the Greater Demon Realm was shattered instantly in front of an even more powerful and mighty demon. After telling Garlic Jr. about the events on the Greater Demon Realm side, although the other's eyes were filled with disdain, for the sake of his father, Garlic, he agreed to lend 6 of his subordinates to follow Nefer to the edge of the Dark Demon Realm. Lord Nefer, this is Mr. Hawk. Nefer bowed respectfully towards the cloak-wearing demon. Mr. Hawk is a rare dark wizard under Lord Garlic Jr. He has a magical hand of black magic that can keep his enemies at bay. Garlic's face was shocked, and his wrinkled face smiled more happily. Hello, Mr. Hawk. Greetings, I'm just a subordinate of the Lord Garlic Jr. The dark wizard Hawk spoke with humble words on his lips. However, he looked so arrogant that he didn't put himself down at all on account of Garlic's identity. Garlic didn't care and gestured for Nefer to continue the introduction. Nefer pointed to the other 5. These 5 are the Kriv brothers. They have 1 mother each and are very powerful, possessing a terrifying power to dominate the world. Hee, Nefer, you're overpraised. The 5 brothers grinned and showed their sharp teeth, but they enjoyed being praised very much. Reasonably, these demons invited by Nefer couldn't be considered true masters. Their power level was only about 1,500, definitely not robust in the central region of the Dark Demon Realm. It was also because Garlic Jr. despised this barren part of the Greater Demon Realm and wasn't good enough to spoil Garlic, so he casually sent a few people over. However, even if they were randomly sent over, they were still strong enough to sweep the entire Greater Demon Realm. It is a great honor for these 6 gentlemen to come to my little place in the middle of nowhere, Garlic said in a pale voice. I have set up a banquet to welcome you all. We will talk as we eat. There is no need to be polite, Lord Garlic. We are Lord Garlic Jr.'s subordinate. That dark wizard Hawk was clearly the leader. I heard that your target is a low-level planet called Earth. Garlic nodded with an emotional face. Indeed. I originally came from the Earth as well. I came to the Demon Realm because of some stories back then, but now that I'm old, I've always wanted to return to my homeland. It's just that the gates from the demon realm to Earth have been completely blocked, and I'm unable to get over. At this point, Garlic gritted his teeth, as if he still hated Noah's decision to choose Ma Jr. to become Kami back then. Ha ha ha, Lord Garlic, don't worry. Mr. Hawk is the best at dark magic. It's not at all difficult to reopen a space gate as long as you find a weak spot in it. One of the Kriv brothers laughed, a flood of sound that made the hall rumble. Really? Garlic's eyes lit up. That's right. The name of Dark Wizard isn't something you can just acquire. Garlic laughed. That's right. There are several weak places where space is weak. Although several gates leading from the greater demon realm to Earth have been blocked, there must be quite a few gaps in the lesser demon realm adjacent to it. It's where space is relatively weak and can open up the gate to Earth. Hawk smiled confidently. You're talking about the secondary space attached near the planet Earth. As long as I find the right location, opening up the gates won't be difficult for me. Good, everything will be up to Mr. Hawk. Let's go, let's enjoy the feast. Garlic was in a great mood upon hearing the news. The wrinkles on his face were much less. He was busy greeting Hawk and the other 6 demons to the banquet. Nefer, go immediately to organize your men and have everyone assemble near the Earth Demon Realm. Just wait for Mr. Hawk to open the entrance to Earth, and I will personally lead the legions into the Earth. In the middle of the feast, Garlic gave his order to Nefer with great intent. Nefer smiled with a grimace on his face. Please, don't worry, my lord. I will go and make the proper arrangements. The Earthlings who had tricked him back then, Nefer always remembered, the black man called Mr. Popo. As soon as the demon army entered the Earth, he would definitely take revenge. Chapter 155. Compared to Garlic's spirited demeanor in the greater demon realm, the demon's life in the Earth demon realm was much more desolate at the moment. Located at the junction of the territory between King Shula and Yaksha King, the undulating mountains were crisscrossed. The red sun hung high in the sky, and the blazing hot sun scorched the earth, drying up the only moisture on the ground with heat waves. As the wind blew, the dust flew. Over the years, the barren land gradually turned into a desert. It was bald and had a dark red color, making the environment very harsh. The Earth Demon Realm was a secondary space attached to the edge of the Earth. Although it had a gate connected with the Greater Demon Realm, the demons here had no room to survive in the Greater Demon Realm because their level was too low. Hence, they could only choose to linger in this harsh environment. On the other hand, as long as the Greater Demon Realm wasn't at the point of exhaustion, no demons were willing to come to the Earth Demon Realm. At this time, in the northern part of the Earth Demon Realm, there were corpses and smoke everywhere. 2 groups of demons who belonged to different forces were engaged in a firefight for a mountain with a spring. In the demon realm, survival was the priority. In order to fight for living space, large-scale battles often took place between the demons, and this time, the scale of the fight was a bit huge. This was why the demons were so keen to invade Earth. It was because the environment in the demon realm was too harsh. In the distance, King Shula squinted his eyes. His brown eyes were glowing with a ghostly light, his body stirred with demonic ki, and his mouth poked out sharp fangs. Opposite him was Yaksha King, the controller of the northern region of the Earth Demon Realm. A penetrating gaze swept over. Yaksha King was sneering with a fierce expression on his face. Originally, the forces of King Shula and the Yaksha King were at peace with each other and did not interfere. However, with the appearance of springs, this balance was disrupted. Looking at the falling demons, the pig-headed demon beside King Shula couldn't wait to swing his hammer and ruthlessly said, "My lord, let me go down and smash those guys to pieces." King Shula coldly said, "Hold on, the Yaksha King is not an ordinary demon. This is their territory, so don't act rashly. When our army actually arrives, I'm going to make them suffer." Right, when the army arrives, it will be their doom. It's true that they rule the northern region. However, they took over the newly emerged springs without consulting us. Do they really think they can dominate the demon realm? This demon realm belongs to us sooner or later. Under King Shula's tent, the demons shouted with high emotions, wanting to tear all the demons on the other side apart. But for now, they could only endure it. This expedition was set off in a hurry because of the sudden news, and this was still the opponent's sphere of influence. The enemies were both strong and weak, so they needed to restrain themselves until the army arrived. King Shula understood this correctly. So even if he saw the opponent already digging in trenches and enjoying the precious spring water on the side of their camp, he had not rushed to order the general attack. At this time, there was an explosion of yellow dust and dirt raised from afar. It seemed that 1,000 horses were advancing towards this side. "Ha ha, is it our army that has arrived?" The pig-headed demon laughed when they saw it. Sure enough, as the distance grew closer, a black silhouette could be vaguely seen at the end of the line of sight. King Shula screwed up his face and looked on, his purple eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. His men shouldn't have been able to get there that fast. Nope. It was not one of their men. King Shula suddenly became alarmed, then, his face instantly turned gloomy. Huh? When he turned to look at Yaksha King, he was surprised to see that the other camp was also in a commotion. Yaksha King's face was clearly confused as well. It wasn't one of them either. Is it King Galaro's men? Did they get the message, too, and get involved? This was not a good thing. As those unknown people and horses gradually approached, for some reason, King Shula's heart suddenly felt a bit chilled. He instinctively felt a hint of horror, as if something life-threatening was coming. Then, suddenly, King Shula thought of something and trembled. His eyes were suddenly shrinking to a small dot as he said in horror, "No, this is an army coming out of the greater demon realm." No matter how great the Legion of the Earth Demon Realm was, it would never be able to bring him such a sense of oppression. The only explanation: this was an army coming out of the greater demon realm. Only an army coming out of the greater demon realm could give him such a shock. What puzzled King Shula was why these armies from the greater demon realm were here. Thump thump. The demon armies were arrayed, coming one piece at a time. Each demon race either carried a spear on their shoulders or a giant axe in their hands. Some were walking on the ground, and some flew, making the sky and ground shake with grandeur. Soon, the sky, ground, and sight were all filled with unfamiliar demons. There were as few as 10,000 of them. Every single one of them, even the weakest, was not below King Shula's strength. Compared to them, the Earth Demon Realm's so-called legions were nothing more than dirt and dogs. Thousands of demons were assembled. The rolling demonic flames were like a giant wall pushing flatly down. In this terrifying demonic key, King Shula felt that he didn't even have the strength to stand. Terrifying. How did the legions of the greater demon realm appear in the Earth Demon Realm? King Shula looked creeped out. The Earth Demon Realm was just a forgotten piece of land, with no value worth fighting over for the greater demon's realm's demons. Even the Earth connected to it, it was only a low-level planet, with no value at all except for water, flora, and fauna. Are you the leaders of this area? An old voice was heard, and Garlic flew in, surrounded by many demons. King Shula exclaimed in dismay, "Lord Garlic." He immediately sweated profusely. His forehead was oozing rainwater and cold sweat as he busily bowed down at Carrick. Lord Garlic. Wasn't he a demon king of the greater demon realm? How could he appear in the tiny Earth Demon Realm? That was right, it must be the Earth. King Shula came to his senses. Rumor had it that Lord Garlic was just like the great demon King Piccolo back then, who had come from the Earth. It was just that Lord Garlic was obviously a better person than the great demon King Piccolo. This time, when he came with a large army, it was definitely for the Earth. You're able to call out my identity. It seems like you've already guessed my purpose. Tell me, where's the gate to Earth? Garlic's gaze was cold as he looked at King Shula. As both King Shula and the Yaksha King's men and horses were already crawling on the ground, trembling. King Shula trembled. Lord Garlic, the gates of the Earth do exist, but they were sealed 3 years ago. At that moment, Nefer stepped forward. Just tell me the location of those gates. The rest of the matter does not need your consideration. The space at the gates between the Earth Demon Realm and the Earth was relatively weak and easier to open. Even if it couldn't be opened, it wasn't tricky to reshape a gate. Yes, I will immediately bring a few lords forward. King Shula's voice trembled, but he was shocked by the demonic key on Nefer's body. He then looked at the several demons beside Garlic. The terrifying key wasn't only coming from the one in front of him but also several of them. King Shula swallowed his saliva and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at it again. Then, under King Shula's guidance, Garlic found the locations of 7 gates that connected the Earth. Without exception, these gates were all closed by a magical force. Garlic looked to the dark wizard next to him, Hawk, and politely said, "Mr. Hawk, I need to bother you next." "There's no need to be polite, my lord. The construction of the spatial gate is just a small matter. Watch me." Hawk waved his hand and said with a slight frown of disgust, "This poor countryside environment is really harsh. There is a serious lack of demonic ki in the air. I'm afraid it will take some time." Garlic said, "Time is not a problem, Mr. Hawk. Just take care of it." Hawk nodded, satisfied with Garlic's compliment. "There are 7 weak spots in total here. I'll proceed to construct 7 gates then. It might take a long time, so Lord Garlic should have his army stationed first." Well. Garlic was patient now and waved his hand, and the entire army set up camp in the Earth Demon Realm. King Shula and the nearby Yaksha King saw the situation and smiled bitterly. They could only serve as best as they could. The 10,000 demons stationed here could drain them dry just by consuming them. Chapter 156. In March, the weather was getting warmer, but there was still a chill in the air. At the beginning of spring, the flowers and grasses on the green hills were sprouting buds, looking green and delicate. There was a flat piece of land with a 3-story building on the quiet side of the mountain. The building's side was filled with slender bamboo, and when the wind blew, the leaves rustled. At this time, the small building owner was lying on a lounge chair, leisurely sunshine, next to a few plates of melons and fruits, along with eaten crumbs. The courtyard was filled with clusters of flowers of all colors, as Mixia crossed one leg and admired the view. The breeze blew in, bringing a few fragrant and serene scents. It had been 2 years since Maayang and Mixia had sent April to the West City. After accompanying April for some time, Maayang and Mixia briefly experienced the West City landscape before quickly returning to the Great Azure Mountain. Time passed quickly. Before she knew it, it had been 2 years since her wedding. It seemed like it was yesterday when Mixia thought about it. As she looked at the bamboo in the courtyard, she picked up a piece of orange and put it in her mouth. It had been 2 years since the marriage, and it looked like there had been a lot of changes in the 2 years ago. The body was more of mature temperament, and the manners were also a lot more restrained and elegant, not as jumpy as before. Maybe it was the marriage, the change in identity position, which made her mature all of a sudden. Of course, the changes in Maayang were also evident. He was no longer alone when he started a family. He had to consider his family and his wife more often. He shouldered the responsibility of being a husband in terms of life. In terms of practice, he worked gradually according to the plan he had set and trained with Mixia in the past 2 years. During this period, he tried several times to break the second limit, but unfortunately, he failed without exception. After 5 failures, Maayang realized that this ceiling was not that easy to break through, and he was still a little bit behind. It annoyed him that he was so close to the last layer, but he couldn't get through it. For this reason, he had entered the spiritual time house to accumulate time, but it wasn't a success. He thought that the acceleration space flow rate, coupled with the hyperbolic time chamber's time acceleration, would give him double time. However, reality didn't let him have his wish. The two didn't overlap. When he entered the acceleration space inside the hyperbolic time chamber, it was as if he jumped out of the hyperbolic time chamber all at once. The time flow rate once again became 4 times the reality flow rate, which didn't produce an overlapping effect. Helplessly, Maayang had no choice but to hastily end the training in the hyperbolic time chamber and look for another breakthrough way. After that, he thought of Kai and Son Goku in the original story. Son Goku completed his power-up leap with Kai's help. If he went to Kai now, would he also have something to gain? However, meeting Kai would require approval from King Yanma. Maayang had asked the old kami to help him with his application, but he hadn't received a reply yet. On the other hand, Mixia's training path was not as rough as Maayang's. She spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber and caught up with her strength. Her power level reached 310, and her superpower ability was getting stronger, even though her power level had stagnated. If the calculation was based on superpower, Mixia was also a rare master. However, Maayang wasn't the one to complain. Since he couldn't get a boost in ki, he relaxed and put his ki into spiritual training. He took his time in order to use his limited ki to explode with more destructive power. As Mixia lounged in the courtyard eating fruit, 2 figures came into her view, and Mixia rolled over and stood up. Son Gohan, Anan, you're here. Would you like some fruit? Mixia greeted warmly. Of course, give me some. A clear and beautiful female voice rang out, and a beautiful woman with long, soft hair sat down next to Mixia. This pretty dark-haired woman was Anan of the Mount 5 Elements, who, at this point, had shed her sacred outfit and was wearing simple casual clothing. And the one following her was Son Gohan. As for why Anan was able to leave the Mount 5 Elements, it had to start a year ago. A year ago, when the Dragon Balls had just recovered from their rocky state, Son Gohan, who had gotten the news, borrowed the Dragon Ball's radar from Maayang. He then looked for the Dragon Balls everywhere and finally wished to Shinra to refine Anan into a doll incarnation. At that time, Anan's incarnation was wandering outside with Son Gohan. The real body was still guarding the furnace of 8 divisions at Mount 5 Element. After getting the incarnation, Anan couldn't stay idle. She wandered around with Son Gohan. When she got tired, she built a small building in Mount Paezu near Great Azure Mountain and lived a leisurely life like Maayang and others. Son Gohan sat on a stool in the courtyard, and when he didn't see Maayang, he asked, "Where is he?" Mixio peeled the fruit and smiled. He went to deliver the paradise herb to Immortal Karan. You have gone to the Forest of Terror. When Anan heard the word paradise herb, she frowned and stopped her hand movements. The paradise herb grew in the cold Forest of Terror, which was full of demons and spirits. Because of the unique magnetic field, ordinary people could easily lose themselves after entering. The more frightening thing about the Forest of Terror was that it revealed the illusion of fear, and most people would be scared to death from fear. It belonged to several bizarre places on Earth, similar to the Mount 5 Elements. Mixia was full of care. We've been there, so it's not a big deal. I've been all the way there with my superpowers on full blast, and I haven't seen any ghosts that scare me. Anin was startled, not realizing that Mixia had actually used her superpowers to force her way in. So did you get a lot of paradise herb? Sun Gohan said in surprise. Mixia's turquoise eyes revealed a smile, quite a lot indeed, and with the yellow spring water from Anin, it should be able to be made into several elixir of immortality. The elixir of immortality made from the paradise herb plus divine water alone was full of drawbacks. However, with the addition of the yellow spring water, the defects could be neutralized. Anin then looked at Mixia and said thoughtfully, after you refine the elixir of immortality, please give me one. Of course. If we didn't have your yellow spring water, we wouldn't be able to get the elixir of immortality. Mixia smiled lightly and didn't refuse. Because she knew that Anin didn't need the elixir of immortality, she was definitely asking for it on behalf of Sun Gohan. Hey. Sun Gohan was now touching his head and giggling a bit. Mixia, who was gossiping, suddenly cast her gaze to the sky. What's wrong? Sun Gohan saw the situation and also looked to the sky. Is Maiyang about to return? He's pretty fast. Mixia smiled meekly. With Maiyang's current strength, it didn't take much time to make the trip back and forth to Karin Tower. It wasn't long before a small black dot appeared in the distant sky. Maiyang was quickly slicing through the sky, trailing a long stream of tail behind him. Soon, he landed in a small courtyard. Hey, Gohan and Anin are both here. Maiyang dropped down and greeted them with a smile. Recently for a little while, Sun Gohan and Anin came over to visit from time to time. Maiyang had become accustomed to it. However, what he didn't expect was that Anin, a simple goddess, had actually adapted to the living habits aspect in just 1 year after entering the earth. Worthy of being a goddess with strong learning ability. Maiyang, when will immortal Karin approximately be able to refine the elixir of immortality? Anin wants one. Mixia took Maiyang's hand and nuzzled towards Sun Gohan's place. Maiyang said, it will take about a year after immortal Karin prepares the furnace to refine the elixir of immortality, along with bits and pieces of auxiliary materials. According to immortal Karin, he doesn't have enough materials there. To refine 12 of them is already the limit, and it will also deplete hundreds of years of treasure. In other words, after this refining, Karin wouldn't have the materials to continue refining for at least 100 years. But this was normal. A single elixir of immortality prolonged life for 400 years. This kind of elixir prepared for a mortal guarding the tower. Mortals could only take one elixir, so he didn't need to refine it so often. After Maiyang got those elixirs of immortality, he was going to give one to Mixia. One each to Mixia's parents and his elders, counting one to Sun Gohan, there would only be 3 left. The elixir of immortality was such a good thing, it wasn't enough to share. Sun Gohan also seemed to know that Maiyang was having a bottleneck and greeted him with a few words of concern. However, at this time, boom, 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 boom. 7 consecutive deafening sounds resounded through the world, and the entire earth trembled. Then as if some gate had been opened, a piece of boundless darkness rose all over the earth, and an endless chill washed over everyone's nerves. Feeling that boundless darkness, Maiyang, Mixia, Sun Gohan, and Anin stood up, their faces filled with horror. What's going on here? This rambling darkness, what's going on earth? Maiyang's face changed wildly, then, he looked into the distant sky with horrified eyes. There's so much powerful ki. Mixia was startled. Affected by the darkness, Anin's body was now all a bit unreal. She blanched and said, it's the key of the demons. The Earth's gate to the demon realm has been opened. Sun Gohan sweated coldly, there's so much darkness. How many demons have invaded Earth? More importantly, he felt that every key was powerful. Even several of them made him shudder just by feeling them a little. Sun Gohan didn't know how strong the opponent was, but he was sure that the Earth was really in danger this time. Chapter 157 Maiyang gazed at the sky with a solemn face. In his senses, there were a total of 7 places on Earth that were constantly emitting demonic ki. It meant that there wasn't just one demon realm gate that had been opened, but the entire 7. 7 gates had been opened at the same time, something that had never happened before. In just a few years, the demon realm gate repeatedly appeared. Maiyang realized that there were already discrepancies between the current world and the original story he remembered. It was possible that the scene that happened in the illusionary world, the disaster of Muryakuho, was going to play out in the real world. Judging from the strength of the ki, the opponent has come prepared this time. With several of the powerful ki in particular, even if it were me, I wouldn't have much chance of winning. Murmuring, Maiyang's face was very heavy. Several of the demons that kept emerging from the gates were already above him in strength. Although the scouter's data could not measure Maiyang's actual strength, he was simply no match if the gap was too big. Sun Gohan's breathing became rapid as he looked at Maiyang, The enemies are so strong. What can we do about this? Maayang shook his head. I don't know. Mr. Popo and Kami should have reacted as well. However, with the enemy's strength, I'm afraid they are no match. Kami's strength for the time being, definitely not a match. As for Mr. Popo, he had always been mysterious, but against such a large number of demons, Maayang was afraid he wouldn't be able to do anything. Is there no one left on Earth who can stop them? Sun Goen's voice trembled a bit after hearing the words. Maayang sucked in a breath to calm down. It's useless for us to judge any longer here. Why don't we go and see what's going on? Hopefully, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Right. Let's hurry over there and take a look. Sun Goen agreed. Anan, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Mixia noticed that Anan was beginning to become unreal, as if she would disappear at any moment. Anan said, my connection to my original body has been affected by the demonic key. I can no longer continue to support this incarnation, so it seems that I can't help much. Goen, Maayang, you guys listen to me. My body on Mount 5 Elements is in another dimension. I can avoid the demonic attacks for a short time. If it's really impossible to fight, you guys should withdraw to the Mount 5 Elements. As soon as Anan finished speaking, her figure couldn't afford and turned into a bubble of energy, disappearing in front of everyone. Sun Goen's face sank. Let's go check the situation of the demon gate. Maayang nodded. The nearest source of ki is deep in the primitive mountains. Let's go now. Okay. Mixia and Sun Goen responded. Then the three of them took off into the air and quickly flew towards the depths of the primitive mountains. The main peak of the primitive mountain range stretched for hundreds of kilometers. The branch roads radiated for thousands of kilometers, and a roof ridge was lying across the northern hemisphere. At this time, in the depths of the primitive mountain range, countless fierce beasts of different forms cried out with frightening roars. They seemed to have forgotten their dignity as fierce beasts and frantically ran towards the outside of the mountain range. Behind them, a steady stream of demons of different forms came from behind. The dark and oppressive demonic ki that invaded the marrow of the bones was chilling. There was a rumbling sound as a cloud of ki descended from the sky. The blazing fireball set off a terrifying wave of power that reached these fierce beasts, immediately incinerating them into ashes. They were panicking. They were scared and ran away. The primitive mountain range was filled with demonic flames, black smoke, and burning fire. The formerly quiet mountain forest no longer existed. Just as Maayang and the others went to the depth of primitive mountains range to investigate, other places around the world were also being invaded by the demons. As the gates opened, there were constantly demons from the demon realm entering the earth. These demons were cruel by nature and had no mercy for the earthlings. They saw the earthlings as if they saw delicious food, opening their mouths one after another with a big bowl of blood. In less than an hour, a tragic scene continued to unfold on Earth. One of the demon gate appeared directly in the center of a city. When a black mass of demons appeared, the city was immediately reduced to a playground for the demons. No, demons, don't eat me. Someone, please save us. Run. The demons are coming. Seeing the monster's appearance, especially when the demons started spitting ki waves and destroying city buildings, people who hadn't reacted a moment ago started fleeing everywhere. A city with hundreds of thousands of people quickly turned into a purgatory. On the lookout, the old Kami's expression changed dramatically. He held the divine staff hard in his right hand and looking down at the lower realm with a pale face. The demons even entered the earth without warning, and all 7 demon gate appeared. Who's behind this? With a sunken face, the old Kami's furrowed face did not look good, and his voice was shallow. Mr. Papu said on the side, Kami, now that the lower realm is under massive invasion by the demons, we need to take action. Well, this will be a catastrophe for the earth. I hope we can get through it safely. The Kami's pale face showed heaviness. Mr. Papo, you immediately go and find Maayang. He seems to have equipment there that can detect the Dragon Balls. You go and collect the Dragon Balls, then use the power of Shinra to close all the gates. Now that the 7 gates continued to be flooded with demons coming to Earth, Kami had no right solution for those demons. So, he could only use Shinran's power to close the demon realm gates first and cut off their sources. Mr. Papo was startled and nodded at Kami. Okay, I'll be on my way. This crisis is too dangerous. It seems that we have been comfortable for too long and lost our vigilance. Kami smiled bitterly. In ancient times, the people of Earth had been struggling to cope up with the demons. He was very much to blame for these centuries of being comfortable and allowing the Earth's martial arts to fall. Mr. Papo looked at Kami without any luster. He didn't say anything, then took a flying carpet and headed towards the direction of Maayang. After Mr. Papo left, Kami also entered the lookout. Even if Mr. Papo used the Dragon Balls to cut off the demon source, those demons that had entered the earth still needed to be eliminated by them. So, to deal with this crisis, He needed to bring out all the Lookout members. At the same time, martial arts practitioners worldwide also vaguely sensed the disturbing ki on Earth. Although there were very few martial arts practitioners who could sense the ki, the scale of this demonic invasion was so large that they could feel the uneasy chill in the air as long as they closed their eyes. At the Kame house, Master Roshi flopped down from the hammock with a thud. He looked at the beach with a startled face and trembled slightly. This disturbing ki. It's demons. It's even more terrifying than the great demon King Piccolo back then. Master Roshi couldn't perceive ki in detail, but an uneasy feeling for no reason haunted his heart. Had another round of disasters struck? Upon thinking of a scene from a few hundred years ago, Master Roshi couldn't sit still any longer. He walked into the room and found the martial arts uniform he hadn't worn for a long time and put it on. It was a long black uniform. At this time, Master Roshi's entire appearance was severe. He no longer had the appearance of a lecherous old man. An aura that emanated from his bones and could not be faked. Master Roshi then looked at his Kame house, and with a serious face, he beckoned the sea turtle and rowed it towards the mainland. Just as Master Roshi, in the distant deep mountains, in an old house surrounded by mountains, Master Shen was feeding a monster called the Inoshikacho when suddenly a wave of terror overtook the entire earth, causing Master Shen's body to stiffen and his face to flash with horror. After a few moments of uncertainty, he couldn't help but think of his teacher, Mutaito. He finally sighed sorrowfully and returned to his room to sort out his martial arts uniform. Although this person, Master Shen, was evil and even somewhat despicable, Mutaito's teachings from back then were still in his heart as a martial arts practitioner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed Mutaito to fight against the great demon King Piccolo's invasion in the first place. It was only because his philosophy didn't match Master Roshi's that they finally parted ways. Chapter 158 On the other side, Orin Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Crane School, the Superpower Academy, and some of the ancient schools had also sensed the demons and acted one by one in unison. It was a catastrophe that affected the entire planet, and no one could stay out of it anymore. West City. A new day had just dawned. The hardworking people crawled up early to prepare for a new day. Public officials wore stiff clothes and carried shoulder bags to get ready for work, while vendors pulled in vegetables for sale early in the morning. However, on such an ordinary morning, a bloody crack suddenly opened in the sky without warning. Pedestrians stopped in their tracks and stared up at the unruly crack. They were dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Some travelers and TV reporters with camera equipment saw the scene and reacted, pointing their lenses at the sky. What was going on here? Numerous people had doubts in their hearts. But soon, it was all answered. A shadow was projected in the astonished gazes of the witnesses. Then a throne of white bone slowly fell from the crack, surrounded by a black silhouette. Garlic squinted his eyes and stretched his old skin looking down at the familiar sight below and breathing in the fresh air. Ha ha ha, what a nostalgic feeling. This is Earth. Almost 260 years later, I'm finally back. Garlic spread his arms wide and laughed as wildly as he could. Mr. Hawk, it's been a long time coming. Thank you. Hawk was wearing a black hood, so Garlic couldn't see the expression on his face. Lord Garlic is exaggerating. If it weren't for the lack of demon sources in the Earth demon realm, we could have come here 2 years earlier. It's okay, it's only 2 years. Garlic waved his hand. He didn't seem to be angry at having waited for 2 years. As he looked at the ignorant mortals below, the corners of Garlic's mouth turned up, and his face then turned fierce. He said indifferently, "Kill to your heart's content. I will make the world below turn into purgatory." "As you command." Nefer responded respectfully. With a wave of his hand, the armies behind him dispersed, fanning their wings and rushing downward. For a moment, the shadows of the shade cast down, and the rolling demonic key continued to swirl. Ha ha ha, I can't wait any longer. Humans, fresh flesh, and blood. Numerous shouting voices, whether it was the demons of the greater demon realm or the demons of the Earth demon realm, they all went crazy at the moment and continuously began to cause carnage below. So many witnesses below hadn't reacted at this time. One by one, they stared at each other, a sense of unease quietly generated in their hearts. It wasn't until the killing began that they woke up. One after another, they were busy running as fast as they could, and in an instant, this bustling city became a mess, with shouts and cries ringing out. Looking at the purgatory-like brutal scene below, Garlic grimaced. However, his heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Ha ha ha, see. Noah, you must regret your decision. Ma Jr., this is the consequence of you banishing me to the demon realm back then. Beside Garlic, the Dark Wizard Hawk and the Crow Five brothers looked at it with indifference. Earth was a low-level planet that could not attract their attention in the slightest. Deep in the primitive mountain range, Maayang, Mixia, and Sun Gohan had arrived above the demon gate. The surroundings were already filled with flames, and below, there was a crooked spatial crack. At this time, there were ugly demons continually coming out of it. These demons carried long spears and wore uniform clothing, resembling an army. Moreover, what provoked people's attention was their power level that wasn't low. The lowest one was nearly 100 power level, and the high ones were a lot more than 300 and 400. Maiyang's face was gloomy. His eyes glittered with cold light. Kill them. Leave none of them behind. Don't let them out. The outside of the primitive mountain range was the Great Azure Mountain. If these demons continued to pour out, the first to suffer would be the Kami school's friends and relatives. So without any hesitation, Maiyang directly jumped into the middle of those demons and fought with them. When Mixia and Sun Gohan saw it, they both joined in the fight as well. Dang dang. Boom. The glow and loud sound of the ki waves were intertwined, continuously harvesting the demons' lives that had invaded Earth. The three of them fought with all their might. The power level they showed was much higher than the actual energy. Sun Gohan was in charge of dealing with those 300-400 power level demons. As for Mixia, she was a bit more powerful. With her superpower, even 500-600 power level demons could not do anything to her. Puffs puffs puffs. A wave of ki rippled out, and everything along the way was blown apart. Soon the surrounding area was littered with corpses, creating out a blank area. Maiyang was close to the limit of 1000 power levels, but the actual power he exerted was a huge amount higher than 1000 power levels. Those demons whose power level did not exceed 1000 were simply no match for him. It was like slicing a watermelon, smashing one by one. However, there were too many demons, and the three of them alone couldn't clean them up. No, these demons simply can't be killed. Sun Gohan gasped for air, exhausted. The three of them had already killed 600 or 700 demons, but the gate was still flooded with demons. When Mixia saw it, her trench coat swinging, and countless unseen green energy forming a giant wall, blocking the opening of the demon gate. However, it could only block the gate for a moment. It was by no means a permanent solution. My superpower can only temporarily block this gate, it won't last long. Those demons came out like a tidal wave. Apart from the demons coming out of the greater demon realm, the Earth Demon Realm demons also came out in droves after seeing the gate to Earth. That was why the number of demons led by Garlic that entered the Earth was exceeded the number of 10,000. With his brows locked up, there was nothing that Maiyang could do about it. At this moment, a flying carpet flew from the sky, and Mr. Popo's figure appeared in front of Maiyang. After seeing Mr. Popo, Maiyang's appearance relaxed a little. The High Man came. In the past, the demon gates were all closed by Mr. Popo, so he might have a way. Popo, you've finally come. What do you think should be done about the current situation? Mr. Popo swept a glance at those demons and shook his head. There's nothing I can do about this, Popo. Maiyang, Kami told me to ask you to get equipment that can detect the Dragon Balls. Give it to me because it seems that these demon gates can only be closed by the Dragon Balls. Mr. Popo's words reminded Maiyang. He reacted in a hurry and handed over the Dragon Ball radar to Mr. Popo. Popo, take the radar. It's better to close these gates as soon as possible. Yeah, Popo is going to find the Dragon Ball. Mr. Popo hummed. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he took the Dragon Ball's radar and quickly disappeared. Seeing that Mr. Popo was already gone, Maiyang sighed before regaining his spirit. The demons coming out of this gate in front of them weren't that strong. With Mixia's superpower, they could block it for a while. However, Maiyang was worried about the other 6 places on Earth. The key that had surpassed his scent had landed on Earth about the West City location. Gohan, you go to the lookout immediately. There is a hyperbolic time chamber there. The time flow was a day outside equal to a year inside. You quickly go inside and train. No matter what, you should get as strong as you can. After thinking a bit, Maiyang said seriously to Sun Gohan. What was most lacking above Earth right now was top masters. Both he and Mixia had already been in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although he had only been in there for a short while before coming out, he also saw that the hyperbolic time chamber didn't help him much in breaking through his limits. Mixia had been in there for a full 2 years and unable to enter again. So now, only Sun Gohan, who still had a chance to go in. Sun Gohan listened and reacted. He looked at Maiyang and nodded seriously. I know. I'm going to the hyperbolic time chamber now. After saying that, Sun Gohan hailed to the sky and flew towards the lookout. After Sun Gohan left, Maiyang also handed over a bag of senzubins to Mixia's arm. He stuffed another one in her mouth, allowing her to recover her depleted energy. Chapter 159. After recovering her physical strength, Mixia's body erupted with a powerful emerald green light. Her superpower blocked the other side of the gate again. At this point, Mixia was no longer worried about the gate here. Instead, She was worried that the demons escaping from the primitive mountains would endanger her loved ones. Senior brother, leave this place to me. You go and kill the scattered demons. Okay, be careful and take care of yourself. Ma-Yang also had this idea in mind. So, after instructing Mixia to be careful, Ma-Yang's figure quickly flashed and chased after those scattered demons. With a crackling sound, Ma-Yang's hands continuously threw out attacks. Each attack killed a large portion of the demons. Some demons with a power level of 300 to 400 were no match for Ma-Yang. They were crushed into powder like a withered and decaying creature. Soon, under Ma-Yang's powerful attacks, the demons around the primitive mountain range grew fewer, leaving only a few scattered ones still fleeing. However, at this point, he couldn't be careless yet, because even the weakest demon race out there wasn't something that could be easily dealt with by the people outside. After about 15 minutes, all the demons that could be sensed by his ki were wiped out, leaving a few stragglers. Ma-Yang then flashed and appeared at the Kami School's martial arts building. At this time, the place was already full of people. Back when the darkness appeared, Isaac and the Kami School elders had already gathered all the disciples at the martial building. When they saw Ma-Yang coming, they all gathered over. Ma-Yang, what the hell is going on? What are those disturbing ki? Isaac asked worriedly. Ma-Yang looked pale as he explained, it's the demons. The Earth Demon Gate has been opened, and now countless demons are pouring into the earth. Isaac exclaimed in alarm, is it the same as the Great Demon King Piccolo incident back then? Ma-Yang smiled bitterly, I'm afraid it's much more serious than that. A total of 7 gates to the demon realm have appeared this time. The nearest one is located deep in the primitive mountains. Most of the demons coming out of there possess no less than the strength of the Great Demon King Piccolo. Isaac took a breath of cold air at the words, not expecting things to be this serious. Most of them possess the strength of the Great Demon King Piccolo, so who else can deal with it? Carl, Scythe, and the others looked horrified. Back then, a single Great Demon King Piccolo had caused the earth to be in a state of panic. The current disaster was clearly many times more dangerous than a few hundred years ago. Don't worry, for now, the lookouts Kami and Mr. Popo are working on a solution. As for the gate at the primitive mountains, it's being suppressed by Mixia. Apart from some leaks, I've cleared out the other stronger demons, so this place is safe for now. Although Ma-Yang said this, everyone was still anxious in their hearts. Scythe said, since there are still demons leaking out of the net, wouldn't the town below the Great Azure Mountain be in danger? Ma-Yang's elders, Clarissa and Bros, looked at each other. Then Clarissa said, we can't leave the people down there alone. Rather than staying here, I suggest taking people to guard the town down there immediately. Bros said, leave it to me. Since Ma-Yang said that the powerful demons had been wiped out, we should be able to deal with some of the remaining ones. Right, we can't just sit back and watch those people suffer. Several elders of the Kami school all agreed to take action. A few of Ma-Yang's junior siblings were also emotionally charged, unwilling to huddle among the building. The martial arts practitioners had an innate sense of responsibility. Those who practiced martial arts were well-intentioned, they were rarely nasty and unpleasant. Ma-Yang looked on indifferently, not raising any objections. It was true, as he had said earlier. Since he had already wiped out the slightly stronger demons, the remaining fish leaked out of the net were all from the Earth Demon realm and were not much of a threat to Isaac and a few of his junior brothers. Isaac waved his hand, it's decided, except for Yura and Carl, who will stay behind to guard Alice and the junior disciples, everyone else will follow me down the mountain. Ma-Yang nodded, yes, everyone should be careful once you go down the mountain. Even if a demon was coming out of the Earth Demon realm, they could still be wounded if they were not careful. Yeah, also, Lida, and Ness, you each take your people to a different town and pay attention to your safety. Understood. We won't back down easily. The disciples of the Kami school shouted with a boost of energy, then split into groups of 2 and headed to different towns. As for Ma-Yang, after bringing the news and seeing the uncles and fellow disciples make their decisions, he also nodded. Then with a flash, returned to Mixia's side. Mixia, how is the situation? Ma-Yang asked the condition of the gate as soon as he returned. Mixia's forehead was oozing with glistening sweat from pushing her superpower abilities for a long time. Her face was a bit pale as she said, it's fine, the demons inside didn't come out again. Ma-Yang confirmed the situation, it seems that this side of the gate is not the main one. I feel that the strongest key is in West City. Then wouldn't April be in danger? Mixia screamed. With a sigh, Ma-Yang said thoughtfully, there is nothing we can do now. We can only hope that Mr. Papa will collect the Dragon Ball soon and close the gates. After he said that, Ma-Yang looked at Mixia and saw her pale cheeks. Just at this time, the azure sky suddenly became dark, and Ma-Yang was shocked, how can Papu summon Shinron so quickly? Another place, in a highland mountainous area. Mr. Popo raised his head. His lusterless eyes were staring at the green dragon hovering in the sky. You, who collects the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Shinron lowered his head and looked at Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo said, Shinron, you already know what's happening on top of the earth. I want you to close all the gates to the demon realm on earth and try to repair the weak spaces around the earth so that no more demon from the demon realm can enter the earth through the gates. This wish of Mr. Popo was very comprehensive. In addition to closing the gates, he also wanted Shinron to eliminate the possibility of opening them in the future. Hearing Mr. Popo spoke out his wish, Shinron coiled his body and remained silent for a long time. A long while later, it said in a flooded voice, I can't try. After saying that, Shinron's eyes burst into scarlet light. After a while, Shinron's slightly weary voice sounded, okay, this wish of yours has been granted. All the demon gates on Earth have been closed, so goodbye. Everything was like a set procedure, and Shinron transformed into 7 Dragon Balls as soon as the wish was granted. The Dragon Balls then circled in the air a few times before scattering around the world. The sky reverted to azure once again after Shinron disappeared. West City. Garlic looked at the sky in amazement. A moment ago, the sky suddenly darkened, as if it had fallen into the night, but just less than a minute later, the sky was once again bright. However, the scene that happened next made him furious. He saw that the scarlet spatial gate behind him actually distorted a few times, it grew smaller and disappeared. What's going on here? Garlic's face was terribly dark. The Dark Wizard Hawk was also puzzled. After twitching his magic to investigate, Hawk said in a chilling voice, Earth's space has been fortified. A mysterious power has cut off our connection to the demon realm. Now we all can't go back. A mysterious power? Garlic was silent for a moment. A fierce light was bursting out of his eyes. It must be the power of Kami. Although I haven't come into contact with the power of the Kami, to say that the most mysterious power on Earth is the power of the Kami. In the end, it was still Kami who was against him. At this time, Kami should still be Ma Jr., and he shockingly could react so quickly. As for returning to the demon realm, Garlic wasn't worried at all. At most, they would just leave Earth and go back from another planet. Nefer. Garlic beckoned. My lord. Nefer stepped forward respectfully, waiting for Garlic's command. Garlic narrowed his eyes and smiled sardonically. You take some of your men to the lookout and give Kami a warning. Remember, don't kill him. I want to see that old friend of mine after I've killed everyone in the lower realm. As you command. Chapter 160. As opposed to Garlic's exasperation at his point, after sensing Shinron's appearance, Kami knew that Mr. Popo had summoned it as planned. Upon sensing that the few gates connected to the demon realm had been closed, the old Kami's face was slightly relieved. However, he knew that now was not the time to slack off. As Nefer was leading his team to the lookout, Son Gohan had already entered the lookout one step ahead of him. After explaining his intentions to Kami nodded and led him along the winding corridor to the depths of the lookout. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. After you enter it, the time flow inside will become 365 times faster than outside. When they arrived at the hyperbolic time chamber, the old Kami briefly introduced the situation inside. Son Gohan listened attentively. When the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened, he took a breath and stepped inside. The door rumbled closed, heavy pressure and heat coming from it, causing him to stiffen. The gravity inside was 10 times that of the outside world. The temperature changed continuously between 50 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees below zero. This was why ordinary people couldn't withstand the harsh environment inside. However, the good thing was that those gravitational forces were not evenly distributed. The closer the location to the entrance, the closer the gravity was to the Earth's gravity. Only the center was 10 times the gravity. Time is running out, I must hurry and practice. Son Gohan was in awe and quickly went into training. On Karin Tower. Karin was sweating profusely, looking down through the tank at the situation below. He was in a hurry as the endless number of demons were burning everywhere. What should we do? That guy is Garlic, right? I didn't expect him to make a comeback after turning into a demon. This time the crisis far surpassed that of the great demon King Piccolo back then. Karin kept pacing in front of the water tank, and its movements caught the attention of someone on the side. Immortal Karin, is something going on? The one who asked the question was Gillo. He had been practicing on top of Karin Tower for many years. When Wu-Ting, Liz, Arlo, and the others all left, Gillo stayed behind alone. Since he had been exploring alone since childhood, Gillo's martial arts were full of instincts. After receiving Karin's guidance, Gillo tried to merge with his martial arts, gradually evolving a whole new path. Karin looked up and said, "There's a catastrophe. A large number of demons have appeared on the earth." Gillo frowned. Is that the same disturbing key that appeared earlier? That's right. The demons now occupy the entire lower realm, and they are flooding like water. After hearing Karin's words, Gillo's face suddenly changed. Immortal Karin, it seems I have to leave first. Just after saying that, he jumped directly off the top of Karin's tower and flew towards his hometown. Karin watched quietly, not speaking for a moment. The shores of the East Sea. The demon race began to invade the surrounding towns. A winged demon race laughed loudly, his hands continually flinging blood-red ki waves. Ha ha, boy, you're no match for me at all. There were 4 identical figures in front of this demon race. This was the multiform school disciple, Booker, who had made it to the top 16 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. At this point, facing the terrifying demon race, Booker's stamina had reached the point where his lamp had run out of fuel. I definitely won't let you hurt the people here. Booker bowed his body, his eyes no longer open. Stupid human. You're looking for death. The demon saw it and cried out in annoyance. It then condensed a ball of crimson ki in their hands and attacked Booker's body. The demon was an earth demon race that came out of the demon realm along with the army of the demon realm. However, because of its weak strength, it was not a demon race of the greater demon realm. That was why it could only come to the remote seaside by itself and never expected to encounter Booker of Multiform School. The crimson ball of ki was about to hit Booker, but at this moment Kamehameha. A deep blue light came from the ocean, and the ki wave hit the demon's ki ball, which scattered chaotic air currents. A white-bearded old man dressed in black was seen floating slowly from the ocean on a turtle. Young man, you've done a good job. Leave the rest to me. Master Roshi patted Booker on the shoulder and pulled Booker behind him. He then faced the demon in front of him. You are Master Roshi. It's me. Master Roshi blocked Booker's path. A bad old man. That demon laughed when he saw Master Roshi. It is sufficient enough to deal with you. Master Roshi thought that he was no match for those powerful demons, but the one in front of him was still in control. Swiftly, Master Roshi moved, only to come forward and fight that demon. This happened worldwide as countless martial arts practitioners led their divisions out to the front lines of the battlefield. Orin Temple, Thousand Crane School, and the Maple Leaf School. Group of Beast, which were practitioners with strength beyond that of ordinary people, all of them resisted the front lines of the battlefield. Although they were fragile in the face of the terrifying demons, these martial arts practitioners stood out without turning back. This, of course, was accompanied by endless deaths and injuries. A hillock. The cold wind blew, and small snowflakes drifted in the gloomy air. Master Shen was alone in front of a village. Opposite him was a barbed demon race, a demon race that was no weaker than the great demon King Piccolo. The terrifying demonic aura stimulated Master Shen's nerves, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, yet he never gave in. It was said that Master Shen was a sinister man, but when he was young, he had stood righteously before the demons. Only when he got old, he parted ways because his philosophy didn't match Master Roshi. However, now when the demons appeared again, Master Shen finally showed his commitment as a martial arts master. Is this the only way? Master Shen looked back at the crumbling mountain village, his former hometown. He pulled a small bottle out of his pocket with a bite and placed it on the ground. Old tortoise, I couldn't outsmart you in the end. Evil containment wave. With this shout, pale green spiral ki whirled out to meet the then demon in front of him. After that, the demon was sucked into the small bottle. Master Shen struggled to close the lid and died of exhaustion before he could affix the seal. A little while later, with a rumbling sound, the small bottle was broken open, and the barbed demon race flew out again. That was close. What just happened? The demon trembled for a while, then looked at Master Shen, who had fallen to the ground, and saw that Master Shen was already dead. The demon patted his chest with a fearful face, his arrogance rising again. However, just as his hideous face was ready to kill that small village again, 2 figures, a man and a woman, blocked his way. Here come 2 more people looking for death. Senior brother, he's already dead. The one who spoke was a dark green-haired woman, Mixia, who had come out of the Great Azure Mountain with Maiyang and was preparing to head to the West City. Maiyang took a faint glance at the Master Shen's corpse and turned his attention to that demon. For some reason, when the human's flat eyes stared at him, the demon actually felt a slight chill. Ordinary people couldn't know firsthand what was happening around the earth. However, these things could not be hidden from the central city, which had just launched a satellite. Moreover, the demon's appearance in full view of the public had already been captured on video by many witnesses. Some television stations were still rolling them out. At that moment, Central City's office was terribly quiet. The contemporary king saw the sight of what was happening around the world through his monitor. Then, the whole world was stunned. On the monitor, and the wind was raging. The weather was gloomy, black figures gathered together, and the dark green demons kept firing terrifying energy bombs. Each one of them was like a nuclear bomb, easily destroying buildings within a radius of several kilometers, turning a large city into ruins in the blink of an eye. The king and senior officials of the central city watched the video in stunned silence. The ring-shaped blast crater was constantly striking everyone's nerves. Can someone tell me what's going on? Where all those weird-looking creatures are coming from? After being silent for a long time, the king broke the silence. Chapter 161. In response to the king's question, the officials beside him looked at each other and didn't say anything. Until an official in charge of documentation manager spoke up, "Your Majesty, according to the documentation, these monsters could be the demon race." Demon race? The king frowned. The central city had been established for decades, and he never knew that there was a race called the demons on Earth. That documentation manager swallowed his saliva and carefully said, "The demons are not creatures of the Earth. Legend has it that they live in a place called the Demon Realm. About 260 years ago, the same catastrophe happened on Earth. At that time, a demon called the Great Demon King Piccolo led a large army to try to invade the Earth. Did that happen over 200 years ago too? How did we destroy them at the end then? Did we use some secret weapon? More than 200 years ago, technology was not as advanced as it is now. However, in the end, Earthlings managed to destroy the demons." Upon hearing this, the king brightened up and quickly asked. The official replied, "No, we don't have a secret weapon. It was those martial arts practitioners who did it." At that time, a martial arts grandmaster named Mute Ido united the strongest people in the world to seal the demons. Martial arts practitioners? The king murmured and suddenly said, "Are they the same type of people that appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament 2 years ago?" The king remembered that he had only agreed to take over the hosting of the World Martial Arts Tournament from the private sector because of the entertainment official's strong request. At that time, the idea was to promote the entertainment industry, so he didn't pay much attention. However, afterward, he read a brief about it. He learned there was a group of people called themselves martial arts practitioners. Yes. Don't you have the video of the competition there? Hurry up and bring it over and show it to me. The video footage of the World Martial Arts Tournament was still kept in the document library. The king of the central city had a slight understanding of what happened above the World Martial Arts Tournament at that time, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Now that he heard his officials mention it, the king, who was sick and desperate, quickly had the video brought over. Yes. The official in charge of documentation management responded and sent someone to bring over the video material, which was then played in front of the king. The screen showed exactly the video of the finals and semi-finals of the 12th World Martial Arts Tournament. Everyone in the office was silent when the screen showed Naiying, Sun Gohan, and Mixia using the same key wave like the one captured on the live video. Then after a while, the discussion began to sound. Oh my, so humans can still have such great power. We haven't paid enough attention to the martial arts community before. If some of these powerful martial arts practitioners are willing to step up to the plate. Officials of the central city looked at the figures in the video as if they had seen a savior. After a moment of silence, the king asked, "Can we contact those martial arts practitioners now?" The response was quick. According to people who have been in contact with the martial school before, all martial arts practitioners are on the move. However, the enemies are too strong this time. I'm afraid they won't be able to stop it. The king listened and paced uneasily in his office. Let's just try it. If we can get through this disaster, we might have to change our policy. Looking at the flickering key light in the video, the king was stunned and looked a little out of his mind. It was only after truly facing an enemy that could not be defeated that he realized how good it would be if there were more masters among the earth. The world was pale, and the winds were raging. With the demon gate opening, the entire earth was filled with an atmosphere of uneasiness and restlessness. Half a day passed, and most of the cities on earth were under attack as the human allied forces were unable to organize an effective counterattack. Within a short time, the Earth's population had been drastically reduced by a third, which was a vast number. The equivalent of larger cities had all been destroyed. Coupled with a demon race comparable to the Great Demon King Piccolo was killing everywhere, the Earth's martial arts community suffered massive losses. Many schools had been wiped out at the hands of the demons. The old kami looked at the events in the lower realm with a pale face. When he noticed that Nefer was flying towards the lookout with a dozen or so powerful demons, his heart suddenly rose with powerlessness to those demons. He couldn't even defeat one of them. How could he still protect the earth? Garlic had brought so many powerful demons from the demon realm. Is the earth really doomed? The old kami was frustrated and closed his eyes in pain. Kami. At this time, a faint call came out. The figure of Mr. Popo appeared in the middle of the lookout. The old kami turned back. Mr. Popo, you're back. Mr. Popo nodded his head and said, many demons are flying towards the location of the lookout. Popo can deal with them, but I was hoping you could hurry up and go to the Mount 5 Elements. These demons can't find you there for now. As a kami, how can I leave everyone behind and go for refuge alone? The old kami listened and refused utterly. Mr. Papu said thoughtfully, as long as kami is still alive, there will still be the Dragon Balls on Earth so that everything can be started over again. The old kami was struggling. Just then, the lookout space suddenly trembled, and Nefer led a dozen or so demons into space where the lookout was located. A cloud of icy demonic ki broke through the lookout's protection and landed on the lookout's square. Hee hee, finally I found you guys. Nefer smiled fiercely as he entered the lookout. His eyes were looking at Mr. Papo, and all of his hatred was coming out. It was this man in front of him who had brought him great humiliation in the first place, so he wanted to fully return the shame. Kami, be careful. Mr. Papo glanced at Nefer and those demons beside him with a flat tone and said. After taking 2 steps towards the front, his figure quickly flashed beside Nefer and the other demons. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen slices of silhouettes suddenly flew up, and then there were several flashes of glittering light. The bodies of these demons were directly cut into several pieces. Nefer's expression was somewhat startled as he looked on, unable to accept the scene in front of him. Suddenly there was a sharp pain on his body, only to discover that his body had also been cut into 2 segments. How did this happen? How are you so powerful? Nefer's speech broke off, his face had turned black. Mr. Papo returned to the old kami's side and turned around without speaking. If it weren't for Nefer and the other demons being bold enough to invade the lookout, Mr. Papo wouldn't have struck so hard. As the lookout guardian, Mr. Papo was like jumping out of the world and fighting with the world. He hadn't killed too many of them, even though he had entered the demon realm last time. Kami, it's no longer safe here. Please leave quickly. The old kami's pale eyes looked at the bodies of those demons and nodded his head with difficulty. After telling Mr. Papo to fetch Karin on Karin Tower, he controlled the lookout and flew towards the Mount 5 Elements. The Mount 5 Elements was located in the extreme west, where the space was able to block the demons' prying eyes temporarily. Meanwhile, in the skies above the outskirts of the West City, a demon race was continuously cruising the skies. The people dodging below were on tenterhooks. Along with a huge mushroom cloud rising, the bustling city was already in ruins. The ground continued to tremble as if it was the end of the world. In the basement, several teenage children were huddled together. Their faces were filled with anxiety and fear. These children were students of the school in the suburbs. When the disaster struck, they hid in the basement under the shelter of their teachers. A little girl with blonde hair said timidly, "Senior Sister April, are we going to die?" April hugged the little girl and shook her head. "No, Panchi. We'll be fine, I'm sure." The blonde girl named Panchi whispered. She seemed to be comforted and shrank into April's arms. Looking at the blonde hair of the child in her arms, April pursed her lips and sighed. She remembered her sister, Cypriel. Although her memories of her sister were very fuzzy, April vaguely remembered her blonde hair. If her sister was still alive, she should have been such a cute girl as well. Boom. Chapter 162. Ha ha ha, there are actually several little ants hidden in here. After discovering April and the others, the three-eyed demon laughed, then the vermilion eyes flashed with tyrannical cold light. As the demon raised its hands, several ki rays swept down dominantly. Tuk tuk. In the face of the attacking ki rays, April's heart chilled. She hugged the little girl in her arms to dodge towards one side. The children who hid together had no time to react and perished under the claws of the demon in screams. Huh, she actually dodged it. The three-eyed demon looked at April in amazement, seemingly not expecting this little girl to be so agile. April gulped, and her body trembled. Senior Sister April, everyone. The little girl in her arms mumbled quietly. Her eyes were wide and somewhat confused. Don't look. April shielded the little girl's eyes from the bloody scene. Death is imminent. The three-eyed demon stretched out his long purple tongue, with sticky saliva dripping off the tip of it. He looked at April with three cold eyes before moving towards her. Puff. A ki ray penetrated and passed right through the three-eyed demon's skull. Good thing I caught it. A pristine voice rang out. April opened her eyes to see an upright figure appear in her line of sight. Senior brother. April cried out in surprise. Her eyes were misting up, and the fear from before finally turning into tears flowing down. At this time, Mixia's slender and heroic figure also appeared. She came to April's heel. Little April, it's not just senior brother who has come. Senior sister Mixia. April wiped her tears and called out in a small voice. Mixia nodded and looked to the little girl in April's arms. Is she your classmate? April said, she's the youngest in my class. Her name is Panchi. Mixia froze for a moment. Panchi, that's a good name. April opened her mouth. She seemed to realize that this wasn't the focus of attention right now. At that moment, Ma Yang interrupted Mixia and April's conversation. he said, "Stop chatting. Let's leave quickly, there are a large number of demons gathered in West City. It's not safe here. It's not good. Some demons have already spotted us." Mixia sniffed and sensed slightly. Indeed, she found very powerful ki approaching them, making her face change as she felt the crisis. "Senior brother, we'll take them one each and leave quickly." After saying that, Mixio picked up the little girl from April's arms, while Maiyang also nodded his head and directly grabbed April by the waist. Because it was urgent, they couldn't care less about hiding their strength. They took the two children with them and flew up into the sky towards a place far away from West City. However, after flying for quite some time, they found that the cloud of ki behind them did not shake far away but rather grew closer. Maiyang looked gloomy and said, "That demon behind is chasing us. It looks like we can't shake it off. Mixia, you take April and the girl first, I'll stay and stop the demon. Senior brother, you have to be careful." Mixia's face changed and moved towards April. Clear ki wrapped around April to pick her up and then flew towards a hillock in the distance. Maiyang, on the other hand, stopped in place and took out a few senzubins from the acceleration space and stuffed them into his mouth. He then dropped to the ground and waited for that demon to arrive. Actually, he could also open the acceleration space to take Mixia and the others to hide in there temporarily, but the time he could spend in the acceleration space was limited. The demons were centered in West City, so it would be even harder to escape from them after a while. Soon, a big green hunk appeared in sight, and after close observation, Maiyang suddenly felt creeped out. The strength of the demon in front of him was far beyond his imagination. This ugly demon was one of the 5 Grove brothers who followed Garlic, the 5th-ranked brother. It had at least 1,500 power levels. The strength was similar to Raditz when he came to Earth. In his heart, Maiyang secretly guessed the strength of his opponent and was carefully on guard. This was the most powerful enemy he had ever faced. At this time, he knew he could not hold back, so his firm face revealed a sense of determination. Maiyang immediately shouted, and his body exploded with fierce energy very close to 1,000 power levels wrapped around his body. Old 5 saw the power that Maiyang exerted and looked at the person in front of him with a slight surprise. "I didn't expect there would be a master like you on top of the small Earth. Is this still a low-level planet? But it's good, your strength is just worthy of my hand." Maiyang sneered and directly chose to attack. There was a 50% difference in strength between the two, and this gap could be narrowed if he power up, so it wasn't like Maiyang didn't have a bit of confidence when facing Cravold 5. In a flash of lightning, Maiyang rushed to the side of Cravold 5th, brought up his fist, and swung out. The old 5th smirked and returned the attack faster than Maiyang. With a thud, Maiyang's body shook, a sore feeling came from his arm, and his whole body had flown out. However, he bit his teeth, ignoring the damage to his body. He then jumped into position and continued to attack. Bang bang. The reaction speed is quite fast, but still not a match for me. Old 5 was shocked by the opponent's ferocious appearance. His eyes exploded with a fierce light. The erect killing intent whistling out, he then stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Maiyang's body. Thud. An iron fist fell, like the sound of metal clashing whistling. Maiyang's face turned red, emitting a whiff of hot air, a spurt of blood, and a stirring within his body. Wiping away the bloodstains on the side of his mouth, Maiyang watched with serious eyes. His eyes flickered with fighting intent. He felt his blood boiling from the battle just now as if he had a hint of pushing through his limits. It seemed that no matter whether it was Earthlings or Saiyans, as long as they were devoted to the battle, their full intent would become different. It was said that fighting was the best breakthrough. Perhaps he had been unable to break through the second limit and what was missing was the momentum to move forward. With this in mind, Maiyang no longer thought about it. His eyes all focused on the opponent in front of him. Suddenly, Maiyang began to power up, his energy rising by a large amount, and finally had the power to be equal to his opponent for the time being. Heavenly SKY Beam. Heavenly SKY Beam. Spirit Ball. Solar Flare. Several slightly weaker moves were thrown out in succession. In the end, a solar flare was added, and while it was causing interference to the opponent, Maiyang's main purpose was to buy time to start saving his ki. However, these moves really couldn't cause much trouble for the opponent. Before Maiyang's ki was even stored up, Old 5th whistled and attacked. Peng. 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 A series of attacks took place in a short time. Maiyang's face changed suddenly, and many bones on his body were deformed. The interruption of his ki-saving move could only be dealt with warily. Maiyang had no choice but to bite through a senzubin he had in his mouth. After regaining his strength, he continued to tangle with Old 5th. Of course, the reason why he was able to tangle with Old 5th for so long was not that Maiyang's power level had reached a point similar to his opponent's, but because of the technique. The years of practice had made Maiyang's skills against his opponent outstanding. However, Just at this moment the air trembled, forming an inverted cone-shaped wave. Space seemed to shatter as Old Fifth's attack landed in front of Ma Yang's body. Forbidden! A squeaky voice and a green glow lingered around Old Fifth. Mixia's figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. As the opponent who was imprisoned was too strong, Mixia's face brushed white as she performed her move, sure mental energy extremely draining. Mixia, why you come back? Senior brother, hurry up and attack. Mixia said with difficulty. Ma Yang sniffed, knowing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, at this time, it was entirely too late to choose to condense the Destructo Disc or Heavenly God Beam. If he decided to condense it, perhaps Mixia couldn't hang on until then. Immediately, Ma Yang took out a small bottle from his pocket. Then he raised his hands and aimed them at the demons in front of him. When Mixia saw Ma Yang's action, she happened to have reached the limit of her superpower's confinement on Cravold Fifth, so she mindfully released the imprisonment of her superpower. At this moment, Ma Yang shouted. Evil Containment Wave. A cloud of green ki whistled out. Cravold Fifth, who had just been freed from his confinement, ran head-on into Ma Yang's Evil Containment Wave. It was green twisting power with a compulsory sealing ability, especially for demons, which had an inherent advantage. Old Fifth was horrified, his body actually spinning and moving uncontrollably. What's going on? Old Five's face began to twist in horror. He spun with the key of the Evil Containment Wave. Phew. Chapter 163 in the Hazy Acceleration Space. Ma Yang unscrewed the lid on the small bottle as soon as it emerged. Along with a cloud of smoke coming out of the mouth of the bottle, Cravold Fifth soon appeared in the acceleration space as well. Hey, what is this place? Looking at this unfamiliar place, Cravold Fifth looked confused. When he noticed Ma Yang not far away, he couldn't help but sardonic his face and yelled, Hey, what is this place? A place where you'll lose your life, and you'll be alone to experience it. After saying that, Ma Yang smiled indifferently, and his figure gradually becoming blurred. Is it dark magic? When he saw Ma Yang disappear, he thought of the strange tricks Ma Yang had done before. Then his heart thudded, thinking of Mr. Hawk's dark magic. When he remembered the terror of dark magic, his heart couldn't help but flash a chill, but then he shook his head. Humphrey, how can a mere earthling master powerful dark magic? He looked around. Damn, this hellhole is so annoying. If I were to go out, I'd have to kill that man. Cravold Fifth cursed and grumbled as he thought about taking revenge on Ma Yang after he went out. Suddenly, a suffocating feeling came. Old Fifth's entire body froze. The blood in his body was flowing backward. His whole body was under tremendous pressure, as if the whole world was against him. There was a whirlwind, making Old Fifth clutch his chest. His consciousness suddenly became blurred, and he fell into darkness afterward. Outside, Ma Yang reappeared beside Mixia, who asked in a low voice, How is that demon? Ma Yang said, I sent him into the acceleration space, where life cannot survive without my support. He should be dead by now. Mixia smiled wonderfully at the words, Senior brother, your acceleration space can actually be used to kill people. When you meet someone you can't beat in the future, you can send him inside and kill them inside. It's not the same. If the person going in is too strong, I'm afraid it will burst through my acceleration space. Ma Yang shook his head. Moreover, if you hadn't used your superpower to imprison that demon before, I wouldn't have been able to cast the evil containment wave in time to send him into the acceleration space. The opening of the acceleration space took some time to conceive. How could there be such a good opportunity in a fierce battle? If it wasn't for Mixia's use of superpowers to imprison a demon, and with his evil containment wave, none of this would have been possible. Moreover, before his strength reached a mighty level, Ma Yang didn't dare send someone into the acceleration space rashly. The acceleration space was his most crucial magic treasure. He would die of heartache if it were broken. Ma Yang dared to do this just now because he concluded that Cravold Fifth was only a little stronger than his power-up. So, if he couldn't even blow through the ceiling, the opponent wouldn't be able to blow through from the acceleration space. Forget about that for now. At least we took out a strong enemy. Let's get out of here. Feeling the dark and boundless atmosphere in the distance, Ma Yang was worried about attracting the opponent's companions, so he urged Mixia to leave quickly. After hearing Ma Yang, Mixia nodded. She then located April and a little girl, Panchi, and brought them to a safe place. It was already getting dark when Ma Yang and Mixia were flying with one girl in their arms. Looking down at the ruined city that had turned into a wreck below, Ma Yang and the others had complex emotions, their hearts were heavy. Now that the earth had fallen into the demon race control, there were brutal killings taking place everywhere. The power of just a few people couldn't take care of the entire earth's well-being. The Great Azure Mountain. When Ma Yang returned with April and the others, the town below was burning with fire. The people in the town had scattered and fled. Yang saw some of the Kami school disciples with bandages on their bodies, obviously badly injured. The missing arms of Bros and Scythe were even the worst. Did something happen while I was away? Yang's face changed suddenly. Father, what's going on? Ugh, it was those demons. After you left, another group of demons came from nowhere. We fought them as hard as we could to kill them, but we were all badly injured. Isaac smashed the table hard and said with sorrowful words. Yang's heart sank, and took out the senzubans and handed them over. The Great Azure Mountain is no longer safe. Teacher. We should evacuate. Where else can we go? Isaac declined. Let's go to the Mount 5 Elements, or leave Earth. Yang looked at everyone with a calm face. He still had some spaceships in his hands, so it wasn't impossible. They still had the option of leaving the Earth, even though this was the most hopeless way. Eventually, Isaac and the others were still unwilling to leave their homeland. Yang sighed, he respected their choice. Therefore, he took out his spaceship to carry them to Mount 5 Elements. With the speed of the spaceship, it was only a blink of an eye to bringing them to the extreme west. In the sky above the Mount 5 Elements, Yang saw the Crimson Hemispherical Temple. He soon spotted Kami and Karin, but the only thing he didn't see was Mr. Popo's figure. Where did Mr. Popo go? Yang asked strangely. Mr. Popo is training Son Gohan inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Kami answered briefly. Yang nodded his head and introduced the people to each other. Isaac and the others had reverence on their faces when they knew that the people in front of them were Kami and Karin. However, this reverence made Kami and Karin ashamed that they didn't guard the earth properly as gods. A little bit of time passed, just as Yang and the others were rendezvoused at the Mount 5 Elements. After clearing the last of the rebels, the central city's capital was trampled down by the army led by Garlic in the eyes of the king's grief and anger. So far, all forces on Earth had been suppressed, and the entire planet had fallen under the demon's rule. Old Second, where's the fifth? Why hasn't he returned yet? In the newly built Palace of White Bones, the Kriv brothers' boss asked as he hadn't seen Old Fifth for a long time. Old Second said, I don't know. He seems to have said that he went after someone but then never came back. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Old Second said with a sneer, what could possibly happen? This is just a small low-level planet. It's not a place like the Dark Demon Realm where there are so many masters. If he was in the Dark Demon Realm, he might still be worried about his brother's life. However, on Earth, he didn't think anyone would be a match for them at all. At this time, Garlic, who was sitting up there, said, it's good to be careful. As far as I know, there is a very mysterious guardian in the lookout named Mr. Popo. His strength is unfathomable. Mr. Hawk, please check the location of Old Fifth. Okay. Hawk replied and began to cast black magic to search for Old Fifth. However, after a while, Hawk was shocked to find that he couldn't find Old Fifth on Earth. Hawk looked pale, something seems to have happened. I haven't found the Old Fifth. How could it be? Several of Kriv's other brothers were stunned at his point. Garlic tapped his fingers. His wrinkled cheeks darkening, there's no news from Nefer either. It looks like something happened just like Old Fifth. Everyone be careful afterward and don't go it alone. I don't think Mr. Popo, even if he's powerful, can deal with all of us alone. To put it in perspective, the only thing that made Garlic feel scrupulous on the entire planet was the dark and ebony Mr. Popo. He didn't know how robust Mr. Popo was, except that back then, when competing for Kami, both he and the old Kami had practiced under Mr. Popo's hand. It does seem to require attention. Hawk nodded his head, Lord Garlic, the planet is already within our grasp. Rather than waiting for the opponent to come to us, I think it's time to take the initiative and just hit them. I think it's time to meet the planet's Kami. Chapter 164 Shenyang, who was far away in the Mount 5 Elements, naturally didn't know that Mr. Hawk, who was proficient in dark magic, had come along with Garlic. It was this Mr. Hawk who had foreseen through dark magic that something might have happened to Old Fifth, which made Garlic wary and ready to set out to meet his old friend personally. Only Garlic would never have guessed, by any means, that the location of the lookout had already changed. By the time Garlic had risen to lead a team to the sacred land of Karin and continued up through the Karin Tower, the place where the lookout was supposed to float was empty. Where's the lookout? Where's it? After being startled by the emptiness, Garlic's anger was overwhelming, and his pale face looked even grimmer with rage. He didn't understand how he and his people had been stood up. Ma Jr., it seems that I have underestimated you. The chilling voice came out of the mouth as Garlic calmed down. He turned towards Mr. Hawk, and when Mr. Hawk nodded, Garlic threw his hands down, go. Time passed, the sun and the moon changed. 2 days passed in a flash. The Mount 5 Elements. With a hyperbolic time chamber's door opening, Son Gohan came out from it after 2 years of training. According to the scouter, Son Gohan's power level had reached 700, second only to Maayang among the Earthlings. 2 years ago, when Maayang had just returned to Earth, Son Gohan had a power level of close to 300 because he had been heating the furnace of 8 divisions with ki waves for a long time. At this point, after another 2 years of training inside the hyperbolic time chamber, he finally reached 700 power levels. Gohan, how are you holding on mastering the evil containment wave? Seeing Son Gohan come out, the Kami walked over with his crutches. Old Kami was holding his crutches in his right hand, and in his left hand, he was carrying several small bottles prepared. Those small bottles were several sealing talismans with complicated patterns. They were precisely the props needed to perform the evil containment wave. Son Gohan nodded his head and looked serious. I already mastered it. If I consume the Senzubans beforehand, I should be able to seal several demons unexpectedly. The old Kami gushed, that's good. Our target is those strongest demons. Once we finish them off, the remaining demons won't be enough to worry about. Even if it takes a while, we'll be able to destroy them gradually. In his perception, the strongest amongst the demons was Garlic. There was also 5 other powerful ki, of which Garlic was the weakest, at around 600 power level. The thing that worried Maayang was the other 5 ki, each of which was not weaker than the Grivold 5th that he had encountered before. It would be difficult to win a head-to-head fight with such an opponent, so they could only choose to attack them by surprise. If Maayang could seal off 3 of them with Son Gohan, then the rest of the battle would only be a win. Kami, where is Maayang? Son Gohan looked around and didn't see Maayang, so he asked strangely. Oh, Maayang and Mixia went out to sniff out information about the demons. They're back. The old Kami suddenly said. As soon as the words fell, there were 2 rays of light, one white and one green, streaking from the sky. Maayang and Mixia appeared in front of everyone. Maayang, how is the situation outside now? Son Gohan stepped up quickly. Isaac, Scythe, and the other Kami school people also surrounded them. Maayang shook his head, very bad. Now that the entire Earth has fallen under the control of the demons, there are increasingly fewer martial arts practitioners who could compete with the average demons. Yeah, senior brother and I went to several cities that had fallen under the control of the demons. We didn't dare to stay long and came back after killing a few demons. Mixia said while her pretty face still had anger on it. They had encountered quite a few demons along the way, but of course, most of them were lesser and were easily killed by the 2 of them. What made Mixia angry was that she saw countless mutilated corpses. She couldn't imagine what kind of atrocities the demons had inflicted on them. Teacher, are you guys really not going to leave Earth? We still have a chance to counterattack when we go outside to train for a few years. Maayang looked at the few spaceships parked on the Mountain of 5 Elements and turned around to persuade Isaac and the others. Leaving Earth now was the most sensible way to go. This was so-called leave the Green Hills without worrying about burning wood. When they had accomplished their training, they could come back to counterattack the Earth. The chances of regaining the Earth would be high. As long as the old Kami didn't die, they could start all over again if they had the Dragon Balls. Isaac hesitated. He looked at Alice and a few young disciples. A struggle flashed on his face, but he finally sighed and agreed, well, although I'm reluctant, you're right. With us on Earth, we'll hold you back instead. Upon seeing Isaac's nod, Maayang and Mixia both smiled. It wasn't that they were afraid of fighting the demons, but now they were really much weaker. Sending Isaac and the others away would allow Maayang to fight wholeheartedly. Next, Maayang sent Isaac and the others to board the spaceship and set their destination. However, unexpected things always happened at this time. When Isaac and a few Kami school disciples boarded the spaceship and just got up to leave the Mount 5 Elements, a stormy ki wave suddenly hit the outside of the Mount 5 Elements. A loud rumbling sound was heard as the ki wave hit the top of the spaceship that was taking off. They were dumbfounded as the spaceship's rack fell from a cloud of black smoke in the sky. Everyone didn't react. Maayang's face suddenly turned livid, as he exclaimed in disbelief, Teacher. Mixia also froze there as the ki attack struck the ship. Mixia looked at it with grief and anger as she cried out in pain, Father, Mother. With a sudden rise of icy air, her superpowers suddenly became chaotic. Mixia rushed into the sky, a tornado rushing towards the wreckage of the spaceship. Seeing his wife flying away, Maayang threw a fist in annoyance. He worried that Mixia would be in danger, so he hurried to follow. After that, Son Gohan, Old Kami, and Anan, who saw the situation, knew in their hearts that the demons had found the Mount 5 Elements. They stopped hiding and followed them. Outside of the Mount 5 Elements, Garlic led the black-colored demons. His gaze was cold as he looked at the area covered by the boundary. According to Mr. Hawk's detection, Kami's group was hiding inside this boundary. My lord, the people you're looking for are inside. If it weren't for the boss of the Crew 5 brothers attacked, the spaceship would have escaped. Hee hee, it's a real hiding place, Ma Jr. Garlic's wrinkled cheeks smirked in anticipation of meeting Kami. At this time, an only green light flashed. A cluster of blurred figures rushed over from the Mount Five Elements. The angry state of Mixia's superpower became very rough. The violent whirlwind was like a tornado raging, and the slightly weaker demons hit her green energy. They immediately ended up crushed as if they had bumped into a speeding train. This is rubbish. As the demons under his command were blown apart by the opponent, Garlic cursed with an unpleasant expression. His face was turning dark as a bird of prey. Kriv Brothers' boss stepped forward at this point and blocked the way. "Leave this one to me." After saying that, his hand's palm was spread towards Mixia, and a touch of dark ki was released. Bang! The air was squeezed with a muffled sound, and the terrifying ki hit Mixia's body. Mixia only felt a roar in her ears and a severe pain all over her body as her body was catapulted out. There was a sudden force behind him, and Ma Yang arrived in time to catch Mixia's body. "Calm down, Mixia." Ma Yang's deep voice sounded in her ears. Mixia took a deep breath. It took a while before she stabilized and cried out in sorrow, "Senior brother, father, and the others are dead." Ma Yang placed his hand on Mixia's shoulder. His icy eyes were sweeping towards the demons in the sky. At this time, Sun Gohan, Old Kami, and Anin all rushed over. "Ha ha ha, Ma Jr., you've finally shown up. I wonder if my gift to you has satisfied you?" Seeing Old Kami's pale appearance, Garlic felt unexplainably at ease in his heart. He then ruthlessly said, "This is the consequence of not choosing me as Kami in the first place. If you want to blame Noah, go blame that old man." Old Kami closed his eyes in pain. His hands were trembling slightly as he held the crutch. "Garlic, why do you have to do this? The people on Earth are innocent. Humphrey." In response to Old Kami's question, Garlic didn't bother to answer. Instead, he swept a glance at Ma Yang and Sun Gohan on the side and coldly said to the Kriv brothers, "Kill them all and save that old guy for last." "All right." The Kriv brothers grinned with a hideous smirk on their ugly faces. During the conversation between Old Kami and Garlic, Ma Yang, Sun Gohan, and Mr. Papu simultaneously took out a small bottle and placed it on the ground. They then looked at each other and raised their palms towards the oncoming Kriv brothers. "Hey, what is this? A concede?" The four Kriv brothers watched with cold eyes. "Good chance." Ma Yang sneered. There was a fierce glint in his eyes as he shouted, "This is the time. Let's do it." All three of them shouted in unison. "Evil containment wave. Evil containment wave. Evil containment wave." Phew, 3 clusters of green flashes arose from between the palms. Then, these green lights grew brighter, hovering, and sweeping towards the Kriv brothers. As they faced with the spiral ki wave that rolled towards them, the Kriv brothers didn't take it to heart. Instead, they scowled. "Ha ha ha, they're trying to deal with us with this kind of weak chi wave. Even if we stand still, you can't hurt us in the slightest." At this time, Hawk, who was beside Garlic, furrowed his brow and suddenly felt a sense of unease. He then shouted, "Quickly dodge, this is not an ordinary ki wave." "What?" The Kriv brothers' reaction was half a beat slower. When they reacted and tried to flee, they were horrified to find that their bodies couldn't move. The Kriv brothers' boss was horrified and tried to break free with all his might, but because of the compulsory nature of the evil containment wave attack, the 3 evil containment waves firmly locked his other brothers. So, when the eldest broke free, the other 3 bodies were already sucked up by the evil containment waves. Shit. The boss cursed and tried to rescue his brother, but then Mixia was in front of him, and a mighty superpower was imposed on Kriv brothers' boss, making him unable to move for a moment. "No matter what. I'm not going to let you pass." Mixia stubbornly got in the way. "Bastard." Kriv brothers' boss' eyes glazed over. He was full of energy to resist Mixia's superpowers. Mixia turned white with a soft click, and a smear of blood flowed from the side of her mouth. The backlash as her superpower was broken made her dizzy. By this time, it was too late for Kriv brothers' boss to save his brother. The evil containment wave was such a trick to win through weakness, and no one could break free from the evil containment wave's forced trajectory when the difference in strength was less than a world away. As Ma Yang and the others pressed their palms downward, the bodies of the 3 Kriv brothers began to distort and deform. They lengthened along the spiral's trajectory and then disappeared into the mouth of the bottle to the fullest extent. Ma Yang then put the lid on and affixed the seal. After doing all this, he was about to put the 3 bottles away. Suddenly there was a swoosh, like a rain of ki rays hitting from the air. He saw that Hawk was wearing a cloak stretching out his fingers. Took took took, countless ki rays swept the ground, blowing out a deep hole. "This is not good." Ma Yang's face changed dramatically when he saw it. His body flickered a few times to protect the sealed bottles on the ground. However, he was still a step too slow. One of the rays hit one of the bottles right on the spot. It exploded with a thud. Black smoke rose, and one of the Kriv brothers was released. Damn, I was still a step too late. Ma Yang was secretly annoyed. It was so close that he actually let the opponent escape one. The evil containment wave was all about surprise. Now, the opponent must have become wary, and it was impossible to have such a chance again. Chapter 165. Apart from the lousy mood caused by the escape of one of the Kriv brothers on Ma Yang's side, the disappearance of two of the Kriv brothers on Garlic's side had brought equal fear to them and could even be described as a shock. It must be known that Mr. Hawk and the Kriv brothers were the biggest supporters of Garlic's Earth invasion. The previous disappearance of the Krivold 5th and Nefer, plus the sealing of the Kriv 2nd and 4th in front of his face, the successive losses made Garlic's mood extremely bad, and his wrinkled face was dark. What just happened? Where are the old 2nd and old 4th? Krivold 3rd, who had just escaped from the evil containment wave, was still confused. He was completely unaware that he had just returned from the edge of life and death. However, after stabilizing his body, he found that he had not seen the old 2nd and old 4th. So, he could not help but inquire about the whereabouts of the other two brothers. The boss suppressed his anger. A strange move from the opponent just hit you. If it weren't for Mr. Hawk's action, you would have been sealed up. Old 3rd recalled the scene from earlier and thundered, "Wah, damn humans. I fell under their spell. Kriv brothers, kill them." Garlic said coldly. What had just happened was very unexpected. Garlic didn't expect the opponent to have such an overpowering sealing technique in their hands that they had lost two generals. However, he also understood that as long as he took precautions, something like this would never happen again. Okay. The Kriv brothers' boss licked his lower lips evilly. Now, even without Garlic's orders, he had a desire to shred the person opposite him into pieces. As the Kriv brothers stepped forward in large strides, an icy cold murderous aura erupted out. When he faced the Kriv brothers, who suddenly exploded with full force, Ma Yang's face sank as his body moved closer to Sun Gohan. He quietly opened the passage of the acceleration space, preparing to put the two sealing bottles in. Ma Yang, what should we do this time? There are more of them than us. Sun Gohan asked with a stern face. In addition to the two Kriv brothers and that mysterious man called Hawk, there were still countless demons on Garlic's side. Although the remaining ones they could ignore, they were a significant threat to Kami and Anan. Ma Yang gritted his teeth. What else can we do other than fight it out? There is no way back this time. Under the heavy siege of the demonic race, avoiding a fight was clearly impossible. Dodging the first day of the first year couldn't prevent the 15th. It was only a matter of time before this fight happens. Besides, old Kami, Karan, and Mixia were all here, so it's impossible not to fight. With this judgment in his mind, Ma Yang knew that he could only fight to the death. So he began to pump the ki in his body frantically. Suddenly, all the ki started to rotate wildly around his body, forming a faint layer of a cyclone. Sun Gohan and Mr. Popo, who saw Ma Yang explode in full power, knew that there was no other way out. Let's fight. Sun Gohan looked back at the peacefulness behind him and dashed towards the Kriv brothers. Without a hint of tension on his face, he sighed grudgingly and rushed up, quickly fighting with the Kriv brothers. You're looking for death. Seeing the oncoming Sun Gohan, the Kriv brothers snapped indifferently. Their bodies were erupting with a suffocating murderous aura. Sun Gohan's face went white, his body slowed down as if it was frozen. In a duel between the best fighters, the moves were all within a millimeter of each other, not to mention that Sun Gohan's power level was not a bit inferior to the Kriv brothers. Big shock. The Kriv brothers looked at Sun Gohan like they were looking at a dead man. Their mouths cruelly smiling fiercely as a blood-colored ki wave stirred out from between their palms, turning into a giant pillar of ki in an instant and vastly charging towards Sun Gohan. If such an attack hit him, Sun Gohan would either die or be crippled. But at this moment, rushing together with Sun Gohan, Mr. Popo's figure quickly flashed and appeared beside Sun Gohan. He pushed Sun Gohan away, and his copper eyes looked at the ki wave. His body flashed again, appearing between Kriv brother without warning. His two hands opened separately, and two ki waves knocked them out. Sun Gohan, leave the two of them to me. You deal with Garlic. Yes. Sun Gohan was startled. At this point, he had no time to think about whether or not he was a match for those two demons. His eyes aimed at the aged Garlic, whose demeanor had become fierce. Humphrey, Mr. Hawk, kill that kid. Garlic, who was uncomfortable at Sun Gohan's fierce stare, said grimly to Hawk as he led the demons towards old Kami. Don't worry, Lord Garlic. Hawk smiled heedlessly. However, as soon as he set up his stance, he saw Ma Yang and Mixia rushing over to the left and right, stopping him in front of him. If you want to go over there, you'll have to go through us first. Ma Yang stopped Hawk in front of him and said icily. Mixia's turquoise eyes stared at him as well. She raised her hand up and sang in a clear voice. Forbidden. Oh, That same trick may work fine against the Kriv brothers, but it won't work against me. Hawk sneered under his cloak. Not that he was bragging, but he was dignified dark magic. With a slight movement of his finger, a whiff of black and purple spread out, breaking through Mixia's superpower confinement at once. Oh no, you... Mixia grunted. A terrifying spiritual backlash caused her to spurt out a mouthful of blood. She had never thought that Hawk's mental strength was so powerful, and her superpower was useless against him. Mixia. When Ma Yang saw that Mixia was injured, he was busy guarding the past. The ki on his body burned even more. However, Hawk had no intention of letting them go. His body suddenly blurred, shadows flashed, and Hawk's figure moved into a range of 3 feet within Ma Yang. With his speed, he was not giving Ma Yang much of a chance to react at all. Bang! Ma Yang's arm blocked the opponent's attack. The violent collision in the air generated a whirlwind. Ma Yang's arm went numb, and his face changed abruptly. He was horrified to discover that the black-clothed demon in front of him, wearing a cloak, was more robust than the Kriv brothers he had met before. Fight! Ma Yang's morale was raised, and he went into a power-up state. He pushed Mixia away, and then he came forward with a fierce whiplash kick towards Hawk's temple. Hawk subconsciously raised his hand to block. He was snapping, unloading the leg, while at this time, a black shadow smashed down on his head. However, it turned out that Ma Yang saw the failed blow, so he used his other leg to attack. This continuous bombardment came like a cannon, not allowing Hawk to have any chance to breathe. At this moment, Ma Yang's melee skills, which he had practiced for many years, reached their peak in actual combat. He twisted his waist, turned, and kicked. Hawk could not retreat, and he did not even think about it. His right hand lightly raised, the fingers of his left hand quietly stabbed towards the side of Ma Yang's joint. Puff! Both fighters skirmish. No one knew how to gain the benefit of the first round. Haha, with this much strength, you guys can't stop me. Hawk took a few steps back and laughed. Just from the performance of his body, he was even more swift than Ma Yang. At the same time, the demonic ki on his body was even stronger. Ma Yang smiled bitterly, his face was cold and steely. In front of him, this demon was so much more powerful than he had imagined, making him felt like he was completely suppressed, which made his attacks ineffective. However, no matter what, the battle would continue. On the other side, Garlic had already led the demons towards Old Kami and Anin, attacking toward them. The Old Kami and Anin were tired of dealing with the constant stream of demonic attacks. Soon, they were exhausted. Kamehameha. An azure ki wave swept over, and Sun Gohan opened his arms to block it. Although most of the demons around Garlic only had 400 or 500 power levels, there were too many of them. Even though Sun Gohan's power level was far superior to those demons, he was exhausted after a battle. Suddenly, over Mr. Popo's side, the Kriv brothers broke free from the attack. The two of them combined forces to fly out of the fight. After that, one of them chased after the fall, while the other saw the situation on Sun Gohan's side and swooshed at him. Boom! Huge mushroom clouds rose outside of the Mount 5 Elements. Sun Gohan was no match for the Kriv brothers' attacks. Even when he was in power-up stage, he couldn't stop them. Peng! 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 There was a series of a rapid succession of strikes, and Sun Gohan was hit hard. His bones were shattering, and his muscles were aching intensely. With a swish and another cracking sound, the terrifying heavy blows struck again. The old third of the Kriv brothers turned frosty, and his ugly face was enlarging in front of Sun Gohan. Peng! Sun Gohan spat out a large mouthful of blood. With a wow, and his body flew out diagonally like a cannonball. Gohan. Anin's clear cheeks were incomparably white. The intense ki consumption caused her to gasp for breath. You better worry about yourself. Garlic glanced at Anin and then focused on Old Kami. Ma Jr., it's time to say goodbye forever, but remember to say hello to that old man Noah for me in the other world. After saying that, Garlic's eyes were cold. He threw a backhanded wave of vast ki towards Old Kami. Boom. The ki wave was bounced off 90 degrees, and a figure blocked it in front of the Old Kami. It was Ma Yang. After stopping Garlic's attack, Ma Yang's body sprang up and flashed several times in a row. A heavy strike landed on Garlic's body, and Garlic, whose power level was only about 600, couldn't react in time and was directly hit by Ma Yang's attack. Wow! As Garlic bowed his body, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Turning back, Ma Yang shouted to the Old Kami, Kami, you can't die. Hurry up and go back to the Mount 5 Elements. In any case, Old Kami could not die. His survival represented whether the Dragon Balls on Earth could still exist. Without them, the world would become like the future world of Future Trunks, forever in despair. Chapter 166 Trying to Leave. Impossible. Hawk, Kriv brothers, kill this human no matter what. Garlic's eyes filled with blood and his gut was about to burst. He didn't expect that there were so many talented people on Earth after several hundred years of not coming to Earth. However, unfortunately, these people who wanted to stand in Lord Garlic's way were doomed to die. Human, how dare you hurt Lord Garlic in front of me? Hawk's face was gloomy, and his body was filled with a solemn aura. Actually, a small Garlic certainly couldn't command him, but Garlic had a desirable son, and that powerful Lord Garlic Jr. was an existence that Hawk had to look up to. At the same time, the remaining 2 of the 5 Griv brothers flew over. The Griv brothers and Hawk had surrounded Maayang, and the situation was not looking good. As he looked at the 3 people who kept approaching, the coldness of their ki made Maayang's scalp numb. This was an unprecedented crisis he had encountered. At this moment, Maayang's heart continued to sink. Peng! Peng peng! Boom! Hawk's 3 men attacked Maayang fiercely. Each of the 3 of them had a power level above Maayang. Together, Maayang had no chance of winning. Sheesh! A body sliced through the air, appearing next to Maayang's body. The 2 punches struck each other, and Maayang flew out backward continuously. Suddenly, an emerald green energy rose, stopping Maayang from flying backward. Then, a soft touch came from the side of his back. Mixia. At that moment, Mixia bit her lower lip and whispered. Her green light was blossoming, and her dark green hair was flowing. Superpower block. Senior brother, use the evil containment wave. With steam rising from her body, Mixia gritted her teeth and managed to squeeze out a few words. She was imprisoned 3 people who were far more robust than her at once, which more than enough of a burden for Mixia. Understood. Looking at the almost boiling state of Mixia, Maayang was in awe. He quickly prepared the small bottle for the evil containment wave. However, evil containment wave wasn't an instant technique, so it couldn't be released as quickly as Kamehameha or the Thunder Shock surprise by weakening its power. Once the evil containment wave diminished its power, it also lost its sealing significance, so it needed some time to prepare. Damn, are you trying to use that trick again? When they saw Maayang raise his palms once again, both palms vaguely emitting light green waves of light, cold sweat broke out on the faces of both Hawk and Griv brothers. This strange move, which could defy the huge difference between the wielder and the sealed one, was already mandatory. The 3 of them struggled as hard as possible, but Mixia was desperately controlling her superpower this time. She was even going so far as to use the underdeveloped superpower block to make their bodies immobilize. Bastard, bastard! The Griv brothers cursed furiously. PFFT, PFFT. Mixia's spirit was continuously traumatized, and her body became shaky, but she remained stubborn. Release the confinement immediately. Hawk had a cold face. His fingers were constantly pinching, and countless black and purple incantations spread along with space before failing into Mixia's body. Mixia's body went cold. Her face turned white again, and a terrifying crack appeared on his snow-like white skin. Senior brother, it's so cold, I can't hold on much longer. Mixia shivered as black and purple ki ran amok in her body and quickly invaded her soul. It seemed to devour Mixia's soul. Mixia. Seeing the bizarre scene happening on Mixia, Maayang's eyes were red, and his heart ached. Hawk fiercely opened his eyes. His eyes were cold as he commanded to Mixia, let go of the superpower. Humphrey. Mixia endured the excruciating pain in her soul and grunted stubbornly. Suddenly, Mixia's eyes turned dark. Her body shattered like crystals with a glittering flash, and his emerald green superpowers stained a black and purple color as if she had lost control. Hawk smiled, thinking that he had managed to control Mixia. However, his face became rigid in the next moment as he realized that the restraint on his body had not been lifted. How can this be? It's obvious that my magic power has penetrated deep into her soul. Hawk was incredulous. He lifted his head just in time to meet Mixia's dark eyes, with a hint of green light still flickering. It dawned on Hawk that as he was about to continue strengthening his magic, the evil containment wave on Maayang's side had already been prepared. Evil containment wave. Maayang roared, taking the brunt of the evil containment wave and aiming it at Hawk. Staring blankly at the evil containment wave that kept spiraling in, Hawk stiffened. He was horrified to find that his body was unable to move. Damn it, this sealing technique. Why can't I break free from it? Hawk struggled and screamed miserably. Hawk's body gradually twisted up and hovered into the vial used for the seal with a hiss. At that moment, the Griv brothers, who had been sealed by the evil containment wave before, took the opportunity to flee far away. When they flew out a few hundred meters, they looked back at Maayang with a fearful face. Putting away the bottle that sealed Hawk, Maayang didn't have time to observe more. He flashed to Mixia's side and embraced her in his arms. Mixia, wake up. Senior brother, my head hurts. The green light and black and purple light on Mixia's body tangled together. Her body was chattering incessantly, and finally, stardust-like flashes of light permeated her entire body. After a dull flash of light, Mixia's whole body turned into powder and disappeared from Miayang's arm, leaving no trace behind. Ahhh. Miayang stared dumbly at the starlight as Mixia disappeared. He let out a heartrending shout, and his body was suddenly exploding in a cold cyclone. On the side of the Mount Five Elements, Anan watched with a complicated expression. Mixia is dead. The old kami closed his eyes in pain. Too many lives had been sacrificed in this disaster caused by the demons. I want you, all of you, to die. With a voice as cold as ice, Miayang's grim face was expressionless. He looked at Garlic and the other demons with hatred in his eyes. I'll kill you. Miayang shouted, full of hostility. His hair was flying, roots crystal clear, and entwined with lingering ki. Garlic gulped, seemingly frightened by the piercing gaze that pierced his soul. Kriv brothers, hurry up and kill the human. Once he's dead, no one on Earth will be able to stop us. Is it okay, boss? Krivold III was a little hesitant. The boss said, listen to Lord Garlic. As long as we are careful against that weird sealing technique, this human isn't scary. Alright, boss. The old third was ruthless and spat. The two brothers looked at each other furiously, and their bodies flew over in a sudden dive. The distance of hundreds of meters was a mere blink of an eye for them. There was only a flash of silver light as the old third's attacks reached Miayang. Miayang looked on indifferently, completely ignoring the opponent's attacks. With a snap, Kriv brothers drew his arm across his body. The air shook violently, and the three separated at the same time. Big shock. The old third yelled. Two dark ki waves rammed in, and Miayang's throat sweetened, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boss, that human is holding on hard. The old third laughed, his eyes rekindling hostility. Kriv's boss looked on steadily, nodding gently, immediately joining his brother in preparing a powerful attack, wanting to finish off Miayang once and for all. At this time, Miayang gritted his teeth hard and flew over the Kriv brothers. He gathered his palms together and gradually condensed a brilliant white light. Ha ha ha, dying to struggle. Blast him to pieces with a single blow. The two brothers laughed and worked together to unleash the strongest ball of ki. However, they completely missed the hint of a sneer that curled up on Miayang's indifferent cheeks. As he bit through a senzubin in his mouth, Miayang's eyes widened. Heavenly. SKY. Beam. When the ki wave condensed to this point, Miayang suddenly stopped talking. A radiant white light flashed between his palms, and he slowly closed his eyes. At this time, the Kriv brothers' ki had also been fully prepared. A silent but terrifying ki wave with a magnificent power suddenly presented itself. Super big shock. The two brothers joined forces. Majestic and voluminous ki rose to meet the Miayang strike in the sky. However, the unexpected confrontation did not happen. Just when the shockwave was a few meters away from Miayang opened his eyes and turned his body sideways as an icy voice rang out, acceleration space. Then, suddenly, the entire space tumbled. Miayang, along with the shockwave, disappeared without a trace. The breeze was crisp and whistling. The entire world was suddenly tranquil. Garlic and Kriv brothers looked startled. Where is that human? Chapter 167. In the acceleration space, the black clouds were no more than 100 meters off the ground. It was continually rolling and rotating, so deep that it was like a vast cauldron covering the barren earth. Suddenly, a violent flash of light appeared. Miayang arrived at the area a few meters below the dark cloud with the Kriv brothers' shockwave. With a huff, Miayang gazed with both eyes, perfectly staggered the path of the ki wave. He whirled around to turn over in the ki, changing from facing down to facing up. At that moment, the shockwave from the Kriv brothers had already rushed towards the dark clouds in the sky. The rumbling, loud sound echoed in the acceleration space. Violent flashes of light appeared along with the wind. The dark clouds in the sky showed an inverted funnel-shaped bend. Under the shockwave impact that was jointly cast by two 1,500 power-level demons, the dark cloud seemed to be about to be broken through. Miayang squinted his eyes slightly. His palms aimed at that core area to make up for it. Heavenly Sky Beam. The power. As the last word was spat out, the Heavenly Sky Beam ki wave rose into the sky, and a bright white light pierced the eyes. At this moment, all colors disappeared, and the entire acceleration space became extremely silent. Wow! After a brief moment of silence, the sky shattered. Boom! At this moment, the sky collapsed, and everything was silent. As if the heavens had opened up, the entire space shook violently. The moment the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, the entire acceleration space seemed to plunge into chaos. Everything in the acceleration space, except for Miayang, was dissolved by the chaotic ki. Bang bang bang, there were three blazing sounds. The bottle that sealed Krivold second fourth, and Hawk shattered. The three who thought they were free again were dissolved by the chaotic ki when they appeared, turning them into nourishment for the acceleration space. ringing. The space rupture fragments fell, and a piece of glittering fragments merged into Ma Yang's body. These fragments entered every cell and every bone in his body. As the world fragment entered, Ma Yang's body stretched out. Every cell and every bone in his body emitted a glowing white light, and the dimensional level rose once again. Simultaneously, a heavy restraint on Ma Yang's body disappeared, and his entire body was bathed in white light. Amidst the blazing white flames, Ma Yang's ki began to rise. The long settling and concealment that he had previously endured were released all at once, causing his power level to rise. 1,000. 1,400. 1,800. There was still no sign of stopping. 2,100. 2,300. It was finally set at 2,600. Ma Yang's power level had suddenly hit 2,600. At this time, he felt that his body was completely different. Not only did he have an extra layer of white radiance, but more importantly, a great leap in his race identity. If the previous Ma Yang was still struggling within a low-level race category because of his identity as an earthling, now once he broke free, his identity became completely different. It wasn't just a mere increase in power level like the Krillin had in the original story, but a real change in identity. Even though he was still an earthling, Ma Yang's bloodline and potential had already undergone drastic changes. The first and second limits that the acceleration space gave to Ma Yang were a physical transformation. A total change of life, dimension, lifespan, and potential. The so-called carp leaps over the Dragon Gate, transforming into a dragon. That was it. Although the Dragon Gate threshold was high, when the submerged dragon flew against the waves and chopped the waves, it would be unstoppable. After completing this metamorphosis, Ma Yang's body floated in a brand new acceleration space. Silently watching the acceleration space grow into a huge space of 100,000 square miles, Ma Yang felt the brand new power, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Krav, Garlic, and those demons, your end has come. With this thought in his heart, Ma Yang flashed and left the acceleration space. In the outside world, the Mount 5 elements were in a mess because of the previous battle. The old Kami and Anin were struggling, while Sun Gohan had been blown away to nowhere. Kami, it looks like the earth is really doomed. Anin smiled bitterly. Her stunningly beautiful face was looking very worn. The old Kami nodded silently, his heart filled with bitterness. Ha ha ha, Ma Jr., behave and accept your death. No one can stop me now. Looking at the old Kami's expression filled with bitterness and regret, Garlic was very relieved. His old face became a little more youthful. There was nothing more physically and mentally pleasurable than watching an old enemy suffer. However, at this very moment a white glow flickered, followed by overshadowing ki that swept away. The entire planet seemed to sense the powerful aura. Anin looked on in amazement, her eyes suddenly widening. This ki, it's Ma Yang. How did he become so powerful? The old Kami was dazed and somewhat confused. It wasn't until Ma Yang's upright figure appeared in front of them. Upon looking at Ma Yang, wrapped in white flames, the old Kami trembled, and his cloudy eyes glowed. Deep within the Mount 5 element, next to the furnace of 8 divisions, Karin raised his head stonily. How did Ma Yang's ki become so profound? Furthermore, this dimension has actually risen again. The third-level dimension, it's already the same as the Kami. Anin, Kami, leave it to me now. Ma Yang said indifferently. A pair of icy eyes sweeping towards Garlic and the Kriv brothers without a ripple. Feeling the power crushing over him like a mountain, Garlic couldn't maintain his composure anymore and stumbled backward a few steps. His eyes were contracting abruptly. How come? How did his strength increase so much? Ignoring the opponent's horrified look, Ma Yang strolled forward. He thudded, and each step knocked on Garlic's chest, making Garlic's face pale and wretched. Wow, the blurred figure suddenly appeared. When Ma Yang casually threw a punch, how could was Garlic, whose power level was just over 600, and was no match for Ma Yang, could resist? The fist produced a fist wind that ran through Garlic's chest. A terrifying explosive force swept away from the chest, spreading along his body towards various parts. Garlic's body was broken through in the blink of an eye, becoming fragmented under the tremendous force. Impossible. In an extremely distorted face, Garlic looked incredulous. There is no way. I'm not happy. It's clear that the earth is already mine. Go, die. It was a cold, indifferent cry. With a hard thud, Ma Yang punched Garlic, blasting him into the air. Heavenly SKY beam. A bright light engulfed Garlic's entire body and instantly blew him into powder. After dealing with Garlic, Ma Yang turned to Kriv brothers' boss and old third. Upon meeting Ma Yang's gaze, the two brothers fell back a few steps in fear. In fact, when Ma Yang had exterminated Garlic with his thunderbolt, the Kriv brothers had already known that something terrible was going to happen and were ready to run away. It's almost over. the grumbling mouth said. Ignoring the terrified gaze in the Kriv brothers' eyes, Maiyang took a step forward. At that moment, the distance in space seemed insignificant. Crack. Maiyang's hand wrung around Kriv brothers' boss' neck. His voice was deep and cold. If it weren't for imprisoning you, Mixia wouldn't have died. What do you suggest I should do? Crack. The sound of his neck being snapped rang out. For the demon who killed his wife, Maiyang would not show mercy at all. The violent force was released from between his fingers, and Kriv brothers' boss' neck was brutally snapped. Under the opponent's horrified look, Maiyang struck out a wave of ki, directly destroying his body as well. Boss. A trembling voice shrieked in alarm, and Kriv Old Third felt chilled to the bone. You're the only one left. No. Boom. In the next moment, the ki wave in Maiyang's hand was released. It was glittering and brilliant but carried terrifying energy. The burning ki squeezed the Kriv Old Third's body in a huge mushroom cloud until it completely crushed him into pieces. It all happened so fast that it was only a matter of seconds from killing Garlic to crushing the Kriv brothers. However, the spiritual shock it caused to everyone was enormous. Oh, my god. Lord Garlic and several other lords have been killed. Let's run. Witnessing Maiyang kill Garlic and the Kriv brothers easily with their own eyes, all of the demons who had followed Garlic to the Mount Five Elements were frightened out of their wits. With a loud noise, this group of demons saw the situation and fled out in all directions. All of you, demons, don't try to escape. As the ghostly voice sounded, the radiant ki was like moonlight shining brightly. The huge ki first rose to a height of 10,000 meters, then suddenly exploded into a slender ki ray, clattering, like rainfall. The ki ray pattered down from the sky, annihilating countless demons in a matter of seconds. After doing all of this, Maiyang was somewhat stunned as he looked at the pale world, suddenly feeling incomparably lonely. Now, the entire population of the Earth had been slaughtered by the demons brought by Garlic. The only remaining Earthlings were still lingering under the claws of the demons. Maiyang, your power. The old kami, leaning on his crutches, looked on in disbelief as the vaguely flickering white flames shook him to the core. He had never seen such a powerful Earthling before. Chapter 168. After killing Garlic's group of demons, Maiyang looked out over the area of the Mount Five Elements that was destroyed by the demons. He was stunned and somewhat distracted until he heard the old god Kami shout back. Maiyang gently shook his head. Just in time, I had a breakthrough at a critical moment. Breaking through the second limit was certainly something worth celebrating. It was something he had been striving to achieve for so many years, but Mixia's death made him feel no joy at this time. The old kami looked at Maiyang and didn't say anything for a while. Actually, he could also see that the dimensions in Maiyang were unusual, but everyone had their secrets, so the old kami simply didn't ask. Luckily, you made a breakthrough at a critical time, so that Garlic's ambition did not succeed. However, those demons that Garlic brought with him are still dangerous. Hearing the old kami say that, Maiyang's eyebrows furrowed, and he nodded slightly. Yes, the disasters still need to be resolved. I wonder where Goen and Mr. Popo got beaten up to? Anin ignored the interest of those demons. She had been dealing with the other world for years, so whether the Earthlings were dead or alive was just a different stage of the situation. Karin moved his fat body out of the Mount Five Elements and said casually, the two of them should be fine. I can still sense their ki. Karin, please go get Goen back for me. Anin couldn't leave the Mount Five Elements, so she asked Karin to help her find Goen. Karin blinked a bit. However, with Anin's dimension above him, Karin was forced to do as he was told. He summoned a golden flying nimbus with a distant point of the crutch in his hand and nodded towards Maiyang. Karin jumped on it and went off to find Sun Goen and the others. In a mountain cliff more than 20 kilometers away from the Mount Five Elements, Karin found a trace of Sun Goen. He looked so miserable and was embedded in the broken rocks. The big figure carved into the rock, just enough to bury a person. Kai. Immortal Karin. Please hurry up and help me. My bones are broken, and I can't move. Sun Goen's entire body was miserably stuck in a crack of a rock, unable to move. When he saw Karin, he was busy asking for help. Here. Karin landed and put a senzuben into Sun Goen's mouth. As he chewed it, Sun Goen recovered from his injuries and jumped out of the stone with a loud rumbling sound. Ah! I almost died. Sun Goen stretched his body, looking like he had been robbed of his life. Thinking back on the battle just now, Sun Goen also felt wretched enough. First of all, in the beginning, he wanted to block the Kriv brothers together with Mr. Popo, but he hadn't even taken a single move before Mr. Popo pushed him to Garlic's side. Well, it was true that the Kriv with brothers' 1500 power level wasn't something he could deal with. Sun Goen was self-aware enough to know that Garlic, who had a power level of 600, and the demons under him, who generally had a power level of 400-500, were the ones he could deal with. Unfortunately, before he could finish off a few of them, Old third of the Kriv brothers broke free from Mr. Popo and came running to deal with him. Son Gohan was utterly helpless and was beaten like a sandbag in a bloodbath before being shot off into the rocky terrain here. It was true that he managed to save a life, but he didn't play much of a role. With 700 power levels, he couldn't keep up with the pace anymore as expected. Right, that powerful key just now. It's Maiyang, isn't it? How did he become so powerful? Son Gohan reacted. He was surprised. Mixia's dead, so Maiyang broke through in a fit of rage, I guess. Intense emotions can sometimes trigger powerful forces, and Karin believed that his wife's death caused a breakthrough in Maiyang. Son Gohan opened his mouth. Mixia is dead? There was silence. Anyone could have died in that crisis, and if he hadn't been lucky enough to be blown away, he might have died too. On the way back, Son Gohan remained silent. By the time they returned to the Mount 5 Elements, Mr. Popo had been brought back as well. Mr. Popo had suffered a similar fate as Son Gohan. Also, because he was alone against the combined efforts of the Kriv brothers, he had been blown away before Son Gohan. What's next? The old kami saw everyone back. After a moment of silence, he went straight to the point and asked. The main villain, Garlic, and the demons had been ambushed, but there were still a large number of demons left on Earth. There were strong and weak demons. The weak ones old kami could deal with by himself, but the strong ones needed the help of Maiyang, Son Gohan, or Mr. Popo. Gohan and Mr. Popo go deal with the remaining demons. I'm going to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect Mixia and everyone. Maiyang didn't think much about it, his voice firm and decisive. The old kami frowned. He was confused. The Dragon Balls were just used to close the demon gate, and they are still in the adjustment period. If you want to resurrect Mixia and the others, you need to wait a year. No, there are other ways. Maiyang didn't want to wait for a moment. Waiting for another year meant a few more variables. He looked at Kami and said, I know a planet outside of Earth called Planet Namek. There are also Dragon Balls there. As long as we can know the location of Planet Namek, Mixia, and the others can be resurrected immediately. The old kami was surprised. Planet Namek. Where is that place? How do you know about it? Maiyang replied, I had left Earth 4 years ago, so I know what's going on outside. In fact, Kami, your real identity is a Namkian who escaped to Earth. A few hundred years ago, Namkian suffered a climate catastrophe, and some young Namkian were sent to other planets. The hut you lived in on Earth was actually a spaceship, which I told Mr. Popo about. Yes, Maiyang did leave Earth. Mr. Popo corroborated Maiyang's statement. The old kami was startled at the words and suddenly said, so I'm an alien. No wonder I don't look the same as Earthlings. Does that mean, if we find Planet Namek and the Dragon Balls exist there, we will be able to recover here right away and won't have to wait a year? Son Gohan was a little excited. Yes, the only problem is that I don't know the location of Planet Namek. The only way to find out the location of Planet Namek was to ask Kay, who was in charge of the entire North area. However, Maiyang's previous request to go to meet Kai had yet to be answered. At this time, Anan jumped out. Her red outfit shone brightly. As long as Planet Namek is in the North area, you can ask King Yama. He surely knows. King Yama? After hearing Anan's words, Maiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. That was right. Maiyang couldn't see North Kai at the moment. However, if he wanted to know the location of Planet Namek, he didn't have to go to the North Kai. Maiyang could go to King Yama, he definitely knew. When he thought of this, Maiyang's mood calmed down, and said, Anan is right. I can go ask King Yama. He should know the location of Planet Namek. But Maiyang, King Yama is in a lofty position. He's not something you can meet just because you want to. Old Kami had a natural fear of King Yama. As a third-level dimensional god on a planet, Old Kami appeared to shiver when facing the more advanced fourth-level dimensional King Yama. Anan, however, was unconcerned and patted her chest. Leave this to me. I'm the god who guards the passage to the other world. I can take Maiyang into the other world. Son Gohan whispered, is it fine to do that? Isn't the other world where only the dead go? Anan's pretty eyes glanced at Son Gohan. Her small lips were moving slightly. It's fine, Maiyang is a great contributor who saved the Earth, and King Yama always looks at people with merit differently. This was the benefit of having an acquaintance. Anan knew the character of King Yama and wasn't wimpy at all. So things were decided. After leaving the matters above the earth to Son Gohan and Mr. Popo, Anan and Maiyang flew to the top of the Furnace of 8 Divisions, which was the passage to the other world. Afterward, they were greeted by the hazy rising yellow spring fog, as if they had entered another layer of space. When they came back to their senses, they were already in the other world. The sky and ground of the other world were utterly different from the earth. This place was filled with golden light. The sky was pink in color, and a golden cloud covered it. As he looked up, he could only see large expanses of auspicious golden clouds. There were also golden clouds floating on the ground, suspended about a foot off the ground. It was like cotton candy, making people want to take a bite. This is the other world. It really is as peaceful as ever. Anan pointed at the floating soul not far away and smiled. Maiyang gazed at the scene around him, agreeing with Anan's statement. Puffy clouds were floating by the roadside. There was also a series of auspicious clouds in the air, giving people a very peaceful feeling. Not far away on the narrow passage, rows of white air masses were arranged in an orderly fashion. These were the souls of mortals who had died and were lining up to await King Yemma's pronouncement. Only those who were powerful to a certain degree or had done great good deeds in life were allowed to have a human or physical form. Otherwise, they were all just a cloud of gas after death. Maiyang, follow me. Don't disturb those souls, it will violate the rules of the other world. Anan cautioned Maiyang about the rules of the other world. In the other world, King Yemma was the most authoritative. Above him were Kai and Grand K, who were in the higher dimensions. Maiyang knew roughly the pattern of the other world beforehand, so he nodded to follow Anan's footsteps. However, before he took a few steps, he saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was an old woman in a black witch's uniform with wrinkled skin on her cheeks. She was sitting on top of a crystal ball and floating over. Chapter 169 Fortuna Tiller Bubba, what are you doing here? Maiyang was stunned. He actually saw Fortuna Tiller Bubba in the other world. As he took another look at the soul body wearing a hat beside Fortuna Tiller Bubba, it was her palace employee. The earth is too unsettled, so I hide in the other world to be safe. Fortuna Tiller Bubba floated over to Maiyang's side. She seemed to be even more surprised than Maiyang. Maiyang, you are not dead. Why did you come to the other world? Oh, it's Anan, how are you? Fortuna Tiller Bubba looks like she was familiar with Anan. It was nothing new, as Anan was the god guarding the earth's other world passages, and Fortuna Tiller Bubba was in and out of the other world for years. It was just that Fortuna Tiller Bubba, who had been fighting for the good of the earth, actually hid in the other world immediately after she saw that the earth was in danger. It was too enviable. Too shameless. Perhaps she was the only one on earth whose ability was useful. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Fortuna Tiller Bubba. Let's stop chatting for now. I'm taking Maiyang to meet King Yemma. Anan greeted Fortuna Tiller Bubba and then took Maiyang towards King Yemma's palace. Fortuna Tiller Bubba knowingly made her way out of the road. She didn't bother to follow and looked at Maiyang's back thoughtfully. Soon, Maiyang and Anan arrived in front of a towering palace. Not far from where there were countless ghosts maintaining order, allowing rows of suspended souls to enter King Yemma's palace in an orderly fashion. Ah, Anan, what are you doing here? One of the ghosts that looked like the group leader straightened up in a very respectful manner when he saw Anan. Anan was a third-level dimensional god, whose status was only below King Yemma, but much more noble than them. As for the human beside her, although he didn't know what his status was, the subtle dimensional pressure that emanated from him was real. I'm bringing a person to meet King Yemma. King Yemma is inside the palace, both of you, please enter. Let's go. If you enter the front door of the palace, you will be able to see King Yemma. Anan waved her hand and dismissed those ghosts. She then walked into the palace with Maiyang. As soon as they entered King Yemma's palace, they saw King Yemma sitting at a huge desk with his chin in his hand. He was holding a book in his hand to pass sentence on the souls. Next to him, several staff members were busy sorting through the documents with their hands and feet. Upon seeing Maiyang and Anan walked into the palace, King Yemma put down the book in his hand and asked in surprise, "Why is Anan here?" "I'll talk to you after I've dealt with these souls." Anan was instantly a lot more restrained, standing quietly with Maiyang and waiting. Soon, King Yemma's work was taken care of, and only then did he hold his head high and smile. "Do you have free time? Why do you come over today? I haven't seen you make a few trips in the previous few hundred years." At this time, he noticed Maiyang next to her. He then said in amazement, "Hey, who is this human next to you? He's strange. He's not like a human at all. He actually has dimensional pressure and great merit. King Yemma, his name is Maiyang. He is the savior of the earth." Anan briefly introduced. "Maiyang? This name is somewhat familiar. He's the earthling who applied for training on Kai's planet some time ago. It's completely different from the information you reported." King Yemma flipped through the books in his hands strangely, but he couldn't find Maiyang's name. "Oh my, what happened to Earth that 90% of its life died? Earth has been invaded by the demons. That's why we would like to ask King Yemma for the coordinates of the planet Namek." Maiyang walked up to King Yemma. "So it's the demons. No wonder I don't have any souls to report here. The souls of all those killed by the demons will float directly over hell and will never be able to rest in peace." King Yemma came to a sudden realization. All those who were killed by the demons would automatically be covered in the demon's ki, so they wouldn't enter the other world and go straight to hell. However, because they weren't sinful souls themselves, they would only be able to float in the borders above hell until their consciousness was annihilated, which could be said never to transcend. You're looking for planet Namek for the Dragon Balls there. I'll tell you that for the sake of saving the planet. King Yemma always gave preferential treatment to people with great merit. He then looked through the information and told the coordinates of planet Namek, which Maayang carefully remembered. After everything was done, Maayang and Unden walked out of King Yemma's palace. Overall, Maayang felt that King Yemma was still easy to talk to, and he didn't know why old Kami was so afraid of King Yemma. Even the grinning Unden had become restrained in front of him. On the way back, Maayang ran into the fortune teller Baba again. When he remembered what King Yemma had said before, that the souls of all those killed by the demons would suffer torment in the skies above hell, Maayang thought of the strange appearance of Mixia before her death. Suddenly, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Unden, can we go to hell to see Mixia and the others? Unden was a bit concerned and said, Maayang, hell isn't for everyone. It's against the rules. Maayang turned to fortune teller Baba. This old lady was so magical that she seemed to be able to get through the other world and heaven. Fortune teller Baba, do you have a way to go to hell? Well, leave it to this old woman. Maayang was surprised that fortune teller Baba actually agreed to it. He then saw her riding a crystal ball and communicating with the ghosts next to her for a while and returned. There is no more problem. They allow me to take you to hell, but remember, you must not cause any trouble. It really worked. Fortune teller Baba was mighty. Maayang had once again learned fortune teller Baba's power. Next, led by the ghosts, Maayang and the others boarded an old car. They drove forward along the passable road, gradually entering the barren region. Hell was different from heaven. Most of the area was filled with bloody pools of water and hot steam. Only some of the villains targeted by King Yemma would create the most loathsome torment place according to their personalities. Such as Frieza in the original story, who entered a paradise-like world after death, where he sang a song every day and suffered miserable mental torture. Another example was Deborah, who died outside the demon realm. Even his personality was distorted entirely, and his kindness was pushed. Led by the ghosts, Maayang saw countless dead souls floating in the sky above hell. They were not guilty, but because they were tainted with the demonic ki, they were sent down to the other world to suffer and never find peace. Suddenly, a turquoise and black and purple figure intertwined attracted Maayang's attention. It was Mixia's soul. SSSHHHH. There was strange and low chirping sounded. At this time, Mixia's soul was very helpless. Her body curled, the green, black and purple light interlaced and entangled. A little bit into the depths of her soul. Seemed to swallow her completely. Maayang called out Mixia's name, but she didn't respond. She was still curled up and trembling uneasily. What's going on? Maayang's face changed drastically. Fortune teller Baba even asked the ghost man beside her, and the ghost man said, that person was wrapped with countless demonic ki before she died. The demonic ki has penetrated deep into her soul. Now the two are continuously devouring each other as if cursed. The demonic ki has fused with his soul. So what should we do? Do you have a way to separate the magic? Maayang's eyes were red as he looked up at Mixia's fragile soul. His whole heart was dripping blood. The ghostly man said, there is no way out. The soul is the highest level. Even King Yemma only has the authority to pronounce the soul. Now we can only wait. There are two results, either the demonic chi completely engulfs that soul, and she becomes an unconscious evil demon, or that her soul can support on and devour the demonic chi. But even if you succeed in devouring that demonic chi, she will only turn into a demon in the future and then enter hell to suffer. Damn it. How did this happen? Maayang clenched his fists hard. His fingers white and his nails deep into his skin. I didn't protect her. Upon seeing his wife suffer such tribulation, Maayang's heart was like being cut with a knife, possessing a strong sense of guilt. Anin was busy consoling, don't worry, we have to believe in Mixia. She will definitely be able to defeat that demonic ki. As long as she can hold on, we can then reincarnate her. She will be able to cleanse herself of the demonic ki. Is reincarnation already the best conclusion? Maayang was a bit discouraged after hearing this while simultaneously unable to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had a sudden desire to enter hell to check on Mixia's state, otherwise, he would have missed the chance to help Mixia, making her soul completely disappear or degenerate, which he would regret for the rest of his life. Right, there's also the Dragon Balls. Planet Namek's Dragon Balls are stronger than Earth's Dragon Balls, they can help Mixia. Now he couldn't wait to get to Planet Namek. He didn't want to resurrect the Earthlings but to have Planet Namek Shenron to help Mixia through this dark time. Chapter 170 for Mixia, time may be very tight. When Ma Yang saw her state, he certainly didn't dare to delay. He then turned back to Fortunatiller Bubba. Fortunatiller Bubba, I'm leaving now to go to planet Namek and look for the Dragon Balls. In the meantime, please keep an eye on Mixia's soul for me. If anything happens, tell me through Anan. Just leave it to me. Fortunatiller Bubba didn't make any excuses and immediately agreed. I heard that the yellow spring water has the effect of suppressing demonic ki. I'll find a way to try to preserve Mixia's soul consciousness. As long as the soul consciousness remained intact, Mixia would be able to recover sooner or later. Please, that would be great. Ma Yang nodded gratefully toward Fortunatiller Bubba and left Hell with Anan without delay. On the way back, Ma Yang walked hurriedly, taking a few steps into one. He wished to leave the other world immediately. Now that Mixia's soul was fighting against the demonic ki, with every second he wasted, Mixia's soul was in danger more. Anan was also aware of such a situation, so she exerted her divine power and did her best to keep up with Ma Yang's speed. They crossed the passage, and their figures reappeared in the Mount 5 Elements. At this time, only Karin stayed behind in the Mount 5 Elements to look after the Furnace of 8 Divisions. As for Sun Gohan, Mr. Popo, and Old Kami, they had gone to deal with the demons on Earth. Seeing the silhouettes of Ma Yang and Anan appear, Karin, who had been waiting here for news, hurried forward. How is it? Did you get the coordinates of planet Namek? However, Ma Yang didn't have time to explain. His body flashed, and he came straight to the place where the spaceship was parked. In the previous battle, the crust of the Mount 5 Elements had been violently affected. It damaged so severely that the ground was covered with gullies and ravines, and large holes from falling rocks smashed everywhere. However, the good thing was that several spaceships were located in the open and hadn't been seriously harmed. What's going on with Ma Yang? Seeing Ma Yang ignoring him, Karin scratched his head. He then turned around and asked Anan. Hey, here's the thing. Anan told the story of how he went to the other world. After hearing it, Karin was stunned, then sighed with emotion. I didn't expect something like this would happen to Mixia. Let's hope we can get through it safely, he said, leaning on his crutches and walking towards Ma Yang's side. On this side, Ma Yang inspected a few spaceships and found that except for Isaac's one before, which was destroyed by the Ki wave, the gravity spaceship, the armor spaceship, and the other 4 silvery white spaceships were basically unharmed. Ma Yang was relieved. He then put all the other spaceships into the acceleration space except for the gravity spaceship and a silvery white spaceship outside as a liaison. After that, he said goodbye to Karin and Anan, who went to send him off. Karin, Anan, I'm going to planet Namek right now. The whole journey will take about a month, as my Dragon Ball radar is with Mr. Popo. Please ask him to pay attention to the signal. I'll contact him through the spaceship's communicator for details. Okay, have a safe trip. Anan and Karin nodded. Bye. Ma Yang said, entering the gravity spaceship, followed by closing the hatch. He entered the coordinates of planet Namek on the console, then ordered the spaceship to take off immediately. Target, planet Namek. Depart immediately. Boom. The 50-meter-tall behemoth suddenly emitted a dazzling bright light, along with a violent storm sweeping across the Mount 5 Elements. Karin and Anan looked up to see that the pitch-black spaceship had turned into a point of light and left the Earth. The azure planet gradually grew smaller and disappeared from view. Soon, the solar system also shrank to an unseen point of light. The vastness of the universe was endless. The view was all darkness, with only a few occasional flashes of light. Each one was a star system. Setting the spaceship to autopilot, Ma Yang was startled for a moment. He then walked to the second level and entered the gravity chamber. Turning gravity on to 12 times gravity, Ma Yang underwent tremendous pressure to practice inside. This demon invasion made him realize that Earth was not necessarily safe even before the original story began. The only way to keep himself and his family safe were to be strong. Mixia's death deeply spurred him on to pursue even greater strength. Something like this must never be allowed to happen again. Time passed in the blink of an eye during the long journey, as a month passed. During this month, Ma Yang had been in the middle of high-intensity training. His body had been getting stronger. Since breaking through the second limit, Ma Yang's sense of self-esteem became completely different. He trained without the previous feeling of unmoving. Every strike went out with a low sound, showing a sense of freedom. Within a month, Ma Yang overcame 12 times the Earth's gravity. His power level soared from the original 2,600 to 3,100, an increase of 500 power level. From a total point of view, this 1-month improvement was almost the previous nearly 10 years. It could be seen that with the opening of the second limit, Ma Yang's body had escaped the shackles and stepped into a whole new domain. Of course, along with Ma Yang, there was also the acceleration space that had changed. After this breakthrough, the territory of the acceleration space had expanded once again. It had now grown to the size of 100,000 square miles or a radius of 100 kilometers. The time acceleration in the acceleration space had also changed, and the change in space's size. At the earliest, it was 2x acceleration. After the first limit breakthrough, it changed to 4x acceleration. Now with another breakthrough, the time flow rate has expanded to 8x. With Maiyang's current strength, he could maintain opening the acceleration space for 6 hours, which was equivalent to 48 hours inside. As long as he could spare 6 hours a day, it was equivalent to 2 days and nights of sleepless training for others. Although it would take some time to cool down after each opening, this feature was simply an invaluable tool for training. The vast and expansive universe of stars was pitch black. In this quiet, lonely environment, only the stars shone with a faint halo of light. Suddenly, a light flickered. This light was much brighter compared to the surrounding stars. It was seen trailing a long ribbon of a tail, like a meteor across the starry sky. As it drew closer, it was possible to faintly observe that a pitch-black sphere could be seen among the bright light. There was a bright green planet floating leisurely between 3 stars in a star field more than a month's voyage from Earth. Planet Namek was the 4th planet of the 27 main galaxies in Vega, in the North area's remote corner. Like planet Vegeta, it was a giant green and blue planet. It was mostly land on it, with very little ocean. Still, it had plenty of fresh water in lakes in almost every few dozen kilometers. The land was covered in bluegrass, giving an overall appearance of a steppe. It was a sunny afternoon, and the breeze was rippling the lake. There was no daylight above the planet Namek. The time could only be judged by the 3 stars in the sky. Huge shadows swept across the ground at the top of a rocky hill, and a huge thing descended. The storm of the gravity spaceship's descent stirred up a loud sound. After landing steadily on a hillside, 8 sturdy braces stretched out around the spherical hull. With a click, the steel pincers were firmly planted in the rock formation, as if stuck into a piece of tofu, and easily shoveled up a large layer of earth. At this time, a pallet fell from the bottom of the spaceship. Maiyang walked out of the gravity spaceship. Scanning the almost barren scene around him, Maiyang nodded and put the gravity spaceship into his acceleration space. This is planet Namek. Maiyang looked at it seriously. Compared to Earth, the species on top of planet Namek seem very scarce. Apart from the grass all over the place, there were only a few scattered globular plants and even fewer other wildlife. Perhaps it was because of the lack of flora and fauna and the low consumption, the endless blue grasslands were filled with fresh air. Grand Elder lives in a remote mountain range in the northern part. It's filled with boulder canyons, it should be easy to find. As he thought to himself, Maiyang closed his eyes and searched towards the northern part of the planet. There was very little life on top of planet Namek. Perhaps because of the climate cataclysm it had experienced, planet Namek hadn't recovered for hundreds of years. As Maiyang searched, he sporadically found a few places where several key clusters were gathered, which should be planet Namek's villages. Suddenly, Maiyang's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his lips. I found it. In the northern part, which was off to the pole, there were 2 powerful key groups. One of them was vast and pale, it was definitely the Grand Elder of the Namkian. After settling his mind, Maiyang immediately soared into the air, searching for those 2 masses of key, and flew away. Chapter 171 at the planet Namek northern part. After a while, Maiyang appeared in a canyon area with gullies and ravines. This place was a fracture zone formed by the ground's crust movement during a climatic cataclysm, with bare rocks rising from the ground, surrounded by blue moss. The Namkian's Grand Elder was a nostalgic man who had lived here for many years. Maiyang continued to fly forward through the winding canyon to a rock-encircled forest. On top of a tall stone tower, a white building was constructed. It was shaped much like the Beetle spaceship in accelerated space, divided into 2 tiers with 2 pointed tentacles on top. Yes, this is the place. The Namkian's Grand Elder is inside. Looking at the white building on top of the mountain, Maiyang looked a little excited. Maiyang landed in front of the white building. There was a fine, hard, weathered rocky ground beneath his feet, and the stone sliding made a soft sound. At that moment, a young green-skinned Namkian walked out of it. Stop, this is the place where the Grand Elder is practicing. Please leave. Based on the original story, Maiyang knew that the young Namkian in front of him was the guardian protecting the Grand Elder's safety. He was Nail, a rare warrior-type Namkian. Nail's power level when he first appeared was 42,000. As for now, although he was still young and not as powerful as he would be in the future, he still possessed over 6,000 power levels. It was far beyond what the current 3,100 power level of Maiyang. After just a little perception, Maiyang was quickly shocked by the powerful key on the other person. Please tell the Grand Elder that I have come from Earth. I have something important to ask for his help. Maayang said in the not-so-proficient language of the Namkian. Go back, the Grand Elder is not seeing guests. Neil said with a cold glance. Please pass on the message. With a raised eyebrow, Maayang patiently requested. Although it had long been known that Nail's attitude would be colder, to prevent outsiders from interrupting the Grand Elder's rest time, he always behaved more exclusively. However, only after talking to him in person, Maayang realized how unfriendly he was, which simply made him want to make a move. Sure enough, after hearing Maayang's renewed request, Nail's face went cold. What was the matter with this ungrateful earthling? Hadn't he already told him that the Grand Elder was not seeing visitors? Nail was about to snap a few words when the Grand Elder's old voice came from the room. Nail, let him in. He has come a long way, don't be rude. Yes, Grand Elder. Nail nodded helplessly when he heard the Grand Elder's words and said to Maayang, come in. Right now, the Grand Elder needs to rest, you shouldn't disturb him too much. Yes. Maayang let out a sigh of relief and followed Nail into the white hut where the Grand Elder lived. The Grand Elder resided on the second floor. He was now very old, unable to move around, and could only lean on his seat. On the top of his seat, there was a large dragon ball in a football size. When Maayang saw the Grand Elder, even if he had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be frightened by the other's huge size. Hello, guest from Earth. I sensed different ki and great merit in you. I wonder what you are looking for me for? The Grand Elder was already very old, his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. He struggled as he had to maintain a huge physical exertion and spent most of the day in dormancy. No wonder Nail was so wary of outsiders visiting the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was indeed old. Greetings, Grand Elder of Planet Namek. I have come here regarding my home planet Earth. Not too long ago, the Earth was invaded by demons. Most of my people died at the hands of the demons, and their souls are suffering in hell. I have heard that planet Namek has a powerful Dragon Ball that can grant any wish, so I hope you can help me. Because it was a quest, Maayang lowered himself to the ground and briefly stated his purpose. The Grand Elder didn't know what was happening above the earth. However, he was somewhat able to discern the truth from the other person's words, and the fact that Maayang did have great virtues, he believed his words. So it's the demons. They showed up again. Child, you come here. The Grand Elder strained to lift his arm and took the large Dragon Ball on top of the seat and handed it over to Maayang. Take this. I hope it will help you. Thank you. Maayang didn't expect to get the Dragon Ball so easily. He was so grateful. Oh, you're welcome. Nail, you accompany this guest to the village and have everyone take out the Dragon Balls. Great Elder. Nail was taken aback. He was surprised at how easily the Grand Elder had given the Dragon Balls to an outsider. Don't worry, he's a man you can trust. I have a feeling that there will be another disaster in the future for planet Namek, and his help will be needed when it happens. The Grand Elder's old voice rang out. Nail looked at Maayang in amazement, wondering how this weak earthling could help planet Namek in the future. However, the Grand Elder had instructed him, so he respectfully obeyed. Guest, come with me, I'll take you to fetch the other Dragon Balls. Please. Maayang said silently. Just as Maayang and Nail were about to walk out of the room, the Grand Elder spoke up. After you have completed your wish with the Dragon Balls, come back here. Guarding your planet requires great strength, I may be able to help you a bit. Maayang was shocked to hear this. He thought to himself whether the Grand Elder was planning to develop his potential for him. He immediately bowed slightly to the Grand Elder. Thank you. The Grand Elder faintly nodded and closed his eyes, as if he was sleeping soundly. After the Grand Elder rested, Maayang and Nail exited the Grand Elder's room. Nail took one step ahead and flew towards the village of the Namkian. Maayang saw it and hurriedly followed. Along the way, Nail was silent and cold, so Maayang wouldn't ask for trouble. He kept his mouth shut and didn't speak. Earthlings, the Grand Elder is old, I hope you don't bother him too much. On the way to the village, Nail suddenly said with a cold face. Understood. Maayang smiled faintly and made a simple response. Soon, 2 streaks of white light pierced the sky, and scattered villages were already visible. A few hundred years ago, only the Grand Elder survived after planet Namek suffered a great climate catastrophe. After a few hundred years of prosperity, the number of people in planet Namek was still only 108. What are you doing here, Nail? What did the elders order? There were a dozen or so Namkian gathered in the village. One of them, who asked, was an older Namkian. Nail said, this earthling had a problem with his home planet and came to planet Namek to seek help from the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder asked me to bring him to get them. I see. You guys wait a moment. The old Namkian nodded. For a few moments, he looked at Maayang and earnestly carried out the Grand Elder's order to have the orange-red Dragon Balls brought over from the village. With Nail, the guardian of the Grand Elder. The process of collecting the Dragon Balls was very smooth. Soon after, 7 football-sized Dragon Balls were gathered in Ma Yang's hands. Next to a turquoise lake, the 7 Dragon Balls were placed together, buzzing and emitting a muted chatter. Neil looked at those Dragon Balls with his hands behind his back for a moment and said, "Earthling, the Dragon Balls are already here. After you summon Pranga, go visit the Grand Elder, and remember not to keep the Grand Elder waiting." After saying that, Neil flew up without looking back, swooshing towards the Grand Elder's residence, and quickly disappeared across the sky. What an odd personality. Ma Yang shook his head and mouthed a sentence. Neil was a qualified guardian. He was loyal to the Grand Elder, but his personality was a bit unfriendly. Without thinking about it, Ma Yang shifted his gaze to the Namkian Dragon Balls. On the blue grass, 7 football-sized Dragon Balls clinked together, shining with a golden light. This was an empty place where the summoning of the Dragon Balls would not be disturbed by others. In fact, the planet Namek species was scarce, and everywhere was empty. I hope planet Namek's Dragon Balls won't disappoint me. Positioning the 7 Dragon Balls in place, Ma Yang looked nervous and shouted in the Namkian language, "Come out, Pranga, and grant my wish." As soon as the words came out, a thunderclap sounded in the sky. Then a large dark cloud came. The Namkians who had never had a night before quickly clouded up and plunged into the night. Boom! A fierce golden light suddenly erupted on top of the Dragon Balls. The flickering frequency gradually increased, rumbling, as the sound of thunder in the sky became louder as the golden lightning continued to flicker in the dark clouds. Compared to the scene where Shinran appeared, Pranga was even more magnificent. Boom! In the bright lightning, the golden light blended with the sky. The next moment, ow! A dragon roar resounded through the entire planet. In the sky, a huge green figure appeared. The aura alone is much more powerful than Shinran. Ma Yang tilted his head up and looked at the huge Pranga that was 1,000 meters high. His face was filled with excitement. This was the second time that Ma Yang had seen the divine dragon appear. However, when Pranga appeared, the magnificent sight still shocked him. Planet Namek's divine dragon was called Pranga, which means God of Dreams in the Namkian language. The divine dragon Pranga had a huge body of thousands of meters high. The body was well-rounded and strong, with well-developed muscles distributed all over. It had 2 strong and powerful arms, and the upper body was more like a huge giant. There were black horns on the head and at the side of the shoulders. The broad, upright body contained more power than Shinran. After all, planet Namek's Dragon Balls were made from pieces of Super Dragon Balls. That was why their power was closer to the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 172. In the black sky, golden lightning continued to strike down. The entire planet seemed to be intimidated by a powerful field of energy. On the way to the Grand Elder's residence, Neil looked up at the sky in surprise, then continued to fly towards the Grand Elder's place. In the hundreds of years since the Grand Elder had created the planet Namek Dragon Balls, there had been only a handful of times that Pranga had actually been summoned. Even Neil had never seen Pranga's appearance. However, the strong dragon key that was hidden in the air made Neil feel an affinity. The Namkians were a race that was favored by the dragon god. At this moment, thousands of meters up in the air, Pranga's strapping figure was floating among the dark clouds. It was staring with blood-red eyes, looking condescendingly at Ma Yang. "Those who gather 7 Dragon Balls, you may speak your wish. No matter what it is, the limit is 3. The voice was grand and high-pitched, and the entire sky resounded with the echoes of the rising and falling. It should be said that it was worthy of being Pranga. The power was far more powerful than Shinran. Upon gazing at the sky, Ma Yang's lips were a little dry. After hearing Pranga say the usual lines, Ma Yang calmed his excitement and spoke his long-prepared wish in the language of Namkians. "My wife, Mixia, has died because of the demons and is now suffering in hell. My first wish, please restore my wife Mixia's soul to its original state." When he finished, he saw the antennae on Pranga's forehead move. A long while passed, and a resonant voice said, "I'm sorry, this wish cannot be granted. Your wife's soul has mutated in combination with the demonic key. The operation of reseparation is the authority of the Supreme K, and I cannot change it. Please change the wish." Although Pranga was created from the Super Dragon Ball's fragments and had authority far beyond Shinran, it was only maintained at the 5th dimensional level. For mutated souls, Pranga could destroy them, but it couldn't create or alter them. This is because stripping away the demonized soul and restoring it to normal is like creation. It was like a man who could easily break a glass bottle but could not restore it to such a state that it was no longer the same bottle even if its shape was restored unless he could turn back time. Unattainable? Ma Yang's heart sank. He remembered that in the original story, the creation of souls and lives belonged to the Supreme Kai's authority, which corresponded to the devastation of the God of Destruction. Was it true that Mixia can only be reincarnated? However, reincarnation presupposes that Mixia's consciousness can eventually overcome the demons and that this inevitably transforms the soul into a demon. Pranga, since soul mutation is irreversible, how should I preserve Mixia's consciousness in her current state? As long as Mixia's consciousness remained unchanged, no matter how her soul became, she would still be the original Mixia, his wife. Pranga said, that human soul has mutated due to the deepening of the demonic ki. The process of fighting for control of the soul to the point that the consciousness sinks is a long fight. To preserve a person's consciousness, you can use the power of the first wish. Strengthen a person's consciousness is very easy. Is that all? Maayang was pleasantly surprised. Yes. Then, Ounga, my first wish is to strengthen Mixia's consciousness so that she can maintain herself and defeat the demonic ki in the upcoming time. Maayang understood that Pranga's ability could be crafted based on the original soul. In addition to not being able to create, the authority in other aspects was quite large. I see, the first wish can be granted. Pranga's eyes suddenly lit up with a blood-colored glow, and a divine dragon's wish went towards the hell of the other world. Simultaneously, above the hell of the other world, Mixia's soul, which was entangled continuously in green and black and purple colors, suddenly blossomed in green light. It was clearly gaining the upper hand and merging the black and purple demonic ki little by little. Mixia's curled-up body began to stretch and blinked. Yeah, why am I here? Where is senior brother? Mixia looked around blankly. Well, your first wish has been granted. Now that her soul's consciousness has awakened, the next step is just to slowly fuse the demonic ki in her soul, which will take a long time. Has Mixia awakened? Maayang's eyes showed a hint of joy. As long as Mixia could recover, no matter how long he waited, he would accept it. Yes, please say your second wish. Pranga, my second wish is to restore the flesh of people who died on Earth because of this demon invasion. Maayang spoke the wish out loud. He knew that Planet Namek's Dragon Balls could only resurrect one person at a time. On this point, the Earth Dragon Balls were more generous, allowing the resurrection of creatures that died unexpectedly under the same conditions. However, the premise was that the resurrected creature had not been resurrected before, which meant it could not be resurrected twice. Whereas Planet Namek's Dragon Balls can only resurrect one person at a time, but they can resurrect infinitely. One went with quantity, one went with quality. It wasn't until the late stage of Dragon Ball Z when the Planet Namek's Dragon Ball was improved by the second Grand Elder and could resurrect many people. After Maayang made his second wish, Pranga was silent for a while before his gruff voice rang out. Simple, I'll grant your second wish. As soon as the words fell, the red light of blood lit up once again. The flesh of all the people who had died because of the demons on the earth had all recovered. One could imagine that the earth was now absolutely riddled with intact corpses. Alright, last wish. Say it now. Third wish, you know the Dragon Balls on Earth, please fill the Earth Dragon Balls with energy and complete the adjustment period 1 year early. The power of the Namkian's Dragon Balls was absolutely abundant. Planet Namek's year lasts only 130 days, equivalent to 1/3 of the Earth's year. The Planet Namek's Dragon Balls could be used once in 130 days to grant 3 wishes at a time. So a year is equivalent to 9 wishes. In this regard, the Planet Namek's Dragon Balls were worthy of being polished from the fragments of Super Dragon Balls. They were far more powerful than the Earth Dragon Balls by several times. This wish is easy. Pranga sputtered and was never ambiguous about what could be done. As his eyes lit up with red light, strange power was transmitted to the Earth Dragon Balls. The Earth Dragon Balls, which had recently been used and scattered worldwide, soon emitted an orange-red luster again. Human, all your wishes have been granted, so goodbye. Pranga said as his body flew towards the sky. Phew. 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 The 7 flashes of light flew away, and the sky turned grass green again. After all 3 wishes were fulfilled, Maayang was relieved, and all the burdens on his body were lifted. He looked at the empty grasslands again, the blue waves rippled on the surface of the lake. The entire not-so-lush greens seemed to come alive in Maayang's eyes. Right, now it's time to contact the Earth. Patting his head, Maayang reacted by moving a silvery white spaceship out of the acceleration space, then contacting the Earth side through the spaceship's communicator. Because a spaceship was left on Earth for communication purposes, soon, Karin's voice was heard. Hey, is it Maayang? Everyone who died on Earth just now, their bodies all recovered. Have you made a wish with the Dragon Balls? Maayang had a smile on his face and was in a good mood. Yes, Namkian's Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes at a time. I had Pranga to restore everyone's body, and also, the Earth Dragon Balls can be used again. Oh my, that's great news. I'll immediately tell Mr. Popo to collect the Dragon Balls. Karin was overjoyed and spoke with a voice full of surprise. After chatting with Maayang, He hurriedly told Danzō and Mr. Popo about the good news. As long as the corpse was intact, Pranga could resurrect everyone at once. Maayang hung up the call with a smile. After settling down and remembering the previous instructions of the Grand Elder, he flew towards the Grand Elder's residence with great anticipation. Earth. After receiving the message from Karin, old Kami, with an apprehensive heart, instructed Mr. Popo to fetch the Dragon Ball's radar. Pressing the switch of the radar, tick tick tick, 7 bright dots of light did appear on display. Oh my, the Dragon Balls have recovered, Karin said in surprise. The sad and pale face of old Kami finally beamed as well. He turned back to Mr. Popo on the side and said, "Go collect the Dragon Balls, okay?" Mr. Popo echoed and flew down to the realm on a flying carpet. Mr. Popo's movements were always fast. After only about 15 minutes, the Earth's sky became dark. In the middle of a desert, Mr. Popo summoned Shinron. Chapter 173 You, who collects the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. In the darkness of the night, the slender Shinron revived once again. He was hovering its body and lowering its head to say in a flooded voice. Looking at the sky, Mr. Popo said, "Shinron, can you resurrect all those who have died because of the demons?" After hearing the words, Shinron was silent for a moment. The antennae waved and said, "Is this what you wish for?" "This wish is easy." After saying that, Shinron stared at it with blood-red light shining in its eyes. In an instant, all the humans whose bodies had been previously restored by Pranga were resurrected. All over the world, the people lying on the ground all opened their eyes. "Ah, why am I in a car? Why is my car crushed? This is a man who awoke on top of an overpass. I seem to have died. How come I'm back to life? Demon, what a monster. It's a miracle. It must have been the gods that saved us." People all over the world opened their eyes. Their memories were still stuck at the moment before their death. At first, they were confused for a while before gradually began to recall what had happened before. One by one, they were frightened, and at the same time, they were busy kneeling on the ground to pray to the gods to bring peace. The capital of Central City. Upon looking at the city that had fallen into ruins, the king and his officials looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened. "Your Majesty, everything that happened before, it can't be true, right?" An official asked with an unbelievable look. "Yeah, we were obviously killed by those demons, but why are we alive now? This can't be a dream, can it?" "No, look. It's the bodies of those demons, it's all happening for real." An official suddenly pointed in a direction in fear. Following the finger's direction, the king and the others saw the demon race's corpse had been run through the chest by a key wave. Also, in various other directions, the soldiers found many more demons' figures. Some with their heads cut off, some with their stomachs pierced. All of them died in a miserable state. Is it really the power of the gods? The king stared blankly at the corpses of the demons, suddenly thinking of the reason Central City was founded. It was a secret known only to the kings of the previous generations. It was not taken seriously before, but now that he thought about it, there were indeed supernatural powers in this world. "People of the earth, I am Kami of the Lookout." Just at this time, an old voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Kami was using the lookout to spread the sound to all parts of the world. "There is no need to doubt, this is all true. You have already died once. A month ago, the demon realm's demons entered the earth through the demon gate, plunging the entire earth into despair. However, with the efforts of the god of martial arts, Maayang, and his wife, they eventually succeeded in expelling the demons. With their help, you resurrected." The old Kami spoke about the demon race invasion in an old voice and directly crowned Maayang as the god of martial arts. In the old Kami's eyes, Maayang, who was no less than him in dimensional level, was fully qualified to be called the god of martial arts. Earthlings, although this disaster has passed because of the god of martial arts efforts, the crisis is far from over. There are many strong people outside of Earth and even in the demon realm. In their eyes, the Earthlings cannot be called strong at all. You cannot pray for the help of the gods every time you reach a crisis. Earth still needs to rely on yourselves. So humans, hurry up and get stronger. Earth's martial arts originated in the sacred land of Karin, where there is Karin Tower that leads to the heavens. Any martial arts practitioner who climbs to the top with their bare hands can receive instruction from immortal Karin. Those who excel can even be recommended to practice in the lookout. At the same time, the sky projected the appearance of the Karin Tower and the lookout. Everyone looked on dumbfoundedly, and their mouths were wide open in surprise. The legends about Karin Tower had been circulating among the folk and the martial arts community. However, this was the first time it was officially in front of everyone. This era is different. The Earth needs strong people, the martial arts community needs to continue their training. To overcome the next challenge, you continue to work hard. At this point, the voice of Kami gradually became misty, eventually disappearing completely into nothingness. However, these words' impact was drastic. Only at this moment did the Earthlings understand how small they really were in the universe. The direction of their efforts changed as their vision broadened. Your Majesty, in that scene just now, it turns out that there are gods in this world. The Lookout's Kami, god of martial arts. The king muttered the two names. When he thought of the martial arts practitioner's powerful strength, the king's eyes became brighter. The technology on Earth had developed well over the years and changed every aspect of people's lives from every angle. Central City had recognized the power of technology precisely, so it had made special policies to support it. However, it wasn't just technology that had prospects for development, the power that had been neglected in the tide of technology had to be uncovered as well. Everyone, I think the next step is to focus on the development of the martial arts, in addition to the rebuilding of human society. The king hammered it out. As Kami said, times were different. They couldn't wait until the next disaster struck and still be helpless. As the magnificent work of rebuilding unfolded, the age of the martial arts is about to begin. Not to mention the dramatic transformation that was taking place above the earth. At this time, Maiyang had already returned to the hut where the Grand Elder lived. At this time, in front of the Grand Elder's huge seat, the Grand Elder put his huge palm over Maiyang's head, ready to give him the potential to develop. However, after a while, as a white light came on, the Grand Elder gave a soft huh. This is strange. You obviously have a very strong potential in your body. Still, it seems as if you don't have any potential upon closer inspection. The Grand Elder closed his eyes and continued to launch his ability, but the result was still the same. Maiyang's power didn't change at all. This made the Grand Elder amazed. This was the first time his ability had failed. In the meantime, Maiyang blinked his eyes and saw that the Grand Elder could not draw out his potential. He then speculating to himself, could it be because of the acceleration space? Was all of his potential transfer into the acceleration space? The origin of the acceleration space was very mysterious. It could manifest all the bottlenecks, limits, and other conceptual things, which was super unorthodox. After all, these were manifested, and Maiyang's potential was actually characterized by the acceleration space's size and the height of the clouds in the sky. The Great Elder could trigger the potential abilities within humans, but for Maiyang, it seemed that the potential and everything else no longer existed explicitly. After a while more, the Great Elder was convinced that he really couldn't trigger Maiyang's potential. He sighed and said, I'm sorry, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. I feel that there is a very mysterious power in your body, a power that I've only seen the moment I created the Dragon Balls. My ability is limited, and it seems that I can't bring your potential out. Great Elder, you don't need to be concerned. I should be grateful to you. Maiyang said evenly. Ahem. The Great Elder coughed lightly, already very tired, and spoke in a weak voice, I have a feeling that you are not an ordinary person. Planet Namek will still encounter crises in the future, I hope that you will be able to lend a helping hand at that time in the future. Great Elder, don't worry. If Planet Namek is in any crisis in the future, I will definitely do my best to help. Maiyang nodded his head to make a promise. The biggest crisis in the future of Planet Namek should be from Frieza. This event was still more than 50 years away from now, and Maiyang believed that he should be able to handle it by then. However, after experiencing the Earth incident, Maiyang didn't dare to jump to conclusions about what would happen in the future. After receiving such an assurance, a smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Thank you very much. You're too kind. Maiyang smiled lightly. His trip to Planet Namek was considered to be complete by this point. However, it was slightly regrettable that the Grand Elder wasn't able to draw out his body's potential. Chapter 174 After all, that had happened today, and the attempt to develop the potential for Maiyang, although it was unsuccessful, it was still a very significant drain on the Grand Elder's physical strength. So the Grand Elder quickly went to sleep. After the Grand Elder had rested, the young Namkian, Nail, sent Maiyang out of the Grand Elder's residence. At the door, Nail said grimly, Earthling, I still have to guard the Grand Elder, so I won't escort you anymore. Maiyang replied with a faint smile, Nail, we'll meet again if it's meant to be. I hope that your strength will rise greatly by then. Well, I'd hate to see you again. Nail snorted coldly and turned around to close the door. Maiyang smiled and leaped into the air after looking at the surrounding scenery, leaving the rugged stone forest where the Grand Elder was. However, Maiyang didn't immediately leave Planet Namek. Instead, he stopped near a beautiful lake. Previously on the way to Planet Namek, because he had to travel with the spaceship, Maiyang hadn't had time to enter the acceleration space. Now that everything was set, Maiyang could examine his acceleration space properly. After breaking through the second limit, the speed of time flow and space size in the acceleration space had changed drastically. However, Maayang felt that he should still have overlooked many things. Space was covered in a mist as Maayang's figure suddenly entered the acceleration space. At this time, he found that his control over this space was becoming more and more apparent. It seemed like, with a single move of his mind, this space was at his disposal. The time accelerate twice. The time accelerate 4 times. The time accelerate 8 times. As Maayang's mind rotated, the speed of time in the acceleration space began to change. First, it was accelerated to twice, then to 4 times. Different areas could be divided separately for acceleration. The speed of time in the acceleration space was no longer fixed but could be changed according to his heart. Maybe this acceleration space can be renamed as Acceleration World. Maayang stroked his chin and thought. If this continued, the acceleration space wouldn't evolve into a real world or universe in the end, right? Speaking of the real world, Maayang suddenly thought of a problem. In the past, the acceleration space was unable to store living things when he wasn't there. He wondered if it was still like that now that space had expanded. When he thought of this, Maayang's heart was a little itchy. Well, this required a bit of experimentation. The creatures on top of planet Namek were very scarce. When Maayang went out of the acceleration space, his eyes glanced around, and suddenly he saw a dark green frog not far away. There were 2 antennae on its forehead. It was the kind of frog possessed by Captain Jiny U. A smile appeared on Maayang's cheeks. He took the frog to experiment on the acceleration space. An invisible spiritual force spread out, ingesting the frog into the acceleration space. Maayang waited for a while before he went in. In the vast space of 100,000 meters within 100,000 meters radius, the ground below had been so mountainous that it could not be seen at a glance. As expected, when Maayang entered, he found the frog was still alive and jumping around, surviving well. Maayang's eyes gazed at it and tried to shout to the frog, "Die." As soon as the words came out, the entire acceleration space surged up. An invisible pressure was applied to the little frog. The bar was clicked, the frog twitched its limbs a few times, and it actually died. Damn. Maayang looked on in astonishment, even he was shocked. In the following days, Maayang was continually testing in the acceleration space. In the end, he concluded that the evolved acceleration space was a small world. He was already the master of this world. Everything in it was within his rules, and he could call upon his power at will. As his control over the acceleration space became more versatile, the death of living things that entered the acceleration space could also be controlled. Once he left the acceleration space, these living things would automatically fall into a state of time freeze. The time freeze wouldn't be lifted until he re-entered the acceleration space. The entire process wouldn't affect the physiological functions of living things. I wonder if the soul can stay inside the acceleration space? Maayang was excited by this idea. If souls could also exist in the acceleration space, then Mixia would not have to stay in the harsh environment of hell. As soon as this idea came up, Maayang felt the urge to try it out. Let's hurry back to Earth and then find a soul in hell to test it out. Pressing against the emotions stirring in his heart, Maayang made his decision. For those dead souls in hell, Maayang would have no sympathy. It was time to leave planet Namek. Boom. The majestic gravity spaceship appeared on the flat grass. Maayang logged into the spaceship, then entered the coordinates of Earth. In a fierce whirlwind, the gravity spaceship rose into the sky and entered the endless interstellar space. The spaceship quickly traveled through the starry sky. Soon, it moved away from the 27 main galaxies in the Vega, where planet Namek was located. 1 month later, the Earth was close at hand. After returning to Earth, Maayang didn't go anywhere but straight into the Mount 5 Elements. At this time, Anin had been returned to peace in the Mount 5 Elements. The broken mountain range had also been restored to its original state under Anin's divine power, and the dense mountain forest was lush and vibrant again. Seeing Maayang's huge gravity spaceship landing, Anin and Sun Gohan flew over. Maayang, you're back. Thanks to you, the dead people have been resurrected. Sun Gohan's face was crowded with smiles. He was delighted. Nodding towards him, Maayang looked towards Anin and said, "Anin, please take me to the other world again." With a smile on her pretty face, Anin blinked. "I can do that." The other world, hell. The hot vapor steamed all the souls. In this harsh environment, the whole sky was dark red. Under the leadership of Anin, Maayang came to Mixia again. At this time, Fortunatiller Bubba was sitting on the crystal ball and chatting with Mixia. Upon seeing Maayang and Anin coming, Fortunatiller Bubba breathed a sigh of relief. She explained to Maayang and took her entourage back to the world of the living. After more than 2 months of not opening her business, Fortunatiller Bubba had already lost a lot of money. "Senior brother, I don't like it here, take me away." The soul state of Mixia was chirping and still had green and black-purple light on her body. However, the demonic key on her body would no longer affect Mixia's consciousness. Miang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Mixia looked like she was alive and well. Mixia was still the same Mixia, but missing a physical body because her soul mutation wasn't complete. Mixia, I'm glad you're okay. There was a hint of a smile in Miang's eyes. At this time, An unknowingly walked away, giving time for the couple. Senior brother, I've heard from Fortunatiller Bubba that you were the one who managed to revive me with great effort. Mixia was overwhelmed with emotion as she purled. Idiot, you're my wife. Isn't it natural that I took the effort to do something about it? Miang feigned a reproachful look and wanted to touch Mixia. Unfortunately, Mixia's state was just a soul, and his hand went right through Mixia's body. With a ghostly sigh, Miang carefully looked around. He then took advantage of the ghostly messenger's lack of attention to ingest a dozen souls suffering in hell into the acceleration space. What are you doing, senior brother? Seeing Miang's strange movements, Mixia asked curiously. SHH. A look was floated over to Mixia, and she closed her small mouth in a heartbeat. The matter of Miang casually ingesting the soul of the other world could not be known to outsiders. Finally, through experimentation, Miang was convinced that souls could also survive in acceleration space and would not be harmed by the rules of acceleration space. There was still a specific nourishing effect on souls due to the strong key of life that permeated the space. Ha ha ha, Mixia, I think I can take you out of hell now. The results of the experiment made Miang laugh openly. Perhaps in the acceleration space, Mixia's soul state could recover faster. Really? Mixia looked surprised. Of course. I won't lie to you. However, you can't live without me in the future. Hee, senior brother, I was already set to follow you. Chapter 175. Mixia's reaction to this made Miang very happy. Without any more hesitation, he directly opened the channel to ingest Mixia's soul into the acceleration space. Giggle. The silver bell-like joyful laughter sounded in the acceleration space. Mixia's misty figure floated around in the void with a golden light ring on top. Senior brother, your acceleration space has gotten so much bigger. I can't even see the edge. Well, you can settle down for a while. Until your soul digests the demon key, you can only stay here. Looking at Mixia, who was soaring freely in the air, Miang had a faint smile on his face. After secretly bringing Mixia out of hell, Miang had placed her inside the acceleration space. This small space was Miang's territory. Under his protection, Mixia could complete her soul mutation without any worries. The otherworld soul could only stay in the world of the living for a maximum of 24 hours. After the time limit, unforeseen things would happen, making Mixia couldn't show up in front of everyone frequently in the future. Swoop! Mixia fell from the air and tried to jump into Miang's arms. However, without a physical body, she could only fall in the air. Mixia curled her lips in dissatisfaction and said somewhat regretfully, "It's really inconvenient not to have a body. I can't do many of the things I want to do. Come on, it's hard enough to keep your consciousness." Miang glanced at her and said, "Because you got affected by the demonic key, your status is equivalent to half demon race. Having a physical body is something you don't have to think about for now. That is something that only souls who have done great deeds in their lives can have." Miang was thankful that Mixia could get through this current stage in peace. "Senior brother, how long will it take me roughly to complete the mutation?" The soul floated in front of Miang, her turquoise eyes looking at him. Miang shook his head and said, "I don't know. Pranga said it would take a long time." "Oh. Don't worry. The time flow here is 8 times faster than outside, it must be faster." Although he couldn't come in all day, he could maintain 6 hours a day, which inside was the equivalent of 2 days and 2 nights. Meanwhile, the time in the acceleration space was frozen while he was away. Mixia's eyebrows widened and smiled. She hailed and flew up, happily drawing an A-like trajectory back and forth in the acceleration space. Miang saw the situation and smiled calmly. He then opened the hatch of the gravity spaceship and practiced inside the gravity chamber. To stay with Mixia often, Miang would spare 6 hours every day from now on to train in the acceleration space. The life key in the acceleration space paired with the gravity chamber's training intensity could be considered a strong combination. In such an environment, Miang's training speed could increase to a great level. Earth. A gentle soft wind was blowing in the azure sky when a white light cut through the void, flying to the east. Feeling the bitter wind blowing in his face, Miang squinted his eyes. His black hair was blown backward. The distance from the Mount 5 Elements to the Great Azure Mountain was roughly 10,000 kilometers, but this distance was only a matter of minutes for Miang. As he flew through the air, past the plateau and the basin, and continued forward, hills gradually appeared. A city that had collapsed into ruins was also gradually reflected in Miang's eyes. The city was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. The ground was crisscrossed with ravines, collapsed houses could be seen everywhere, and some places were even flattened to the ground. The ring-shaped explosion crater, the jaw-dropping impact band, all illustrated the terrifying degree of the disaster more than 2 months ago. The unprecedented disaster had almost destroyed the vast majority of the modern achievements on Earth. It was probably impossible to return to the state before the demon invasion without more than a decade of work. On the construction site, machinery rumbled, and people were working feverishly to rebuild. A month ago, when Shinran had just resurrected everyone, there were actually a lot of people who didn't quite believe they had died once and thought they were having a nightmare. However, when they saw the surrounding city destroyed into rubble and a giant impact crater, the seemingly apocalyptic sight stimulated their eyes. It made everyone believe that it had indeed happened, that they had died once. Afterward, the voice of Kami, the appearance of Karin Tower, and the lookout images making all the Earthlings know that there was a group of strong people in this world who were called martial arts practitioners. They also knew that it was Kami of Lookout who saved them. Later, they asked a small group of people who had survived. From the images they took, they learned the cruelty and horror of the demon race. The whole disaster was as strange as a mythical story. Everyone's back felt the chill. There was a large-scale simultaneous broadcast, making all the Earthlings see an intense terror. Although it caused a global uproar and even localized chaos, it was not bad to let the Earthlings understand the situation they were in the long run. Great Azure Mountain. The town under the mountain was also severely damaged during the demon invasion. However, the good thing was that the town was initially very simple, and the rebuilding work did not take much time. When Maiyang entered the town, the market was already beginning to return to its lively appearance. Maiyang didn't stroll down the mountain for long, he headed directly towards the Kami school residency above the Great Azure Mountain. At the lush green hillock, Bros was inspecting the primitive mountain range with a disciple. This disciple was Lida. Suddenly a flash of light descended from the sky. Bros fixed his eyes, and after seeing that it was Maiyang, he came over with an excited face in a row. Maiyang. You're back. Bros looked at Maiyang with a very excited expression. Senior brother. Lida, who had also flushed, shouted excitedly. Uncle Bros, Lida. Maiyang came forward and called out. At that moment, Bros suddenly stopped talking and patted Maiyang's shoulder, comforting him. Well, we don't know what happened to Mixia, but she's no longer alive, so you have to cheer up. Mixia's cemetery is right there in the back of the mountain. I'll take you to see it. Cemetery? Maiyang was a little startled. Suddenly it occurred to him that he wished for Pranga in planet Namek to resurrect the bodies of all those who had died due to the demon invasion. That meant that Mixia was also resurrected, just not brought back to life like the others. Did Teacher Isaac bring back Mixia's corpse and then build her a tomb? Did Anan not explain the situation to them? With a strange look on his face, Maiyang followed Bros. He used a trace of spirit to open the acceleration space and communicate with Mixia. This was a mess. How would he explain it to his teacher and the others later? Maiyang then headed to the back of the mountain with Bros leading him, while Lida ran to the martial arts building to inform the elders of Maiyang's return. The Great Azure Mountains were the remnants of the primitive mountains extending inland. It consisted of several valleys and jutting hills, with several scattered mountain ranges spread out in the back near the primitive mountains. There was a cemetery at one of the ridges, where the successive elders of Kami school had been buried. There was a new grave with a photo of Mixia smiling brightly attached to the tombstone. The photo was black and white. What a brilliant smile. Looking at that new grave, Maiyang silently lit incense, praying a few times. Lying in that tomb was his wife, Mixia, even though it was only a physical body. Mixia, come on, pray for yourself. Senior brother, stop it. I'm not doing this. Mixia couldn't help but roll her eyes a little and incense herself. She hadn't expected a day like this before. Teacher and the others are here. At this moment, a few familiar key came from the distance. Maiyang broke the connection with Mixia and raised his head. Indeed, he saw that the elders, such as Isaac and Eula, were here. Teacher. Maiyang shouted up front. Ugh. You did well. We were able to resurrect thanks to you. Isaac looked at Maiyang with a desire to speak. He placed his rough palm on Maiyang's shoulder. Maiyang had lost his wife, and he had also lost his daughter. The grief in his heart was obvious. Chapter 176 Teacher, actually. Maiyang was about to say that actually, Mixia was in a good state now. However, before he could finish his sentence, Isaac sighed and walked to Mixia's grave. His eyes were red as he lit the incense candle. His wife, Alice, took out her handkerchief and wept secretly. His junior brothers and sisters all gathered around him. One by one, comforting him not to be sad. Senior brother, although senior sister Mixia has passed away, you have to be strong. Condolences. Senior brother, don't be sad. April didn't know how to comfort people and simply hugged over. It was a bit awkward. Everyone else was sad, but he, the husband, didn't have a sad expression at all. There was no greater sorrow than to die. Maayang and Mixia's affection for each other was evident to everyone. You guys. Maayang looked at everyone's face of understanding and regretted expression. He shook his head and interrupted their comfort. All of you don't have to worry. I'm fine, teacher, you see. It's that she. Upon saying that, Maayang brought Mixia out from the acceleration space. With an emerald green light that brought a little haze color, Mixia's pretty figure appeared in front of everyone with an aperture. Everyone was stunned when they saw Mixia. Mixia. Senior sister. Senior sister. Various names were called out. What's going on? Mixia is actually still alive. A few elders and fellow disciples looked surprised and tried to come around. However, they noticed the aperture above Mixia's head. Maayang, what's going on here? Isaac and Alice were shocked. Yeah, why is Mixia here with that ring of light on her head? Maayang explained, this is Mixia's soul. The aperture above her head represents the identity of the deceased. However, Mixia is in a bit of a unique situation and is now following me. After explaining the other world and world of the living rules once again, Maayang didn't explain the acceleration space in detail. He was only saying that Mixia would stay with him until she was reincarnated in the future. In the future, as long as we make a wish with the Dragon Balls, we can let Mixia retain her memories to reincarnate. Maayang set out his plan. It's good to be reincarnated. It's better than becoming a demon. Isaac didn't care about Mixia's reincarnated identity. As long as she could retain her consciousness, whoever she'd turn into, she would always be his daughter. Alice's eyes were red as she looked at Mixia. Thanks to Maayang, Mixia has a hope to live. Mother. Mixia floated up to Alice's heels. Well, it's good that Mixia's okay. We're celebrating today. Isaac ripped his throat out, yelling. Yeah, let's celebrate it. The elders, such as Scythe and Carl, we're also excited. The haze that had been haunting everyone for over a month suddenly vanished with Mixia's appearance. That night, everyone in the Kami school was drunk. Even April, who was usually dripping with alcohol, drank to the point where she was lying at the table and whirling. It was Maayang who sent her back to her room. Mixia quickly returned to the acceleration space after she had exposed herself during the day. After all, her soul state could only stay in the sun for 24 hours, which was a very limited time. The next morning, a few spots of sunlight fell through the leaves in dappled round highlights, and the forest birds chirped. The bright green leaves cascaded, and the wind rustled. Teacher, I'm taking you to a place. After everyone had dispersed, Maayang was left alone with Isaac and his wife. There was also April, who saw that Isaac and the others didn't leave. Her head was slightly dizzy from sobering up, that was why she stayed. Maayang took a glance at her but didn't care. Where are you taking us? Isaac wondered the reason why Maayang took them and asked curiously. Maayang smiled and said, a place where you can see Mixia often. With that being said, Maayang smiled mysteriously. He then opened the acceleration space, and a mysterious power projected down and covered their body. With a ka sound, several people shifted into the acceleration space. The vast acceleration space was filled with refreshing ki. When Isaac and the others came back to their senses, they found themselves in a strange place. The foggy ki entered their nostrils, suddenly feeling refreshed all over. What is this place, senior brother? April blinked her eyes, and her head snapped into focus. This is my acceleration space. Mixia lives here, so if you guys want to see her in the future, I can bring you in. Maayang wasn't afraid of anyone knowing about his acceleration space now because he already had enough of it. Also, the people he brought in, besides his teacher and mother-in-law, was the junior sister he recognized. All of them were considered his family. Mixia, come and meet everyone. After calling out to Mixia and wondering where she'd run off to hang out, it took a moment before she belatedly flew in as a stream of light. Father, Mother, April. Mixia saw a familiar face and greeted everyone with a smile. Mixia. Alice called out softly, her voice choked up. After 4 hours in the acceleration space, only half an hour had passed in reality. Isaac and the others were all smiling when they returned to the hut. They were more at ease when they could see their daughter often in the future. Senior brother, will I be able to go in and see senior sister Mixia more often from now on? April blinked her eyes and showed 2 little tiger teeth. She was clearly trying to study the structure of the acceleration space. Nodding on his fair forehead, Maayang smiled, of course. After looking at April's clothes on her body again, Maayang frowned slightly. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he realized that April had been living in West City for a while and had actually gotten involved in the non-mainstream. A messy brown hair curled up with a few dull hairs, the clothes on her body were red on the left and blue on the right. She even had a good pair of shoes, and the left and right ones were different styles. It was very uncomfortable for an obsessive-compulsive disorder person to look at. Is this how you usually dress, April? Ma Yang's eyebrows were slightly raised. Yeah, what's wrong? Isn't it pretty? April spun around, feeling fashionable. No, just a little out of place. Ma Yang shook his head. Maybe it was because the girls had grown up and had different tastes. April was 13 and already had her value judgment. Just like how Mixia liked to wear a tight black jumpsuit with a coat over it, it could never be said that she had terrible taste. Throwing the problem of April's dressing to the back of his mind, the following days, Ma Yang temporarily stayed on top of the Great Azure Mountain. For the rest of his training, Ma Yang already had his plans. He asked Anin to push the application to the other world for a training trip to Kai's planet. The thought was that he had the credit for saving the Earth, and the application would be approved soon. He decided to take the next step to Kai's planet to train. One morning, 3 days later. What? The king of the central city is visiting the Great Azure Mountain? Suddenly receiving such news, Ma Yang was surprised, and then his expression became flat. With strength reaching his intensity level, it was no longer necessary to be bound by the worldly framework. Yes, this time the king came here because he wanted to discuss the promotion of martial arts. He also wanted to ask you if you would like to receive them. Isaac leisurely sipped his tea, and his appearance was also very calm. One moment at a time. Now that Ma Yang's identity on Earth was the high god of martial arts, equal to Kami, even the king of the central city had to be careful when facing Ma Yang. It seems that they're aware of the power of the martial arts community, Ma Yang said indifferently. Ma Yang was not too impressed because he had been crowned the god of martial arts in a flash. In fact, he could probably understand the old Kami's intentions, but in all fairness, he was not opposed to it. On the contrary, with his layer of status, the weight of his words became different. That's for sure. After experiencing the demon's invasion, it's time for them to see where they stand. If the Earth doesn't make an effort to strengthen its power, it won't be as fortunate as this time when disaster strikes again. Speaking of which, Isaac was somewhat impressed. This is also a time to change the climate of Earth's martial arts community. Ma Yang nodded. Since ancient times, the Earth's martial arts had been going into decline. At the beginning of the original story, a few people knew about the Turtle School and Kamehameha. However, after the arrival of Cell Games, people's knowledge of the martial arts had developed to such an ignorant level. Powerful key waves were denounced as blinders. Jumping clowns could be seen as saviors, and the powerful ones were ignored and lived a simple, even hard life. It was like Son Goku's family, who lived a tough life, which was a sad thing to see. Ma Yang thought that he wasn't as indifferent to fame and fortune as Son Goku and Krillin, which was why he was a layman. If someone dared to jump out and take his credit at this time, he would definitely press the other person hard to the ground and rub it well, teaching that person that the strong's dignity should not be offended. Chapter 177 At the Great Azure Mountain foot, an orderly array of armored vehicles waited at the Kami School Martial Arts Dojo entrance. In a large vehicle at the very center, the Central City King sat on a chair. He asked the deputy beside him uneasily, "Do you think Mr. Ma Yang will agree to meet us?" The deputy replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured, our purpose this time is to promote the martial arts career of the entire Earth. Mr. Ma Yang is the greatest practitioner in the martial arts community. He would absolutely happy to see martial arts development. We just need to wait at ease." Although the deputy said so, the king's heart was still a bit apprehensive. Even if he was the king of the central city, he was facing a god. There was no guarantee that Ma Yang would be willing to meet him. All along, we have only focused on technological development and neglected the existence of martial arts. If not for this crisis, we wouldn't have seen the powerful strength of martial arts practitioners. Taking advantage of this rebuilding work, I intend to make some adjustments to the pattern of all cities and train several potential martial arts practitioners. This decision was the result of a long discussion between the king and his officials. The decision-makers in the central city didn't sit idle as this demon's invasion matter came to an end. The officials went through all the martial arts community data of the past few hundred years and got results that made their jaws drop. It turned out that the martial arts community had so many deeds that had been hidden by history. The Demon Realm, Alien Race, Superpower Academy, Martial Arts School, and Karin Tower. Take the most recent event from the present, the same demon's invasion happened on Earth over 260 years ago. When the great demon King Piccolo led an army that plunged the entire planet into despair, it was the martial arts practitioners who saved the world in the end. By learning more about a hidden event, the central city's top officials became deeply aware of the great strength of the martial arts community. In the face of a powerful enemy, the weak would only be slaughtered, abused, and enslaved. So, to avoid the same thing happening in the future, strengthening the Earthlings had become a matter of urgency. While the aftermath of this incident was still reverberating around the world, the king planned to strike while the iron was hot and revive the world's martial arts culture. Therefore, the Great Azure Mountain became the king's first choice, as it was the place where the legendary god of martial arts, from Kami school, lived. However, no matter how good the plan was, it was still wishful thinking. Whether or not the god of martial arts would support them was still an open question. As the officials of the central city waited nervously, a young girl with red hair walked over. Ness came with a light step. The town's inhabitants who were gathered around to watch the excitement couldn't help but make a path. Ness came to the front of the vehicle, where the king was resting. "Your Majesty. Teacher sent me to pick you up from the mountain. Senior brother is waiting for you in a 3-floor house at the foot of the mountain." After learning that Niang had agreed to meet him, the king was thrilled and said politely with a sigh of relief, "Please, Miss Ness, lead the way." The king had carefully studied all the information of the Kami school, so he knew that the red-haired woman in front of him was the entry-level disciple of the Kami school, the younger sister of the god of martial arts, Niang. "Please follow me." Ness smiled and led the way. Next, the king and his companions walked up the mountain road. A small building, not luxurious but stunning, appeared in sight. Both sides of the building were covered with bamboo and pines. Knowing that this was where the god of martial arts resided, everyone immediately held a reverent attitude. Just like that, the simple little building immediately became sacred. A strong wind from above blew in the face. No one knew what the king and Niang talked about in the small building, except that the king was extremely polite when he left, and Niang personally escorted them to the door. A few days after this meeting, the world media focused on the rebuilt city. This time, the rebuilt city set up wide squares and free martial arts pavilions in every direction. The government paid to invite martial arts masters who were proficient in martial arts to give lessons and teach some basic martial arts knowledge. Of course, it was unrealistic for everyone to become a martial arts master. Because of their qualifications, there were only a few who could eventually become martial arts masters. Everyone understood this. After visiting the Great Azure Mountain, the king also visited the ancient schools of Oran Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Cranes School, and other ancient schools. It was unknown what agreement had been reached with them, but after that, all the major martial arts schools opened dojos outside. They also promised that they would send their disciples to serve as regular instructors at the officially established martial arts dojos. It seemed that this king had indeed made the development of martial arts a top priority. At this time, the media also began to bombard. Not only rolling out the devastation and viciousness caused by the demon's invasion, they even compiled the past events from hundreds of years ago and published them together. With the release of videos and photos, people worldwide seemed to have relapsed back into that tragic scene more than 2 months ago. While the atmosphere was almost brewing, the media released information and individual videos of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. A set of combinations that stimulated everyone and inspired their curiosity and pursuit of the martial arts. How exactly does a martial arts practitioner train? What is so magical about the mysterious Karin Tower? Karin Tower and the Lookout, the glories of the ancient Earthlings. Where did the demons come from, and what happened in the several collisions with the Earth? Unified integration and the publication of DVDs of rare images of past World Martial Arts Tournament. The opening of a martial arts school, and the policy of motivating martial arts practitioners. Implementing one policy would require sustained efforts for decades, but martial arts promotion was a necessity. Starting from the atmosphere and developing the martial spirit of the Earthlings, coupled with all the incentives for martial arts practitioners, it could be imagined that martial arts practitioners would be a very flavorful profession in the future. This was the process of sublimation. The result of this was that there was an endless stream of challengers to Karin Tower. Once again appearing as glorious as a few hundred years ago. Although the vast majority of them could only climb up to 100 meters, the cameras recorded the entire process. "Mom, I'm going to become a martial arts master. That's so cool. There really are gods in this world. If you climb up the Karin Tower, you can still receive guidance from the immortal Karin." After watching the news broadcast, everyone had a realization that martial arts, science, and technology would definitely become the dual carriages of the future. They also realized that from today onwards, the development of Earth would enter a brand new era. It had become an inevitable trend for all people to learn and respect martial arts. Even if the chances of producing strong individuals were meager, the number would be considered as long as the base was large. With such generous treatment, it was inevitable that many indiscriminate generations would be produced. Therefore, martial arts practitioners needed to be assessed, which required a perfect set of standards. The power level test was more suitable. On an island overseas, Dr. Omori and his wife are doing scientific research. One day, a dark shadow was suddenly cast over the calm sea. Immediately afterward, a loud rumbling sound and a gale swept away. A black-painted helicopter churned up the waves and landed on the island. An officer jumped down and came in front of Dr. and Mrs. Omori. "Hello Dr. Omori, I am a sergeant from the Central City's Research Department. There is a research mission entrusted to you and your wife. Please make sure you report to the capital with me." "What do you want us to study?" Dr. Omori asked strangely. The officer said seriously, "The Human Power Level Measurement Index." As soon as Dr. Omori listened, he knew that it must be related to the Central City's recent promotion of the martial practitioners, which had been repeatedly broadcast in the news media and had been heard out of his cocoon. He had also experienced the previous period's horrific events, so he also understood the reason for the Central City's move. "You lead the way, we will cooperate with you as a couple." "Very good." The officer smiled. "In addition to you, Central City has invited the world's most prominent scientists, and they will fully cooperate with you." Dr. Omori, in front of him, was no ordinary scientist. He wasn't as knowledgeable as Dr. Jero and Dr. Brief in the original story, but he was also the most genius scientist. Dr. Omori had spent decades researching time machines because of his wife's death. Although he hadn't succeeded in turning back time in the end, he had invented the machine that made the entire galaxy stop for a second. In the end, this information was also used as a reference for Bulma's invention of the time machine. Chapter 178. While the outside world was making dramatic innovations for the development of martial arts, in the Great Azure Mountain, Maiyang was still living an uneventful life. In the daytime, he sat quietly at the mountain rocks, watching the sunrise and sunset and comprehending spiritual training. He entered the acceleration space at night and accompanied Mixia while using the gravity chamber in the acceleration space for training. In a few months, Maiyang's strength continued to increase. Just as he had predicted, he was able to break free from the limitations of the low level. Every day, Maiyang could feel his strength growing stronger. This feeling of abundance made him feel comparable to a Saiyan. 3,500. 3,600. 3,700. In the third month of returning to Earth from planet Namek, Maiyang's strength had finally broken through the 4,000 power levels mark. A strength that was actually quite appealing in the universe without messing with the overlords. After all, even a mid-class warrior of planet Vegeta was at this level when he reached adulthood. In these 3 months, there was also a happy event above the Great Azure Mountain. Maiyang's junior sister Ness and junior brother also got married. The second pair of disciples in the younger generation to be united together. So on the day of the wedding, there was another celebration at the Kami school's top and bottom. The strongest people in the martial arts community gathered. Even those friends of Maiyang found this opportunity to come over to join in the fun. In the acceleration space, Mixia looked enviously at the pictures taken at the wedding of Ness and Aso. Her body floated in the air, with her chin in her hand. "I'm so envious. They can cuddle together, unlike me. Who doesn't even have a body?" Maiyang sat on the side, drinking tea, and glanced at her without speaking. After Mixia became a soul body, she would complain a few times every few days. "Senior brother, if I can't recover for decades, you won't be able to resist finding another woman." Mixia rested her chin and batted her eyelashes. "You're overthinking it." Maiyang gave her a blank look. "But can your body stand it?" Mixia curled her lips. Her eyes suddenly fluttering up. "Don't you know spiritual training, senior brother? Why don't we go into consciousness battle against each other, in which you'll be able to run into me, and we'll have a fight." With that, Mixia leaped to her feet. "A fight?" Maiyang nearly spewed out a mouthful of water. This was a loss for her to think of it. Consciousness training was used to simulate fighting techniques and combat patterns, but it became used for fighting in her eyes. Training and fighting, could they be the same? What's the solution then? "I'm so bored with staying here. Senior brother, do you want to try it? It'll be fun. You're in such a state of the soul, and you can still enter consciousness training?" Maiyang looked at her very suspiciously. Mixio patted her chest. "Of course, I can. I'm already a supernatural person, my mental power is so strong. Consciousness training can train my soul power. Senior brother, maybe we can even spiritually train together in there, hee hee." Maiyang said, "You're not afraid to shrivel up your spirit anymore." Mixia said, Maybe not." Upon reflection, it was true that Mixia was bored with this state all the time. After all, she was already a master of idleness. Letting her stay here in peace, he is afraid that it would suffocate her to illness. After thinking about it, Maiyang said, "We can try a little bit, but you have to stop properly. Come on." Mixia kept urging. She then let go of her spirit and transferred into a spirit world of an empty void with Maiyang. Having a spiritual battle, due to his concern for Mixia's overall state, Maiyang only gave her a superficial taste and did not overly ravage her. Outside of the spiritual space, Mixia was floating in the air with an excited face. the ring on her head flickering, seemingly getting great satisfaction. Because it was the absence of a body, the spirit was directly fused and communicated. The soothing feeling of the battle was mesmerizing to Mixia. She flew happily in the air in an H shape. Senior brother, I feel much more pleasant. We will have to interact more often from now on. Maiyang waved his hand, don't keep thinking about such things. Absorb the magic on your soul first. Humphrey. Mixia didn't look away. Her soul flew up, floating as she was bubbling in her mouth. Looking at Mixia being sometimes mature and sometimes childish, Maiyang shook his head. He turned into the gravity spaceship. After taking a bath in it, he then went out of the acceleration space. After a few more days, the previous application to go to Kai's planet for training finally came to fruition. Anin and Sun Gohan arrived at Maiyang's residence. Anin said, Maiyang, your application has been approved. Now you can go to Kai's planet to practice. Finally. I've waited for more than half a year. Maiyang smiled, he had applied for more than half a year. If he didn't have the great merit of saving the world on his body, he might not be able to pass the examination. After all, a powerful person like the Kai wouldn't have his eyes on a small planet. Go get ready, I'll take you to the King Yemma later. Anan ran a hand through her black hair. I don't need to prepare, we'll go now. Anan nodded. You can go straight to the Mount 5 Elements to find my original body. I'll be waiting for you there. Maiyang nodded and headed to the martial arts building to talk to Isaac about the training. He then flew towards Mount 5 Elements. It's great to be able to go to Kai's planet to practice. Maiyang is already so strong. If he gets Kai's guidance, he will definitely become even more powerful. The gap between us will get bigger. Sun Gohan said with some envy as he watched Maiyang fade out of sight. He had also applied to go to the North Kai to practice but was still waiting in line. He didn't know when he would be permitted to go there by King Yemma. Gohan, you'll have a chance later. I'll talk to King Yemma again to get an accommodation. Thank you, Anan. At the Mount 5 Elements, Maiyang quickly joined up with Anan's original body. She then opened the passage to the other world. There was another auspicious golden cloud in front of him. The pink sky was covered in golden light, with white gas souls arrayed along the way. Under the guidance of Anan, Maiyang was prioritized to enter King Yemma's office palace. Snap. King Yemma stamped the red seal on a document and handed it to the kid beside him. This is the document that allows the Snake Road to be opened. Take it and send him to the Snake Road. After handing the document to the kid beside him, King Yemma looked at Maiyang. He warned, the Snake Road is 1,000,000 kilometers long. The bottom is directly connected to hell. You will be attacked by the hell at any time while passing through it. If you are not careful, you will fall into hell. It is very dangerous for ordinary people, so you need to be careful. It's been years since anyone has challenged the Snake Road. I'm the only one who has seen Kai through the Snake Road in the past 100 million years. I hope you can succeed. For King Yemma's well-meaning admonition, Maiyang took it to heart and nodded. Don't worry, King Yemma. Since I dared to challenge, I'm fully prepared. It was the truth. King Yemma nodded his head and had the kid send Maiyang to the Snake Road. Lord, please. The kid in a work uniform politely addressed Maiyang as Lord. Maiyang's tertiary dimensional pressure brought a lot of pressure on him. Please. Maiyang followed the staff out of King Yemma's palace and got into an old car. It was a bumpy ride to the Snake Road, so Anan didn't follow along. She stayed in King Yemma's palace and seemed pleading with King Yemma for Sun Gohan's sake. The car drifted away, finally stopping in front of a huge snakehead. My lord, we're here. That's the Snake Road. Just keep running forward along the snake body, and you'll see Lord Kai. The staff pointed at the huge snakehead with its bloody mouth wide open in front of it and said, there's still a lot of work to be done at King Yemma, so I'll be heading back. Maiyang smiled and nodded at him. He then visualized him leaving, focusing instead on the green Snake Road. This Snake Road was 1,000,000 kilometers long. The only passage to the North Kai's planet. This length may not seem long, but it could circle the Earth 20 to 30 times. Not to mention the unpredictable risks up there, running on it was no small amount of practice. Let's begin. In his heart, he said silently. Maiyang toes a little, and his body crossed the giant mouth of the Snake Road. He hissed as a downward gravity was applied to his body. With 12 times the gravity, Maiyang furrowed and laughed indifferently. Not bad for a challenge. It turned out that there was extra gravity above the Snake Road. Depending on the strength of the challenger, the gravity was different for each person. However, came to think of it, if it was only 1,000,000 kilometers long, how could it be called a challenge? Chapter 179. There were auspicious clouds on both sides of the Snake Road and a dark hell beneath it. From time to time, black attacks swept up through the clouds. Maiyang's body flashed with white light, swishing, quickly passing over the top of the Snake Road. Generally speaking, The snake road had strong bonds, and it was difficult for the flesh to leave the ground. However, Maiyang's strength had exceeded 4,000. As a gust of wind flashed past, the surrounding clouds were affected by the whirlwind he had rolled up and parted to the sides, forming an empty pathway. The snake road twisted and spiraled forward, and running through it was extremely draining. After about 3,000 kilometers at full speed, Maiyang stopped to catch his breath, then continued on. At this rate, it will take 7 days to reach Kai's planet. Maiyang thought pleasantly as he drove on. Suddenly a black attack rolled in from beneath the snake road. Maiyang's body flashed and dodged it, a cold sweat breaking out in his heart. There truly isn't a moment to be careless. However, at this level, as long as people aren't stupidly standing still and waiting for that black mist to attack them, the attack of hell isn't terrifying. The real danger was when the body was exhausted, when the muscles were sore, and the reaction speed would be slow. However, with advanced knowledge, it wasn't that scary. With white flames flickering all over his body, Maiyang maintained a steady speed without overexerting himself and without letting the effects of the snake road's exercise disappear completely. Most of the day passed, and Maiyang was still running on top of the snake road, unable to see the end. After 3 consecutive days of running, he had run through half of the snake road. At this time, he found that the surrounding space began to change slightly. Although the scene around him still remained the same, the otherworld atmosphere gradually disappeared, replaced by an additional sacred and ethereal atmosphere. The entire space was also climbing to a higher dimension. The attacks from hell below have also decreased. It seems that I have already passed the most difficult period. There were 4 snake road in the galaxy, leading to the Kai's planet in east, south, west, and north. The other world, where Maiyang set out, was under the North Kai jurisdiction, and the snake road led to the North Kai's planet. Now, I can accelerate at full speed. With fewer threats from hell, Maiyang smiled indifferently. The white light on his body suddenly blossomed intensely, and his speed suddenly tripled. With a swoosh, the slender snake road settled on several stomping points. A series of arcing lines connected, speeding towards the higher dimension. The scenery around the snake road was an unchanging golden color. As Maiyang continued to speed up, the golden color gradually decreased, and space became more empty. Due to the significant increase in speed, finally, on the 5th day, the tail at the end of the snake road faintly appeared in sight. It's here. Maiyang's face was happy as he took a step to stand on the snake road tail. There was already another dimension below. It was an empty and misty space. There weren't many auspicious clouds around, just a lonely little planet, floating there. Maiyang observed the tiny North Kai's planet in front of him. The North Kai's planet was no more than 50 meters in diameter. It was covered with tender green fine grass. Besides the fine grass, there were several large trees and a house beside the trees. The most noticeable thing was the stone pathway that surrounded the planet, which was only about 1 meter wide. The environment was so primitive that it was deplorable. It was said that the North Kai's planet was once gigantic. However, because it accidentally offended the god of destruction, Beerus, it was blown up into a small marble by Beerus. Now, the size was still a combination of the remnants of that year. The North Kai was bitter about it. Living in such a small area all year round was quite boring. No wonder it had developed a hobby of telling snide jokes well. With a slight step forward, the body fell freely, landing on the ground of the North Kai's planet. A gravity 10 times of the Earth was transferred to the body. Maiyang twisted his neck, not feeling anything at all. This gravity wasn't even comparable to the gravity environment he usually trained in. Maiyang had his hands in his pockets and was leisurely wandering around on top of the Kai's planet, which was so small that he could see half of the planet at a glance. Not far away, a great ape was looking at him curiously. It then tilted its head and shouted, "Uh-oh, uh-oh." It was a pet raised by North Kai, Bubbles. "Hello, Bubbles." Maiyang greeted with a smile. However, Bubbles was only a monkey. It was ignorant that it would only keep roaring and gesticulating towards Maiyang. Ignoring Bubbles, who continued to roar, Maiyang got into the North Kai's humble cabin and saw North Kai sleeping on top of his crate. North Kai was short in stature but chubby looking. He had 2 long antennae on his head, styled to look like a cockroach. "Lord Chi, Lord Kai." Maiyang stood in front of the crate and called out. However, before Maiyang could wake up North Kai, the monkey Bubbles ran in, leaped onto North Kai, and stepped right on his face. Oops. There was a scream, and North Kai rolled off the crate. "Bubbles, you naughty boy. The next time you do that, you'll be sent to the lower realms. Hey, there's another one. Who are you? What god of the planet are you?" North Kai climbed up, and when he saw Maiyang, he asked strangely. Maiyang said, "My name is Maiyang. I come from a planet called Earth in the southern part of the North area." "Earth? That's a very remote planet." North Kai thought. The antennae on his head were automatically reacting to the planet's situation. So you're a savior. Not bad, it looks good. Tell me, what brings you to my place? Lord Chi, when I was in the lower realm, I heard that you are a knowledgeable master of martial arts. I want to get your guidance so that I can protect my home planet better. Maiyang praised North Kai vigorously. He made his purpose of learning martial arts very noble. Kid, you do have some insight. Although it's a bit of a flirtation, it's not bad to say overall. North Kai nodded his head very receptively, taking off his glasses and wiping them. That Earth hasn't produced talent like you for 10,000 years. No, 100,000 years. However, my martial arts is not something that can be taught to just anyone. You need to pass my test. North Kai had been alone on Kai's planet for a long time, and it was hard to get someone to come and flatter him so much. He smiled and opened his eyes. He was in no hurry to get rid of the person. Lord Chi, please speak. Maiyang's eyebrows were raised, and he was already prepared. My request is simple. As long as you can tell jokes that make me laugh, I will permit you to stay on top of my Kai's planet and practice. This is very simple. Lord Chi, please have a look. Maiyang had prepared for the North Kai, just as he had bribed Master Roshi to take the Dragon Balls from him. He had prepared everything for North Kai. As he said, he handed over a brand new book to North Kai, which contained all the most original jokes. North Kai had lived alone in Kai's planet for an unknown number of years. How could he withstand such a ceremony? After flipping through a few pages, his body trembled violently. His breathing became rapid, and his entire face was suffocated red as if he was seeing something that made him incomparably excited. Ha ha ha, wonderful. PSST. North Kai laughed openly and looked at the books for a moment, putting them away carefully. Kid, you already prepared. Not bad, only those who are prepared can be one step ahead. This realization is good, and I am delighted with your gift. With that said, North Kai looked toward Maiyang. The North area has produced talent like you, it would be a shame not to teach you something. My place is not very big, so find a place to stay. After I finish studying the wonders in this book, I will start instructing you in martial arts. Thank you, Lord Kai. Maiyang was also satisfied. After leaving North Kai's hut, he casually hoisted a hammock between two large trees. In his opinion, it would probably take a few days for North Kai to study that sneering book. In the meantime, he could first explore the training at North Kai's planet. Chapter 180 North Kai's planet's gravity was 10 times that of Earth's. However, it didn't really affect Maiyang's training. After all, he was usually trained in the gravity chamber with more than 10 times gravity. What really mattered to Maiyang was the level element North Kai's planet was in. North Kai was a 5th-level dimensional being, and the space he lived in was also a 5th-level space. Here, the air was filled with a divine and inexplicable ki that was even more magical than the ki in the acceleration space. By training here for a long period, his body could be better nourished, and his training speed was certainly raised by a level. One day of training here is worth several days in the outside world. Maiyang greedily absorbed the spiritual ki of the gods in the air, without being addicted to it. He had to take some of it back. The good stuff should be shared with Mixia, maybe it would help her. So while the North Kai was studying the jokes, he quietly communicated and opened the acceleration space, absorbing some of the ki from the North Kai's planet into the acceleration space. Senior brother, have you seen Kai now? As soon as the acceleration space opened its passage, Mixia regained consciousness from inside. That's right. This is Kai's space. Mixia, you're allowed to come out. Maiyang smacked his head at this point, secretly confused. He was so focused on traversing the snake road on the way here that he forgot to bring Mixia out. North Kai's planet's space was above the other world, just like Heaven's Grand Kai's planet. Soul bodies were able to survive on it. It's already above the North Kai's planet. Mixia, wait a moment, I'll let you out. After saying that to Mixia, Maiyang took a look around and saw that only the monkey Bubbles was standing at the side, staring, so he quietly released Mixia. When Mixia arrived at North Kai's planet, she looked around. The endless dark red sky was floating with golden clouds, like a golden ocean, with tiny waves in the wind. The planet beneath her feet was small enough that she could clearly see the curved horizon. So, this is the planet where Kai lives. When you see Kai later, you can say that you just came from the Snake Road. Got it? Huh? Mixia had just taken 2 steps when a magical power was bound to her body. Even if she was a soul body, the pressure of the North Kai's planet affected her. Senior brother, here, I feel like my body becomes so heavy. Maiyang sniffed and tentatively reached out his hand to pinch Mixia's cheek a few times. It was soft and had a delicate touch, just like having a real body. It was reasonable to say that only people with great virtue would have a physical body after death. However, it seemed that this rule didn't apply to Kai's planet. This may be the effect of the Kai's planet. After all, it is the divine planet inhabited by the gods who run a quarter of the galaxy. There are a few strange things that are understandable. The Dragon Ball world gods were few and far between. In terms of the level of gods, Kai was considered to be a high-level god. While Maayang was chatting with Mixia on top of the Kai's planet, the short and chubby figure of North Kai came out of the room. He was not surprised when he saw Mixia. Yeah, there's another one. What day is it today? The other world. Seeing the ring on top of Mixia's head, Kai's finger rested on his chin. He turned Mixia around, looking up and down as if he was studying something. If it wasn't because he knew that the North Kai's character was trustworthy, and if it were anyone else who made such a move, Maayang would have already blasted a key wave. TSK, your soul is extraordinary. It's a miracle that you survived. North Kai was extremely knowledgeable. His pair of eyes quickly saw through Mixia's state. As he said, it was all a miracle to have survived. She is my wife, Mixia, who became what she is now because her superpowers backfired during the protection of the Earth. She carried demonic ki into the spiritual space, and her soul was infected by it. It was only after I borrowed the power of the planet Namek Dragon Balls that her consciousness woke up. Maayang spoke up in due time to explain. For North K, Maayang did not need to conceal Mixia's condition. So that's how it is. It's indeed not easy. You should also stay here for the next few days. The divine ki generated by my planet affects the soul body as well. Kai looked towards Maayang. By the way, your name is Maayang, right? Undo your restraints, and let me see your full strength. Okay, Lord Kai. Maayang looked at North Maayang with a smile. After a moment of silence, he suddenly brought up all the ki in his body. A white flame swam up on the surface of his body, creating a whirlwind with Maayang as the center, spreading out in all directions. North Kai stood beside Maayang, the antennae on his head being blown backward by the strong wind. He shouted towards Maayang, "Alright, I probably understand your strength. According to the universal standard of the North area, your power level has reached 4,200. It's unbelievable, a low-level planet like Earth actually produces a master like you. It seems that you are not a generalist. After my instruction, you will become stronger. The following training starts with weight-bearing first. The gravity of Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth, but it seems to have no pressure on you." When North Kai saw how Maayang was walking on the ground, he smiled. His two antennae probed forward. A surge of electricity shot past, and magical power was applied to Maayang's body. Maayang felt as if his body had been filled with load, and his cheeks quickly turned red. Within a few steps, his breathing became heavy. "That's fine. Get over this kind of pressure first, and we'll talk about the rest of the training later," North Kai said lightly. He then continued to study the essence of that sneering book. It was the funniest book he had read in thousands of years, and needed to comprehend it properly. After North Kai left, Mixia floated over to Maayang. "How are you feeling, senior brother?" Maayang gasped, glistening beads of sweat already oozing out of his head. "North Kai is amazing. I feel my body sinking so much right now. It's like I was bound by your superpowers when I was a kid." Mixia was shocked. He's so powerful, he can see it at all. The short-statured North Kai was actually able to bind the current Maayang. Wouldn't his strength be far above that of her senior brother? Maayang sat on the ground with his head tilted up. His hands propped back. North Kai itself isn't very strong. It should be because of Kai's planet. Was it just like senior brother's acceleration space? Mixia tilted her head. She knew that in her senior brother's acceleration space, even those stronger than him were no match. It was an effect of the acceleration space's evolution. Yes. Maayang nodded his head and then exercised honestly. He used his body to overcome the constraints given to him by the Kai's planet. 1 month later, Maayang only barely overcame the Kai's planet's restraints. Previously, every time he moved his bones and muscles, he would have an unbearable burden. Now he had completely adapted. North Kai looked at Maayang and nodded. "Very good. Your body has adapted to this intensity. Next, you go and capture Bubbles, and you'll be introduced to a friend. Gregory."